went back in time to kill the evil from the future. In the realm of heroic legend of Arhan, a game of epic proportions, Corinlock found himself waking up in the virtual world, questioning the blurred lines between reality and the game he once played. 3 years prior, he had possessed a game character in this expansive universe filled with dangerous events and endless incidents centered around an academy, even escalating to the brink of the world's end. Yet, Corinlock reassured himself. The main character of the story, Park Sihu, would inevitably resolve all conflicts, and Corinlock was just an extra NPC, a non-player character whose purpose was to be saved by the main character. However, the boundaries between game and reality started to blur further when Corinlock observed Park Sihu, the virtual character, who was destined for fame and fortune. To his surprise, Corinlock discovered that Park Sihu, like himself, was a person possessing a game character. The difference lay in the privilege given to player characters, manifested in a stat window. Corinlock, a seasoned player of the game, befriended Park Sihu, offering valuable insights and guidance. Despite Park Sihu never having played the game before, Corinlock shared his extensive knowledge, advising him on the best stats and cautioning about important items in the upcoming story. As the duo embarked on their journey, they encountered a giant dog, and with their combined knowledge and stats, they formed a formidable team with the potential to save the virtual world and return to reality. However, Corinlock's disappointment surfaced when he realized that the game featured only male characters, missing the diverse heroines and dating simulator elements that made the game charming. The turning point came when Corinlock began to notice deviations from the game's original story, the disappearance of the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, Mariette, and other mysterious incidents. Park Sihu's peculiar personality and thought process raised suspicions, and Corinlock couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. One night, Corinlock followed Park Sihu and stumbled upon an underground hideout filled with the belongings of missing characters, including Mariette Dunaleff. Shockingly, he discovered Mariette's lifeless body in a tank. Confronting Park Sihu, Corinlock learned the horrifying truth, that Park Sihu had been manipulating the game to efficiently progress through the story, even resorting to murder. In a heated confrontation, Park Sihu revealed his sociopathic tendencies, claiming that he had killed numerous characters for his gain. Corinlock, repulsed by his actions, confronted Park Sihu, only to be met with violence. Park Sihu declared his twisted love for Corinlock, shattering the illusion of their camaraderie. As Corinlock entered the final stage with the intention of stopping Park Sihu, an unexpected twist occurred. Park Sihu, who had been the player, failed to defeat the final boss, resulting in a game over. Corinlock woke up once again, realizing the gravity of the situation. He needed to kill Park Sihu, not as a character in the game, but as a player controlling a dangerous avatar. The cycle repeated, and Corinlock was faced with the daunting task of ending the madness within the confines of the virtual world. In the aftermath of the Rotion River flooding incident, during the water monster subjugation quest, tragedy struck as the dam broke, sweeping away an entire village along with 1,000 water monsters and thousands of innocent lives. Amidst the horrific scene, Park Sihu, at the time Corinlock, found himself snickering inexplicably. It wasn't the loss of lives that bothered him, but the opportunity to monopolize experience points. Corinlock recalled Park Sihu's disturbing claim from his past life, only 3 more kills, and he would reach the sinister milestone of 100,000 deaths. With the factors that strengthen players concentrated at Merkaba Academy, Corinlock realized he had to act before Park Sihu entered the academy, becoming stronger and more elusive. A tutorial quest presented itself. The carriage en route to Merkaba City broke down in a monster-infested forest. The task was clear: protect the people and security guards until the carriage was fixed. Corinlock knew this was his chance to eliminate Park Sihu, currently ranked 5. As the group navigated the perilous forest, Leon and Laura, fellow players, were engaged in combat to level up. However, the situation took a dark turn when a massive log was thrown at them. Leon sacrificed himself to save Laura from a werewolf attack, setting the stage for a tragic confrontation. Observing from a distance, Corinlock realized the inevitable had begun. Laura suffered a brutal blow, and Leon urged Park Sihu to retreat to the carriage while he faced the werewolf alone. Park Sihu hesitated, torn between fear and duty. Corinlock, contemplating Park Sihu's true nature, pondered whether he was the hero destined to save the world or a possessed player like himself. Park Si-hoo, however, seized the opportunity to attack Alicia Arden, a known character in the game and part of the powerful Arden family. As Park Si-hoo attempted to poison Alicia, Corinlock, from a distance, confirmed Park Si-hoo's malicious intent. Despite Alicia's skillful defense, the werewolf managed to bite her. In the chaos that ensued, Park Si-hoo took advantage of the situation, killed Alicia, and acquired her powerful Odachi. The shocking revelation that Park Si-hoo could poison characters added another layer to the sinister game he was playing. While Park Si-hoo faced a horde of angry horn rats, Corinlock seized the opportunity to gather the spoils of battle, including the unconscious body of Alicia. As Park Si-hoo struggled with the forest monsters, Corinlock's gaze turned to him, harboring a deadly glare. The confrontation between the two players was inevitable, and the forest echoed with the tension of impending conflict. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, Park Si-hoo confronted Corinlock, questioning his unexpected presence. Swiftly thinking on his feet, Corinlock fabricated a reason, claiming he needed to correct Park Si-hoo's grip on the Odachi. In a moment of distraction, Corinlock threw sand into Park Si-hoo's face, initiating a confrontation that would decide the fate of the virtual world. The two clashed violently in the forest, with Corinlock attempting to exploit any opening. Dodging Park Si-hoo's swift sword slashes, Corinlock wielded the werewolf fang, managing to land a blow on Park Si-hoo's shoulder. Pinned to the ground, Park Si-hoo struggled against Corinlock's relentless assault. Corinlock aimed to strike Park Si-hoo's neck with the werewolf fang, and despite Park Si-hoo's attempts to block, Corinlock succeeded. In his final moments, Park Si-hoo thanked Corinlock for the opportunity to become stronger in his next life. A notification confirmed Park Si-hoo's demise, and Corinlock absorbed his stats, becoming the successor of the martial masters and a sub-player. Alicia Arden, injured during the earlier battle, groaned in pain. Corinlock turned his attention to her, attempting to comfort and assess her condition. Recognizing the signs of poison, he identified it as peacock tree frog venom. Corinlock, using his belt as a tourniquet, did his best to stop Alicia's bleeding. In a desperate attempt to save her, he even utilized Park Si-hoo's arm as something for her to bite on, showing a surprising level of care. Corinlock pulled the werewolf fangs from Alicia's stomach, contemplating the mysterious turn of events that allowed him to save a life that had been lost in his previous existence. As Alicia rested, Corinlock prepared an antidote for her, reflecting on the game's narrative. In this altered storyline, he would now take on the role of the sub-player, finishing the game with pure memory from his previous life. Realizing that he couldn't rely on regular player system benefits, Corinlock turned to a skill from his past, a magic system involving runes. Inscribing 3 powerful runes onto his body, duty, restraint, and oath, Corinlock accepted the weight of self-imposed promises. Duty would boost his stats when he helped those in need, restraint would protect him from astral beings, and oath, carrying the greatest risk, tied his fate to the overarching goal of saving the world. With the commandments etched into his being, Corinlock embarked on his journey as the sub-player, aware that failure to uphold his oath would result in inevitable death. The weight of this burden would shape his path in the virtual world, steering him towards a destiny intertwined with the fate of Merkaba Academy and the entire game universe. Alicia Arden awoke in a hospital bed, her senses gradually returning. The nurse attending to her in the Merkaba City Emergency Hospital informed her of her location and mentioned that her savior, Corinlock, had recently left. Inquiring about her belongings, Alicia found them nearby. Curious about acquiring honey bomb candy, she was told by the nurse that she could only have stew for the time being. Meanwhile, the day of the Merkaba Academy entrance ceremony had arrived for Corinlock. Searching for his student ID, he discovered a letter from his mother expressing pride in him, an evident difference between Corinlock and Park Si-hoo. As the academy welcomed a multitude of students, Corinlock was approached by a girl offering him a potato. Mariette Dunaleff then took charge of guiding them through the academy. As life unfolded in this unpredictable world, Corinlock contemplated the misfortunes and tragedies that would befall Mariette Dunaleff in the future. In his previous life, she was the final boss of the game's first act. The students experienced the magical expansion of space as they arrived at Merkaba Academy. Recognizing the voice of Old Man Heyman, the academy's caretaker, Corinlock acknowledged the familiar patter akin to a boot camp. Professor Fermac Darman, in charge of the new students, greeted them in the welcome ceremony. Corinlock observed his own stats and found them lacking, leading to a momentary sense of boredom. Fermac explained the significance of stats and wished the students luck in their battles. During the introduction, Fermac pointed out notable students, including Alicia Arden, a second-rank student and the granddaughter of a sword genius. The professor then assessed the students, noting the presence of promising talent among them. As the director emphasized the path of learning, a simple test was initiated. Each student was given a weapon case and had 30 seconds to prepare before monsters swarmed their location. Corinlock, recalling his past experiences, reflected on the importance of choosing the right weapon. When 3 5th-rank hound monsters appeared, Corinlock effortlessly threw a spear, instantly dispatching one of the creatures. Drawing upon his previous life's experience, Corinlock demonstrated his proficiency in monster combat. Corinlock swiftly dispatched the 5th-rank hound monsters in just 12 seconds, a remarkable feat considering his previous inability to defeat them in his past life. Determined to excel this time, Corinlock pledged to conquer all challenges until the next rank. As the clock ticked past the 5-minute mark in the second round, no monsters spawned. Corinlock suspected a glitch in the system. To his horror, other players were being attacked by the hounds in their respective tests. Observing Corinlock, Professor Fermac Darman thought the system was malfunctioning as the monsters failed to appear in his room. Another batch of hounds suddenly materialized, surprising Corinlock. He realized the system had glitched, and the next stage failed to initiate. The professors, deeming Corinlock as lethargy pathetic, considered the possibility of a malfunction in his summoning room. Fermac instructed Madame Josephine's magic to investigate. Perplexed by the anomaly, the professors questioned the summoned monsters in Corinlock's room, suspecting a bug. Attempting to summon hounds again, they witnessed Corinlock's frustration as another batch materialized. In a burst of anger, Corinlock annihilated the dogs in a record-breaking 7.3 seconds, shocking the professors. Concerned, they consulted Fermac, who explained the fastest times for 3rd and 4th ranks. When asked why, the professors summoned a 4th-rank map boar, testing Corinlock's spear skills. He swiftly defeated it in 3.7 seconds. Another challenge came, an owl bear, a 3rd-rank monster. Corinlock engaged in combat, revealing his mastery of rune magic and swiftly defeating the creature. The professors realized Corinlock was no ordinary 6th-rank student but a unique and skilled individual. Proceeding to the 5th-rank evil spirit test, Corinlock sensed the summoned's presence but couldn't interfere due to the restraint penalty. Opting to withdraw, he joined the gathering of students discussing their ranks. Spotting Jaeger Hinch Peter, Corinlock remembered his fate in his past life at the hands of Park Sihu. Observing Lark, who suffered a similar fate, Corinlock recognized his past inferiority complex. Director Eryu Kazar addressed the crowd, emphasizing the Academy's role in shaping them into formidable individuals. Amidst the chatter, Jaeger inquired about Corinlock's rank, but Corinlock intervened, distracting him with compliments about his tattoo. Alicia Arden observed Corinlock's actions, impressed by his kindness in naturally preventing Lark from being bullied. Alicia found Corinlock intriguing and wondered about the person behind that captivating smile. At Merkaba Academy, students enjoyed a myriad of facilities provided free of charge. The student cafeterias offered affordable meals, and the dorms were not only comfortable but also cost-free. Among the various facilities, the training room stood out as the most recommended. These rooms held a special significance for Corin, as they allowed for seemingly impossible training scenarios. Inside the training room, Corin discovered the ability to train with spirit bodies that were otherwise invisible to him. This was a skill usually taught in the second semester, but Corin, also known as Corinlock, managed to practice it early on. The intense training caught the attention of both his peers and instructors. During one session, Mariette Dunelef observed as Corinlock fought a spirit body. Curiosity led an instructor to approach Corin, questioning his choice of training with a spirit body. Corinlock explained that it was to enhance his spear skills. The unexpected encounter left Corin wondering if he had done something wrong during the entrance exam. To his surprise, the instructor commended him, recognizing his exceptional spirit, and handed him 10 meal tickets. Encouraged by this unexpected encounter, Corin continued his rigorous training. Mariette Dunalev, impressed by his determination, offered him a glass of water and reassured him that he was making progress. Corin, remembering the benefits he had once enjoyed with Park Sihu, acknowledged that he now had to rely solely on his efforts. Determined to become the strongest, Corin faced the challenge of understanding his limits. Lacking a strong body, vast magic power, or aura, he resolved to work harder to compensate for these shortcomings. Using various skills and drawing on his 3 years of experience from his previous life, Corin focused on self-improvement. As Mariette Dunalev watched him from a distance, she realized that conventional words couldn't capture Corin's true strength. Meanwhile, Corin's training session took an unexpected turn when he fell from the ceiling. Concerned, Mariette Dunalev rushed to check on him, realizing that perhaps she had been too excessive in her admiration. The next day, Mariette Dunalev, having greeted the juniors, introduced them to the school facilities. However, Corin Locke's focus shifted to strengthening his body, realizing he could no longer rely on the support of others like Park Sihu. Later, Corin approached Lark, inviting him to share a meal and discuss grimoires, powerful artifacts capable of granting corresponding magic or traits by simply reading them. Merkaba Academy's library, as vast as the academy itself, held these magical tomes, safeguarding humanity's knowledge for future generations. Lark, a dedicated student, had memorized various spells and stored them in his spellbook. Despite having numerous spells at his disposal, the importance of a grimoire was not lost on him. It was a game-changer, allowing even the most theoretical magician to produce remarkable results. Corin Locke, fueled by a desire to repel evil spirits, persuaded Lark to accompany him into a hidden section of the library. The promise was sealed with a punch to the face, and together, they embarked on a journey to harness the power within the secrets concealed behind the secret door. As Corin Locke ventured further into Merkaba Academy, he found himself entangled in a dual purpose. Not only was he here to aid Lark, but also to complete a special quest that promised a hidden piece he desired. The quest involved capturing evil spirits, with the added challenge of a unique adversary, Sibansha Duke, a spectral figure commanding the South 800 years ago. Most players met their demise as soon as the quest began due to the Duke's overwhelming power. However, Corin Locke, with his unique skills and inability to perceive spirits, managed to endure the attacks. Yet, the quest posed a dilemma: he couldn't see the spirits either. Seeking a solution, Corin Locke proposed to the Duke that he could enter Lark's body instead. In response, the Duke unfolded his tragic story. Sibansha Duke, once a ruler, succumbed to the factors that turned normal humans into demi-humans like vampires or werewolves. As a vampire, he inadvertently killed his servant and, fearing harm to his family, closed down his castle. To avoid further bloodshed, he sealed himself inside a grimoire in the Academy's library. The Duke, now possessing Lark's body, attempted to attack Corin Locke. Recognizing Lark's low physical stats, Corin reluctantly chose him as a companion, a strategic move to defeat the Duke and earn high-grade items. Despite the ethical quandary, Corin engaged the Duke in conversation, sharing stories of the Duke's family and expressing a desire to bring closure to his tortured soul. The Duke, touched by Corin's words, apologized for the attack. Corin, seizing the moment, asked the Duke questions before his ascension. In return, Corin obtained the soul dust of the evil spirit Sibansha Duke and the grimoire containing the Duke's abilities and spells. Among them was the Persistent Warrior's regeneration skill, a powerful ability linked to the Duke's tragic past. Corin's newfound strength surprised even himself. Lark, awakening after the possession, complained of aching jaws. Ignoring Lark's discomfort, Corin rewarded him with a grimoire. It was Corin's way of acknowledging those who work hard and receive their due rewards. Although Corin couldn't see the notifications like a player, he sensed that he had gained 80 points, equivalent to leveling up 16 times. The commandment also awarded him 40 stat points for not turning a blind eye to Lark's misfortune. In the Academy's stamina training room, Mariette Dunalev expressed confidence in Corin's ability to catch spirit bodies, despite criticism from some students. Focused on his training, Corin tested his new stats and effortlessly defeated a spirit. Mariette Dunalev rewarded him from the bet she won, encouraging him to continue striving. Despite his progress with spearmanship, Corin faced a hurdle with rune magic due to his mana shortage. Determined to overcome this obstacle, he pondered while walking. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, and Korin was startled to find Heavenly Yaksha, Waran, a formidable force in the heroic legend of Ahan, standing before him. Unsettled by her sudden presence, Korin questioned why she was there and tried to ignore her, knowing that Heavenly Yaksha, Waran, was a force he couldn't handle. However, she persisted, questioning if Korin was the owner of the body he inhabited, leaving him perplexed about her knowledge of his possession. After the unexpected encounter with Heavenly Yaksha, Waran, and a brief exchange about ownership of his body, Korin Locke reflected on the contradicting existence of the mysterious figure. Waran, being a living corpse with both human and monster souls, possessed soul eyes capable of perceiving the color of other souls. Korin, uncertain about his own identity, wondered if the memories assimilated from his past life truly belonged to him. The conversation with Waran took an unexpected turn when she accused Korin of being a thief and a robber, asserting that he had no right to the body he inhabited. Korin, unfazed, diverted the conversation by sharing a humorous story about a person named Bruce in his neighborhood. Bruce's peculiar trait of turning into a green giant when angry intrigued Korin. He used this anecdote to emphasize the coexistence of different personalities, whether original or newly formed, within the same body. As the dialogue continued, Korin questioned the essence of coexistence and life itself. Waran, expressing a grim perspective, claimed that for some, being born was a sin. Korin acknowledged her viewpoint and, deciding to end the conversation, assured her that they would meet again. The following day, Korin left the dorms early, driven by a purpose beyond the routine sounds of the weekend. His destination was the mission board, where both small and large commissions offered opportunities to level up in preparation for main quests. However, Korin had a different agenda. He wanted to test something else. At the mission board, Korin noticed Alicia Arden intensely scrutinizing the available missions. Realizing he had little information about Alicia from his past life due to an early encounter in the game, Korin greeted her. Alicia, expressing a need for money, shared her financial struggles, detailing her family's income situation. Korin pointed out a patrol mission as a cost-effective option but declined the invitation to join her, opting for more challenging missions. Korin's goal was to find the elusive butterfly cat and activate the commandment for maximum rewards. Completing simple missions like rescuing a boy, finding a lost ring, and helping a chef refine a recipe earned him points and unexpected rewards. Korin marveled at the unexpected benefits of pursuing his selfish interests. As Korin engaged in various missions, the Heavenly Yaksha, Waran, observed him from a distance. Her gaze hinted at a mysterious past and a connection to the academy. Meanwhile, Korin's focus shifted to the hunting ground test, an intense battle royal where points were earned by stealing others' armbands. With Madame Josephine's space magic facilitating the event, Korin entered the forest, fully aware of the professionals' countless retries in this challenging competition. As the test commenced, Korin strategized to deal with Alicia Arden, the most dangerous contender. Unbeknownst to Alicia, Korin had planted a tracking rune in the honey bomb candy he had offered her earlier. Determined to secure his advantage in the hunting ground, Korin ran like a maniac through the forest, fully aware of the challenges that awaited him, including the unexpected presence of Waran, the formidable Heavenly Yaksha. In the midst of the intense hunting ground test, Alicia Arden found herself relentlessly pursued by a group of men. Displaying her fighting prowess, she easily dispatched many of them. However, the situation took an unexpected turn when Korin Locke intervened to protect her from one of the assailants. Alicia, initially relieved by Korin's presence, was taken aback when he unexpectedly complimented her and attempted to snatch her armband. Feeling betrayed, Alicia questioned Korin's motives, recalling the honey bomb candy he had given her earlier. Korin, despite the apparent betrayal, urged Alicia to give him her armband, claiming it would make her a better person. Alicia, a pure fighting-type second-rank knight, engaged in a fierce battle with Korin, only to realize that his combat skills far surpassed his rank. Korin skillfully deflected Alicia's attacks, showcasing his 3 years of combat experience. Employing an extreme counter, spear intent, and ultimate essence 6 steps, Korin overwhelmed Alicia. However, Alicia, resilient and determined, blocked the attack with her aura and stood up again. Intrigued by Korin's exceptional skills, Alicia pondered his true identity and questioned his rank as a 5th-rank knight. Accepting defeat, Alicia handed her armband to Korin, who promised to use it well. However, their confrontation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Dron Warsky, wielding a heavy magic sword. Dron demanded Corin put down Alicia's armband and leave, prompting Corin to flee. Alicia, terrified by Dron's intimidating presence, followed Corin, seeking refuge from the menacing opponent. Their escape led them to the cabin where Cranel Luden awaited, adding another layer of complexity to their situation. Corin, now facing threats from both ends, prepared to fight both Dron and Cranel simultaneously. However, he managed to outmaneuver them, ultimately arriving at the cabin with 3 blue armbands, securing his victory. As Corin claimed his reward from the instructor, Alicia reflected on the incredible display of combat skills she witnessed. Corin's strategic thinking, precision, and adaptability left a lasting impression on her. Meanwhile, Cranel and Dron were left astonished at Corin's prowess. The practice training in the hunting ground concluded with Mariette Dunelef defeating Yule, the unfortunate participant facing her. With the seniors acting as monsters during the training, the day's events came to a close. Just as the training ended, the heavenly Yakshaw, Waran, arrived and inquired about Mariette Dunelef's name. The unexpected question left an air of curiosity and mystery hanging over the conclusion of the training session. As the chaotic events unfolded in the aftermath of the hunting ground practice training, Mariette Dunelef, having collapsed from her intense battle against the heavenly Yakshaw, Waran, found herself approached by the enigmatic figure. Mariette speculated that the heavenly Yakshaw might be looking for someone specific, but the conversation took an unexpected turn. Mariette explained that, based on the regulations, she was designated as the monster for the training and could freely ignore Waran, but the same couldn't be said for Waran. However, the heavenly Yakshaw dismissed Mariette as annoying, leaving an air of tension between them. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Corin Locke was reaping the rewards of his exceptional performance during the training. With 117 points to his name, he inquired about choosing his prize. The instructor, amazed by the high point count, allowed Corin to select his rewards. Corin opted for the shark bear's bile and the mandrake seed, along with a natural plant supplement and earmuffs. Exiting the cabin, Corin marveled at how well things had worked out for him. He noticed Lark and Jaeger finishing their mission and overheard their conversation about training in the stamina room at night. Corin offered his assistance to Carnel as well, who seemed to reject the offer. Corin reminded Carnel to express gratitude when help was offered, drawing from memories of his past life. The day continued with the unexpected results of the training. Corin secured the first place with an outstanding 117 points. A conflict emerged between Mariette Dunelef, the second-year ace, and Waran, the first-year ace. The clash left Corin in awe, fearing that Mariette might awaken and become an exceedingly powerful boss in the game. However, things took a different turn as Mariette, seemingly exhausted, collapsed. The unexpected outcome prompted Madame Josephine's intervention, expressing concern for Mariette's well-being. Corin, feeling a mix of relief and trepidation, realized that there were still 3 weeks left until Mariette's anticipated awakening. Outside the hunting ground, Corin set his sights on a unique encounter. Preparing himself with eye drops, he feigned distress, pretending to lose a precious seed. This act led to a whimsical encounter with a Taoist hermit, reminiscent of an Easter egg from the heroic legend of Arhan. The hermit, impressed by Corin's honesty, rewarded him with 3 seeds, the standard mandrake seed, along with gold and white silver mandrake seeds. Corin rejoiced at obtaining these special seeds, reminiscing about his past life when Park Sihu and himself each consumed one of the seeds. Now, they were all his. As Corin contemplated the upcoming challenges, including Mariette's awakening and the encounter with the murderous vampire John Doe, he devised a plan to save Mariette and navigate the complexities of the game. With 3 weeks left until Mariette's awakening, Corin envisioned a strategy involving preparation, faith, and the recruitment of trustworthy allies. His plan included training Alicia, collaborating with the sword control mercenary Dron, befriending the Avalawan Forest's druid, and drawing closer to the golem sorcerer Cranel. Corin believed his plan was foolproof, as long as unexpected variables didn't disrupt his preparations. The impending awakening of Mariette Dunelef as a special vampire added a layer of urgency to his mission. In the dimly lit room of Merkaba Academy, Madame Josephine paced restlessly, her thoughts consumed by worry and regret. Warren, her special demi-human ward, had been sent into the forest, a decision that now weighed heavily on her conscience. The academy had become an unsettling place, with mysterious occurrences and a growing sense of unease. Madame Josephine, unable to contain her concern, confronted Warren. "If you seek knowledge, my dear, it can be obtained through private lessons," she insisted, urging Warren to self-reflect for the time being. Meanwhile, Warren, contemplating a daring escape through her window, was interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Corin. Corin, bearing a cake and a cautious demeanor, introduced himself to Warren. He explained that Madame Josephine had sent him, prompting Warren to reveal that the academy's headmistress hadn't visited her in 4 days. Corin, shocked, promised to bring her food and rushed off, only to discover a more disconcerting truth: Madame Josephine had left, leaving Warren, the most dangerous person in the academy, unattended. As Corin began to unravel the mystery, he noticed unusual activities among 2 former guardians, Professor Dana and Professor Fermac Darman. Something abnormal was unfolding, and Corin's suspicions intensified. His attempt to visit Mariette Dunaleff, a troubled demi-human, was denied, leading him to bribe a guard named Crone for information. Corin's suspicions proved correct as he stumbled upon Isabelle with a bite on her neck and Mariette missing. The vampire boss had awakened 3 weeks earlier than expected, setting the stage for a challenging confrontation. Corin faced a dilemma, knowing that his actions had inadvertently weakened the team meant to combat Mariette. Desperate to assemble a capable team, Corin recruited allies in the form of Dron War Sky, Yule, Jaeger, and Lark, each contributing unique skills to the cause. With the minimum conditions met, Corin acknowledged the gravity of the situation and recalled information from Park Sihu regarding Mariette's whereabouts, a tunnel in the forest. The team embarked on a perilous journey through the academy's hunting ground, with Yule using her spirit to guide them. However, as monsters converged on them, Corin's strategic leadership emerged, impressing even Dron War Sky. The party realized that Mariette's influence had attracted the monsters, preparing for a fierce battle against an impending threat. As Mariette Dunaleff approached, Corin, fueled by determination, activated the 3rd commandment, boosting his stats by 50%. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and Corin saw himself as the unlikely hero, ready to take the first step in saving the world and stopping the impending chaos wrought by Mariette Dunaleff. A system notification blazed across the screen, urging the party to rescue Mariette Dunaleff. Hero, Corin Locke. Good luck. The urgency of the situation intensified as they observed Mariette Dunaleff, the newly born vampire boss, in apparent distress, tears streaming down her face. Dron War Sky, determined to strike first, swung his heavy iron sword at Mariette, only to have it repelled by a formidable barrier. Corin, with a deep understanding of the situation, informed the team that Mariette, being a newly turned vampire, couldn't unleash her full potential yet. Despite her initial vulnerability, Mariette retaliated, launching an attack that Yule intercepted with a protective barrier made of trees. Yule strained under the pressure from the first attack, prompting Corin to encourage him to endure a little longer. He promised to turn the tables in just 5 moves, revealing his strategic mindset. The battle unfolded with a realization that Mariette's boss round consisted of 4 distinct phases. In the first phase, surrounding monsters relentlessly attacked the player's party. Once they triumphed over these foes, the group would transition to the second phase, where Mariette herself emerged. The final showdown, the 4th phase, held the key to unlocking Mariette's ultimate attack pattern. Corin instructed Lark and Yule to retreat after casting their spells. Yule, invoking a powerful spell from an ancient text exclusive to her pureblood druid lineage, summoned a Wicker Man giant willow doll, a formidable force in their fight against Mariette. Corin acknowledged that Yule had cheated by summoning the creature prematurely, providing her with the instructions she would have obtained later in her quest. Jaeger tossed a live owl bear into the Wicker Man's wooden prison, activating the creature to counter Mariette's attacks. Despite the pain Yule experienced, Corin urged her to endure, knowing their fate rested on her ability to maintain the summoned entity. Mariette, realizing the advantage of elemental dynamics, extinguished the flames engulfing the Wicker Man with a giant spear. The structure collapsed, and Corin recognized the battle had taken an unexpected turn, labeled as a special difficulty level. Corin urged Yule to flee as the situation escalated. Jaeger questioned the feasibility of facing Mariette with only the 3 of them, Corin, undeterred, explained that Yule had exhausted her wide-range attacks, signaling their turn to strike. Dron Warsky swung his heavy sword again. Jaeger unleashed a destructive assault, breaking through Mariette's barrier and initiating Phase 3, the Realm of Blood. As the blood orb shattered, a trap was triggered, trapping them in a realm of immense pressure. Corin found himself standing alone, a realization that clearing this phase typically required at least 3 people. Unperturbed, Corin remained resolute, uncaring of the diminishing numbers around him. The battle against Mariette Dunlev had reached a critical juncture, and the fate of the world hung in the balance. The room was steeped in an unusual atmosphere, an eerie calm punctuated by the struggles of a figure now considered livestock. The protagonist, born as a human, experienced a chilling sensation, a cold air that flowed from the tips of their feet up their spine. It was an uncanny feeling, one that contrasted with the burning sensation in their throat. Driven by a primal instinct, the protagonist found themselves compelled to bite the neck of an unfamiliar person. The canines, a natural part of their anatomy, broke the skin and reached the vessels beneath. The person, now perceived as livestock, trembled, either in fear or a futile attempt at resistance. However, the protagonist, detached from the innate human cringe response, found beauty in the painful moans, akin to the melody of a piano. As the act continued, the protagonist's senses heightened, and the repulsive scent of blood overwhelmed them. Isabel's moans and the creaking bed ceased, leaving only the thunderous beating of the protagonist's heart echoing in their ears. It was then that they realized a grave truth: it wasn't livestock they had bitten, it was a crime committed by Mariette Dunlev. Mariette had nearly killed a friend, treating them as mere livestock. The shock of this realization hit the protagonist, who now faced the consequences of their actions. Mariette, burdened by guilt, clutched her stomach and fled, haunted by the understanding that she had unconsciously dehumanized others. A sudden attack by a dog interrupted their thoughts, and Corin swiftly retaliated, discerning weak points and delivering decisive blows. He declared his determination to save Mariette, marking the beginning of the final phase of the confrontation. In the final phase, Mariette targeted one party member, placing them in critical condition. Alone and without assistance, the protagonist faced an impossible situation. Corin, acknowledging the necessity of the bloodsucking, allowed Mariette to feed on him. He endured the process, utilizing his persistent warrior's regeneration skill to recover instantly. Corin recalled Sabantia Duke's ruthless act upon awakening as a vampire. The Duke had killed his servant in a blood-sucking frenzy, an impulse that even a great commander couldn't control. It took a month for Mariette to be captured alive by Park Sihu, wetting her throat with monster blood to curb her thirst. Despite her struggles, she had refrained from killing people. As Mariette fed on Corin, he remembered the teachings of his master in this world. The encounter with the person who once looked down on him and told him he needed protection flashed in his mind. He resolved to follow a different path from Park Sihu, choosing to see Mariette not as a monster but as a child in need of guidance. Mariette, overwhelmed with remorse, stopped feeding and cried, apologizing repeatedly. Despite the gravity of their situation, the protagonist recognized the possibility of a different ending, one that didn't lead to Mariette's demise. As the echoes of their master's teachings resonated in their mind, they vowed to walk a distinct path, diverging from the choices made by others in their tumultuous journey. In the wake of Mariette Dunlev's confinement in Madame Josephine's space prison, a peculiar routine unfolded. Mariette, now relegated to eating steamed potatoes, found solace in the familiarity of her simple meals. However, her solitude was interrupted by the unexpected arrival of Corin Locke. Corin, nonchalant and calm, entered Mariette's cell and advised her to eat slowly, cautioning against the risk of choking. As Mariette relished her potatoes, Corin drew near, prompting an instinctive defensive reaction from Mariette. Her heightened senses detected Corin's presence, and a momentary fear gripped her as she recognized the potential danger of becoming a vampire. In a moment of reflection, Mariette recalled the past encounter with Warren. Corin's influence had prompted a change in Warren, leading her to participate in the hunting ground practice. The memory stirred conflicting emotions within Mariette, a blend of fear and admiration. Corin engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Mariette, reassuring her that she was a good person and expressing his desire for a happy ending. Unexpectedly, Mariette blushed, her emotions betraying her as she acknowledged Corin's kindness. Corin, understanding her need for privacy, took his leave, promising to see her later. Madame Josephine, aware of the temporary isolation, acknowledged the difficulty in returning to normalcy. Corin, however, remained optimistic, believing that the isolation would end soon, especially with Warren attending school without issues. The chairman, curious about the details of the fight, engaged Corin in conversation, testing his views on the situation. Corin, unaware of the chairman's intentions, earnestly shared his perspective, advocating for Mariette's rescue. To Corin's surprise, the chairman revealed that there would be no punishment for Mariette. The isolation was deemed a necessary measure to confirm her stability, and the chairman expressed gratitude for Corin's insights. Despite the initial tension, Corin and the chairman established mutual trust and understanding, reminiscent of their interactions in Corin's past life. In Mariette's cell, time passed slowly. Her thoughts were a tumult of guilt and self-reflection. Vomiting out the cold beast within her had allowed her to rediscover her humanity, and Mariette felt compelled to offer apologies for her monstrous actions. She questioned her right to seek forgiveness, pondering Isabelle's safety and contemplating her own nature as a potential threat to humanity. When Corin visited her, Mariette initially feigned indifference, but beneath the surface, exhaustion weighed heavily on her. She regarded herself as a beast, a monster, and a demon, an enemy of humans who might succumb to her vampire instincts at any moment. However, Corin's sincere words and his previous sacrifice for her during the fight alleviated some of Mariette's burdens. Mariette's life, forever changed by that moment, became a source of lasting memories. She realized that a piece of her existence would be immortalized in her memory the moment Corin threw himself to save her, his genuine goodwill and devotion leaving an indelible mark on her soul. A week passed since the Mariette incident, and the academy slowly resumed its normal rhythm. Students engaged in casual conversations about the recent events, gradually accepting the return of demi-human Warren to the school. The isolation of Mariette Dunlef eventually came to an end. However, when Mariette looked for Isabelle, she was nowhere to be found. Fearing that Isabelle was afraid of her and harbored resentment, Mariette contemplated leaving the academy. The knock on her door disrupted her thoughts, and to her surprise, Isabelle stood there, worried and embracing her tightly. Isabelle revealed that she had witnessed everything, expressing genuine concern and assuring Mariette that she considered her a friend. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mariette thought Isabelle would hate her for what she had done. However, Isabelle's unwavering support and friendship brought Mariette to tears of relief. In the hospital, Isabelle was kept under strict observation, but Corin intervened, helping her escape to reunite with Mariette. The joyous reunion brought tears of joy to Mariette, and amidst the overwhelming emotions, she couldn't help but wonder if she might be falling in love with Corin. As the first part of the story concluded, an unexpected and heartwarming happy ending unfolded, defying the events of the game and Corin's past life. The chaotic and unplanned journey led to a better ending, confirming the beginning of a new world, a world shaped not by a player, but by the unscripted twists of fate. The moment became a testament to the existence of better endings that could emerge even without following a predetermined plan, marking the dawn of a new chapter in their lives. In the midst of Corin Locke's desolate schedule, filled with the repetitive rhythm of classes, meals, and training, a looming scenario approaches, urging him to accelerate his journey toward becoming stronger. The urgency is palpable as he dedicates himself to rigorous training in the academy's practice room. Mariette Dunlef, ever observant and supportive, joins Corin in the training room. Impressed by his dedication, she surprises him with a bounty of potato meals, knowing well of his hunger from the intense training. As Corin devours the potatoes, Mariette catches a glimpse of his blood, prompting her to instinctively avoid the enticing scent. Curiosity gets the better of Corin, leading to a conversation about Mariette's blood-drinking habits. Inadvertently, Mariette lets slip that Corin is yummy, a slip of words that adds an amusing twist to the conversation. Corin, ever the teaser, suggests that Mariette can occasionally drink his blood since he can regenerate it. Mariette, embarrassed by the playful banter, decides to share her blood with Corin in a bottle, emphasizing its magical properties and the benefits revealed by the system. Meanwhile, in a different scene, Alicia Arden, a direct descendant of the renowned Arden swordsmanship family and a second-rank knight, undergoes a transformative period in her life. A chance encounter with a fifth-rank knight during hunting ground practice unveils an unbridgeable gap, motivating Alicia to re-evaluate her approach to swordsmanship. However, Alicia, fundamentally lazy and unambitious despite her exceptional talent, continues her carefree lifestyle, indulging in honey bomb candy and avoiding rigorous sword training. Corin's persistent advice to focus on the basics irritates her, but an enticing mission promising substantial rewards catches her attention. Corin proposes a mission to Alicia with a reward of 2 gold coins, enough to indulge in her favorite honey bombs. Despite her annoyance with Corin, Alicia agrees to join the mission, unaware that Corin has a plan based on his past experiences. During the patrol mission in the city, Alicia swiftly dispatches weak monsters and gains acclaim from the crowd. Memories of her family's perception of her as a weak member resurface, fueling her determination to prove her strength. However, the mission takes an unexpected turn when a nest of monsters, including a powerful Dullahan, appears. Corin faces off against another monster, leaving Alicia vulnerable to the Dullahan's attack. Desperate for help, Alicia cries out, and her plea is answered by an unexpected savior, her older sister, Luma Arden. Luma, the eldest daughter of the Arden family and a renowned swordsman, intervenes with a swift and powerful strike that decapitates the Dullahan. In the midst of relief, Alicia acknowledges her sister's strength and laments her own perceived weaknesses. The encounter with the Dullahan becomes a pivotal moment, a stark reminder of the gap between her and her accomplished sister.
Corin Locke narrates, the eldest daughter of the renowned swordsmanship family Arden, likely the next heir to the title. She stood before Alicia Arden, the greatest swordsman of their generation, who will continue the path of the sword genius, Lunia Arden, as she called her sister. Lunia Arden then asked Alicia Arden about her current state, to which she just looked down, feeling embarrassed. Lunia Arden questioned why Alicia Arden didn't back up upon seeing Dullahan, why she didn't properly analyze the enemy, and, most importantly, why she unsheathed her sword in such a careless manner. She asked Alicia Arden who she was sloppily trying to emulate. Alicia Arden then apologized, and Lunia Arden told her to stop with the excuses. She emphasized that the consequences of her actions were entirely her responsibility, and they did not end with mere words. Lunia Arden made her realize that her careless actions endangered the soldiers who trusted and followed her. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers in the background asked each other if they were okay. Alicia Arden assured Lunia Arden that she understood. Lunia Arden then placed her sword on Alicia Arden's shoulders and shouted, "Shoulders!" which startled Alicia Arden. She told Alicia Arden that the swordsman of Arden must always be confident, to which Alicia Arden replied, "Yes, ma'am." Lunia Arden then turned her attention to Corin Locke and said, "And you?" as Corin Locke swung his spear, wondering to himself if he had been caught watching Alicia while pretending to be busy. Lunia Arden looked at Corin Locke and introduced herself as the Divine Sword, the Great Disciple, and the first Sword Pavilion Master. Then Corin Locke introduced himself, bowing before her. As the 8th Hanging Spear's disciple, Corin Locke, Alicia's friend. He said, "Nice to meet you." Lunia Arden remarked, "Friend, is that it?" as she looked Corin Locke up and down. Corin Locke thought to himself that he already knew what she wanted to say, but he couldn't reveal his skill with the spear. He smiled, remembering that there were only 2 others who used this spear technique besides himself. Lunia Arden told Corin Locke that if he didn't want to talk about it, it was fine. Then she looked away and said, "Pavilion Master, we have dealt with all of the monsters in the area." Corin Locke thought to himself about Arden's elite troops, consisting of second-ranked knights, also known as the 5 Swords. High-Speed Sword, Jenny Wave Sword, Lena Dual Sword, Saren Phantom Sword, Melia Steadfast Sword. Mei then asked if they should chase after the monsters that were fleeing. Corin Locke thought to herself that all of them were at the same rank as her or higher. Lunia Arden replied to Mei, telling her that there was no need to chase them and they should return now. The ladies understood their pavilion master, Lunia Arden. Lunia Arden then turned to Corin Locke and said, "You too, Alicia Arden." Alicia Arden felt nervous hearing her name, beads of sweat forming on her face, and asked for pardon. Explaining, Corin Locke mentioned that swordsmen often enjoy traveling in groups. Those commonly referred to as the Sword Faction were somewhat like a gangster-like swordsmanship organization. They followed their leaders, banded together, and eventually considered themselves as a sect. 60 years ago, the sword genius Goran began a new generation of swordsmanship. As the current family head spread the idea of a martial arts school, Arden became a renowned swordsmanship family representing the continent. In the Merkaba Arden studio, Lunia Arden requested fire for her pipe, to which a follower promptly responded, "Yes, Pavilion Master." Korenlok continued her story, mentioning the lingering scent of their unique command, discipline, and gangster-like tendencies that still remain today. Sitting in front of her students, with the Merkaba Arden studio instructor by her side, Lunia Arden smoked her pipe as Alicia Arden bowed before her. She introduced herself as a disciple of the main family and a second-rank swordsman, greeting the first pavilion master. The students behind Alicia Arden wondered to themselves what was happening. One student questioned why Alicia Arden was making the main family's direct descendant disciple kneel. Lunia Arden, reading a piece of paper with the missions Alicia Arden had completed, smoked her pipe and remarked, "Patrol mission, Tradesman security mission, 4th rank monster group, raid mission. This is absurd. And what is this calf helper mission?" Alicia Arden explained to Lunia Arden that it involved wearing a uniform and handing out advertisement flyers. Lunia Arden then asked if it was a favor for her friend. Alicia Arden blushed with embarrassment, saying no, and then admitted that she just thought the uniforms were pretty. "So pretty," she repeated. Lunia Arden looked at her quietly, puffing on her pipe, and told Alicia Arden that she was so pathetic. She questioned whether Alicia Arden intended to sully the Arden name by using the guardian certificate she had received as a favor for something like this. Alicia Arden, feeling embarrassed, looked down at the floor. Lunia Arden added that all of these missions were only to face low-ranking monsters. She asked if Alicia Arden was trying to act as a hero by doing monster raids. Then, Lunia Arden called Alicia Arden by name and told her not to forget that she could not escape her essence. As an old man with an intense aura appeared, his eyes glowing blue, Alicia Arden, still embarrassed, looked down at her legs and remained quiet. Outside, Alicia Arden's carriage departed while Lunia Arden stood outside with her swordsman. Jenny, the high-speed sword, remarked that Alicia Arden, the junior sister, seemed healthy now. Lena, the wave sword, commented that she seemed to have gained some weight. Lunia Arden listened to them and then asked, "Anyway, that boy, no one knew him?" Jenny, the high-speed sword, clarified that by boy, Lunia Arden meant Korenlok. She mentioned that he was only a 5th rank knight. Lunia Arden repeated, "A 5th rank?" Lunia Arden expressed disbelief, questioning the reliability of the Merkaba Academy's rank test. She smoked her pipe, and Jenny, the high-speed sword, asked for pardon, noticing that Korenlok's gaze was fixed on her from start to finish. Lunia Arden remarked that the monster couldn't even hold 20% of his attention. She recognized that it wasn't just any type of experience or practice, but rather a sensitivity and obsession that one could only attain from honing their skills in real combat. Regarding his spear technique, she could tell that his destination was clear. It was a short encounter, but she was quite satisfied. If that boy were to stay by her younger sister Korenlok's side, Lunia Arden stated that she had the request she received from the academy. She smiled, saying she might be able to see him this time, gazing at the moon. The scene then shifted, and every time Mariette Dunalev, also called Potato Sr., arrived, she brought lots of things. She presented a potato pie, adding that she had minced mutton inside and baked it. Korenlok asked Mariette Dunalev if the meat inside was mutton, holding the potato pie while Mariette Dunalev smiled and blushed, confirming it was indeed fresh raw meat that arrived that day. She mentioned that Professor Josephine had asked for help with the slaughter process, so she had practiced. Korenlok, thinking to himself, cursed the delicious taste, tears of joy welling in his eyes. He remarked that while Mariette Dunalev lived a sad, vampire-like life eating frozen meat, this potato pie was incredibly delicious. He found it touching of Mariette Dunalev. Mariette Dunalev then asked Korenlok how it was and if it was tasty, flexing her fangs as she blushed and smiled. She mentioned that next time, she would bring beef and asked if Korenlok liked braised oxtail. Excitedly, Korenlok grabbed Mariette Dunalev's hands, looking handsome as he expressed his love for it. He asked, "You're talking about braised oxtail, right?" Mariette Dunalev blushed intensely like a teapot as Corin Locke spoke to her with desire, causing her to sweat. She seductively told him that she would make sure to bring braised oxtail next time. Anyway, you have quite big hands, Corin Locke, she said, noting that they were rough, covered in scars, the hands of effort. She found them cool and mature as she gazed at Corin Locke. Suddenly, someone called out to Mariette Dunalev, shocking her. Corin Locke also looked up, still holding her hands. Mariette Dunalev then saw Isabel and ran towards her, asking if she had eaten already. Isabel, with her jaw dropped, pointed at Corin Locke, asking, "You just now?" Mariette Dunalev quickly assured her that she hadn't done anything. She bid goodbye to Corin Locke, saying she would see him later, as Corin Locke continued eating. Corin Locke thought to himself that he didn't know much about kids at this age. In his previous life, he couldn't date for 3 years because of Park's size interference. He remembered having a situationship, realizing it was all thanks to Park, the crap man. While looking at the food, he wondered when he would finish eating all of it. He then reflected on his current platonic relationships, which were quite different from his last life. Sometimes, Yuel brought rare and precious mushrooms from the forest, and they would head straight to the library to study the Ogam alphabet. Hwaran also came looking for him quite often, considering him a considerably useful colleague. When there were difficult missions to make some money, Hwaran would ask Corin Locke to join her party. Corin Locke usually hung out with the 2 guys who took classes with him, Lark and Jaeger. Suddenly shocked, Corin Locke asked what was wrong as Hwaran approached him, asking for food. She then said, "Promise." Corin Locke thought to himself as he looked at Hwaran, wondering, what the... It was Hwaran. He guessed she was kind of a monster. Anyway, a food promise. He remembered giving a cake to Hwaran some time ago, promising to buy her a meal later. Impressed that she remembered, he smiled. Corin Locke then told his friends, Lark and Jaeger, that he wouldn't be able to meet with them today. They hurried out, saying it was okay, revealing they had forgotten to do their assignments and were scared of Hwaran. In another scene, Corin Locke told Hwaran that she kind of looked like a cat, so he brought her to a restaurant. He asked Hwaran if she liked fish, and she tried to swallow a whole fish. Corin Locke asked her if she was crazy, if her throat was equally stubborn. He then showed her how to use chopsticks to eat fish, explaining that it wasn't respectful to the food to simply gulp it down. Hwaran insisted that you just had to chew and eat, looking at the fish. Corin Locke chuckled, telling her she couldn't say that now. "Looks much tastier now, right?" he asked, showing Hwaran how to eat fish with a bowl of rice. He explained that instead of simply consuming, one should look at it with their eyes, feel its scent. That was respect for food. Hwaran blushed and repeated Corin Locke's word, "Respect." She then began to eat as Corin Locke enjoyed watching her, advising her to eat slowly. Corin Locke thought to himself that the weapon production was almost complete, and it was a bit early, but the second part was starting soon. In the introduction to the second part, Jaeger Hinchpeter shouted, water splashing over his face, "Now what? I didn't study at all, and it's midterms." Lark talked to him, saying, "What's the point of regretting 10 minutes before the exam?" Jaeger Hinchpeter told Lark that he could have scolded him more, to which Lark replied that he could have listened more. They then turned to Corin Locke and asked if he had studied. Boastfully, Corin Locke said he didn't need to study for something like that, smiling mischievously. They asked what he was going to do, to which he replied, laughing, "Sorry, but I'm different from all of you. It's not my first time taking this exam," thinking to himself, "You'll see, just you wait. I'm ranked number 1. As the exam began, the professor instructed, "Please flip the page over." Corin Locke smiled and followed along, saying, "Okay, then shall we begin?" He looked at the test paper, and the first question asked about the inertia value of X motion and Y, needed to implement 85 of Z. He froze, his blood draining from his body as he went pale at the first question, feeling as if he had been poked from behind. "What does this first question even mean?" he exclaimed. Jaeger Hinchpeter yawned, having finished the exam already, and Lark, predicting Corin Locke's reaction, asked him, "What about you, Corin Locke?" He muttered to himself, "Knights just need to know how to write their names," hearing someone remark that his answer sheet was blank. Jaeger Hinchpeter added that he had even finished 1 or 2 questions before falling asleep. Corin Locke berated himself, realizing that he had never studied in his past life. If only he had continuously researched the expert skills. He crumpled the test paper in anger, saying, "It's fine. A written test like this, there are still ways to redeem myself." The scene shifted to the festival conference hall, where someone shouted, "Year 1 has strength." Another complained, "Bastards! I've used up my monthly living expenses." Corin Locke explained that the highlight of the midterms was one of the easy events in the game, the faculty exam. It was a golden opportunity to redeem his plummeting marks from the written exam. These midterms were composed by the night faculty professors or temporary instructors invited from the outside. 15 students per team needed to face them and show their skills, receiving a grade from the evaluating professors. Because he was the 5th-ranked knight in name, he expected the level of the assigned instructor wouldn't be that high. With a red gleam in his eyes, he thought to himself that he would get additional points if he defeated the instructor. Laughing, he said he didn't know who they were, but he was sorry in advance. No matter who it was, he would defeat them and recover from his written exams. People were shocked as the crowd looked at the instructor. Jaeger Hinchpeter questioned why that person was there. Corin Locke wondered why everyone was so shocked and what was with their reactions. Who is the instructor? He questioned to himself. Suddenly, someone asked Corin Locke, "Have you been well?" Lunia Arden then appeared, telling Corin Locke, "We meet again," as she smoked her pipe, her long, silky hair blowing in the wind as she walked towards him, calling him by name. Corin Locke cursed in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Why is Lunia Arden here?" In the first-year group practical test, an announcement rang out. Now, the specially invited guests for this test are elites of the renowned swordsmanship family Arden. The 5 swords of the first sword pavilion. The 5 swords were introduced. High-speed sword, Jenny Wave sword, Lena dual sword, Sirin phantom sword, Milia steadfast sword. Mason wondered if they would take it easy since they were just students, while another cautioned about the sword control sorcerer, noting their strength. As the students charged towards the 5 swords of the first sword pavilion, Doron Worski stood at the back, pondering. Despite all of them being second rankers alongside Alicia Arden, there were also the second rankers. The odds of winning didn't seem high. Doron Worski watched the fight unfold from a distance. The 5 swords of the first sword pavilion unleashed the Arden-style sword formation on the students, their signature 5-sword combo technique instantly sending the students flying. Doron Worski observed as his fellow students were knocked back. His thoughts continued as he analyzed the situation. The odds weren't in their favor against such skilled opponents. The 5 swords first blocked their vision, drawing from their experience before their ranks. Doron Worski raised his hands, his sword spinning as he thought. Then let me secure a proper view first. However, the phantom sword Milia attacked from behind. Doron Worski reacted swiftly, deflecting her attack, realizing they were being ambushed. Alicia Arden glanced at Doron Worski, but Jenny, the high-speed sword, warned Alicia Arden not to get distracted as she advanced. Alicia Arden managed to block her attack, but Jenny informed her, "You're my opponent, young lady." Alicia Arden asked if she was marking her. Jenny, the high-speed sword, swiftly tripped Alicia Arden, remarking that with around 15 students, 6 were more than enough. Alicia Arden fell to the ground, and Jenny scolded her, "Your posture is too unstable." She then attempted to strike Alicia Arden with her katana, but Alicia Arden dodged just in time. The crowd was exhilarated, praising the skill of the 5 swords, the elite of Arden. Spectators commented on their speed and urged someone to do something as the students were being outmatched. People noticed that students were falling one after the other, except for Doron Worski and Alicia Arden. Alicia Arden, observing the situation, commented that it seemed like the 5 swords were dominating, but the reality was quite the opposite. Doron Worski then exclaimed, "Go on, fire spirit sword, heavy iron sword." Corin Locke remarked that Doron Worski's experience was pitted against the 5 swords of the first sword pavilion. As the dust cleared, Phantom Sword Milia found herself overwhelmed by Doron Worski's 5 magical swords. She admitted that facing 2 versus 5 swords was simply too much for her. Corin Locke commented that Doron Worski would soon be victorious over Phantom Sword Milia. Meanwhile, in her own battle against high-speed sword Jenny, Alicia Arden found her attack blocked. Jenny taunted her, saying, "You need more practice, young lady." claiming to be the Sword Emperor's heir with only this much skill? At this rate, you shouldn't even bother graduating. You would be better off dropping out and receiving proper training at home. Shouting that she wouldn't let that happen, Alicia Arden countered high-speed sword Jenny's attack. Alicia Arden remarked on Jenny's vigilant eyes, noticing that she had yet to fully focus her gaze on the battlefield. Gasping, Alicia Arden heard Jenny's admonition to stay focused till the end, adding that she had a long way to go. Alicia Arden found herself on the ground, looking up at high-speed sword Jenny. Corinlock thought about her role in the original storyline, wondering why she was facing this role reversal with Jenny as the examiner for Group B. As she looked at Lunia Arden, the others around her were also in shock. Lunia Arden declared, "Let's get started, shall we?" Her aura in purple illuminated her sword and form, her gaze fixed directly on Corinlock. She added, "Think of it as an experience in a great special rank war." Confused, the students questioned what a great special rank war was as they stood there in bewilderment. Corinlock thought about Mariette Dunalev, a monstrosity capable of taking on an army by itself, and Huaran, a disaster that even dozens of guardians couldn't guarantee victory against. These were monsters most guardians would never encounter in their lifetimes, stories that would be dismissed as mere bluffs if told by anyone else. But when it came to Lunia Arden, it was a different story. Lunia Arden was someone who could go head-to-head against monsters like them. As Lunia Arden slashed violently, her eyes glowing, she appeared as a monster among monsters. The arena shattered from Lunia Arden's powerful attacks, and chaos ensued. A student cried out for salvation, another was sent flying, while others struggled to stand. One student played dead, and Corinlock hid behind a rock, observing the mayhem. A Jaeger Hinchpeter exclaimed that the attack almost killed him, his jaw dropping in shock. He questioned why the examiner was so serious while fighting students. Corinlock replied to Jaeger Hinchpeter, jokingly suggesting that she was probably going easy on them with that attack. He noted something in Jaeger Hinchpeter's hands and asked what it was. Jaeger Hinchpeter grinned mischievously, showing Lark, whose mouth was bubbling with saliva in shock. He explained that he thought Lark might die if he left him there, so he brought him along. Corinlock joked that he thought Lark was already dead. Jaeger Hinchpeter cautioned Corinlock not to faint, mentioning that Lark was heavy, and he couldn't handle carrying him. Suddenly, Jaeger Hinchpeter was hit in the back, sending him flying, while Corinlock shouted at him in disbelief. Lunia Arden then tells them, "You're all too subpar to receive any guidance from me." Corinlock listens from behind a rock as she continues, asking him to come out. Corinlock emerges, hands raised in surrender, asking if he can give up. Lunia Arden responds, telling him that if he wants to get the lowest score, that's fine. However, she knows he wouldn't want to waste such a rare opportunity. She speaks seductively to Corinlock, locking eyes with him, and challenges him to fight a powerhouse. Corinlock smiles to himself, thinking that Lunia Arden's presence is unmistakable. They were comrades who fought together many times in his past life. If his master was his teacher for the spear, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lunia Arden taught him real-life combat techniques. The wall he faced at the end of the previous round was no match for her. It was a challenge he had to break through at some point in his life. Standing there with a stance, a red aura enveloping his body, and veins bulging in his arms, he knows that to take the place of a player, he must eventually surpass her with his own strength. Lunia Arden then shouts, "Great!" She dashes towards Corinlock, her eyes glowing blue, and they engage in a fast-paced fight. Corinlock focuses on blocking Lunia Arden's attacks, the two of them moving with incredible speed. As spectators watch Corinlock and Lunia Arden, someone asks, "Who on earth is that guy?" Another responds in disbelief, "Didn't you say he was a 5th-ranked knight?" A 5th-ranked knight of the first year is actually holding his own against Corinlock. How is this possible? Corinlock gasps for breath, feeling exhausted from the intense battle. Lunia Arden asks Corinlock if he's drained of energy, commenting on his state. She then sheathes her sword, and Corinlock wonders if she thinks he has done enough. He quickly corrects himself, realizing that it's not over yet. Lunia Arden then adopts a stance, her eyes glowing, as she challenges Corinlock to counter her next move. She exudes lethal intent with her skill, her aura aggressive and powerful. Corinlock is shocked at the sight before him, while the crowd watches in disbelief. Jaws drop, and someone exclaims, "What the hell?" Another voice joins in, "Isn't that way too dangerous?" The professors, too, are shocked, questioning if Lunya Arden is trying to kill the student. They move to stop the test, but are interrupted. Lunya Arden then unleashes the Arden-style technique. One slice. Fake territory cut. The world seems to freeze as Lunya Arden's translucent reflection moves through the seemingly stationary world. Her sword moves slowly, almost in slow motion, towards Korin Lach. Korin Lach, pushing his spear at full speed, curses as he realizes his spear isn't moving. He's unable to move in this frozen world, only able to perceive the stillness around him to some extent. Was it a coincidence? A flashback shows a moment with Mariette Dunalev, where Korin Lach struggles with controlling the territory. In the present, he grits his teeth and says, "No, just one step. It doesn't have to be perfect." His eyes sparkle with determination. The spear and katana are inches away from touching, and Korin Lach knows he just needs to take one step forward. Their weapons collide, and in that moment, Lunya Arden is shocked, caught in slow motion. In the arena, a massive shockwave erupts, dust flying everywhere. The professors are stunned, realizing that Korin Lach's reaction was pure instinct, not just knowledge. It's the sensation of omnipotence, feeling like the center of the world. In the midst of the dust, Lunya Arden points her sword towards Korin Lach, her eyes glowing. She remarks, "In the end, you reacted to the territory." Korin Lach stands in his stance as Lunya Arden sheathes her katana. She tells him, "Let's conclude it here. More importantly, you need a better spear. Your gear is too weak for your skills." Korin Lach is shocked as he looks at his spear, now split in half. Lunya Arden gazes into the distance, and Alicia Arden is stunned by the intensity of the fight. Lunya Arden then mentions that the test wasn't even important. The reason Korin Lach didn't avoid the fight was to showcase the territory skill. She knew about Korin Lach's talent all along. Korin Lach smiles, sweat covering his face, as he thinks to himself, "Correct answer. I lost the fight, but I achieved my goal." Lunya Arden then warns him, "I am staying in the city for a while. Don't be arrogant and consider interfering. No matter how hard you strive, nothing's going to change." She adds, "Because I will crush Alicia Arden with my own hands." As she walks away, Korin Lach smiles in excitement, thinking to himself that now that he has shown her the territory skill, things won't go as planned for Lunya Arden. At the arena, the announcement declared that Korin Lach had achieved full marks and received maximum additional points on the practical test, all thanks to a unanimous decision from the instructors. Among the crowd, discussions about Korin Lach's perfect score circulated, with Lunya Arden mentioned as his opponent. Some questioned who Korin Lach was, with one person even asking if he was truly a 5th-ranked knight. A faculty member expressed confusion, questioning how he could have faced Lunya Arden one-on-one. The faculty member then thought to themselves that this student must have been one who attempted to capture the spirit bodies. Later, a professor pondered to themselves about Korin Lach's techniques, finding it perplexing. In frustration, they even broke their sunglasses. A few days afterward, even before Lunya Arden offered advice about his weapon, Korin Lach felt the necessity for a better weapon. Approaching a blacksmith, he was questioned about how he knew the family's secret methods and how the academy readily provided such precious ingredients. Korin Lach simply replied, "Don't worry about it," thinking to himself that he had accomplished much in his previous life and found it bothersome to explain now. To acquire such expensive ingredients, one usually needed several hundred gold coins, yet Korin Lach possessed the special Soul Dust 2nd-rank runestone, 1st-rank silverstone, and the chairman's wholehearted support. This made his weapon one of the very few capable of handling the territory. A legendary weapon was presented, the Shadow Kingdom's Silver Knight Spear, emitting a blue aura, also known as the Silver Spear. In another scene, Alicia Arden expressed shock, recalling a childhood memory when blood wouldn't stop flowing, despite it being non-lethal. She recounted her first real battle, where she had to cut down a 5th-rank monster, grimacing at the sight of blood and intestines. However, the smell of human blood was distinct, and despite it being her first time, she quickly understood it. Trembling in fear, Alicia Arden faced someone, exclaiming, "Wait!" She recognized the intense scent as the death throes of fading life. In yet another scene, Alicia Arden sat on the tram, commenting that she was working today. A system notification appeared, showing the mission, capturing a werewolf for 70 silver coins. However, she noted that this mission was better than the previous one. An urgent mission appeared to search for the murderous vampire in Fog City. It required either a bachelor's permit or consultation with an advisor. Alicia Arden expressed her dislike for dangerous tasks. Corin Locke narrated that there was a hidden reason why Alicia chose a mission related to werewolves. In another scene, a voice from the darkness asked, "Where is my savior right now?" Returning to Alicia Arden, someone on the train commented, "A 5th-ranked knight? Just focus on being a good porter." Alicia turned around to see someone grumbling, "Damn it, I can't believe I have to clean up after these kids at this age." Corin Locke called out to Alicia Arden, remarking on the coincidence of their meeting. As the people on the train looked at them with red eyes, Alicia greeted Corin Locke. Corin Locke mentioned that the other Guardians' expressions weren't pleasant due to the quota system the Guardian Association had to tolerate students' involvement. They likely didn't expect a 5th rank like him to show up. He expressed relief at having Alicia Arden with him and took her hand, saying, "Let's do well." The people behind Corin Locke stared intensely at him with their eyes turning red. Corin Locke thought to himself that they couldn't possibly say anything outright to him in front of the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. He urged them to stop glaring, fearing the back of his head would burn. Putting his arm around Alicia Arden's shoulder, Corin Locke asked her about her eyes. Confused, Alicia replied that her eyes were fine. Corin Locke clarified that he wasn't talking about her physical eyes, leading Alicia to ask if he had heard from her sister, Lunia Arden. Corin Locke replied cryptically, somehow, but internally noted that Lunia Arden hadn't said a word to him. Corin Locke then warned Alicia Arden that she needed to hurry, as her sister Lunia Arden was serious and intended to destroy her, preventing her from wielding a sword again. Alicia Arden responded that she could simply stop wielding a sword if that happened. Corin Locke doubted her ability to do so, thinking to himself that he didn't believe she could. At the werewolf nest, the party encountered 2 werewolves and approximately 20 short hounds. They skillfully managed the hounds and even hunted down a werewolf, but the situation soon took a strange turn. As the soldiers were attacked, confusion reigned among them. One soldier questioned the situation, wondering why there were so many enemies and where they were coming from. Another shouted about the fog, calling out for Hansen and asking about the whereabouts of the 5th-rank kid. Hansen, in response, replied that he didn't know and emphasized that it wasn't the time to worry about that. He expressed relief that Lady Alicia Arden was doing well, noting her prowess as she slashed through most of the werewolves. Amidst the chaos, one soldier asked where all these creatures were coming from, noting the mix of monsters and ghosts. Another soldier remarked that this area wasn't known for having so many evil spirits. Meanwhile, Alicia Arden pondered to herself that places with few humans usually didn't attract evil spirits, and this situation somehow felt man-made. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fog behind Alicia Arden, its eyes glowing red. It attacked her, but she managed to block the strike. She realized that it wasn't a ghost but a knight, questioning why they were attacking. "Stand back. I will cut you next time you attack," Alicia Arden warned the knight. However, another knight approached from behind and attacked her. Alicia swiftly retaliated, slashing the knight multiple times until it lay in pieces before her. She noticed the distinct scent of human blood, recognizing it as the intense scent of a fading life. Another knight attempted to attack Alicia from behind, prompting someone to shout at her. It was Corin Locke, who informed her that these weren't ordinary people. Alicia, with determination, decapitated the attacking knight. Confused, she asked Corin Locke what he meant by, "They are not people." Corin Locke explained that they were corpses raised using black magic. Internally, he thought about the main event of the opening act of the second part, the subjugation of Fog City's murderous vampire. Normally, the serial killer from the previous part, whom Mariette failed to catch, would start pursuing the player's party. However, choosing the werewolf capture mission led to encountering the murderer, John Doe, and fending off his attack. Concerned for their safety, one of the soldiers asked if they were all right. Alicia, looking into the distance, pointed out a wraith-like figure with glowing red eyes floating in the air. Corin Locke advised Alicia to prepare to run away, indicating that they were not safe yet. Corin Locke swiftly utilized the 6-step, 5th-step pagoda tree mountain technique, instantly impaling the creature on it. Alicia Arden exclaimed in amazement. "Wow!" Impressed, Alicia praised Corin Locke. "As expected of Corin Locke, you are incredible." They both looked at the creature impaled on the tree. A bystander then exclaimed, "What the? It died in one go, so it's weak?" Corin Locke, however, knew better. He thought to himself that, obviously, if it were to die here, there was no way it would be the boss of the opening act. Based on John Doe's characteristics, it would be impossible for him to catch him alone. Suddenly, the creature's eyes lit up with raging red light as it spoke. "Impressive. To destroy my doll. I will end things here today. I look forward to seeing you again," directing its words to Corin Locke. Corin Locke realized that the issue wasn't the creature's strength or synergy, but its specialty and stealth. As it slowly disappeared, the people around wondered about the strange fog. Thinking to himself, Corin Locke identified it as the Crimson Haze. When the health points of the undead mage, the source of the fog, reached 0, it triggered a fog of death automatically. The creature he just destroyed was merely a doll, a device that activated the fog. The actual threat was an undead using the corpse of a mage. The reason it was hard to capture was because it used such dolls to avoid tracking, truly assimilating with the fog, making it impossible to locate. Corin Locke swiftly ran away with the group, remarking to the others about the obvious danger of the fog. Alicia Arden then asked Corin Locke if it was okay for him to not retrieve his spear, considering its value. He reassured her, saying it was fine, and then he used the rune of return. Suddenly, the spear flew back to Corin Locke's hands like Thor's hammer, much to Alicia's shock. Corin Locke explained that he could retrieve it like this, impressing Alicia with his ability. As they turned to look behind them, they were shocked to see one of them tripping. It was Charlie. Rushing back to help, Corin Locke and Alicia Arden extended their hands to him. Charlie thanked them and shouted for them to dodge as a large hand approached. Alicia Arden was suddenly grabbed from behind by a massive hand. Corin Locke found it annoying and quickly instructed Charlie to get up and run, urging him to forget everything and escape the forest. He asked Charlie for his robe and quickly put it on. Thinking to himself, Corin Locke recalled that he didn't expect to do this twice. In his previous life, he had tripped and gotten trapped in the fog, falling into critical condition in less than a minute. Now, with his regeneration ability, he knew he could last much longer. The problem now was Alicia Arden, who was trying to slash at the fingers of the huge hand, demanding to be let go. Corin Locke observed that blood must be drawn from Alicia Arden's body, realizing she probably wouldn't last long with multiple hands touching her all over. Meanwhile, Alicia Arden thought to herself that all she had to do was cut these things off, yet they weren't getting severed. She questioned if she wasn't strong enough, or if her posture wasn't correct. Feeling a sense of despair, she dropped her katana, wondering if it was because she was weak. She apologized to herself, wanting to be strong and save someone, to become a person worthy of respect in Corin Locke's eyes. She recalled her sister Lunia Arden's question about her current state. In a moment of desperation, as she struggled with the hands grasping at her, Alicia suddenly heard her name being shouted from within the thick fog. Alicia Arden. A figure emerged, a man cloaked in a spear-wielding silhouette. Alicia's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the voice, and she saw the form of Corin Locke stepping forward through the mist, covered in multiple cuts. Overwhelmed with relief and gratitude, Alicia Arden thought to herself, "My savior." She watched as Corin Locke bravely approached, ready to face the danger to save her. Corin Locke held onto Alicia Arden's shoulder as she weakly asked if it was him, her strength draining from the damage caused by the multiple hands draining her blood. Tears welled in her eyes as Alicia told Corin Locke that the hands wouldn't let go, pleading, "Please save me. I think I might die like this." Corin Locke, with a calm reassurance, told Alicia to calm down. He wrapped Charlie's cloak around her and took Alicia's katana, placing it back in her hands. He instructed her that striking randomly wouldn't work. She needed to focus and cut with determination. "You just need to be calm," he urged. Alicia, in pain and confusion, asked for forgiveness. Corin Locke assured her, telling Alicia that he would protect her from the undead from now on. He asked if she understood what to do. multiple undead approached, and Alicia, in tears, expressed her doubts, saying she didn't have enough power and felt dizzy and hurt from the fog. Corin Locke, holding her tightly, insisted that she could do it. He told her that among the swordsmen he had known, she possessed remarkable talent. If you decide to, you can do it, he encouraged, emphasizing that even one step forward was enough. With resolve in her eyes, Alicia looked at Corin Locke, tears streaming down her face. Corin Locke ran towards the multiple undead monsters, shouting his thanks in advance, even as the fog drained blood from his body. Alicia shouted after him, realizing that she couldn't last long here either. She questioned how Corin Locke, with a lower aura rank than hers, would manage. Determined, she prepared to fight, remembering her grandfather's secret technique capable of cutting through anything. To wield it, she needed to awaken it, so she used the Eyes of the Boundary, a cursed ability that forcibly allows one to see other territories. Recalling Corin Locke's words, "It's one step, Alicia Arden, one step is enough." She activated the Arden style. Her eyes lit up in a cross of blue light as she unleashed the Arden First Sword style. With a powerful slash, she cut through all the undead and trees in a single stroke, the domain severance. From a distance, Corin Locke, still fighting the undead, looked on as the limbs of the monsters were severed before him. One of the undead, now cut in half, incredulously asked how this happened. The fog vanished, leaving only a single undead corpse in front of them. People arrived, asking if they were okay and what had just occurred. Their attention turned to John Doe, the murderous vampire of Fog City, lying defeated on the ground. In awe, a person in the back exclaimed, "My goodness, the forest got cut in half. How can a human do that?" Another person recognized the legendary technique, saying, "I've heard of this. So that's the Sword Emperor's legendary domain severance." Corin Locke was stunned as he watched Alicia Arden unleash the domain severance with such skill. He couldn't believe she already knew how to use that technique. Alicia Arden, overwhelmed with joy, looked at Corin Locke and exclaimed, "Corin Locke, I did it. I really did it." Meanwhile, Corin Locke couldn't shake off his confusion. He thought to himself that she shouldn't have been able to do that yet at this stage. People around them started discussing Alicia Arden, speculating if she would be the next head of the Arden family. One person remarked that since no one else but the Sword Emperor could use the domain severance, it seemed likely that Alicia Arden would be the next in line. The crowd cheered for her, proclaiming her as the future of the Arden family, the next Sword Emperor. Alicia Arden, in her elation, shouted at Corin Locke in joy, while Corin Locke stood there, bewildered by the turn of events. He couldn't help but wonder why his plans always seemed to get twisted like this. In another scene, the Daily News reported breaking news of John Doe's defeat. The notorious Night Slaughterer, John Doe, had been defeated by the next renowned swordsman from the Arden family. The Merkabah Post published articles about the pretty knight who defeated a first-rank black mage, raising questions about who Alicia Arden truly was. They pondered the future of the Arden family's succession structure and the impact of Alicia's performance. The news sparked confusion and speculation among the martial officers. In an exclusive interview, one person involved admitted that Alicia Arden was the true genius of the Arden family. He expressed confidence in saying so now. Suddenly, Steadfast May, in her anger, tore the newspaper apart, exclaiming how cocky the articles were. She ordered the paper to be discarded, handing it to Wave Sword Lena, who simply nodded and took the paper while Lunia Arden sat quietly, holding her hot steaming tea. Corin Locke recounted the story of the renowned Arden swordsmanship family, operating within the sword faction and moving based on the logic of power. Under the overwhelming charisma of Grand Arden, they had been waiting for the swordsman who would succeed him. The domain severance existed on the stage of the Heart's Path, a realm unknown to most martial artists. Grand Arden had long awaited someone who could continue his legacy, practiced tirelessly, her palms calloused from the blood and sweat she poured into her training. Even Lunia, once called the genius of her generation, could not satisfy the Sword Emperor's expectations. However, her younger sister, who had only just begun her sword training and engaged in a friendly duel with Lunia, the illegitimate child brought into the family from outside, had never been seen as a competitor by Lunia Arden. Suddenly, during a sparring session between Alicia Arden and Lunia Arden, Alicia's eyes changed and she accidentally struck Lunia. The impact caused Lunia to bleed, though it was non-lethal. Lunia, unaware of the strike, found herself on the ground, injured, by the time Alicia realized what had happened. It wasn't just a matter of speed. Alicia had stepped into the profound realm of martial arts, the domain. Lunia Arden, gritting her teeth in frustration, couldn't believe that such a young and seemingly lazy child could achieve such a feat. However, she understood the enigmatic title their grandfather had spoken of, the twisted nature of mortals that only those with exceptional talent could comprehend. Approaching Alicia, Grand Arden declared that he would appoint her as the next head candidate. Despite objections, this decision solidified Alicia Arden's position as the Arden family's head candidate. Excitedly, Alicia called out to Lunia, declaring that this was her first time holding a sword. Lunia, sipping her tea calmly, remembered the days of caring for her neglected half-sister. As Lunia stood up from her chair, she expressed her desire for Alicia to step into the domain as well. She believed that if Alicia could see that sword once more, she too might reach that profound realm. Lunia then announced to everyone to prepare for the sword challenge. In another scene, Corin Locke spoke to Alicia, inquiring about her recovery. Alicia mentioned that, with potions, she should be better in a day or two. Lightening the mood, she offered Corin Locke some honey bomb candy, laughing as she lay in bed. Corin Locke, frustrated yet intrigued, pressed Alicia for an explanation of how she achieved the domain severance. Alicia, blushing, replied that Corin Locke's belief in her spurred her on. She added with a laugh that it turns out, if she tried, she could indeed do it. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Opening it, they were greeted by Mariette Dunalev, a first-year night faculty member. Mariette, concerned for Alicia, introduced herself and inquired about Alicia's well-being. Corin Locke, curious about Mariette's visit, asked if she had come to see Alicia. Mariette, with red eyes from worry, asked if Corin Locke and Alicia were close. This sudden question caught Corin Locke off guard, leaving him puzzled. Just then, a knock on the glass window startled them all. It was Huaren, hanging upside down outside. She requested food, specifically mentioning raw fish as before. Corin Locke, taken aback, thought to himself about Mariette's discomfort and the oddness of Huaren's appearance. Mariette, getting more flustered, asked Corin Locke if he had eaten with Huaren before, her jealousy becoming apparent. Corin Locke, trying to defuse the situation, assured Mariette that he would prepare a wonderful meal for both of them. Mariette, now excited, eagerly accepted the offer. Corin Locke then realized that this was an unexpected gathering of incredible all-star members. He turned to Alicia Arden and mentioned that since rumors of her succeeding in the domain severance had spread, Lunia Arden would likely come for the sword challenge soon. Alicia was petrified, and Corin Locke asked if she was confident enough to face it. Alicia, still in shock, expressed her fear, saying she wasn't confident and that she would likely die if she fought against Lunia Arden and the Five Swords. Corin Locke reassured her, telling Alicia that he had a good method in mind. Alicia, desperate for any solution, asked what it was. Corin Locke, getting serious, laid out his condition. From now on, if he suggested fighting monsters or training in the training room, she had to do it without complaint. He essentially declared her as his fixed party member. Alicia immediately agreed, pledging allegiance, saying she would do anything. Mariette Dunalev and Huaren looked on as Corin Locke took Alicia's allegiance as a vow, affirming that through the hardships to come, he would guide her with the truths he had learned throughout his life. Meanwhile, outside, Steadfast Sword May was walking down a street when a dagger suddenly flew and embedded itself in the wall beside her. Startled, May demanded to know who was there. Someone approached, and May instinctively drew her sword. It was student Huaren, who introduced herself as the knife-style master from the Alicia studio. May questioned her style, and Huaren swiftly dashed towards her with a small knife. May, confused, asked why Huaren was acting this way all of a sudden. Huaren explained that Corin Locke had promised to buy her sushi if she caught May. In another scene, Corin Locke was engaged in a fierce battle with Master Wave Sword Lena. As they clashed, Lena questioned the purpose of their fight. Corin Locke, with his Guandao style, dodged and struck, thinking to himself to hit before you get hit. His eyes glowed red with determination as he smiled menacingly, declaring himself as the Alicia Studios Guandao style master, Corin Loch. In that intense moment, he requested to learn from the distinguished Master Wave Sword Lina, realizing that this was the truth of life, a continuous pursuit of growth and learning. Corin Loch declared himself as the Alicia Dojo Unmoon sword method instructor, his eyes glowing red as he wielded his spear like a demon. Alongside him were the other instructors, Alicia Dojo over sword method instructor, Warren, with daggers in hand, Alicia Dojo sword method instructor, Doron Worski, Alicia Dojo Gandalf method instructor, Mariette Dunalev, and last but not least, chief instructor of the new Alicia Dojo, Alicia Arden, the first sword angel under Arden style, the one who defeated the 5 swordsmen of Lunia Arden. Master Wave Sword Lina questioned Corin Loch about his intentions, and he explained that for a new dojo like theirs to expand, they needed to enhance their fame. He smiled like a demon, adding that they were attempting a very aggressive expansion. Corin Loch thought to himself about the family rules, specifically about sword breaking, a test to select the key holder who would handle the family's major and minor matters. However, he knew that what they were doing was akin to stomping on the sprout of competitors. He mentioned dojo breaking, the idea of defeating the O swords one by one in the form of a challenge from a new martial artist. Ultimately, Corin Loch's goal was to set up a 1-on-1 duel between Alicia Arden and Lunia Arden. Alicia Arden, thinking to herself, knew that if she won against Lunia Arden, Lunia wouldn't be able to touch her. She started this dojo, covering all the costs with Mariette Dunalev's help, including the registration, purchase, and hiring of the dojo's personnel. In another scene, Lunia Arden approached Alicia Arden, commenting on how interesting her actions were. Alicia looked at her, and Lunia added, "Foolish one, you should have run away the moment you faced me." Alicia couldn't help but think that Lunia was too sharp and scary. Lunia continued, saying that dojo breaking wasn't Alicia's idea, was it? Alicia cried inside, feeling the weight of Lunia's observation. Meanwhile, Corin Loch tried to whisper to Alicia, seeing the tears forming in her eyes. He wanted to tell her that she had something to say, didn't she? Alicia then gathered her courage and faced Lunia, requesting a friendly duel. Lunia accepted but made it clear that she didn't use practice swords or non-lethal measures. Alicia replied that she was prepared for whatever may come. The stage was set for a showdown between the two sisters, each representing their own style and determination. As Lunia Arden, the first disciple of the Arden style, faced off against Alicia Arden, the second-grade swordsman of Arden style, the time had come to settle the sisterly feud. Mariette Dunalev couldn't help but think that even if she were to turn into a vampire and exert her maximum strength against Lunia Arden, she couldn't guarantee victory. Concerned, Mariette asked Alicia Arden if she was okay. Corin Loch reassured her, saying he believed Alicia could handle herself. Mariette then exclaimed, "Yes, if Corin Loch says so, it must be true." A system notification appeared, showing Max. Mariette Dunalev's bank credit rating for Corin Loch remains unchanged. Suddenly, Lunia Arden tossed a pouch of gold to Corin Loch, who caught it with surprise. He asked her what it was for, noting that it seemed too much for dojo repair costs. Lunia replied, "No," and suddenly dashed towards Alicia Arden. She clarified that it was for the construction cost. Alicia Arden reacted swiftly, blocking Lunia's attack. However, the force of Lunia's strike created an immense wave, causing the wall behind Alicia to shatter. Corin Loch and Mariette Dunalev watched in shock as dust clouds formed from the impact. Despite the overwhelming force, Alicia Arden continued to hold her ground, admiring her sister even as she closed her eyes. In her thoughts, Alicia remembered a time when Lunia Arden returned from subduing the first-class monster Minotauros at just 15 years old. Lunia was like a hero from a fairy tale, a figure admired by all, including Alicia's grandfather, Lord Garand Arden. Alicia recalled her own status within the family, a daughter of a concubine, often seen as a mistake and a shame by her own father. In a family where only those carrying the blood of the great swordmaster Garand Arden held value, Alicia felt out of place. In another scene from the past, a young Alicia called out to her sister, congratulating her on her achievements. Lunia remarked that Alicia had grown a bit, triggering memories in Alicia's mind of the first time she took a life, a moment that twisted everything for her. Back in the present, Lunia Arden launched another attack at Alicia. Alicia swiftly defended, stepping back one pace, sliding to the side, and countering Lunia's attack. In her mind, Alicia noted Lunia's unconventional guard and thought to herself that she should follow textbook forms. She boasted proficiency learned from the book, surprising Lunia with her tricky and unconventional defense. As Lunia Arden's attack tossed Alicia Arden into the air, sending her crashing outside, Lunia chided her, "Still relying on bad habits with your feet, you cowardly girl." Alicia, in her mind, focused on speeding up to confuse the field of vision and strike at the shortest distance possible. She dashed multiple times, closing the gap between her and Lunia. Just as she was about to attack from behind, she unleashed the thunder in 3 steps technique. However, Lunia anticipated her moves and countered with an upper reversal. In the intense moment, Alicia managed to dodge the attack, but then she surprised Lunia by hugging her tightly. Lunia couldn't believe it. This girl, instead of using the sword, she's using her body. They tumbled to the floor, but Lunia quickly regained her footing. Shouting at Alicia, Lunia admonished her, "This is foolish." She then delivered a kick to Alicia's chin, making her stagger. With a fierce resolve, Alicia's eyes glowed with fury. She thought to herself that everything was as Mr. Corin Locke had said. Then I too. Alicia unleashed a combination of attacks against Lunia, who managed to block each strike. Can't lose that easily, can you? But you are still inexperienced, Lunia taunted. She then kicked Alicia, sending her flying. However, Alicia slid away and managed to block Lunia's follow-up attack in midair. The sisters exchanged blows, each pushing the other to the limit. In her mind, Lunia noted that Alicia was catching up to her. Moreover, Alicia seemed to be seeing into the realm of combat. Right. It should be, Lunia thought. She wondered why she was parrying Alicia's attacks, realizing that she wanted to see Alicia's true potential, the talent she had been denying. Despite her exhaustion, Alicia held onto her katana, soaked in sweat. She then resolutely sheathed her sword. Lunia observed that Alicia seemed to realize that the critical moment wasn't in 10 moves, but in 1. All right, I will respond. Come, Lunia said to herself as she prepared to strike with her aura blazing in blue. Alicia mirrored her stance, both of them moving towards each other with lightning speed. In her mind, Lunia knew that Alicia was chasing after her. Meanwhile, Alicia declared to her sister that today she had truly learned how to use a sword for the first time. Lunia remembered the young Alicia telling her that she wanted to become a great knight like her sister. Now, as Alicia charged towards her, Corin Locke stood behind her. Their swords collided, creating a blinding light. As Alicia and Lunia passed each other in a fierce clash, Corin Locke and Mariette Dunolef watched from a distance. Mariette asked Corin Locke if it was already over. Emerging from the dust clouds, Corin Locke announced, "The duel is decided," pointing to one figure standing while the other lay on the ground. Dust clouds dissipated, revealing Lunia Arden kneeling while Alicia Arden stood. The victor had been decided. Corin Locke and Mariette Dunolef observed as Mariette Dunolef declared Alicia Arden the winner. In his thoughts, Corin Locke compared Alicia Arden's strength of domain severance to Swordmaster Lunia Arden's. He realized that the only way to win this fight was within the domain. So, he instructed Alicia Arden to focus on dodging, escaping, and stalling for time, exploiting Lunia Arden's known habits and patterns from his past life. This strategy gave them the only opportunity to win in a domain battle. As expected, the clash within the domain resulted in Lunia Arden's sword being cut. Alicia Arden looked at her hands in shock, realizing she had defeated Lunia Arden. Lunia Arden stood up and asked if her performance was not good enough. She declared that neither she nor her subordinates would interfere with Alicia Arden's work from now on. Alicia Arden shouted for Lunia Arden to wait and grabbed her arm, trying to say something. In his thoughts, Corin Locke understood that Alicia Arden must be scared. The weaker one had defeated Pavilion Master Lunia Arden. It was understandable that she would fear the gazes Lunia Arden would receive, along with Lunia Arden's attitude when she turned her back on Alicia Arden. However, Lunia Arden then patted Alicia Arden's head like a big sister, acknowledging her as a younger sister. Corin Locke considered it a pointless worry. He remembered the first time he met Lunia Arden in his past life, which happened before the Mariette Dunalev incident. It was a bit surprising because they had met much earlier than they would have in the storyline. Throughout the time, Lunia Arden searched for Corin Locke's murderer, only to find out it was Park Si-hoo. Even on Alicia Arden's third death anniversary, Lunia Arden continued her search for the culprit. Corin Locke recalled visiting Alicia Arden's grave in the rain, finding Lunia Arden there. He asked why she came to pray every year on her death anniversary, thinking she hated her sister. Lunia Arden admitted that she did, mentioning that she only knew Alicia as lazy, unserious, and annoyingly clingy. But aside from her, there was no one else who could ease her bitterness. In the present, Corin Locke thought to himself that Lunia Arden hadn't turned her back on Alicia Arden. If anything, even if Alicia were to take the lead, Lunia Arden would quietly support her with a smile. Lunia Arden remarked to Alicia Arden, "You have grown quite tall." Corin Locke remembered the Lunia Arden he knew well. Alicia Arden cried as she looked at her big sister, Lunia Arden. A system notification displayed that Lunia Arden had been defeated. The task's difficulty was rated B with the following rewards: Aura rank rise from mid-low to medium aura amount increased by 640 points, equally distributed, obtained domain severance in. Another scene at Alicia Arden's place. She confessed to Corin Locke that she was scared of fighting. Corin Locke understood, and Alicia Arden added that there was a part of her that fought with a smile. Corin Locke agreed, saying he had seen it too. Alicia Arden explained that she had always avoided fighting because it didn't feel like herself. She even feared facing Lunia Arden, so she pretended to be less serious and sought only simple tasks. Corin Locke replied, "Others do the same," as he peeled an apple for Alicia Arden. Alicia Arden declared that since she had won the battle, she would officially become an heir of Arden. She anticipated that Lunia Arden and her followers would be wary of her. Alicia worried that if she ran away, her ties with Lunia Arden would truly be severed. Corin Locke reassured her, saying that relationships aren't easily cut, even if they might become more distant or awkward. As he continued peeling the apple, he added, "At the end of the day, you are still sisters." He praised Alicia, telling her that when he was younger, he had been weak and constantly bullied. What made it harder was his anger towards himself for not standing up. He admired Alicia's strength and hoped she could always be proud of herself. Alicia found Corin Locke strange, questioning why he acted so mature for their age. Corin Locke joked, asking if he looked old. Alicia replied, "Yes, you seem like you have experienced all sorts of hardships." "I can feel it." Corin Locke thought to himself that it was because he had lived 14 more years than her, plus the memories of his 30-year-old self, making him feel like he was 50. Alicia Arden thanked Corin Locke for the incident that day and in the forest, stretching as she did so. Corin Locke recalled the time he saved Alicia in the forest and asked how she knew it was him. Alicia winked at him, mentioning his voice and belt as clues. Corin Locke teased her, saying there was no way she was this smart, but now that she knew, he couldn't just overlook it. Alicia, feeling indebted, told Corin Locke to ask for anything he wanted. After a moment of thought, Corin Locke suggested they become friends. Alicia was taken aback, asking why he wouldn't want to be friends. They shook hands, and she said she had never had a boyfriend before, so having a friend who was a boy with benefits would be good. Corin Locke agreed enthusiastically, saying, Yeah, then let's get along, friend." Alicia blushed, expressing her happiness at having a reliable friend like him. Suddenly, Corin Locke remembered something to himself, thinking, punishments await the evil, while a bright future awaits the kind-hearted. For children, better choices. In another scene, a person followed Mariette Dunalev, who introduced herself as Isabelle Carmen. She expressed her concerns while spying on Mariette Dunalev, witnessing her admirer kneel before her and offer a blood pact, declaring, "Mariette Dunalev, accept this. My feelings. No, my..." Mariette Dunalev was shocked by the boy's gesture and couldn't utter a word. The boy then offered his neck to Mariette Dunalev. However, Mariette Dunalev calmly responded, "It's okay. I regularly receive blood packs from Professor Josephine." Isabelle Carmen thought to herself that those words made Mariette Dunalev uncomfortable, though such things happened every day, so it didn't really matter. Her real concern lay elsewhere. Suddenly, Corin Locke appeared and asked Mariette Dunalev if her class was over. Startled, Mariette Dunalev looked at Corin Locke with affection and said his name in a seductive voice. Watching them, Isabelle Carmen thought to herself that Corin Locke, a first-year student who had been getting close to Mariette Dunalev lately, was a fifth-rank scrappy knight, but his rank didn't matter much. The fact that he could hold his own against Swordmaster Lunia Arden meant he was definitely talented. However, something about this bothered Isabelle Carmen, so she sneaked and followed Corin Locke and Mariette Dunalev. Corin Locke then asked Mariette Dunalev if she wanted some blood before they entered a room. Mariette Dunalev replied, "Should I?" And they both entered the room. Listening outside the door, Isabelle Carmen thought they were up to something naughty as they locked the door. She overheard Corin Locke saying, "Oh, Mariette Dunalev, remember my proposal from earlier?" Mariette Dunalev responded with a moan, leaving Isabelle wondering what proposal they were discussing. Corin Locke explained that it was about the land they acquired when registering the dojo, suggesting building an inn there. An inn? Mariette Dunalev questioned. Corin Locke confirmed, "Yes, consider investing in it. I guarantee at least triple the profit. It's a sure bet." Isabelle Carmen listened in shock, thinking to herself, invest? Profit? Is this jerk trying to make business off Mariette Dunalev? Just who is he? In another scene, in the training room, Alicia Arden spoke to Corin Locke, asking if he was training again today. He replied that he was doing basic stamina exercises. Isabelle Carmen, spying from the ceiling, watched as Alicia Arden commented, "You are quite dedicated, Corin Locke. Basics are crucial in everything," Corin Locke replied as he stretched his arms. Alicia Arden decided to join him in stretching. Isabelle Carmen muttered to herself, "What the? Who is she? Wait, isn't she the second daughter of the Arden family?" Corin Locke then turned to Alicia Arden and mentioned, "Ah, Alicia Arden, I have eaten here often, and the food is always delicious." He handed her a ticket for food, and Alicia Arden exclaimed, "Oh, this is Holy Panda, known as the most delightful restaurant." Isabelle Carmen seethed with anger, muttering to herself, "Wait, Holy Panda? Isn't that renowned as the best spot for a date?" After seducing Mariette Dunalev until just now, she slipped from the ceiling and landed on the floor. Alicia Arden, noticing the noise, looked at her from behind with curiosity, asking, "Did you hear something?" Corin Locke, oblivious to Isabelle's fall, asked casually, "Not sure." "Anyway, how much money have you made?" Alicia Arden questioned why he was asking about money. Furious and frustrated on the floor, Isabelle muttered to herself, "Not only did he hit on 2 girls, but he's talking about money again." The next afternoon, in the restaurant, Corin Locke was eating with Hwaran. He commented, "What do you think? The meat is good too, not just the sushi, right?" Hwaran, mouthful of meat, agreed, saying, "Yeah." Corin Locke then asked, "Oh yeah, do you have any money?" "I have an amazing investment." Hwaran simply replied, "Do as you want." Isabelle Carmen, spying on them, fumed to herself, "Even Hwaran, my concern is over. Corin Locke is an incredible scammer. Bastard." In another scene, a luxury limousine arrived. The costs for corporation registration, dojo renovation, hiring daily mercenary instructors, tax services, and more added up to 97 gold coins for the process of fighting Lunia Arden. In Korean currency, that's around 100 million won, all of which came from Mariette Dunalev. Isabelle mused on how grateful they should be that Mariette had lent 100 gold coins in cash. She wondered if mages earned this much money. Lunia Arden offered 50 gold coins for the reconstruction, while Alicia Arden received 110 gold coins for the raid rewards. Hwaran also had considerable funds managed by the Protestants. Ul, Lark, Jaeger Hinchpeter, and even Dronworski, the money-crazed individual, had saved up money as well. In the end, they had collected 550 gold coins, which Corin Locke used to purchase something. Corin Locke then emerged from the limousine with guards at his back. He announced, "All of this land!" Although right now it is empty plains on the outskirts of the city, in the second semester we will have a friendly exchange festival with the Eastern Continent's Borome Academy here. He explained that it would be the peak season for the lodging industry, with tourists from the entire continent flooding in. Corin Locke calculated they could make back a couple hundred gold coins in 2 weeks. He proclaimed, "I am a possessor and regressor. Knowing the future means I have to use the info like this. Just wait, I will sweep all the money in this world." In another scene, the chairman spoke with Clara, mentioning the unfavorable stance of the Catholic Church, the royal family, the Mage Tower, and the association towards their school. Clara replied that their order would support the chairman's decisions. The chairman decided to take a leave for a while, leaving Clara in charge. He warned her to use the emergency communication network if needed. Clara tried to bid him a safe trip, but he left before she could finish. She then thought to herself, "Let's see," as she adjusted her glasses. Reviewing a file, she found a proposal regarding Corin Locke and wondered, "This?" Clara was shocked as she delved deeper into the file, wondering what Corin Locke was up to this time. Clara read the file titled Harvesting Mandrake's Land Provision Request by Corin Locke. In another scene, at the testing facilities on the west side of the academy, Alicia Arden questioned, "Are we harvesting mandrakes in a place like this?" Corin Locke asked her, "How much do you know about mandrakes?" Alicia Arden replied, "Only that they scream a lot when you pluck them." Corin Locke confirmed, "You're right. That's why when plucking mandrakes you have to be careful not to burst your eardrums. High-quality earplugs are a must, and it would be good to have ample space in a vacant lot." Corin Locke and Alicia Arden put on their earplugs made of silver fox leather. Corin Locke asked, "Are you ready, worker Alicia Arden?" She replied enthusiastically, "I am ready, Captain." In his thoughts, Corin Locke knew he couldn't harvest mandrakes alone. One person needed to grab the flower and pluck it by the roots while another cut off the roots and stem. As long as you didn't separate the roots from the stem, the mandrake would continue to scream endlessly. This was his fourth time harvesting mandrakes, and in his past life, he had worked with Park Sihu. Corin Locke felt a bit nervous. Suddenly he picked out a mandrake, and it screamed. Corin Locke urged Alicia Arden to show off her swordsman skills that even reached the Doma. When he looked at her, he saw her mouth bubbling, realizing she hadn't worn her earplugs properly. Corin Locke decided to handle it alone. He attempted to slash the mandrake, shouting that he wasn't the only one who could scream. With a yell, he tossed the mandrake into the air and slashed it into 2 pieces. He then shouted at Alicia Arden, calling her useless and telling her to wake up, all while her eardrums bled. Corin Locke then looked at another mandrake, thinking to himself that he wanted to harvest until the silver ones, but he feared he might collapse if he did it again. Someone called for Corin Locke, and he wondered who it was since he thought he had put up a no-entry sign. It turned out to be Mariette Dunalev. Corin Locke asked her, "Didn't you have some tests scheduled at the testing facilities today?" Mariette Dunalev casually replied, "Yup, it was too noisy, so I jumped down." Corin Locke noted that it was from the 12th floor. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalev's aura became apparent, and she asked Corin Locke, "So what are you two doing together?" She looked at Corin Locke and Alicia Arden as if they were a couple. Corin Locke quickly explained, "Ah, I told you last time, we are harvesting mandrakes." Excitedly, Mariette Dunalev exclaimed, "Aha, so are you planning to harvest the rest as well?" Corin Locke replied, "Yes." Alicia Arden interjected, "What was that just now?" Corin Locke explained, "We got tired today, so we will do it later." Mariette Dunalev insisted, "I will just do it for you." Corin Locke hesitated, saying, Wait, if you are not a knight, it's hard to." Mariette Dunalev pulled out a mandrake from the ground and exclaimed, "The color is fascinating. It's silver." Corin Locke was shocked, thinking to himself, "It's too late. She's already plucked it. If she hears the screams of a white-silver mandrake, she might die." The white-silver mandrake was crumbling, about to scream, but suddenly Mariette Dunalev managed to shut it up. She proudly stated, "I have a mandrake farm at home, and I've harvested 30 of them this year alone." What do you think? Easier than expected, right? Corin Locke thought to himself, "That is incredible." Mariette Dunalev then suggested, "You are planning to make a herbal decoction, right? While you're at it, I will cook up a stew." Alicia Arden, "Could you get us something to eat?" "I'm thinking rabbit meat and potatoes." Alicia Arden promptly replied, "Yes, Captain." Corin Locke asked, "What should I do?" Mariette Dunalev, looking at him with affection and lust, replied, "There's nothing for you to do, Corin Locke." She then added with a flirtatious tone, "I will do everything for you." Corin Locke laughed and said, "I would be grateful for that." He thought to himself, "Yay, Mariette Dunalev. This is amazing. There are 2 ways to consume a mandrake. One is the traditional method of eating the root directly, but the most effective way is by making it into a herbal decoction. This involves adding reed roots, silver vines, Chinese matrimony vine roots, deer antlers, and up to 28 ingredients, boiling it for more than 10 hours. Corin Locke remarked, if you do, you can create mandrake herbal decoction. You think that's strange? Yup, this is the K game. Mariette Dunalev said to Corin Locke, nice, we just need to boil it now. She then asked what he was doing, as she noticed him making rune signs on the ground. Corin Locke replied, I was bored while waiting. Mariette Dunalev recognized the rune characters, saying she didn't know the meaning but had seen them before in liberal arts class. She then asked, where did you learn this stuff? Rune characters are basically a dead language these days. Corin Locke answered, my master taught me. In his thoughts he reflected, until even just a year ago I learned runes and the spear from her. He continued, the martial arts, and the original runes that she left behind. I learned the methods to achieve the martial arts, but the original runes were different. Just knowing the letters didn't mean you could use them. Original runes were retrieved and engraved onto the body, a power that could only be used by one person. One of the final boss goals was to retrieve and possess the original rune. While Master tried to leave the original rune to me, she passed away before she could. Because of him, Mariette Dunalev then asked, who was your master? If she knows about runes, is she a member of the Mage Tower? Corin Locke simply replied, she is just a normal person that you can find anywhere. A normally kind person, a person who does her best. Mariette Dunalev, noticing Corin Locke's affectionate tone, teasingly asked, do you want some potatoes? Corin Locke responded, I actually didn't eat. Mariette Dunalev clapped her hands, saying, I brought some. She then called for Dyoku, the highest class of familiars, the ex-vampire's orb Dyoku. Corin Locke looked behind him as the ex-vampire's orb Dyoku towered over him. He asked Mariette Dunalev, so you have fully bound the orb? Mariette Dunalev replied, it's all thanks to you, Corin Locke. Because you kept sharing your blood, that's how I officially got a familiar. Cute, right? The ex-vampire's orb Dyoku made a cute face, but it still looked intimidating. Corin Locke agreed. Yes, the more I look, the cuter it seems. If he is made from blood, then half of the blood in his body must be mine. Then does that make me his dad? Mariette Dunalev blushed, embarrassed by the thought. She then declared, then the ex-vampire's orb Dyoku's dad. Corin Locke responded, yes. Mariette Dunalev suggested, why don't you play with the ex-vampire's orb Dyoku? Corin Locke hesitated. Play with him. He's not a real dog. What? The ex-vampire's orb Dyoku looked at Corin Locke with menace as they began to play, and both Mariette Dunalev and Corin Locke laughed, finding it enjoyable. In the background, Alicia Arden observed all this and asked, what's up with Mariette Dunalev? Mariette Dunalev explained happily, it's because he played with the ex-vampire's orb Dyoku. Alicia Arden then questioned, who is the ex-vampire's orb Dyoku? A system notification appeared. You have consumed a mandrake's herbal decoction. Your mana recovery ability has greatly increased. Your max mana amount has increased, Corin Locke remarked. Now I have dignified named level stats. You should have some too. Drinking it more than once has no effect. Mariette Dunalev asked, can we? Corin Locke thought to himself, just as strong of an herb mandrakes are, the effect only applies once. If I take the remainder of what is left after they drink and give it to Lark and Ewell, they would be so happy. He then thought, okay, now what is left is the white silver mandrake. I need to eat this guy by the root. With determination, Corin Locke consumed the white silver mandrake whole, sweating as he did so. A system notification appeared. You have consumed white silver mandrake. Your aura core has been created, Corin Locke laughed, feeling his overwhelming aura. He thought, just to create one, you need to train your aura to the extreme. But I already have one. Once my aura rank becomes a high rank, I can get more cores. So it will basically be double cores. Turning to Alicia Arden and Mariette Dunalev, who watched him with awe, Corin Locke exclaimed, I have an aura core now. A silver mandrake. What an incredible effect. Alicia Arden urged, hurry and take the gold one too. It will be incredible, Corin Locke replied. Not yet. I will pluck and eat it later. Alicia Arden asked, pardon? Corin Locke thought to himself, well, it's true that having so many good herbs at once isn't good for you. Well, that is true. although my reason is a bit different. In another scene, Old Man Hammond declared, 5th ranked knight Corin Locke, this student's rank, there is a need to remeasure it. Confusion arose among the teachers. Corin Locke, isn't he a first-year new student? One asked. 5th rank? Based on the date, it seems underwhelming. Why reassess a student like this? Another pondered. Fermagdaman recalled, Corin Locke directly faced off with Swordmaster Lunia Arden. It was only around 3 minutes, of course. In his thoughts, he couldn't make sense of it. Another professor suggested, Lunia Arden must have gone easy on Corin Locke. Why would Swordmaster Lunia Arden exert full power in a children's midterm? Old Man Hammond interjected, go easy? The professors present, including myself, do any of us think Lunia Arden went easy on Corin Locke? Silence filled the room as they contemplated. Finally, Old Man Hammond stated, there is no one. A professor raised concerns, but still, to raise his rank just from some midterms is a bit, even if there are grounds to doubt his ability. As long as there are no results according to regulations, we cannot acknowledge promotion. That's just the rules. Old Man Hammond decided, then let's leave the official rank assessment to the association. I think it would be enough to reassess on the condition of issuing an official guardian certificate. However, then we need to deal with the student's academic schedule, and the professor in charge will have to leave. A professor proposed. The one who brought it up was Professor Heyman. No, Instructor Heyman. So why don't you take charge of this, Instructor Heyman? Old Man Heyman considered this and agreed, that's what I wanted. Then that's what we will do about Corin Locke next. Fermac Daman, still thinking about Corin Locke, felt that even a 5th rank seemed excessive based on stats. However, his duel with Lunia Arden was undeniably remarkable. He thought, that spear technique, no matter how I look at it, it was the technique of that person. There is a need to remeasure him. In another scene, Alicia Arden greeted Corin Locke and asked if she could sit beside him. She said, we are in the same class today. Can I sit beside you? Corin Locke replied, what is the point of asking after you have already sat down? He then noticed Jaeger Hinchpeter approaching. But that is Jaeger Hinchpeter's spot, Corin Locke pointed out. Jaeger Hinchpeter surprisingly said, no, sit there. Alicia Arden apologized to Jaeger Hinchpeter and said she would move. Jaeger Hinchpeter then jumped to another chair and commented, no, sit there. Alicia Arden remarked, oh, Jaeger Hinchpeter is so gentle. Jaeger Hinchpeter glared angrily at Corin Locke, who was puzzled and asked, what's the matter? Why are you glaring at me? Jaeger Hinchpeter replied, why do you think so? But in his thoughts, he seethed with jealousy, thinking the most famous person in the academy, Senior Potato Maria Dunalev, and the super cute demon tribe girl Huaran. And now even the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Alicia Arden. I am so freaking jealous. Jaeger Hinchpeter lamented, why is Corin Locke the only one living a dating simulation game? What about my youth? Why are the seats next to me so cold and empty? Alicia Arden, observing Jaeger Hinchpeter, wondered aloud, I wonder if he is going through something. Who knows? Fermac Daman entered the classroom and greeted the first-year students, saying, yo, first-year students, are you all ready? Let's start. Walking to the podium, he announced, okay, everyone in your seats. Just as I said in the last class, we are starting group projects today. One student grumbled, I hate group projects. Fermac Daman reassured them, okay, wipe away those annoyed expressions. This will all be helpful. Let me explain the group projects before class. He then snapped his fingers, displaying a picture of a spearman, and continued, since we are in the night faculty, I won't assign difficult math or tasks like raising magical crops, as the magic faculty professors might. Corin Locke thought to himself, the topic of this group project is spearmanship. Alicia Arden remarked to Corin Locke, spearmanship? Suddenly, he said, spearmanship. This will be easy for you, Corin Locke. Corin Locke, surprised, thought, what the? In my last life, it was boxing. Reflecting on Fermac Daman's background, he noted, he is a boxer, represented by range adjustments and dash, as well as his specialty shadow. He is also a first-ranked knight from the North Vector Academy, famous for the rune magic engraved on his gauntlet. Corin Locke pondered, is Fermac Daman trying to test me out? As he noticed Fermac Daman looking directly at him from the podium, Fermac Daman explained to the class, this group project will involve choosing and researching a specific type of spearmanship with your group. We will have time where we demonstrate the different techniques of spearmanship. A student raised his hand and asked, Professor, doesn't this favor students who are already spear users? Fermac Daman replied, I will take that into account in my evaluation by adjusting the assessment criteria and offering bonus points. Each group will consist of 4 members, and groups will be assigned randomly. Corin Locke elaborated, in a group project, they say is to foster and evaluate student cooperation, but, well, in reality, the hardest worker loses. It's a merciless game of chicken. In a group chat, one student said, Shall I head to Abgujong? Oops, wrong group chat, sorry. Another mentioned they had already completed the research and requested, Kim, at least remove the source and quit relying on WikiLeaks. Someone else expressed their inability to make it to the meeting due to their grandma sleeping. Corin Locke continued explaining, group projects with only those who don't know what they are doing, those who want a free ride, or those whose grandparents sleep. I have experienced this within my 4 years of being a physical education major in university and 3 years at the academy. But this time, it's different. He mentioned his group members, Jaeger Hinchpeter, a 3rd-ranked knight with physical abilities in the upper ranks. His judgment isn't bad, he is good at doing what he is told. Alicia Arden, I don't even need to mention, a swordsmanship prodigy, incredibly strong, and will easily be able to learn physical things. Meanwhile, Dronworski is asking her to switch groups for 20 silvers, and Alicia Arden thinks of it as cruel. And the last one is Hwaran, Corin Locke continued. Well, although her attitude is a little rough, she is pretty hardworking. Watching her concentrate in class lately has been a reason for my smiles. Since my group members are all strong and hardworking people, my painful past can say goodbye. Corin Locke informed the group, I have made a reservation in the training room for 3 hours from now. For now, I will teach you about theory and attributes. During the training, Corin Locke spoke to Jaeger Hinchpeter. They considered each other friends, having used the training room for about 2 months. As they gazed at the room, Jaeger Hinchpeter asked, This room's walls and floor are made from high-density shock-absorbing material, correct? Corin Locke agreed, mentioning they weren't cheap. Jaeger Hinchpeter inquired further, was that something that could be destroyed? The training room's floor and walls showed heavy damage as Corin Locke and Jaeger Hinchpeter conversed, while Hwaran and Alicia Arden practiced. Corin Locke thought to himself, with a single punch of Hwaran, that lunatic. I asked her to have a light sparring session with Alicia Arden to work on spearmanship, but why would she go and wreck everything? Look at that expression. She doesn't know what wrong she has done at all. Obviously, we were kicked out of the training room. As they stood outside the training room, Corin Locke, Alicia Arden, Jaeger Hinchpeter, and Hwaran wondered aloud, where are we supposed to practice now? In another scene at the church on a Sunday, Corin Locke gathered his group and said, It's time for our first reflection session on the group assignment. Group members, please share your thoughts openly. Alicia Arden and Jaeger Hinchpeter were silent, and Alicia Arden spoke up first. I'm sorry for yesterday. I'm not good at controlling my power. Corin Locke reassured her, No, Alicia Arden, you did well. It's a good thing I have helped you practice all this time. Alicia Arden cleared her throat and continued, Your spearmanship is so perfect. Its movements make it feel like I have become a true spearman. Corin Locke replied, That is because you have good eyes. What about you, Jaeger Hinchpeter? Jaeger Hinchpeter replied, I'm not sure yet about wielding a long weapon. Did you say the returning heaven technique? I'm really struggling to grasp how to execute that unique spin. I can't seem to find the right path. Corin Locke reassured him, You are doing well. As long as you learn the 8 Bamu spear moves, the handling of your mace will become even more diversified. Corin Locke then turned to Hwaran and asked, What about you, Hwaran? Hwaran, who was holding a platter of snacks and drinks, simply said, Eat. Corin Locke thought to himself that perhaps it was because he arranged several of Earth's religions, leading to similar customs. Corin Locke then asked Hwaran, Communion? Hwaran replied, It's the saints' blood and flesh. Corin Locke continued, Volunteer work? Hwaran responded, Weekend service is mandatory. Corin Locke thought that Hwaran was forced to attend and asked, You are training to be a nun with the Protestants, right? Hwaran replied, Not because I wanted to. Corin Locke advised her, Still, you should read the scriptures. There is still something to learn from the stories of those called the saint and the saint. Hwaran replied, The Catholic Church may have some outdated views, but the Protestant teachings often talk about the same thing. Corin Locke then shared, Love. Love yourself. Love those around you. Love your neighbors. Love and be loved. Alicia Arden exclaimed, "What a great teaching! Love! Love! It's important!" Huaran remained silent, and Alicia Arden asked, "Anyway, Sister Huaran, do you know the source of yesterday's failure?" Huaran responded bluntly, "You are all too weak." The group fell silent, staring at Huaran. She continued, "Even if I put a little bit of strength in, you break. Even if we practice this stuff, the weak will be weak, the strong will be strong." Corin Locke agreed. That is the sentiment only the truly strong can express. Huaran asked, "What?" Corin Locke proposed a bet. "Want to make a bet?" "In 1 minute, I will make you kneel. If I succeed, you have to pay for tonight's dinner." Huaran accepted. "Okay. If I win, I don't need a reward since something will break." In another scene, Corin Locke said, "Right here is fine. Let's begin on Jaeger Hinchpeter's signal." Jaeger Hinchpeter looked puzzled and asked, "How did this happen?" Alicia Arden remarked, "I know, right?" Jaeger Hinchpeter then said, "Okay then, prepare." Corin Locke and Huaran looked at each other, and Jaeger Hinchpeter signaled to start. Corin Locke charged forward, thinking to himself, "From the beginning, I will go with my secret arts, the highest ranked techniques, the slithering serpent, calamity serpent intent." Huaran managed his attacks, and Corin Locke realized she's returning it like it's nothing. She is as good as she's known to be. Corin Locke then attempted Tiger Sweeping Wind. Second step, but his spear broke. Huaran swiftly jumped in front of Corin Locke and declared, "Empty hands and naked fists." Corin Locke exclaimed, "Gosh, you sure are good at destroying things." He then used 8 trigram steps, plain body, to avoid Huaran's attacks. Corin Locke teased, "What's wrong? Does it seem like you aren't landing a single blow?" Huaran grew annoyed and charged up her fist, warning Corin Locke, "Dodge this if you don't want to die." She then unleashed her right fist. Corin Locke thought to himself, "If I get hit, I'll be hospitalized for at least a month." According to Huaran's advice, I need to dodge, as Corin Locke charged up his aura, contemplating whether to block Huaran's fists. He decided to use his 8 trigrams linking chains to block her attack. Even though he perfectly blocked it, he felt like all of his muscles were going to rupture. Huaran, shocked that her attack didn't land, suddenly found herself kneeling on the floor with Corin Locke standing behind her. Alicia Arden exclaimed, "Corin Locke, when did you get behind her?" Jaeger Hinchpeter chimed in, "You are insane, friend. That was incredible." Corin Locke grinned and taunted Huaran, "Gosh, you kneeled." Huaran, frustrated, looked at Corin Locke and said, "Let's go again." Corin Locke replied, "Yeah, no, I won, so why should I fight again?" Huaran grew more annoyed and insisted, "Let's go again." Corin Locke continued to tease Huaran, mocking, "Yeah, no, I don't want to. I can hear the sound of you trembling. You're angry." "Angry?" He kept needling her, and Huaran looked at him menacingly. A few days later, Corin Locke looked at a paper and said, "It took a bit, but I managed to successfully quell my group members' revolt. I thought that now I could slowly teach them spearmanship and prepare for the presentation." On the paper was written, "I am sick. Do it without me." Corin Locke thought Huaran was lying and grew angry, declaring, "You want to do it this way? In that case, this group project troubleshooter will have to use his secret weapon." In another scene, Corin Locke said to Huaran, "Dig in." Huaran's mouth watered at the sight of the delicious fish. Corin Locke continued, "But if you eat, you're not sick anymore." "Yeah, do you think you can refuse?" The fish sparkled with rawness. Suddenly, Huaran devoured the head of the raw fish and declared, "I'm not sick anymore." Corin Locke laughed and said, "It's no surprise." He then asked Huaran, "Do you know how long chefs work to make one dish?" Huaran guessed, "It didn't take even 30 minutes. Corin Locke corrected her, "From finding good ingredients, dealing with those ingredients, and preparing everything, it apparently takes most chefs around 10 years to show their cooking to customers." Huaran asked, "What are you trying to say?" Corin Locke replied, "It took me 3 years to get good enough at martial arts to make you kneel once. Your favorite fish and my martial arts share similarities. From selecting the right ingredients to the posture I take before striking, it all starts with the small details." Corin Locke made a fist, and Huaran looked at it. Corin Locke then said, "Anyway, we made up, right?" Huaran looked at him and promptly smashed a green notebook in Corin Locke's face. Corin Locke reacted, "What the? A notebook? What does it say? Positions of spearmanship principles? Hwoarang continued eating the fish, while Corin Locke said, "Isn't this the research I assigned to you?" "You did all of it? You cutie!" Corin Locke tried to touch Hwoarang, who immediately protested, "Get off!" Corin Locke thought to himself, Alicia Arden and Jaeger Hinchpeter are also practicing spearmanship diligently, and thanks to Hwoarang, there is no need to worry about research. With this, we have enough to prepare for the presentation. Eventually, time passed, and it became mid-May, the first week of group project presentations. The order of presentations was based on numbers, and the group ahead of them began their presentation as Fermakdaman announced. "Okay, then we will begin group project presentations." The leader of the first group, Palais, announced, "I am the leader of Group 1, Palais. Our topic today is 5-star spearmanship." Fermakdaman responded, "Nice, please give us a demonstration." The members of Group 1 then proceeded to show their demonstration to Fermakdaman. Alicia Arden, while watching, remarked, "They all prepared quite well," and Jaeger Hinchpeter nodded in agreement. After the first group finished presenting, Fermakdaman commented, "Not bad, Palais." Palais replied with a thankful, "Thank you." Fermakdaman then declared, "Okay then, from now on I will try to get through your formation." Palais asked in surprise, "What?" Fermakdaman prepared his fist with an electrifying aura, introducing himself, the Northern Guardian Academy Virtute distinguished graduate, former Elas Kingdom first-ranked knight, Fermakdaman. He then challenged the group, stating, "If you last 10 seconds, I will give you full marks for this project. The real group project starts now." Palais and his group were shocked at Fermakdaman's sudden challenge. Without hesitation, Fermakdaman threw his clipboard aside and charged towards Palais using his down-ducking move and southpaw boost combination, defeating the group in less than a second. Jaeger Hinchpeter exclaimed, "Fermakdaman is so fast." Meanwhile, Corin Locke thought to himself, "Fermakdaman is really not holding back." Fermakdaman caught the clipboard before it hit the ground and commented, "It's good that you chose group spearmanship. Though you lacked in practice, it wasn't terrible. Should be quite adequate for your marks." "Any objections?" Palace's group responded, "No objections." Fermakdaman then announced, "Okay, let's move on to Group 2. As they moved forward, the other students talked amongst themselves, one wondering, how are we supposed to fight against Professor Fermakdaman? Should we just give up now? The leader of Group 2 began to speak about their chosen technique, the deadly spearmanship of the North 9 deadly dragons, but before he could finish, Fermakdaman swiftly attacked them, criticizing their technique. Next up was Group 3, led by Corin Locke. With a smile, Corin Locke confidently said, "Nice, shall we go? We are showcasing 8 trigram spearmanships La Naja," Corin Locke announced. Fermakdaman nodded. "Okay then, please demonstrate." Jaeger Hinchpeter shouted Lan as he deflected incoming attacks. Alicia Arden followed with "Nah," as she pushed down an imaginary opponent's weapon. Finally, Hwoarang declared Ja, imagining herself stabbing an unguarded opponent. Corin Locke, moved by his team's performance, cried to himself, "Good job, guys. That is a pass. Incredible. Hwoarang has worked harder than I expected." Impressed, Fermakdaman commended them. "Incredible. You removed all the redundancy, and while simple, the principles were excellent. Now, I will inform the rest of the group to prepare." Corin Locke tried to speak to his group, but Fermakdaman intervened. "No need, I only need Corin Locke." Corin Locke was taken aback. "What?" Fermakdaman clarified, "For the real fight, it will just be me and you." "Any objections?" Corin Locke was silent, realizing Fermakdaman's plan. This bastard. Was this his plan from the beginning? He thought. Finally, he replied, "No, there are none." "Nice!" Fermakdaman grinned. Then, "I am starting." His eyes glowed purple as he target locked onto Corin Locke. Charging forward, Fermakdaman shouted, "Righto!" using his southpaw jet boost towards Corin Locke. Corin Locke analyzed the situation, the right hook that continues from the special posture one has in boxing arts when about to punch. Normally, in this situation, you should block your right side. But Fermakdaman's body isn't moving with his right foot as the axis, but the left foot. "And I know that you are left-handed." Corin Locke then executed his move. 6 steps, second step La Naja. Blocking Fermakdaman's fist, he left the seasoned knight shocked. Palais observed, "Professor Fermakdaman's movements have completely changed from when we faced him. Look at his speed," one of his group members added. "But what that 5th rank?" Corin Locke continued to impress as he blocked all of Fermac Damon's attacks, leaving everyone wondering, how is Corin Locke keeping up with Professor Fermac Damon? Fermac Damon thought to himself as he attacked Corin Locke, does that mean you have already ascended past the level of a student? You, show me not the basics like this. Charging his fist, he struck towards Corin Locke, who stood there calmly. Fermac Damon said to himself, but that spearmanship. Connecting with a left jab, Jaeger Hinchpeter, Alicia Arden, and Huaren were shocked and called out to Corin Locke. The dust settled, revealing Corin Locke standing still as Fermac Damon's fist stopped just before hitting his face. Fermac Damon asked Corin Locke, why are you standing still? Corin Locke calmly replied, it's past 10 seconds. Fermac Damon looked at him in silence, and Corin Locke thought to himself while gazing at Fermac Damon, you must be suspicious. You have only used your right arm until now, and showed off that you are right-handed. But my response was due to me already knowing that Fermac Damon was left-handed. What does this signify? What do you think, Marshal Nephew? Fermac Damon walked away from Corin Locke, stating to the Group 3 when it comes to secret arts. Many blindly choose only elaborate techniques. But honestly, these basics are the true secret arts. Corin Locke. No. Group 3, you all get an A+. The group cheered, and Corin Locke proudly played with his spear, saying, what do you think? I am A+, Corin Locke. Later, Fermac Damon asked to speak with Corin Locke privately. He assured Corin Locke, don't feel too pressured. It's just a casual one-on-one meeting. Fermac Damon then called for Corin Locke. Yes, Professor? Corin Locke responded. Fermac Damon asked directly, are you really a 5th rank knight? Corin Locke confidently replied, yes. Fermac Damon continued, you must be aware your abilities don't align with those of a 5th rank knight. Corin Locke simply stated, I am pretty good. Quietly contemplating, Fermac Damon looked at Corin Locke. Meanwhile, Corin Locke thought to himself, but I, who cannot sense spirits, can only catch evil spirits under certain conditions. That is why I can't even catch a 5th rank evil spirit ghost. Fermac Damon then revealed to Corin Locke, the Knight faculty professors recently met and debated about you. The contents were that you needed to be reevaluated. You will be assigned several missions, and through these, your rank will be reassessed. The highest rank allowed will be a semi-first rank. Since you have shown some results, they have come out quite unconventionally. Corin Locke pondered this development, thinking, a semi-first rank going up in rank can't hurt, since they pay more, and you get more choices in choosing missions. I will even be able to choose the high-ranking mission I want to. If I was a player, 2nd grade, it's a right I would only get after becoming a 2nd year. Accepting the challenge, Corin Locke said to Fermac Damon, okay, I will accept the rank reassessment. What do I have to do? Fermac Damon explained, you must complete 2 missions involving semi-first rank monsters and evil spirits, of course, on your own. Currently, there are 4 semi-first rank raid missions available at the Guardian Association. Luckily, there are 2 monster and 2 evil spirit missions. Corin Locke felt the weight of this task, thinking nervously about the upcoming challenges. In another scene in the forest, Old Man Heyman greeted Corin Locke, saying, perfect timing, Corin Locke. Corin Locke replied, good morning. Well, it's a bit gloomy to say that, Instructor Heyman. Instructor Heyman chuckled, it's not bad. When I was younger, I would venture into the fog to find the nests of monsters. If you tell me heroic stories on the way, it won't be boring. I guess I can tell you what happened when I was in the West. Back in my day. Corin Locke saw this as wisdom of life, realizing that listening to Old Man Heyman's heroic stories would greatly please him. Instructor Heyman explained the details of Corin Locke's first hunt, which would be for the semi-first rank monster located in the city's western mountains, the twin-headed ogre. He described the ogre as slow but quite dangerous. A guardian raised a question. I did choose it, but aren't twin-headed ogres usually first-rank monsters? Why was he evaluated as a semi-first rank? Instructor Hammond clarified, he isn't an adult yet, that's why his rank is lower. From what I heard, he is raising some long hounds and a few hunting dogs as well, so don't even think of doing a frontal assault, got it? Of course, Corin Locke replied. Instructor Heyman continued, what the Guardians need isn't just simple strength. I will evaluate everything about you. In the city's western mountains, inside the cave where the twin-headed ogre dwells, neither Old Man Hammond nor the association staff who came along would help Corin Locke, unless it was a truly dangerous situation. That moment could mean his rank test would be a failure. Instructor Heyman then asked Corin Locke to share the results of his analysis. Corin Locke responded, judging by the surroundings' footprints, there are signs of both the ogre and long hounds traveling together. They are definitely cohabiting. How many long hounds? Instructor Heyman inquired. Three, Corin Locke replied. Oh? Instructor Heyman raised an eyebrow, but there were only the footsteps of two four-footed animals following the ogre's steps. One appears to be female and pregnant, Corin Locke explained. It seems you already know the answer, but explain, Instructor Heyman prompted. Other than the footsteps, there are traces of a beast being dragged. That means the hunted beast wasn't eaten all on the spot, but dragged over. Neither ogres nor long hounds have the concept to save food. They were thinking of one of their kind who couldn't move and brought them food, Corin Locke concluded. Incredible, Instructor Heyman exclaimed. Okay then, Corin Locke, how are you planning on hunting the semi-first rank monster, the not fully grown twin-headed ogre, and the third rank monster, the long hounds? First, I will separate the ogre from the hounds, Corin Locke began. How? Instructor Heyman inquired further. They are beasts with the animal sense of dangerous things. I will use what was given to humanity, a strong weapon, Corin Locke explained. Given to humanity? A strong weapon? Instructor Heyman sought clarification. With a fiery aura enveloping his body, Corin Locke confidently stated, I have to use my head. Unfortunately for them, I am an expert in this field. Corin Locke ponders to himself that amidst the expansion of human influence and navigation of the world, there will always be lurking threats, demonic beings imposing their dominion. In this forest, the rules are set by the twin-headed ogre, a tyrant commanding the depths where few humans dare to venture. To him, this forest is his kingdom. The first to notice something amiss were the long hounds. The female among them, recently having given birth and unable to move easily, was nowhere to be seen. An intruder had dragged her away. The realization that their comrade, the female of the group along with her child, had been taken, ignited the sheer fury of the beast. The forest trembled as the ruler and his pawns, the enraged male longhounds, expressed their fury in dissonant sounds. We must chase. We must save the female, they cried out. Following the scent traces of the abducted female, the longhounds raced forward with the ogre close behind. The scent grew stronger, leading them to the intruder who had dared to disturb the rules of the forest. Unhindered by the forest's reign, it was now time for the foolish intruder to pay the price. Tracking complete, they arrived to find the female longhound collapsed, emitting a sorrowful sound. She rubbed noses with her mate, ensuring his safety. As they attempted to support her and leave, disaster struck. A spike emerged from the ground, a huge log poised to strike the female. The male longhound, barking in pain, valiantly intercepted the blow. Both hounds were ensnared by the trap, crushed under the weight of the tree. Another trap activated from above, raining spikes upon the remaining longhound. No longer was it a pursuit. Now it was a fight for survival. As the longhound fled seeking refuge where the trees thinned, it gasped for breath. Suddenly stones scattered around began to glow, runes etched upon them, Kanaz. But the beast failed to realize the malevolence of human intent. From the forest erupted a massive explosion of fire. Emerging from the flames stood the furious twin-headed ogre, its gaze fixed on its burning longhound. Enraged at the loss of its loyal subordinates, the tyrant howled in fury. The tyrant, however, was unaware that the hunt had only just begun. Corin Locke stood at the back, his eyes aflame with blue fire, ready for what was to come. The forest ruler, the twin-headed ogre, was also a skilled hunter. Its first head boasted keen vision, while the second possessed a sharp sense of smell. Together, they sought revenge for the fallen longhounds. Tracing the longhound's path was not difficult. There were so many tracks that it seemed absurd. The intruder, unable to hide his tracks or scent properly, was easy to follow. The ogre couldn't believe that the longhounds had fallen to such a creature. However, to its dismay, on the first day, the ogre could not find its prey. Despite persistent pursuit, the intruder eluded capture. As the ogre camped, setting aside its frustrations, it was suddenly ambushed. Corin Locke unleashed another rune, Hagalars. The attack caught the ogre off guard, but its second head quickly responded, sweeping away the hail raining down. Though only grazed by a few pieces of hail, the attacks continued. Rocks aflame were hurled, burning the area around the ogre. Throughout the night, the hail fell whenever the ogre tried to rest. Then, fiery rocks disrupted its attempts to sleep. After 3 days of this relentless assault, the ogre realized something profound: it was being hunted. The hunter had become the hunted. Left with only grief and fury, the source of that fury emerged: Koren Loch. Koren Loch greeted the enraged ogre with a casual hi and a yawn, remarking on the effort it took to catch him. "Let's put an end to this," he suggested. Enraged, the twin-headed ogre charged forward, but Koren Loch met it head-on. Leaping above with his spear, eyes glowing red, Koren Loch prepared his attack. With the precision of a seasoned warrior, he struck with a 2-meter-long birch tree club, sending the ogre flying. Mid-air, Koren Loch smiled, knowing 2 hits were unnecessary. With a skillful display of martial prowess, he unleashed Pagoda Tree Mountain Intent, followed by the 8-trigram Primordial Chaos Palm. The ogre, once the forest's tyrant, met its end as prey to a human. Koren Loch, picking up his spear, expressed a hint of disappointment. "What a bore," he mused. "I didn't even get to use my fully filled aura core." With the ogre defeated, his thoughts turned to Mariette Dunalef. 3 days earlier, Koren Loch had a conversation with Mariette Dunalef. Asking her how much she trusted him, she replied with fervor, "I would trust you even if you said you were going to make kimchi out of potatoes." Koren Loch, intrigued by her trust, posed a question. "Anyway, if you trust me, how far are you willing to go with me?" This question left Mariette Dunalef shocked, her mind racing with thoughts of intimacy with Koren Loch. She squeezed her blood bag so hard it splashed over her face, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Together? Far? Until the end?" she blurted out, flustered. Yup, until the very end." Realizing her outburst, she asked if she had gone too far. Koren Loch, ever composed, handed her a towel to clean herself. "I have a plan," he said, drawing her attention. Mariette Dunalef listened intently as she wiped away the mess, addressing Koren Loch directly. "This is our plan?" she inquired, surprised to hear that another girl was involved. Koren Loch, intrigued by her curiosity, simply replied, "What?" In the bathroom, Mariette Dunalef's dirty clothes lay in the basket as she enjoyed a hot shower. Koren Loch, observing from his thoughts, reflected on Mariette's status as a seasoned guardian and a special vampire with a tumultuous past. Despite her experiences, she was still a young girl at heart. Koren Loch's choice of words, capable of easily sparking misunderstandings, made her heart tremble. However, the situation was turning out to be more troublesome than expected. Mariette wasn't naive. She could see that the boy always seemed to be one step ahead, planning and reacting before anything occurred. Whether it was saving her or assisting Alicia Arden, she wasn't ungrateful for his dedicated efforts. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder, just how much did this boy know, and to what extent? She found herself with numerous questions, but her infatuation had rendered her somewhat blind. Once again, she decided to go along with the whims of her one-sided crush. The reason that mages want to become professors at the academy is not just because of Merkabah Great Library's incredible collection of books, but also because of the huge research building at the academy's west end, and the best ingredients that are there that mages only dream of. Meanwhile, in room B-306, Fermac Diamond marveled, "Wow, what an awesome wild boar." Koren Loch thought to himself about the special monsters that couldn't be killed, only sealed away. Professor Dana then addressed Fermac Daman, mentioning the wild boar that had devoured an entire iron mine, along with its origins deeply engraved in the mine itself. Fermac Daman confirmed with Professor Dana, discussing the research based on the alpha characteristics of the special entity. He expressed his intent to write a thesis on the influence of the special demon tribe on lower-rank entities, particularly focusing on the unique alpha energy. Fermac Daman asked if all he needed to do was engrave a rune on this special monster, to which Professor Dana agreed. Expressing relief, Professor Dana praised Fermac Daman's expertise, noting the scarcity of rune mages among modern magic users. Fermac Daman mused about the challenges of using ancient languages in real battles, noting that it often required a significant amount of mana, especially for knights like himself. As Fermac Daman noticed someone approaching from behind, Professor Dana mentioned the presence of more special monsters at the academy. She remarked on the unexpected offer of assistance from a special vampire for the experiment, hesitating briefly, wondering if it was impolite to refer to Mariette in such terms. Mariette Dunalef, stepping into the conversation, assured them, Ah, it's fine. She continued, it's not exactly wrong, so. Corin Loch, narrating in his thoughts, reflected on the encounter between two specials, the meeting of the first act boss, Mariette Dunalef, and the second act boss, the King of the Iron Mountain, 6 at night. Under the full moon's glow, in the haunted mansion, a seemingly straightforward mission from the second semester selection menu. But the reality is far more challenging. To defeat the first-rank evil spirit possessing the house, one must navigate through attacks from various possessed household items and uncover the hidden magic circle in the basement to destroy it. Despite its apparent simplicity, this mission's difficulty level surpasses expectations, earning it the title of the Haunted House, the ultimate challenge to prove one's expertise. A system notification appears. Confinement. I can't sense spirits. Normally I can't sense spirits, but this time is an exception. The Sabancia Duke possessing Lark, or the spirit body inhabiting the magic tools of the training room, these are manifestations of Geist phenomena within a home, exerting physical force that cannot be ignored without religious precepts. Corin Loch prepares to enter the haunted house, giving himself a pep talk. Okay, here we go. Jump and attack, then take the spear to cut off the stalk and top part to disconnect the root. Jump in one go. Now, bring the spear forward and proceed. As he narrates, he expertly maneuvers through the dangers, shattering windows, dodging glass shards with a slide, cutting the clock, jump slicing 3 times, and destroying nails popping up from the stairs. In the basement, near the magic circle, there's a table. Corin approaches it and swiftly cuts it in 2, breaking it apart. He then scorches the magic circle to weaken its telekinetic power. Spotting a spear on the upper right, he activates the runes Canas and Hagalaz, unleashing a fiery attack. As he ascends the stairs, they break with a resounding boom. A picture flies at him, but he changes his intention to a friendly one and rushes past it. Unexpectedly, tables come flying at him, but he deftly dodges. Encountering an immovable wall, he strategizes quickly. Then, a chest gives him a surprise tetanus shot. All the while, Old Man Hammond and the others watch with 3D glasses, munching on popcorn. Corin Loch announces triumphantly, now, no more furniture surprises when you open your eyes roughly, wondering who the hell this bastard is. Well, brace yourselves. All the rune magic engraved until now activates. Fire! The magic blazes to life, consuming the circle. Now you can leave the house, he declares confidently. Real men don't turn back at scenes of explosions. That's what you have to do. Pretty easy, right? 30 seconds. Easy. Old Man Hammond, utterly shocked, watches with dropped jaw. That's a magic cave even 2-second rank mages couldn't handle. How? Someone behind him wonders aloud anyway. What's he muttering to himself? Corin Loch, smiling devilishly, chuckles to himself, knowing that this was the last strategy left behind by the legendary streamer who had shaken South Korea's internet streaming world. Old Man Hammond placed a friendly hand on Corin Loch's shoulder, congratulating him. Congratulations! You're definitely confirmed to be a semi-first rank. There's a port city nearby called Sar, and there's a really delicious restaurant I know there. Let's have a meal together. Corin Loch responded, if it's Sar, is it a raw fish place? He thought to himself about the significance, and also a place where that is, and the reason that I chose to do an evil spirit raid in this region. With Old Man Hammond's arm around his shoulder, they walked together like old pals. Hammond mentioned to Corin Loch, oh, you're aware, are you okay with raw fish? Corin Loch grinned, replying, I love it. Hammond nodded enthusiastically, great. I'll introduce you to an incredible raw fish place. As they walked, Corin Loch noticed the ex-vampire's orb Dooku hiding in a tree nearby, thinking to himself, nice, he's following well. In another scene, amidst the bitterly cold land, which harbored countless natural resources within its frozen expanse, lay a vast mine known as the Iron Mountain. Miners who ventured into these icy mountains witnessed something unbelievable, a massive boar greedily devouring the iron ore. This was the infamous Dingle Peninsula's demonic pig, the king of the Iron Mountain, making its first sighting. Meanwhile, Alicia Arden was rushing, thoughts racing in her mind. Why did I oversleep on a day like this? Did he say it was the 4th floor of the testing facilities? I can't be late? This is what Corin Loch asked of me. A few days earlier, on the 1st floor of the testing facility, Alicia Arden found Mariette Dunalef cooking something in her pot. Startled, Mariette exclaimed, Ha! Oh, it's you, Junior Alicia Arden. You scared me. Alicia apologized. I'm sorry, you seem to be focused on your experiment. Is it an important one? Mariette replied. It's nothing much, just trying it out during the rest period. Curious, Alicia asked. But why did you call me here? Ryoku said to come, so I did. Mariette nodded. Yup, Corin Locke asked me to explain for him around this time. Alicia's cheeks flushed at the mention of Corin Locke. Corin Locke did? She murmured. Mariette continued. Yup, anyway, do you want to try this before we start? She took out a potion, and Alicia asked if it was an elixir. Mariette explained, yes, technically. Suddenly, Alicia took it and immediately drank it, declaring, if it's good for your body, of course. Mariette cautioned, it's hot, so take your time. I need to check if it's safe. Alicia, caught off guard, asked, sorry, what did you just say? Safe? Suddenly she drooled and her eyes widened, exclaiming, it's tasty. Almost tastes like home. I could feel that. Mariette grinned. Really? What a relief. Good taste, safety, and toxicity are all good. She checked her checklist. Satisfied. Alicia, recovering from her surprise, asked, anyway, what was it that Corin Locke wanted you to explain? Mariette leaned in, whispering, Corin Locke asked me to explain what was going to happen soon. Alicia's curiosity piqued as she thought to herself, it was about the king of the Iron Mountain. In another scene, Alicia Arden sprinted through the crowds. Her mind focused on the sealed demonic pig in the testing facilities, the king of the Iron Mountain. She thought to herself, I don't know why Corin Locke called me, but I need to go quickly. In the testing facilities, on the basement 4th floor, Professor Dana posed a question to Mariette Dunalev. What do you think distinguishes special demons from monsters? Mariette Dunalev. Mariette replied, that they are strong. Professor Dana elaborated, I think strength is a given among the specials. One of their strongest abilities is the power of domination. Fermac Daman pondered to himself, did Professor Dana call Mariette Dunalev? Professor Dana continued, some demons emit a different energy than normal demons. Theoretically, they are called alpha entities. Unlike their normal kin, they are stronger and possess the power to command. These alpha entities can easily dominate their kin. However, that domination ability does not work on demons different from them. But for special demons, Mariette interjected, it works. Special demons can command any demons weaker than them. Professor Dana nodded. Correct. You have experience with that, right? Mariette remembered when she ran away from the hunting ground, crazed by her thirst. She had controlled the monsters, having them offer their blood to her. Mariette then pondered and asked Professor Dana, but, Professor, thinking back, I think it's a bit different from domination. Back then, rather than dominating their minds, I used their fear. Professor Dana explained, that is based on your species, Mariette Dunalev. There are 3 types of demons: monsters, evil spirits, and demihumans. These 3 types are simple, but the influence of alpha traits is different. For example, Mariette asked, so does that mean I can easily command other demihumans? Professor Dana clarified, we need more research about that, but I don't think it's generally possible. The intellects of demihumans are greater than humans, so they say that kind of domination doesn't really work. Okay, Professor Dana continued, let's end talks about theory here and get into the real deal. Everyone, please bring in the fang boars. The fang boars were then brought in, each in their cages. The core point of this experiment was to see how far the alpha traits of a special monster could go. If they could freely use this alpha trait, theoretically, humanity should be able to control most monsters and evil spirits. Mariette thought to herself, it's a bigger experiment than I thought, and it's also content that I am truly interested in as a mage. If it succeeds, humanity can preemptively block the dangers of demons. Professor Dana asked Mariette Dunalev, oh yeah, did you succeed in making the elixir yummy? The thing you asked me to tell you before. Mariette replied with a smile, yes, thanks to you, it turned out delicious. Professor Dana chuckled, what a relief. Sorry, I was suddenly curious. Okay then, Mariette Dunalev, can you try to dominate the fang boars? Mariette turned her gaze to one of the fang boars and said, yes, as her aura turned red. Suddenly, all of the fang boars came out, and Mariette commanded them to stop. They all halted, but when she asked them to lie down, they seemed confused. Mariette wondered aloud, what are you doing? I said to lie down. She then asked Professor Dana, why aren't they listening? Professor Dana explained, I think this is the limit of communication between a demi-human and a monster. Lower-ranked monsters lack the intelligence to understand your commands. Shall we check how it is with the same beasts? Professor Fermac-Daman, please release the king's seal, ordered Professor Dana. Fermac-Daman replied, understood. Using the rune of banishment first, I will release only the first seal. The king of the Iron Mountain growled as the first, third, and seventh resistance circles were activated. Professor Dana instructed, please strengthen the chains of the fourth and sixth seal. All of the fang boars were growling, and Mariette Dunalef tried to calm them down. She attacked one of the fang boars, but Professor Dana noted, is it because they are all boars? We are too easily losing control. Mariette responded, but luckily I could still easily apprehend. Suddenly, one of the cages exploded, and an announcement blared, emergency situation. The monster in cage Aminus 107 has escaped. Professor Dana asked urgently, what is in cage Aminus 107? Something slithered out, revealing itself to be a manticore. It attempted to attack Mariette Dunalef, but she swiftly countered with her skilled blood spear. Mariette shouted, the manticore is incredibly fast. She called for Dioku, but Fermac-Daman intervened, advising her to save her strength. He punched the manticore in the face and followed up with a left straight, using his southpaw screw demolition. Fermac-Daman then called out to Professor Dana, something is strange. As the boars squeaked and hissed, someone urgently informed Professor Dana, Professor, it's strange. The monsters are escaping their cages and throwing themselves against the bars. You need to leave. Professor Dana, typing furiously on her large mechanical keyboard, declared, Manuals -17, activate large-scale monster resistance circles and sealing magic. For now, I am resealing the King of the Iron Mountain. Activate the sealing ceremony. Okay, we will lose some research funds, but our priority is to handle this safely. I can do this. However, a voice interrupted, this is Group 2. The magic circles are not activating. Another voice added, it's the same for the sealing magic circle. And yet another reported, someone has destroyed the sealing magic circles. Professor Dana exclaimed in shock, what? The chains of the King of the Iron Mountain broke, and Professor Dana, sweating and in disbelief, uttered, oh no! The King of the Iron Mountain has freed himself. In the lively port city of Sar, Corin Locke savored the delicious dishes before him, feeling the celebration of his semi-first rank promotion. Old Man Heyman, his instructor, chuckled at Corin's hearty appetite, remarking, this guy sure knows how to eat. Corin Locke, eyeing the spread of fresh seafood, thought to himself about the special occasion. The reason I'm enjoying such a great feast in the middle of the day is to celebrate my semi-first rank promotion. Old Man Hammond brought me to this famous raw fish restaurant. Suggestively, Corin Locke asked, so, should we order a bottle of soju? To which Old Man Hammond, being the responsible instructor, replied, you are a student, and I am an instructor. Corin Locke, musing internally, considered the odd mix of historical eras and societal norms. As Corin Locke, I'm a third year, legally a minor. So I don't often have the opportunity to drink. I don't know why these damn pubs are so thorough in checking IDs. This strange mix of the Middle Ages, early modern times, and the present did not allow alcohol based on its worldview. Do you know the sadness of not being able to have chicken and beer together at Chef Yoon's restaurant, who created seasoned chicken? To think that I, who came from the nation that placed first in daily alcohol consumption, couldn't drink alcohol. Corin Locke, turning to Old Man Heyman, shared a saying from the East. Instructor Heyman, there is a saying like this in the East, that alcohol is something you need to learn from adults. I would like for the life teacher who taught me about alcohol to be you, Instructor Hammond. Observing Corin Locke's innocent eyes, Old Man Heyman couldn't resist, understanding that Corin truly wanted to have a conversation. Thus, he relented, taking out a bottle of soju and pouring a glass for Corin Locke. Corin Locke thought to himself with a smirk. Old Man Hammond fell for it. But their peaceful moment was interrupted by a familiar bark. Corin Locke's eyes widened as he recognized the sound. Old Man Heyman, puzzled, asked about the barking, wondering if someone brought their dog. Corin Locke, frustrated, thought, why now? As the ex-vampire orb Doku continued to bark beside him, ruining his long-awaited drink. Meanwhile, in another scene, the chains of the King of the Iron Mountain broke, freeing the formidable creature. Fermac-Daman urgently called out to Mariette Dunalef, we need to block him. Mariette Dunalef! Mariette immediately sprung into action, unleashing her crystal lance at the king of the Iron Mountain. However, to her surprise, the lance shattered upon impact, causing minimal damage. Perplexed, Mariette found this turn of events strange, for MacDaman, determined, stepped in, declaring, "Good job anyway. I will finish this." He launched a powerful punch at the king of the Iron Mountain, only to realize that it had no effect. Shocked, for MacDaman noticed the rune Thurisaz Fehu and was suddenly blasted away by a massive force, crashing into the wall. Professor Dana, alarmed, shouted at MacDaman, realizing that the barrier system was compromised. As chaos erupted, monsters broke free from their cages, and an emergency broadcast rang through the facility. Code Veronica activated. All workers evacuate. Security team, activate all available magic circles. Mobilize the spirit golems. Amidst the chaos, a poisonous dragon, a first-rank demonic beast, emerged, along with the king heron, another formidable creature. The monsters swarmed the facility, and the announcement cried out for support, realizing they couldn't contain the higher-level threats without proper defenses. Thinking quickly, Professor Dana made a decision: if they leave the academy, permitting consecutive lightning attacks in the shared area. Suddenly, a beast roared, approaching Professor Dana, but before it could strike, two swords pierced through it, obliterating the monster instantly. Professor Dana looked up in surprise to see Dronworski standing there, ready to lend his strength. "My employer's insight is getting scarier," remarked Dronworski casually. "It's a field trip. Come," as he swiftly dispatched the monsters in front of him. As the king heron charged a fireball in its mouth, shooting flames towards Dronworski, the golem sorcerer Carnel Luden sprang into action. Using debris fusion and golem formation, Carnel created a massive castle golem from the surrounding junk. With determination, he shouted, "Nice. I can control them well. It really worked. The technique that guy taught me really worked." Recalling the training he received a few days ago, Carnel remembered the words about stamina being power. He had been forced to train rigorously in the training room before being taught some golem magic techniques. The mysterious person who had shared these techniques with him had simply said it was something he found in the library, tossing it to Carnel as the price for today's field trip. The battle between the junk golem and the king heron raged on, with Carnel realizing they were being pushed back by the formidable first-rank monster. Suddenly, roots reinforced the junk golem's body as Avaloan's druid Uel intervened. Using root supplementation, Uel transformed the junk golem into a wooden monstrosity, bolstering its defenses. Impressed by Uel's timely intervention, Carnel shouted, "Perfect timing!" Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, the poisonous dragon let out a deafening shriek. Professor Dana warned of its approach to the third floor. Just in time, Alicia Arden arrived, slashing at the dragon and bringing it crashing to the ground. Surprised by her arrival, "Nice timing. To think that each student who has appeared is at least a second-ranked knight, or mage. I have never felt so thankful for students. Wait, but why are you all at the testing facilities?" And they all said it's a field trip, and looks at Professor Dana Corin while eating thinks, right now the plan that a boy who was not currently at the academy was going down splendidly. Back in the testing facility, the king of the Iron Mountain unleashed the realm of Bloodskill. However, thanks to the barrier prepared beforehand as Corin Locke had suggested, the king was unable to reach the ground. Ice spikes impaled the king from above, shocking onlookers. Mariette Dunalef reassured her companions, "Don't let your guard down. I am a special just like you." Observing the king heron's rampage, Dronworski remarked, "Just him moving is making everything break. Do something." Responding to the call, golem sorcerer Carnel Luden asked Avaloan's druid Uel for support. Uel, in turn, questioned Carnel's plan. Carnel, determined, thought to himself about the plan he had in mind. Utilizing the bombs from the broken spirit golems, Carnel combined the joints using the magical techniques provided by Corin Locke and Avaloan's druid Uel's mana. With a focused determination, his golem delivered a powerful punch to the king heron, knocking it back. Working together, Carnel and Uel coordinated their efforts. Carnel explained, according to this plan, Avaloan's druid Uel replenished the skin of the fists. Uel questioned the plan further, seeking clarification. Carnel's eyes gleamed with determination as he outlined the strategy. "We will explode all 5 of the spirit golems, absorb bombs at once, and spray out a large amount of mana, As the system notifications confirmed the readiness of their techniques, Golem sorcerer Kanel Luden and Avaloan's druid Ul prepared for their decisive move. With position and balance control techniques checked, mana bias boost activated, and the designated target tracking radar engaged, they were ready. Equipped with the nature weapon, wooden fist, and the spirit bombs primed for forced explosion, Carnel shouted, "Go!" Pressing the button with such force that it shattered, Carnel commanded, Master Form Junk Wooden Golem, use elbow rocket at the King Heron. The massive golem launched itself towards the King Heron, its wooden fist infused with explosive energy. The impact was thunderous as the elbow rocket struck the monstrous beast. In the midst of battle, the nameless golem suddenly gained a title. Carnel exclaimed with excitement, "Nice, Luden warrior." However, Avaloan's druid Ul, looking at Carnel with a mix of surprise and disappointment, questioned, "When did you give it a name?" Her expression suggested she wasn't entirely pleased with the sudden christening of their creation amidst the chaos of battle. But in the heat of the moment, with the King Heron reeling from the powerful blow, Carnel couldn't contain his enthusiasm for their teamwork and the newfound moniker for their golem. The heroic legend of Arhan's dream team had just made its mark in the annals of battle, their names echoing through the halls of the testing facility. In the midst of the chaos, Corin Locke found himself in a prayer room within the port city of Sar, his actions shrouded in mystery. Knocking on the door, he spoke with a nun, explaining his status as an academy student dispatched from abroad. Requesting the use of the prayer room due to his duties, he was granted access. Inside, in the prayer room 3, Corin Locke located a marker. With a sense of urgency, he activated the marker, speaking words of hope for a swift response. A portal materialized behind him, prompting a sudden inquiry from someone demanding answers about his knowledge of the marker. Ignoring the pressing questions for the moment, Corin Locke knew there were urgent matters to attend to. He redirected his focus towards the task at hand. Meanwhile, back at the testing facilities, Alicia Arden was awestruck by the unfolding battles. Witnessing something beyond her previous experiences, she was startled as the poisonous dragon moved to attack her. Remembering Mariette Dunalev's warning about the domain severance, Alicia knew she had to face this threat alone. Leaping to evade the dragon's assault, Alicia contemplated Corin Locke's words, realizing the significance of the domain severance. She wondered if she possessed the ability to accomplish what was asked of her. Amidst her thoughts, she heard a sound and turned to see a massive red sphere expanding. Inside, she found Mariette Dunalev, injured and lying beside her staff. Determined, Mariette rose once more, echoing Corin Locke's words that she wouldn't give up. Meanwhile, Mariette Dunalev prepared her attack, unleashing alchemy magic in the form of a spell named Snowflower. This act of defiance and determination filled the room as the battle raged on. Professor Dana, witnessing the unfolding events, could only gasp at the intense sights before her. The situation grew more dire as the King of the Iron Mountain unleashed his own rune magic, Thurisaz Fehu, adding to the chaotic fray. It was a battle of wills, magic, and sheer determination as the heroes fought against seemingly insurmountable odds. In the midst of the intense battle, the legendary King of the Iron Mountain clashed with the elder rank vampire, Mariette Dunalev. Despite her struggles, Mariette managed to hold her ground against the powerful demonic pig, a testament to her special abilities. Witnessing this historic moment, Professor Dana couldn't contain her mix of wonder and fear. As the King of the Iron Mountain charged towards her, Mariette unleashed a spell, only to have it endure the beast's relentless assault. Undeterred, she summoned another skill, creating a multi-layer shield of blood and snow. However, even this formidable barrier was shattered by the king's overwhelming force. The students fought valiantly to contain the demonic beast within the testing facilities, but the sense of impending defeat hung heavy in the air. Suddenly, the King of the Iron Mountain charged into a wall, momentarily confused. From the debris emerged an unexpected savior, Dioku the dog, carrying Mariette Dunalev in his arms and her staff in his mouth. Shocked yet relieved, Mariette smiled, acknowledging Dioku's timely arrival. In another part of the battle, Alicia Arden faced off against the poisonous dragon. Unable to use the domain severance, she racked her brain for a solution. Channeling Corin Locke's spirit, she recalled his teachings and attacked with precision and determination. Using the Arden First sword style, Rising Heavens, she delivered a flurry of cuts, ultimately defeating the dragon. Triumphant and elated, Alicia was surprised to hear a voice congratulating her. It was Korenlock himself, appearing before her. Overjoyed, she called out his name in disbelief. Meanwhile, the King Herent lay defeated on the ground, vanquished by the enhanced formation golem controlled by golem sorcerer Carnel Luden. Luden, lost in his moment of victory, proclaimed his independence, laughing maniacally. However, observing from afar, reminded him of the bonds that had shaped his strength. In a different scene, Korenlock assessed the situation. The King Herent was dealt with, the poisonous dragon defeated, but the demonic pig remained a formidable foe. Alicia Arden approached, surprised by Korenlock's sudden appearance. Korenlock wasted no time, asking for a report on the situation. Alicia informed him that Mariette Dunalef was still holding her ground against the demonic pig, but needed assistance. Korenlock revealed his plan, previously discussed with Mariette, to feed the monsters rocks engraved with rune magic, hidden within their food. As the monsters consumed these rocks, a fiery resonance activated, incinerating them all. With the testing facilities cleared of the other monsters, Korenlock called for Alicia to join him. Together, they would confront the demonic pig and bring an end to the chaos that had engulfed the facility. Amidst the remaining mid to upper-ranked monsters, roughly 30% stood defiantly, with a special demonic pig looming among them. The turd called upon his allies. Dronworski, join us here, Korenlock commanded. Dronworski, acknowledging his boss's call, responded, "You're finally here, boss." Next, Korenlock summoned Avaloan's druid Uel and golem sorcerer Carnel Luden, referring to them as the Dream Team. Golem sorcerer Carnel Luden, still caught up in his victorious fervor, retorted, "What? I don't need you." Avaloan's druid Uel, urging him to focus, said, "Stop acting intoxicated and let's go." "And what do you mean by Dream Team?" With the heroes of the heroic legend of Arhan assembled, they were the ones destined to save the world in the near future. Emerging from the dust, Korenlock called out to Mariette Dunalef, asking if she was okay. Mariette Dunalef, displaying her resilience, replied with a smile, "Yup." Korenlock then declared, "Then let's begin anew. The counterattack starts now."
Korenlock, leading his all-star team, decided it was time for a fresh start as they geared up to confront the king of the Iron Mountain. With determination burning in his mind, he declared, "From now on, the counterattack begins." The atmosphere at the party was opulent, but the team members felt uncertain facing their formidable foe, the king of Iron Mountain, a dreaded demon beast known for its relentless onslaught. As chaos ensued, Mariette Dunalef urged everyone to scatter and flee as the king of the Iron Mountain approached, devouring everything in its path. Golem sorcerer Carnel Luden rallied his Luden warrior, declaring a frontal assault with blazing eyes. But Korenlock rebuked him, questioning his strategy in facing the beast head-on. Despite Korenlock's warning, the Luden warriors charged forward, met with tragic consequences as the king of the Iron Mountain retaliated. Golem sorcerer Carnel Luden watched in shock and despair as tears welled in his eyes. Korenlock, realizing the gravity of the situation, instructed the team to disperse while urging Avaloan's druid Yule to entangle the beast with her magic. However, their efforts were in vain as the king of the Iron Mountain broke free using its formidable rune magic. Meanwhile, Dronworski, following Korenlock's orders, engaged the enemy with his dual magic swords. Enhanced with top-quality magic stones, the swords proved to be formidable weapons, yet they were thwarted by the king's primordial gate. In the midst of the chaos, Mariette Dunalef joined the fray, urging Korenlock to call upon Diaku. As Diaku attacked, they observed a glimmer of success. Korenlock reflected on the need to balance physical and magical roles when facing such formidable adversaries, recognizing the common pattern in the King of the Iron Mountain strategy. The primordial rune, essential for entry into paradise, wielded immense power but required 8 characters to unlock its potential. Once, paradise had existed but had since ceased to be, accessible only through the enigmatic primordial runes. These runes bestowed upon creatures the power of an incomplete concept, granting them unique abilities. The king of the Iron Mountain, adorned with red fur that resisted physical attacks and blue fur that resisted magical ones, possessed absolute resistance, along with a secret golden fur. Korenlock took charge of the situation. commanding Evelowin's druid Yule and golem sorcerer Carnal to hold onto the king of the Iron Mountain, ensuring it couldn't escape their grasp. Meanwhile, Dronworski engaged from mid-range, with Alicia Arden and Corin Locke positioning themselves at the rear. When Mariette Dunalev inquired about her role, Corin Locke instructed her to leave all attacks to Diaku and to follow his precise instructions without hesitation. As the king of the Iron Mountain charged toward them, Corin Locke urged his team to pour everything into the battle, confident of victory against this legendary foe. Amidst the chaos, Diaku managed to land a direct hit on the beast, enraging it further. However, Corin Locke keenly observed that the fur of the king of the Iron Mountain hadn't changed color, realizing it had tricked him into targeting Diaku with its false transformation. Employing its rune magic, the king unleashed a devastating attack, Tursas Pehu, which sent Diaku crashing into a wall. Undeterred, Corin Locke instructed Mariette to attack with her blood spears, but even her formidable magic proved ineffective against the king. Determined to turn the tide, Corin Locke charged forward alone, taunting the king as he launched a powerful assault with his electrifying spear, the Kogi Mountain Crossing attack. The impact of Corin Locke's strike sent shockwaves through the battlefield, injuring the king of the Iron Mountain. Golem sorcerer Carnal and Evelowin's druid Yule marveled at Corin Locke's prowess, while Mariette readied her blood spears once more under Corin Locke's direction. As the king of the Iron Mountain smirked and launched an attack, pushing Corin Locke away, chaos ensued. Mariette Dunalev attempted to shield herself from the debris while Golem sorcerer Carnal expressed surprise. Corin Locke, lying on the ground, contemplated the king's newfound strategy. With its fur now golden, it possessed complete resistance to both physical and magical attacks, rendering it nearly invincible. Corin Locke acknowledged the dire situation, realizing that for the next 5 minutes, no attack would harm the king. Dronworski, sweating with anxiety, expressed disbelief at the seemingly insurmountable challenge. Corin Locke, however, focused on the king's tactics, suspecting its involvement in manipulating the surroundings to trap them. Golem sorcerer Carnal rallied his Ladin warrior, but Corin Locke knew they were no match for the now invulnerable king. Mariette Dunalev's blood ice magic proved futile against the king's resilience. Corin Locke recognized the final phase of the king's transformation, a pattern typical of final bosses, lasting 5 minutes. Despite the overwhelming odds, Corin Locke devised a plan, a hidden strategy to turn the tide. Calling upon Alicia Arden, Corin Locke instructed her to release the seal. With her katana glowing with a blue aura, Alicia soared into the air, ready to confront the king. Corin Locke watched with anticipation as Alicia unleashed her Arden-style sword, delivering a devastating blow to the king of the Iron Mountain. With her physical and magical penetration at 100%, Alicia's attack pierced through the king's defenses, striking fear into the heart of the legendary beast. As her blade slashed the king's face with a territory slash, Corin Locke recognized the significance of their defiance against the formidable foe.
Alicia Arden was shocked at what she could do. Suddenly, Corin Locke cheered for her and said, "Well raised, Alicia Arden. With 4 party members, it's not inevitable." Alicia Arden asked Corin Locke, "What are you talking about? More importantly, are you okay? It seems like you're about to take off again." Corin Locke replied, "No, it's about time. It's the professor's turn to shine. I think it's better to call her professor instead of lady here." The king of the Iron Mountain was chained by magic, and a magic circle appeared above them. Professor Clara said, "You restored the grand magic circle in such a short time?" Corin Locke answered, "Yes, Professor Clara." Corin Locke thought to himself, "The golden pattern is a powerful ability, but once broken, you can't use the primal runes for a while." Mariette Dunalev then said, "Senior, I am ready," and she used her magic. Corin Locke, Alicia Arden, and Dronworski ran ahead. Corin Locke said to Professor Clara, "Handle it well and block it." Professor Clara thought to herself that Corin Locke was crazy. Mariette Dunalev then shouted, "I will finish it," and she used her magic, the great blood technique, Crimson Spear, shooting at the king of the Iron Mountain. Fermac Daman narrates that a nightmare from 80 years ago, the slayer of heroes, the demon of Dingle Peninsula, meets its end. From its shattered body escapes the primal light. The spear wielder did not miss that light primal, the 8 characters leading to paradise, an artifact from the sacred era indestructible by any force. Yet, often the vessel runestone breaks. 88 years ago in Dingle Peninsula, a boar swallowed an analysis. Ironically, it granted the possessor nearly immortal power, so no one dared to retrieve it. But today, the sealed demon was subdued, and the runestone within it shattered. Where does the primal rune, having lost its vessel, go? The answer is simple. It aimlessly drifted towards the nearest runestone and settled there. The mission is accomplished. For a full 10 years for this, I infiltrated this academy and played the role of a professor. To the academy students, the fallen Iron Mountain King, a hallowed end for such renown. In the battle, Mariette Dunalev said, "Has the experimental wing evacuated?" While Dronworski said, "Some beasts have escaped. Subdue them." Avaloan's druid Uel said, "Block all nearby entrances." While Golem sorcerer Carnel Luden was just scared of the monsters, Corin Locke said, showing off his spear to Fermac Daman, "Is Balthazar alive and well?" Corin Locke thinks to himself, Mariette Dunalev, a high-class vampire who defeated the great beast, the king of the Iron Mountain. Corin Locke sits outside as a 5th-ranked king stands in the way of Fermac Daman. Fermac Daman asked, "A master, you say?" Corin Locke said to Fermac Daman, "Since my master's disciple broke his vows, I am your grandmaster. Come and show some respect." Fermac Daman replied, "Grandmaster? No way." Corin Locke thinks to himself, "It seems you have finally realized my true identity." Seeing me use the same spear technique as his own master, his judgment was quite wise. The spear technique, using the 6 harmonies spear to reach no interval, was known only to his master as far as he knew. When he first saw me using the same spear technique, he must have concluded I was highly likely to be that man's disciple. But I was a direct disciple of the master's spear technique, unknown to him as he was on a covert mission. Fermac Daman must have found my existence suspicious and baffling from the start. The safest choice he made was to ignore. After a good match with Lunia Arden in the midterms, he sent me out of the city under the pretext of regrading, completely excluding me from his plans. And then, he successfully completed his plan and escaped the city. Things like my true identity can be learned later from the master and the king, but he wouldn't have expected me to return through long-distance space travel using Lady Clara's marker. Corin Locke speaks to Fermac Daman. Professor Dana's experiments and the incident with Senior Mariette Dunalev were quite opportune, weren't they? Just waiting for the right timing for you. Primordial. You can't take that with you, Fermac Daman replied with his intense aura. That is not information a mere student should know, Clara. No, that can't be. A spearman of the 6 harmony spear unknown to me, he stands before me having seen through all the plans. I see. As Fermac Daman wears his gloves and looks at Corin Locke with a raging aura and purple glowing eyes, he said, "Are you my enemy?" Corin Locke thinks to himself, Fermac Daman, known to the public as a famous first-class knight. That can't be right. He actually broke the seal of the final boss of Act 2, the King of Iron Mountain, and was the hidden mastermind behind the disturbances, later appearing alongside the King of Paradise as one of the 4 major officers. His strength is at least on par with Lunia Arden, considered elite class, and given the right conditions, he can demonstrate special class potential. Fermac Daman said to Corin Locke, "Getting a bit arrogant after a bit of action, aren't you? You think you are a match for me?" Fermac Daman then said, "Rise, shadows!" and he uses his skill Shadow Servant. Let's finish this quickly. Corin Locke thinks to himself while looking at Fermac Daman and his shadow. Fermac Daman's special ability doubles the attack actions where shadows exist. But it is no coincidence that I chose this place as a battlefield, the rune of the sun, Soelro. Suddenly, the shadow of Fermac Daman started to fade as the bright light shines upon them. Fermac Daman was shocked as Corin Locke uses Soelro. Corin Locke tells Fermac Daman, "You know your technique's weakness is the nemesis of the shadow system, right? After all, shadow magic requires shadows to exist, just as water magic needs moisture and fire magic needs atmosphere." Fermac Daman gets frustrated and charges towards Corin Locke. Suddenly, on the floor were a ton of Soelro signs, and Fermac Daman said while looking at the floor, "Could it be the entire clearing?" Corin Locke casually sits on his chair and said to Fermac Daman, "It was tough. I carved the rune of the sun over this entire clearing for 20 days. It was laborious, but I had a lot of magic energy to spare lately." Corin Locke thinks to himself, In this deserted clearing with little traffic connected to the underground of the experimental building, there is a secret passage here. I prepared for the final showdown before anyone else, a persistent and vicious counter prepared only for Fermac Daman. Fermac Daman tells Corinlock, "Cowardly," Corinlock replied. "You would say it is well prepared." Corinlock thinks to himself, Fermac Daman's energy-consuming shadow servant must be infuriated being sealed by just a basic level rune. Fermac Daman gets angry and taps his foot on the ground. I will give you credit for persistence, but Fermac Daman uses Raido and charges towards Corinlock. He instantly manages to dash 10 meters towards Corinlock. Corinlock uses his spear to attack Fermac Daman, but Fermac Daman manages to dodge Corinlock's attack. Fermac Daman then uses Southpaw, Jet Boost, to punch Corinlock in the face, but Corinlock manages to evade his punch by using his skill, Bagua Divine. Fermac Daman is shocked, as Corinlock was able to dodge his punch. Corinlock thinks to himself, continual use of Raido and stabbing attacks. Did you think I couldn't dodge even this? Corinlock then uses the fourth combination rotation, full back, but Fermac Daman manages to dodge. He said to Corinlock, balance of skills through experience and training, impressive. Corinlock said, now you are imitating a professor? Fermac Daman replied, I have been one for years. So it's occupational. Corinlock replied, have you finally stopped that frivolous tone? Just do as you always do. Fermac Daman said to Corinlock, arrogant fool. Corinlock said to Fermac Daman, whatever you try, you will end a year. Fermac Daman replied, it's a shame not to settle this now. Next time we meet, I will make sure to end you. Corinlock thinks to himself while Fermac Daman tries to step back from his attack. He must urgently escape the city. He needs to avoid the eyes of those who still think he is dead. If he truly decides to flee, even Lady Clara, who uses spatial magic, can't stop him. As Fermac Daman tries to use Raido again, Corinlock shouts at Fermac Daman, it's a duel, Fermac Daman! And he points his spear. You think I would just let this slide? Fermac Daman replied. There is no obligation to respond to your petty duel. Corinlock replies, but I will, Fermac Daman, because that is the discipline that binds you. Corinlock thinks to himself, it's high risk, high return depending on the situation. The style of the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise, discipline. One does not refuse a duel. For Fermac Daman, who is bound by such discipline, there is no choice but to accept the duel. Fermac Daman tells Corinlock, you came alone because of that? Corinlock replied, a duel must be one-on-one. Corinlock thinks to himself, a duel is fair and sacred, and at the same time a one-on-one great contest. Therefore, a constrained duel is strictly one-on-one. Since I came alone, now that the rune of the duel has been revealed, he has no choice but to accept the duel. Fermac Daman introduces himself as the King of Paradise, Tates Baltazar's #1 warrior versus Corinlock, who introduces himself to Fermac Daman as the Queen of Paradise, Erin Danua's #1 spear. According to sacred discipline, they reveal each other's names. Suddenly, Corinlock and Fermac Daman dash towards each other, and Corinlock thinks to himself, whether to win or to lose, the endpoint of the duel is the only one. System Backup reveals a review of commandments. First commandment, duty, don't turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. Relevance, a second commandment, restraint, I do not perceive spirits. Backup, 50% additional damage. Third commandment, oath, I will save the world. Fermac Daman, relevance, a backup. Status 100% risen. The system shows the stats as follows. Aura, medium 5530, added 5530. Mana, high 4170, added 4170. Strength, 6767. Agility, 6666. Stamina, 6868. Aura, 6464. Mana, 6464. Persistent Warrior's Regeneration X 100% rise. Pain Tolerance, Domain Comprehension, Aura Core, Medium Storage Amount, 3500. Please take the first step in defeating Fermac Daman and saving the world. I wish you luck, Hero Corinlock. Back in the fight, a huge explosion erupted, revealing a spearman and a fist fighter. It's a battle of distance as Fermac Daman used Raido at Corinlock. The fist fighter, utilizing acceleration runes, swiftly closes the distance, while Corinlock unleashes the Calamity Serpent intent at Fermac Daman. followed by the slithering serpent. However, Fermac-Damon evades Korin-Lok's attacks, and a spearman closes in. Sensing the impending danger, a fist fighter will not miss the opportunity where the spear is retrieved, along with the spear being retrieved. They will close the distance. But that is also within the spearman's predictions. Jumping in close combat is an act that only increases weaknesses. The fist fighter will wait for the moment they'll land. Korin-Lok uses infinite returning heaven's chaos. Spear to Fermac-Damon, he's quick. He just gave 7 consecutive strikes from the moment he jumped until he landed. And Righto Fermac-Damon was about to hit Korin-Lok at his back, and a split second of stiffness. Korin-Lok uses returning heaven's second technique, followed up by returning demonic spear. But Fermac-Damon managed to hit Korin-Lok in the face, and made Korin-Lok knock back, but Korin-Lok managed to stood up and slide, but Fermac-Damon followed up his punch with a right hook. Fermac-Damon thinks to himself, despite bleeding from a cut arm, I cannot give up the attack. I must close the distance. Korin-Lok thinks to himself while he looks at Fermac-Damon, is he planning on attacking while enduring the impact? Fermac-Damon attacks Korin-Lok with a flurry of punches, and Korin-Lok still blocking all Fermac-Damon's attack, not making him have an opening. Fermac-Damon uses Meteor Strike. Korin-Lok thinks to himself, an ending attack with all strength focused on it. If I just block this, it's my turn again. But in a split second, a slight movement catches Korin's eyes. His fist is opening. Suddenly, Fermac-Damon opens his fist and grabs the spear of Korin-Lok. Korin-Lok was shocked and thinks to himself, this guy, the spear, that attack was a fake. Fermac-Damon writes a rune Righto at Korin-Lok's spear, and he threw it away. Fermac-Damon follows up with another left hook and said to Korin-Lok, what are you going to do now? A spearman who has lost his spear, and Korin-Lok blocks Fermac-Damon punch with his arms. Korin-Lok felt the pain of Fermac-Damon punch, and he flew away but managed to hold his ground. Korin-Lok said, come to his spear and said to himself, it's fine, as long as I retrieve my spear again. Damn, is it lodged in so tightly that it won't come out. Suddenly Fermac-Damon was already at the back of Korin-Lok, and Fermac-Damon uses Southpaw's flicker jab and Korin-Lok managed to duck. Korin-Lok said, regardless of the weapon, I'm still a martial artist. It's clear that a spearman, even one trained in martial arts, would stick to the fundamentals. You must know, right? And Korin-Lok uses 8 trigrams raised palms, and he this Fermac-Damon multiple times in his body. Korin-Lok said, the basics of a martial artist is physical combat. Korin-Lok follows up with 8 trigrams free piercing palms, and was able to hit Fermac-Damon in the body, making shockwaves from the impact of his palm. Fermac-Damon said to Korin-Lok, I was almost a bit surprised. However, your boxing isn't as good as your spearmanship. And Fermac-Damon's presence become more larger than before, towering over Korin-Lok. Korin-Lok thinks to himself while he looks at Fermac-Damon, no damage at all. Fermac-Damon uses Southpaw's liver shot at Korin-Lok. Fermac-Damon thinks to himself, Korin's 8 trigrams was definitely incredible, but he overlooked one thing. Although Korin polished his physical combat as well, Fermac only polished his physical combat. And Fermac-Damon jabs the face of Korin-Lok. Fermac-Damon uses Southpaw's flicker jab, followed up by Southpaw's jet straight, and another Southpaw's liver shot. Fermac-Damon not making Korin-Lok have an opening, and he uses Southpaw's elbow. Fermac-Damon said to Korin-Lok, seeing how you're only getting hit, you must have lost your will. Don't worry, I'll end things now. And Fermac-Damon charges his right hook. Suddenly Korin-Lok managed to get his spear and block the punch of Fermac-Damon. Fermac-Damon said to himself, the spear? How? I definitely threw it away. Korin-Lok smiled and said to Fermac-Damon, I'll acknowledge it. You're definitely no ordinary opponent. Fermac-Damon thinks to himself, did this guy get hit until the place where his spear was and lead me here? Korin-Lok suddenly attacks Fermac-Damon with the spear, and he holds his spear tighter, and he forms aura to it and uses his skill Calamity's Serpent Intent, Slithering Serpent, and was able to hit Fermac-Damon multiple times. And he made Fermac-Damon knock back to a distance. Fermac-Damon said, impressive. How you dealt with the moment when you didn't have your spear and how you dealt with the moment when your physical combat didn't work. Fermac-Damon took off his shirt and said, Each was a standard close to the correct answer. I'm at a disadvantage again, Corin Locke replied. After getting beat up like that, you're still acting like a professor? Can you stop acting like a professor? And Fermac Damon took off his Ray-Ban and said, yeah, I need to really end things now. Fermac Damon uses the runes Tiwas, Othala, and Ingwas, a world where the sun doesn't exist, a part of paradise that has been neglected. Simple summons Paradise Shadow Citadel. A system notification said, Third Commandment, Oath, I will serve the shadows. Fermac Damon said to Corin Locke, using the rune of the sun to erase shadows. How incredible. But with that petty ability, you won't be able to dispel these shadows. This is a place only allowed for the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise. You will lose now. Either be torn apart by the demonic beasts of paradise or get beat to death by my fists. Corin Locke replied and mocks Fermac Damon. Wasn't this a sacred one battle? Fermac Damon was shocked, and Corin Locke took out something in his bag. Corin Locke said, how cheap. I knew you'd pull that card if you got rushed. Fermac Damon said, that's gold mandrake. The golden mandrake shrieks, and Fermac Damon was knocked back by the scream of the golden mandrake. A gold mandrake, 7 times the volume of a normal mandrake, cannot be blocked by any magic abilities. Even if they are shadow demonic beasts, they cannot endure the scream of a one-in-the-world epic-ranked mandrake. Fermac Damon said, did you think you could survive with a petty trick like that? And Fermac Damon bleeds from his ears. Fermac Damon said, don't make me laugh. Like I said, Corin Locke also bleeds from his ears. And Corin Locke smiles with his fire aura and golden mandrake and said, Fermac Damon, you'll definitely die here. The golden mandrake screamed loudly. Fermac Damon was unable to get close to Corin Locke, and his shadows disappeared. Fermac Damon said to Corin Locke, did you think you could survive with a petty trick like that? Don't make me laugh. Corin Locke, holding the golden mandrake, responded, like I said, Fermac Damon, you'll definitely die here. Now, what will you do? As Fermac Damon covered his ears, Corin Locke continued, the demonic beast is gone, and the mandrake will keep on screaming. By the way, I have these abilities called regeneration and pain tolerance. The longer this goes on, the more I'll get used to it. How long will you be able to withstand this? Fermac Damon called Corin Locke a coward and used his skill Shadow Servant 12 times. The moment you entered the Shadow Fortress, your chances of defeating me were 0, he declared. His shadows approached Corin Locke. Corin Locke evaded a punch from one of Fermac Damon's shadows and managed to cut one down, but suddenly, a shadow grabbed him from behind. Corin Locke used his skill returning demonic spear. Suddenly, Fermac Damon was behind Corin Locke and used his rune, Raido, combining it with his skill, X-Jet Screw. Corin Locke blocked it with his spear but was thrown away by the force, shattering a wall. Fermac Damon used Raido once more with his shadows behind him. Corin Locke said, I can't deal with this anymore. Are you even listening to me? Suddenly, he went topless, and a bright light shone from his whole body. Fermac Damon exclaimed, my shadow servants, as the shadows vanished in the intense light. Corin Locke declared, I told you this is going to be a good old one-on-one fight. Fermac Damon thought to himself while peeking at Corin Locke's abs, the runes of the sun are all over his body. The shadow servants can't do anything to him in that state. But that's an act of suicide. Is he prepared to have his entire body go up in flames? What an idiot! Corin Locke suddenly used his skill, Calamity Serpent Intent, Slithering Serpent. Let's stop with the petty tricks, he told Fermac Damon. We'll see this fight to the end with just pure combat. Stop trying to save your energy and come at me with everything you've got. I instinctively sense that this warrior standing in front of me is an arch-nemesis. Fermac Damon resolved to risk his life. I'll risk everything I have, he said to himself. He then used his skill, 6-Step Sura, a self-destructive skill that burns the aura core for power and speed, a skill of the great warriors of paradise. Corin Locke, focusing intensely, said, all right, let's go. That's what you should have done from the start. 6-Step Spearmanship, 6-Step Sura. The two warriors went all out with this move. Corin Locke tried to stab Fermac Damon, but Fermac Damon managed to block it. He punched Corin Locke in the face, connecting, but Corin Locke got back on his feet. Fermac Damon followed up with another punch but missed, and Corin Locke managed to cut Fermac Damon's left hand. Fermac Damon endured the pain, and the spear of Corin Locke was covered in blood. Fermac Daman knelt to the ground, silently looking down. He exhaled as Corin Locke stood in front of him. Amazing, Fermac Daman said. Corin Locke stabbed him with his spear. I win, Corin Locke said. If I close my eyes, I can hear the screams from back then. Help! I don't want to die, I want to live. Corin, help me! When Corin faced Fermac again after losing to him the second time, they found themselves trapped in a nightmarish realm. A hell known as Paradise. Innocent people died, and Corin lost many friends. Fermac Daman, one of the 4 heavenly kings and an evil king, was trying to introduce that hell into this world. Tates Valtaza's confidant. This time, it would be different. Corin Locke checked the pants of Fermac Daman and said, as expected, he doesn't have it. One of the 4 secret treasures protected by the Druids. Phalius's Stone of Fate, Leophil. If he did possess Leophil for having returned the original rune, my chance of winning would have decreased significantly. Corin Locke continued. Found it. The original rune. At least I managed to take back the original rune. Tates Valtazar is gathering the 8 original runes in order to bring Shadow Paradise into this world. This is the one thing I cannot let him have. What's so important about this that he killed all those people? Their anger and resentment toward the world. Well, I get it, but the way they're taking their anger out is wrong. Reflecting on his actions, Corin said, what a crazy thing I did. My left eardrum is busted because I went around holding that mandrake. My right isn't fine either. I relied on regeneration to heal me, but the rune of the sun burned my upper torso. I can handle the pain, but the problem is the injuries inflicted by Fermac. He pierced my liver and fractured my right collarbone. When he hit me in the sternum, it crushed my bones and twisted my organs. I can barely move my left arm and leg, but even those were injured by the impact of 6-step Surah. I thought I had gotten used to pain. I can't lose consciousness. A system notification announced, you have defeated Fermac Daman. The commandment rewards are being distributed. Corin Locke, losing consciousness, muttered. That's not important. The runes, gold, mandrake. The system continued. First commandment, don't turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. Good person, unspecified number. Difficulty, A reward. Equally distributed points, 60. You have defeated a great evil. You will receive an extra reward. Map, 4 secret treasures, Findia's son. Suddenly, Alicia Arden arrived and carried Corin Locke on her back. Alicia? Corin Locke weakly asked. You're awake, Alicia responded. What about the cleanup? Professor Dana's on it. She looked upset though. Drawn left. Ewell and the others were the ones that found you. Drawn, that bastard, said not to expect much from him since your relationship is strictly business. He said to pay him back by next week. Wow, Corin Locke said. Alicia, what about the rune and the gold mandrake? Alicia interrupted. We've secured them. That's strange, Corin Locke remarked. How did you know what I wanted to ask? You're not that smart. I'm carrying you if you didn't notice. I might just drop you, Alicia retorted. Hey, don't be like that. I might die. Alicia placed Corin Locke on a bench and let him rest his head on her lap. Thanks. You saved me, Corin said. Of course, Alicia replied. About domain severance, Alicia continued. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have defeated the king of the Iron Mountain. I didn't even do much, Corin replied. The results are just as important. Now that I think about it, during our group assignments and making the mandrake potion, you were drawing runes here. You were preparing for this fight ahead of time, right? Yeah, I was, Corin admitted, peacefully falling asleep in Alicia's lap. Why did you fight him alone? Nothing's wrong with fighting together, Alicia asked softly. Corin opened his eyes and looked at Alicia, laughing. It's better when fewer people die. Why is everyone so insensitive? Alicia wondered aloud. Well, I guess it's fine. You did great, Corin. They both watched the sunset together. The next day, Lord Bugman asked, is Corin badly hurt? He's been admitted to the hospital. Jaeger Hens-Peter replied, yeah, his ribs are broken. What he did was dangerous. That's why he didn't even ask us for help. Poor bastard. Let's go visit him, Lord Bugman insisted. Yeah, who else if not us? Jaeger agreed. Corin, are you okay? Jaeger shouted upon arrival. We brought a bunch of snacks because we knew you'd be lonely, Lork added. Corin, do you want some peaches too? I'll cut them up for you. Mariette Dunalev offered Corin a big flatfish. Here. Corin, have some dessert too, Alicia added. Corin Locke looked at Lork and Jaeger with his mouth full of food and said, "Hey, man, what did you bring all those snacks for? I'm already full." Lork and Jaeger got angry, crushed the snacks they brought, and cursed at Corin. In Corin's room, a lot of food was spread out on the table. Mariette said, "Corin, try the apple too. Corin, have some more of this sweet candy," Alicia encouraged. "How is it? Doesn't it feel like the vitamins are seeping into your body?" Mariette asked. "They say sweets help you recover," Alicia added. "Flounder, tastes good," Jaeger muttered. "Bastard. That damn bastard. Envious bastard. Why did I come?" "I shouldn't have come," Lork lamented. Alicia suggested, "It isn't often that we gather like this. Should we play a game to pass the time?" "That sounds fun," Mariette agreed. "Should we invite Corin's friends to join as well?" "Us too," Jaeger and Lork asked. "You amazing bastard. You're a blessing, the greatest," Jaeger exclaimed. "It's good that I came." "So good," Lork said enthusiastically. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Huh? Was there someone else that was supposed to come?" "Who is it?" Jaeger wondered as he opened the door. It was Professor Clara. "What brings you here?" Jaeger asked. Corin thought to himself, they came as expected. "I was going to go see them anyway." Chairman Ariu Kassar asked, "Student Corin, how's your body?" Corin thought, Chairman Ariu Kassar, the lady publicly acknowledged as chairman of Merkaba Academy. "Hello, Chairman," Corin greeted. Corin thought, all right, it was about time I started to reveal my cards a bit. "Teacher," Chairman Kassar said, "I apologize for having your friends leave the room. It couldn't be helped as this is confidential." "I understand," Corin replied. "First, we have many questions for you. This is not something we can overlook like the incident with student Mariette," Chairman Kassar said. Corin thought, are they still feeling me out? Looks like I need to move the conversation along a bit. "Professor Fermac was a spy," Corin revealed. About that Chairman Kassar began. Professor Clara interrupted. "Chairman, that means, yes, I know." "Professor Josephine," Chairman Kassar replied. Corin thought, they aren't surprised as expected. They probably figured things out looking at the commandment on his body. But still, there is the truth. Even those two wouldn't know. "Tates Valtazar, Fermac Daman is a disciple of that person," Corin stated. "That's not possible," Professor Clara exclaimed. 80 years ago that man had six-step spearmanship, infinity, and commandment. You should know, right? Since those are the things that you taught him yourself," Corin said. Professor Clara pulled out her whip and asked, "The same? No way. Are you also a disciple of Valtazar?" Corin Locke replied, "There's no need to be wary of me. It's not like you'll kill anyone without proof anyway. I'm not giving you this information so you can act on it right away. Isn't your body that's here right now just a spare anyway? The main body should be at the main castle and probably isn't in the condition to come out." Chairman Ariu Kassar interjected. "You, just how?" Corin Locke continued. "Your disciple Valtazar is still alive. He's become very strong. He's much stronger and isn't alone like before. Because of your indecision 80 years ago, the origin was split across the world due to the betrayal of the disciple you trusted. The ones you could recover were merely 2 pieces, and even that would have been taken from you had I not been there. Including the Stone of Fate, Leafil, the 4 secret treasures of Dinua are probably in his hands. If that happens, Tates Valtazar will no longer be considered a usurper. You should be able to guess what will happen after that, right? Aaron Dinua, Corin Locke said to himself, it's all coming to light. The reason why Professor Josephine, with her 80 years of tenure, never became a chairman. Why the rising star, Ariel Kassar, that suddenly appeared is now the chairman. The reason. 80 years ago it was Chairman Viren. 50 years ago it was Chairman Weig. And the current chairman, Kassar. The truth is that they are all bodies made of runestones to watch over the world by Aaron Danua, a single person. Chairman Ariel Kassar asked, what do you want to do? Corin Locke said, we both have the same goal. He opened his shirt, revealing his chiseled body and aura. Chairman Ariel Kassar, gazing at Corin's muscular form, asked, that's the commandment? Corin Locke replied, I'll gladly become your first spear. Chairman Ariel Kassar, surprised, asked, what? To protect the world. You can even treat me like a dog, Corin Locke stated. In a memory, Corin Locke recalled Aaron Danua saying, I'm an adult child. As long as I'm an adult, I have the duty to protect children like you first. Aaron Kassar, no, Aaron Danua. I still haven't forgotten your warm act of sacrifice for me. Now it's my turn to protect you, Corin thought as Chairman Eryu Kassar looked at him silently. In another scene, Professor Clara called for Aaron. I'm against it, Aaron replied. So Tatas was still alive. Corin, that child? Can we trust him? Professor Clara asked. Aaron Danua responded. I know that I shouldn't trust others so easily. Let's watch over him, since we can't be sure of him just yet. Understood, Professor Clara said. Aaron Danua thought to herself, it's something I can't decide easily as a person who holds great responsibility. I can't take the risk, since all of what he said could be lies. But what I still don't understand is, why did he look at me with such sad eyes? Corin Loch, that child, just what? Corin Loch narrated, during the Merkaba Academy's summer break ceremony, there is a reassignment of ranks depending on their performance. The rank reassignment ceremony also has a special meaning. If the rank you received upon entrance to the academy was temporary, this is a rank given by the Guardian Association, an official rank. A person said, you've worked hard, everyone. Your growth this semester brings great pride to this school. Corin Loch continued, meaning, depending on the reassignment of the rank, they who are still students may exercise rights equal to that of the Guardians. Corin Loch asked, why did you bring so many potatoes today? Maria Dunalev replied, today's the ceremony. Another student was giving out potatoes, saying, have some potatoes. They were made by Manette. Another student took one and said, oh, thank you. Maria Dunalev explained, it'll be best to steam and hand out all the potatoes in storage so they won't rot since everyone will be away. Corin Loch commented, the storage? Why is there a storage for potatoes? That's kinda amazing. Chairman Eryu Kassar announced, now we'll be announcing the students who will have their rankings changed. Corin Loch told Mariette, shall we get going? Yeah, Mariette replied. Chairman Eryu Kassar said, second year, magic class valedictorian, Mariette Dunalev. Student Mariette, despite facing unfortunate accidents, showed strong will, proving herself by making great contributions to preventing a huge incident at the testing ward. Corin Loch added, honestly, it could be said that she didn't make any progress this semester since she wasn't able to leave the city after she turned into a vampire. However, she made achievements by assisting Professor Dana's research, and the fact that her mana increased tremendously after turning into a vampire was a huge factor. With such a great power increase, it was impossible not to increase her rank. On top of that, her efforts in holding back the King of the Iron Mountain greatly prevented casualties. Chairman Eryu Kassar concluded, Mariette Dunalev, with recommendation from the Merkaba Academy's Chairman Kassar and the Southern Guardian Association's Chairman Dina Grandea, you will be promoted to the semi-special rank. A student exclaimed, wow, amazing! Won't she be the youngest semi-special rank guardian ever? To think I'd be able to witness such a legendary moment. The students all ate Mariette's potatoes while crying. Chairman Eryu Kassar announced, the names of the students I'll be calling out, like student Mariette, have made great contributions to stopping the incident that happened at the test ward. A student asked, like Mariette, were there more students that contributed? Another student added, I don't remember hearing anything like that. Corin Loch explained, while the incident with the King of the Iron Mountain was widely known to be a huge incident, the details weren't spread much due to him being held inside the test ward. The happenings there have been kept secret, including the existence of the King of the Iron Mountain and the betrayal of Fermak Daman. Chairman Eryu Kassar continued, Magic class Cranel Luden, UL. Cranel Luden, crying, said, Luden warrior, you should be here with us. UL told him, stay focused. Chairman Eryu Kassar went on, night class, Alicia Arden, Drownworski. And lastly, Corin Loch. Corin Loch grinned. Chairman Eryu Kassar said, students UL, Cranel, Alicia, and Drawn, with your achievements from the incident at the test ward, you will be promoted to the semi-first rank. Lastly, student Corin Loch, while you are a 5th rank guardian, with your brilliance in class and exceptional achievements, Chairman Eryu Kassar, Senior Professor Josephine Clara, and Tenure Professor Hammond Welsh, with their recommendations, you will be promoted to 1st rank guardian. The crowd was shocked. A person said, what? 1st rank? Someone who entered the academy as a 5th rank being promoted to the 1st rank in one semester? Does that even make sense? Corin Loch, 5th rank guardian, received an unofficial rank after discussions behind the scenes with the Guardian Association. His abilities were unquestionable, but the reason for being bestowed a rank that surpasses the semi-first rank was also the upper echelon's way of ensuring his silence regarding Fermak's betrayal. The important part here was the special rights of the first rank knight, the ability to take in guardians directly. It's finally starting. If this were the game, it would be the 3rd year. Even in the previous iteration, I barely achieved this by the 2nd year. This will make a huge difference in what I do from now on. I will bring all the aces under me, Corin Locke thought, looking at his team with an evil smile. Alicia Arden said to herself, I have a bad feeling for some reason. Corin Locke said, such strength and rights become power, which will allow me to do more things. A few moments later, Corin Locke asked, it's finally the break. What are you guys planning on doing? Dron Worski said, make money. Jägerhenspeter said, I'm going home. Lark said, I applied for an internship at the Magic Tower. Ul said, I am planning to visit other places where druids reside. There are some druids in the west with whom I've had contact before. Cornel Luden said, I'll be heading west too. They say an old castle there will be torn down. It'll be a good chance to create a new core. Alicia Arden, crying, said, I will most likely have to return to the family. My grandfather is asking me to come. Corin Locke said, well, have a safe trip. Alicia Arden asked, what are you planning on doing, Corin? Are you going back home? Corin Locke replied, no. He thought to himself, I've tried going back home around this time previously. In the place I returned to while relying on Corin Locke's memories, it was empty. They decided on going on a family trip without me. Oh, I made the trip in vain since the mail came 3 days after the ceremony due to an error in the mail system. Alicia Arden said, I see. Then, would you like to come with me? Corin Locke asked. With you? To your house? Alicia Arden said, it's scary going by myself. Corin Locke thought to himself, scared. I guess it's no surprise given her personality. There weren't any problems in the game, so it should be fine. Probably. Corin Locke told her, it's unfortunate, but I'll have to join you next time. I did want to experience the East, though. Alicia Arden said, okay. Let's go together next time for sure. Corin Locke thought to himself, I have somewhere I need to be. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalev shouted, Corin Locke. Corin Locke thought to himself, I have to leave the academy now. I still have plenty of time before the next episode, and if it isn't at this time, I won't be able to go there. In another scene, a train moved fast. In a carriage, people sat casually. A person then opened a box full of weapons and said to himself, I'm going through this endless field, which will still take me 9 hours to get to the southern continent. Preparations are perfect. A bald guy shouted, raising his sword. Everybody put your hands up. Give us everything you have. It'll be best for you to cooperate unless you want to face me as semi-first rank. Suddenly, Corin Locke and Mariette Dunalev entered the carriage. Corin Locke said, oh, this doesn't seem like the right room. Looks like we were in the wrong place the whole time. The bald bandit snarled, who are you bastards? Can't you read the room? Raise your hands if you value your lives. He pointed his sword at Corin Locke's throat. Corin Locke calmly replied, my hands? Then with a swift uppercut, he sent the bald bandit flying into the ceiling. The other bandits were stunned. Corin Locke grinned and asked, like this? A system notification appeared. Corin Locke, first rank knight. The South Ward starts. In the secret library of the Merkaba Academy, Corin Locke holds the grimoire of the persistent warrior's regeneration. Corin reads the grimoire and says, I saw a warrior who was dying. Within the battlefield that reeked of blood, he tied his body to a boulder with his intestines and was standing. I asked him, warrior, shall I slit your throat? He responded, I'd be thankful for some water to quench my thirst. Respecting this tough warrior, I gathered water in my hands from a nearby lake and quenched his thirst. Then, something surprising happened. His wounds healed completely. Why is this so intense? Corin Locke said to himself. What? He was standing, tied by his intestines? His posture is as upright as General Yi Sun-sen. General Yi Sun-sen, a famous Korean general, saved Korea from Japanese imperial forces and is also a hero in Mobile Legends. Corin Locke closes the grimoire and says, who? That was good. Lark was possessed by Sabancha Duke and asked, is my castle in the south still standing? Corin Locke replied, huh? Yeah, it is. Sabancha Duke said, if you ever have a reason to go there, look in my office. It might still be there. Corin Locke asked, huh? What might? Corin Locke said to himself, I didn't find anything in my last life, though. Sabancha Duke said, you need to find that yourself, rune sorcerer. I hope you have the ability and courage of that warrior. If you have his courage, there'll be nothing you can't do. It was a humble man, not a hero or sage, who swore to save the world. There is always the option to run away. but you didn't choose to run. I respect you, young man. And Sabancia Duke came out of the body of Lark and said to Corin Locke, finally, thank you for telling me about my wife and daughter. In another scene at the entrance of the Southern Plains, at an intermediate platform, Corin Locke assists Mariette Donaleff while they exit the train. Corin Locke said to himself, that's how, according to the Duke's words, I decided to come south, and why I decided to come with Mariette, who is a Southerner. The conductor said to them, wow, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you guys, it would have been trouble. The bandits cried as they left the train. Corin Locke replied, it was nothing much, and he laughed. The conductor said, take this at least. Corin Locke happily accepts the bag of money and said, gosh, you didn't need to, but I can't refuse this kindness. A system notification said, duty, don't turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. Another system notification said, distributing rewards, 2 points equally distributed. Corin Locke couldn't hide his smile while he held the bag of money. He laughed maniacally and said to himself, as expected, people need to live kindly. Corin Locke said to Mariette Donaleff, I'm hungry. Should we eat first? Mariette Donaleff replied, I'll recommend some places. Corin Locke asked, do you know this area well? Mariette Donaleff said, I've come here quite often. Corin Locke laughed and raised the bag of money and said to Mariette Donaleff, just say the word, I'll buy everything. The conductor looked at them and said, what kind students, to be that happy after doing such good. A few moments later, Corin Locke said, this is the entrance to the Southern Plains. The carriages that stop here all go to the big city in the south left city. Then, you have to take the carriage for at least 8 hours. Corin Locke suddenly shouted and made a commotion, saying, just kill me. Mariette Donaleff said, we're here. There's a transfer station I use often over there, Corin Locke asked. Transfer station? And they arrived at the Wyvern landing zone. Corin Locke said, oh, Corin Locke said to himself, Wyvern landing zone. I've used this transportation method a few times in my past life. It's much more comfortable and faster than carriages, but it's expensive. Even Park Fucker didn't like it. Corin Locke asked Mariette Donaleff, isn't borrowing one at least 30 silver coins for one way? Mariette Donaleff said, huh? No. My family sent me one that's a bit different. Corin Locke was confused and said, a different one. Suddenly, a gust of wind covered the area, and the Atrosvelder passenger arrived and landed at the building. A person said to his radio, this is Left 1, preparing to land for a VIP guest. It was the heroic legend of Arhan the Boss vehicle. Corin Locke said to himself, it cost the price of 12 wyverns. The person replied to his radio and said, Controller Mac, this is Left 1. And the other replied to the radio saying, I heard too. In the control room, the person said to the radio, this is Duff. We will begin clearing the landing site. Cat 1, Cat 1. Please confirm the visual reference at 200 feet in the air. And the person replied to him saying, understood. Expected arrival in 10 minutes. We'll slowly lower latitude. And he replied, check. A guy asked, what are the Donaleffs doing this month? And his colleague said, it's the academy vacation, no? He replied, so the princess is returning. Another person said, okay, Left 1 will soon arrive. That means Lady Mariette is also coming. Everyone prepared to give a fierce welcome greeting, and they began to fly away. A few moments later, in the mansion, the door opened, and suddenly all the maids and helpers bowed in front of Mariette Donaleff and said, Lady Mariette, congratulations on your break. Congratulations on your semi-special rank promotion, Corin Locke said to himself. I don't know why I didn't notice. Our destination was Left City, and to the east was Duna City, Corin Locke mused. Mariette, Corin asked, you said your family does farming, right? Just how big is the scale of the farming? Mariette Donaleff replied, not sure, but around 2 million? 2 million pyong? Incredible, Corin said. Mariette replied, the unit is a bit different. Corin was shocked. What? Mariette looked at Corin happily. Not pyong, but hectares. Corin's jaw dropped. Hectares? 2 million hectares? That's around 6.05 billion pyong. Yes, Mariette confirmed. Corin thought to himself, the Donaleff family are icons in the South. They own the Donaleff Salon, the Donaleff Grocery Store, the Donaleff Post Office, the Donaleff Agricultural Cooperative, the Donaleff Professional Wrestling Association, and so on and so forth. The many signs I saw on the carriage ride to their residence showed that. Looking outside of the carriage, Corin said, wow, this is no joke. And what's a pro wrestling association? They arrived at the Donaleff Great Residence. Corin asked. Mariette, why didn't you say you were rich? Mariette replied. Well, my parents are rich. I'm not, Corin said. That's what rich people always say. Suddenly, a person laughed. Haha, you'll inherit these assets anyway since you are the firstborn daughter of the Donlef family. It was Paul the butler, Corin said. Where did he come from? Who is this? Mariette said. Grandpa Paul, gosh, you're surprising the guest. Grandpa Paul the butler said, give all your luggage to me. And, oh, who is this with you? Mariette replied, this is Corin. He's one of my juniors. Grandpa Paul the butler said, oh, you came with a junior. He suddenly flashed towards Corin and said quickly, for generations, the family has had a son-in-law living with us. Of course, we provided tremendous support and earned a place in the Donlef family's business to the family the son-in-law is from. Corin asked, pardon? Grandpa Paul continued in one breath, Our Lady Mariette has been called the flower of the South for her intelligence and beauty ever since she was young. The number of marriage proposals from people who have wanted to become my lady's husband was enough to completely fill up a potato warehouse and more. Corin said, I see. He thought to himself, he's speaking so fast I can't understand. Corin said, anyway, Mariette, that castle I mentioned earlier. Mariette replied, Duke Castle? I heard someone bought it recently. Who? Corin asked. Grandpa Paul the butler said, if it's Duke Castle, someone called Count Cassius bought it. Corin thought to himself, well, Duke Castle was owned by someone in my last life too. I think it was a trader from an archipelago at the end of the South. He was quite the nasty human. Corin remembered the person saying, a guardian? If you don't catch the sea serpent, don't even think of coming here, Corin recalled. In order to receive his permission, Park Sihu and I spent all day and night fighting the great sea serpent. And after indescribable hardships, we finally got to enter Duke Castle. Do I need to go through that suffering again? Corin wondered aloud. Mariette said, I've told Count Cassius beforehand, so let's go together. Pardon? What? Corin replied. Mariette said, you seem to want to enter Duke Castle, so I told him in advance. He agreed readily, saying to come at any time. Duke Cassius, in Mariette's memory, had said, Lady Mariette. You're welcome any time. Mariette continued. He says he's hosting a party on Friday, so let's go together. Corin was shocked and fell silent. He thought to himself, this was a quest that could be carried out this easily? Even though in my last life, I went through that dog show trying to enter the castle once. Is Mariette a god? Mariette said to Corin, Corin, want to go shopping tomorrow? We need outfits for the Count's party. And since we're bored. Yes, of course we should, Corin agreed. Amen, he said to himself on Mariette Street. Is this what shopping is supposed to be like? A suit, 3 gold coins. Necklace and shoes, 6 gold coins. Everyday clothes, 4 gold coins. Other than that, a watch, etc. Paid using a blank check. And these are all brand names. This is enough money to become wealthy in real estate within Seoul. She's not going to make me sign a slave contract after all this, is she? Mariette said, we hear, Corin. It's there. Corin followed Mariette, thinking to himself while carrying all the things she bought for him. You're scaring me, Mariette. Please, stop buying me stuff. In the Smith building, a person said, Oh my, Lady Mariette. You're finally here. Are you here for the commissioned item? Yes, Mariette replied. Corin here. She handed over a box to Corin. This? Corin asked. Mariette said, These are the same minerals that were used in Alicia's odachi. Corin thought to himself, the item I couldn't obtain before, as even the academy didn't have it. A system notification said, Unbreakable stone. Corin held it. He thought, unlike the refined silver stone that couldn't last in the domain, the unbreakable stone wouldn't break. No, if anything, it demonstrated a stronger power within domains, Corin Locke thought. How did you get this? Corin asked Mariette. There shouldn't even be a market for this. He thought to himself, this one stone is making me happier than all the presents I received today since this is the special stone used for Sword Emperor Garand Arden's hidden piece. Mariette blushed and seductively said, If you coat your spear with this, even within the domain you spoke about, you'll be able to use it with no problem, right? Yes, of course, Corin replied. Mariette smiled happily. This is my last present. Seeing you happy makes me happy too. Corin smiled back and said, Thank you. A few hours later, at night, in the mansion of Mariette Dunilev's family. Mariette led Corin. This way, Corin. Corin cleared his throat and walked into the dining room. Hello. Mariette and her parents sat at the other end of the grand table. Corin, Mariette called. Corin thought, when visiting a friend's home, it's customary to dine with their family. Mariette's mother smiled at Corin. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Please take a seat. Her father looked at Corin curiously. Corin bowed before them. Yes. He thought to himself, the one with the warm smile is her mom, and next to her. As Corin moved forward, Mariette's father said, Wait, let me ask one thing before we eat. Depending on your answer, you may or may not be able to sit here. Are you a virgin? Corin felt the most intense aura in his life. It was Mardunolev, Mariette's dad. Confused, Corin asked, Pardon? Mariette's mother slapped Mardunolev. Gosh, why would you ask something like that? Mariette shouted. Dad! Corin, ignore him and just sit. Mart insisted, no. If he's to become the son-in-law of our Dunolev family, he must be a virgin. Mariette's mom shouted. Are you? Corin thought to himself, it seems this meal will not be smooth. Sweating, he asked himself, son-in-law. Marde Dunolev became serious, his aura menacing, and said to Corin Locke, my daughter is off limits. Marie said, she'd marry her dad. I can never allow that. Suddenly, Mariette Dunolev slammed her dad onto the table, and Mart Dunolev exclaimed, Wait, Marie, it hurts. Why are you so strong? You resemble your mother when you're like this. Mariette Dunolev said, Stop talking. Mart Dunolev, being dragged away by Mariette, said, Why are you being like this, Marie? I just wanted to protect you. Mariette Dunolev pleaded, Please stop talking, Dad. As she continued to drag her dad away, Mariette's mom said, I apologize, Corin. Corin Locke said, No, it's okay. Ha ha. How merry and nice. Mariette's mom said, I heard about you in Mariette's letters. I really wanted to meet and say hi to you. Corin Locke said, Duchess? Mariette's mom said, Thank you so much for helping Mariette. Corin Locke said, that's a bit burdensome. I just did it because I could. And above all, Mariette deserves happiness. Suddenly, Mariette's mom was shocked and became silent. She said, Is that so? When I got Mariette's letter, I thought she'd been looking through rose-tinted glasses, but as I expected, Corin, my son-in-law, suddenly, Marta Dunolev managed to escape Mariette and shouted, pointing at Corin Locke, Hey, being thankful is one thing. I'm only allowing hand-holding. Mariette's mother shouted, Gosh, darling. Suddenly, Mariette put her dad down and her mom assisted her. Marta Dunolev tried to say, More than that, you need to maintain your virginity. Mariette said, Dad, please stop. Mariette's mother said, I welcome you, Corin. Unlike this guy, I'm quite liberal. Mariette said, Mom, what are you saying? Corin Locke thought to himself, Liberal? What a merry family. The next day, at the Duke's castle, Mariette said, Hello, Count Cassius. Count Cassius excitedly approached and said, Ah, Lady Mariette, welcome. You visited as promised. We, the Blandria family, welcome your visit. Corin Locke, looking at the happy Count Cassius, thought to himself, to think this man is the same as the man from back then. Is this really the stiff man who said if we didn't capture a sea serpent, he wouldn't open the castle gates? A few moments later, they were welcomed by the door being opened and their names announced. Lady Mariette, Sir Corin Locke, entering. They both entered the room with elegance. Corin Locke thought to himself, honestly, I'm proud. If I hadn't saved this girl, I never would have seen her like this today. The southern people would have lost their beloved princess. A lady in the crowd said, Oh my, it's really Lady Mariette. Her friend said, To think the Dunolev family is here. The rumors were true. Another friend said, So Count Blandria really must be something. Corin Locke thought to himself, in the South, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the Dunolev family's influence is absolute. It's really more beneficial to have Mariette show her face than to catch a sea serpent. Corin Locke said, Mariette, let's enjoy it a bit before going to the office. Mariette replied, Okay. Corin Locke thought to himself, Mariette and I have brought our equipment. When the party is at its peak, we'll speak to the Count, get our gear we left with him, and go to the office. Suddenly, someone talked to Mariette and said, Lady Mariette, I am Garley of the Rondinium family. I have always admired you. Please give me your first dance. Mariette was shocked and said, What? Another guy said, Lady Mariette. Me too. And another said, Please give the honor of your first dance to me. Another shouted, No, please. And they all said, Lady Mariette. Mariette was nervous and said, Suddenly, Corin Locke walked slowly towards Mariette. He knelt to the ground, put out his hands and said, Mariette. Mariette blushed and looked at Corin Locke, saying, Corin? The guy said, who is that? Corin Locke thought to himself, you're all quite energetic, but your manners are lacking. Mariette suddenly gave her hand to Corin Locke, and he kissed it gently and said, Mariette, will you dance your first dance with me? As he looked at her closely, Corin Locke thought to himself, it's basic etiquette at balls to have your first dance with your partner. He remembered a girl saying to him in the past, if you have a beautiful lady in front of you, it's the etiquette of a gentleman to kiss her and request a dance. Corin Locke thought to himself, I got scolded in my last life. I'd forgotten. Mariette tried to hide her emotion and covered her mouth as she blushed like a teapot and whispered, yes. Suddenly, the music started. While they danced, Corin Locke said, you're quite popular. Mariette said, yeah. Corin Locke said, was I too reckless? Sorry if you felt bad. Mariette said, no, it was a little hard, but I like, and stopped, then shouted, no. Corin Locke thought to himself, it felt like I was abandoning my savior who gave me a free pass until this point, so I couldn't help but return. I received so many favors while coming to the south, but this is dangerous. He looked at Mariette closer. Suddenly, Corin Locke blushed and looked away, thinking to himself, this is making even me a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Mariette stepped on Corin Locke's foot, and he felt intense pain. Mariette said, sorry, I'm not good at dancing. Corin Locke tried to hold his pain and said, it's okay. Ouch. Corin Locke said to himself, maybe it's better for me to lead. Corin Locke got closer to Mariette Dunelef and whispered, put your left foot on mine. We'll dance like that. Mariette Dunelef asked, huh? Then, Corin Locke said, that'll make my foot dirty and the dance a little awkward, but who cares? There's no need to worry about others' gazes. But now, just look at me, your partner. You just need to enjoy the dance. Now, put your foot on mine and follow my movements. Look at my eyes, the direction of my feet, and read the movements of the push and pull. You have good eyes, Mariette. They both felt that they were alone in the ballroom, dancing happily. Corin Locke said to himself, just as I learned in my last life, the shaking eyes should meet the other's gaze and find stability, making us both laugh without knowing who started first. She and I danced and shared a dreamlike moment. The guys shouted, lady, this time with me. Another said, no, with me. Mariette Dunelef felt pleasure in her body and said, I'm sorry, I'm quite tired. I wish to briefly rest. Corin Locke took her hand and said, should I take you to the lounge, my lady? Mariette Dunelef said, I'd be thankful for that, Sir Corin. They walked away as the guys got frustrated at Corin Locke, saying, Lady Mariette, with a loafer like that. A lady said, wow, did you see that? Her friend said, yes, I did. They danced with her feet on top of his. How romantic. Their friend said, the gentleman's care was so cool. It was a clumsy but impressive dance. Did you see how widely Lady Mariette was smiling? Mariette Dunelef said to himself while walking away, this must be it. I'm 99% sure. Corin Locke opened the lock to the room, and they both entered. Mariette Dunelef said, wow, so this is Duke Sabancia's office. Corin, what are we looking for here? Corin Locke said, doesn't matter what. Just looking for traces of Duke Sabancia. Mariette Dunelef said, nice. Corin Locke picked up a book on the top shelf and said, this, the Duke story. Corin Locke said to himself while looking at the book, in the game, these are traces of his wife Luina and daughter Cecilia that the player must find in Duke Sabancia's quest. Normally, giving this to Duke Sabancia will end the side quest. But in the game and in my last life, there was no line telling us to look in the office. Just why did he call me here? I'm not sure yet, but let's look thoroughly. They rested on the couch, and Mariette Dunelef said while she stretched, I can't find it. Corin Locke said, this isn't easy. Mariette Dunelef said, is there no evidence? I thought there'd be some kind of hidden space or something. I'm hungry. Corin Locke asked, you didn't eat in the banquet hall? Mariette Dunelef said, I didn't have time. I came out immediately, remember? Suddenly, Mariette Dunelef looked at Corin Locke saying, so, Corin? Corin Locke said, he thought to himself, that gaze is a sign that's naturally been formed with the development of our relationship. Mariette Dunelef said, I'm realizing how pretty your jawline and collarbones are. Mariette Dunelef suddenly sat on the lap of Corin Locke, and Corin Locke said, I must sweat, but just resist a bit. Mariette Dunelef thought out loud and said, that's even better. That's fine. Suddenly she began to sweat and blush and said, I'll go, okay? She bit the neck of Corin Locke. An hour later, Mariette Dunelef exhaled, and Corin Locke asked, All done? Mariette Dunalef said, Yeah. It doesn't hurt? Corin Locke said, Maybe it's because I have warrior's tolerance, but yeah, I can't feel anything. Mariette Dunalef was shocked and said, Really? For me, I also don't feel anything. Corin Locke said to himself, Wait, persistent warrior's tolerance? I definitely received it alongside soul dust. A system notification said, Grimoire, the book where Duke Sabancha's soul was sealed. It has abilities and spells, and if you read it, you can learn them. Abilities and spells, body and soul. Corin Locke said to himself, Is there? Corin Locke asked Mariette Dunalef. Mariette, can you summon Deogu? Mariette Dunalef said, Huh? Deogu! He shouted, Deogu! And Deogu appeared. Corin Locke said, Ah! Can you actually summon him so he's a little hazy? Closer to an astral body. The state before his body materializes. Mariette Dunalef said, Close to an astral body? Got it. Deogu, hold on a bit, okay? Deogu said, Ging, jing. Corin Locke said to himself, He sure does whine a lot. Well, this is a state you'd experience when your body's being destroyed. I understand why he doesn't like it. Good, Deogu is disappearing. It's simply that I, who can't perceive spirits, can't see him. Then suddenly, from behind, a dark entity appeared. Corin Locke looked at it and said, What this? A chill? Corin Locke took his spear and shouted, Mariette, prepare. This? He said to himself, I see. Duke, man, you should have told me sooner if it was going to be like this. What was sealed inside the great library's grimoire was Duke Sabancia's spirit. What he decided when he couldn't die and was suffering from the desire for blood was the separation of the body and soul. Then where did Duke Sabancia's body go? The answer is right in front of me. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, said, How is it that you, a random person, have come to visit with remnants of my soul on you? I'm asking you, visitor, what brings you to my castle? Corin Locke said, Duke Sabancia, right? The Duke Sabancia Duke said, Yes. And you? Corin Locke said, Corin Locke, I'm your distant junior. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, said, Your appearance isn't bad. You seem normal. Corin Locke said, Your assessment back in the library is better than I expected. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, said, Have you seen my soul? Corin Locke said, Yes, I have something I'm curious about. If your body and soul have been separated, how are you this normal? The Duke, Sabancia Duke, said, Stop. I'll ask the questions. You just need to reply. Corin Locke opened up his spear and said, Ha! I thought things were going too well, so it's not just a present after all. Corin Locke narrated the story, saying, 800 years ago, the great general who commanded over the south, Duke Sabancia, was spoken of as the strongest of his time. No, the strongest of all time. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, attacked Corin Locke and said, Now that I think of it, you came from meeting my soul. Did you kill it? Corin Locke said, Huh? Of course not. I helped him find peace and ascent. I thought you would bring me something other than the grimoire this time. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, said, If my soul had guided you here, you wouldn't have brought a vampire. Do you think I'll fall for your lies? Corin Locke said, Just what are you saying? No, more than that. How is a body without its soul? The Duke, Sabancia Duke, said, Since this body, being a vampire, cannot die, it needed a piece of soul to be trapped in this castle so that I wouldn't become a beast like the one you brought. Corin Locke said, Beast? Mariette is different. She's controlling the power of the vampire. Believe me. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, said, Believe you. To rid myself of the bloodlust over these 800 years, I've worn out my soul senses and emotions. But there's only one thing that hasn't disappeared. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, became silent as Corin Locke looked at his sewed-up mouth. He continued, The taste of blood. Vampires cannot resist this impulse. I was like that too. He broke the threads in his mouth and continued, Believe you? I don't trust things I can't check. If you plan on stopping me, even you won't be safe. Corin Locke said to himself, I didn't expect this. I shouldn't have brought Mariette. The hero, Duke Sabancia's body, which has been locked up for a long time because of his hatred of vampires, has completely become destroyed. If he was the strongest of his age while alive, he's at least a semi-special rank now. Corin Locke used his skill 6-step spearmanship, 6-step Suba. He said to himself, I'll go at full power and use Calamity Serpent, Ultimate Essence, Rising Serpent Skies, Poisonous Dragon Head Charge. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, looked at Corin Locke's attack, slashed the serpent, making Corin Locke stop and look shocked. The Duke, Sabancia Duke, said, Look, this is the power of creation itself. In my youth, this was the power I gained from slaying a dragon. He used his skill, final demonic sword, dragon murder. Korin Lok said to himself, I was wrong. This guy is even stronger than a special rank monster. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, said, while looking at Mariette Dunalev. You are a petty beast. How do you hope for a human's life? Mariette Dunalev shouted, A beast! What do you, the Duke, Sabansia Duke, said, do you not consider yourself a beast? If not, are you positive that you've overcome it with your will? In the end, you will covet your lover's blood and will kill those you care for. Disappear from this spot. He tried to stab Mariette Dunalev, but she managed to dodge. She shouted, No, Dioku. Dioku said, Bark. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, said, Binding trigram. Suddenly, Dioku was chained up. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, said, Fast, as expected of a beast. Your speed is faster than mine at my prime, but you have no strategy. Foolish beast that only relies on strength. Mariette Dunalev said, Dioku, come back. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalev was shocked as Dioku couldn't come back. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, used his skill, Romania's sealing sword. He said, This sealing sword is a space-binding sword that seals immortal beings. In front of this sword, your party's immortality is meaningless. Hurry and die. I'll end that feeble life. A beast is always a beast. Mariette Dunalev said, No, that's not true. She thought of Korin Lok and said, Now or before, you haven't changed. She shouted at the Duke, Sabansia Duke. Korin said it's okay, so I. Suddenly, Korin Lok took the hit and his body pixelated. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, said, Let me say this again. Die. This is the path that is best for both of you. Mariette Dunalev was shocked and looked at Korin Lok. She rushed towards Korin Lok saying, Korin? As she looked at the body of Korin Lok, Mariette Dunalev exhaled while the floor was covered in liquid coming out of Korin Lok. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalev's vision toward Korin Lok became blurry. She was in shock at what had happened to Korin Lok. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, looked at Korin Lok and Mariette Dunalev and said, As expected, vampires shouldn't live. Even in front of her loved one dying, she cannot suppress her true nature. Mariette Dunalev grinned and bit her lips. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, said, Wait. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalev kissed Korin Lok, giving him blood from her mouth while she cried. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, was shocked and thought to himself, was she not going for his blood? Using her blood as an elixir, she is injecting it into him. She's not drinking his blood but giving her own. She's overcome her limits in this situation. She shouldn't have had the rationality left to suppress her nature. Mariette Dunalev said, Korin, please. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, was silent and thought to himself, I've failed. I couldn't save anyone. I had knelt down in the face of desire. Mariette Dunalev continued to say to Korin Lok, Please open your eyes. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, said, But this boy and this girl, I see, I couldn't judge everything. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, took out his sword and stabbed the heart of Korin Lok. Mariette Dunalev was shocked and shouted, Korin, stop, you've done enough. Just how far are you planning on going? Don't take Korin from me. And she cried more. The Duke, Sabansia Duke, went silent. A bright light covered the room as he took out his sword from Korin Lok's heart. Korin Lok suddenly spoke, saying, I'm fine, Mariette. I'm right here. Mariette Dunalev looked at Korin Lok and said, Korin? How? Korin, are you okay? Are you really okay? Korin Lok held his chest and asked the Duke, Sabansia Duke, Why did you save me? Mariette Dunalev said, You saved him? The Duke, Sabansia Duke, slashed the air and dropped his sword. He said, I've transferred my aura core to you. Now I understand why my soul led you here. Korin Lok, I see the qualities of a hero within you. You lack the greed but possess the beliefs and pride that those who seek power often do not have. Above all, you've changed what I couldn't change. You have the right to change the world. What I couldn't protect 800 years ago. Correct the mistakes I made all this time. Please, hero. And he suddenly vanished. Korin Lok felt his heart and thought to himself, Great General Sabansia Duke's aura core. To think I'd get a gift like this. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalev hugged Korin Lok, and he said, Ugh, Mariette, my body is still, Mariette Dunalev said. I was so scared. I thought you'd actually passed. I was so scared. Promise me never to die without my permission. And she cried. Korin Lok looked at her, smiling, and thought to himself, Regardless, I guess things ended well. Korin Lok said, Okay. He thought to himself, This is enough of a reward. A system notification said, "You have obtained Sabancia Duke's Aura Core. Your aura rank has increased. Your core ability has formed." Another system notification said, "Duke's Demonic Nature." Another system notification said, "Corin Lock Middle Aura rank 6,730. Mana rank 5,370% low. Abilities Persistent Warrior's Regeneration, Pain Tolerance, Domain Comprehension, Dual Core New." Corin Lock thought to himself, if there's just one thing I hope for, it's that his body and mind, which were in pain for 800 years, were finally able to find rest. Corin Lock said to himself, "My second core. Not only did my aura rank increase, but I also now have a second core. And it even has a special ability. But it's strange. In the game and in my last life, why didn't Sabancia Duke give the player this power? How nice would it have been if he was just nice from the get-go, making me suffer? The clothes are drenched in blood. I guess I'll have to wash them. It'll take forever to dry." Suddenly, a maid came and said, Sorry. I never thought that there'd be a Gi." Saint Corin Lock was shocked as she held the head of a naked Mariette Dunalef on his lap. Corin Lock said, "No, it's not like that. Really, it's not like that. I know what kind of misunderstanding you're having, but it's really not what you think." The maid blushed and said, "Sweat. E muscles ta, hot air." Corin Lock said, It's really not like that," I said. "For real. I understand why you might think that, but..." The maid slammed the door and said, "I apologize. Enjoy your time." Corin Lock said, "What do you mean, enjoy my time? It's not like that. Don't misunderstand. Don't gigo. Hey, I think something has gone very wrong." Mariette Dunalef said, "Corin, it's such a relief. You're safe." In another scene, Marty Dunalef shouted and was heard across his land, "You bastard! My daughter, I'll kill you." Corin Lock said to himself, "It took around 20 days to clear up this misunderstanding. For those 20 days I hid in the mountains." The scouts said, "Find that despicable bastard. How dare he touch Our Lady Mariette?" Corin Lock said to himself, "I spent my days training my aura, but it's a relief that the misunderstanding was cleared up somehow. I almost became the South's #1 enemy." At the carriage, Corin Lock said, "When we return to school, it'll be the second semester. Festival preparations will begin too." Mariette Dunalef said, "Yup. Is the inn business we invested in doing well?" Corin Lock said, "Of course. I'll receive several times what you invested." Corin Lock said to himself, "The large number of tourists that will come because of the festival and the rise in the value of the lodging industry as a result of that. After making it big, selling that land, and getting a large sum of money. Ha ha ha. The money will multiply. I am invincible. The festival is the best." A few hours later, Corin Lock was shocked and said, Did this? What's going on? A typhoon? This never happened in my last life, though." Mariette Dunalef said, "Wow, what a crazy typhoon. This will cause a problem in opening the festival, too. It's okay, Corin. When a man tries to do something big, it's okay to fail at least once. Still, should we write an IOU?" She said seductively, "If you can't repay me, you'll give me one condition I want." "Just sign it," Corin Lock said to himself. "Mariette is making a suspicious offer. I can't just let this be. There must be some kind of way." At Merkaba Academy Special Dormitory, Ariel Kassar said, "Welcome. It must have been difficult getting back because of the typhoon." Corin Lock said, Chairman. What about Professor Josephine?" Ariel Kassar said, "She's currently returning with Waran. They were at Zion Chapel throughout the break. Stay here tonight." Corin Lock said, Is that okay?" Ariel Kassar said, "You're not an outsider anymore. I'm thinking of letting you stay here starting from the second semester." Corin Lock said to himself, "It must be partially to surveil me. Madame Josephine and Master Aaron must need a way to watch me, as they can't completely trust me yet." Corin Lock said, "What's with that typhoon?" Mariette Dunalef said, "Yeah. It's crazy and must have done quite the damage to the city. Will it be okay?" Ariel Kassar said, "The city itself doesn't have any huge damages currently. It'll probably be not at the center of the typhoon, but the outer areas will be more damaged." Mariette Dunalef said, "But if the typhoon moves, it'll hit the city directly." Ariel Kassar said, "No, the typhoon won't move, because that typhoon isn't a natural phenomenon. It's the work of a monster." Mariette Dunalef said, "What? A monster?" Ariel Kassar said, "The story begins at an important sea route of a southern archipelago going upstream along the Aegina Strait. At some point, it became entangled in the Aegina Strait, the lone emperor of the ocean. The sea serpent, this lone emperor, went wild without a care for the economic situation of humans and began sinking trade ships that invaded his territory. One man, who wanted to become a hero, set out to defeat this emperor. Count Cassius said, "Son, must you go out?" Levin Balandria said, "Yes, father. He is a first-rank monster. If I succeed in defeating him, my promotion to a first-rank knight will also be advanced." If that happens, he remembered what he said to Maria Dunalev, "I've always loved you. Please grant me your first dance." But she left with Corin Locke, whom he thought of as an evil, salacious person. Len Balandria said, "I might be able to get Lady Mariette from that scammer bastard again. I will defeat the sea serpent and bring back peace to this strait," Corin Locke said to himself. And that's how, with one man's fiery heart, a raid group had a fierce battle for 5 nights and 6 days. And they happily said, "The sea serpent is escaping. Yay, it's our victory." "Congratulations on your win, young master," Levent Balandria said. "Lady Mariette, I pledge this victory to you," Corin Locke said to himself, and brought back peace to Aegina Strait by defeating the sea serpent. About half of it anyway. In the end, they couldn't catch the sea serpent and lost it. And the sea serpent, who ran away, caused the loss of innocent lives. Typhoon Bat Alvan. In order to breed, they become the cores of typhoons and protect themselves from enemies. It's nicknamed the Golden Bat because its blood, bones, and flesh are all elixirs. Even monsters want them. The injured sea serpent could not just go past the nest of Alvans, and the female Alvan made a decision for the baby in her womb. North, and more north, to fly as far as her wings would take her, to a safe place. That's how the place she chose to give birth was Merkaba Academy. Corin Locke said to himself, "My land." Who could have guessed this? A typhoon bat? That rare species. Weren't they the ones that couldn't even be seen on the continent in the summer because they thrived on small stone islands in the archipelago? Why would someone like that be here? Yeah, I know. It must have been some weird butterfly wing flap I did again. And those flaps must have returned as a typhoon. As a real, physical typhoon. His workers said while they were leaving, "We're evacuating here. We can't work here any longer." Corin Locke said, "Wait, you're almost finished. How can you leave now?" His worker said, "The typhoon keeps getting bigger. We'll die if we keep working on construction." "Hey, wait, you should give up here too." "Sometimes this happens in life," Corin Locke said to himself. "If the typhoon continues like this, the festival is done for. What's for sure is that if the typhoon expands in a week, my ends will go flying. I spent 280 gold coins to purchase this land. Another 330 coins went into buying raw materials, paying workers, and covering construction costs. I had 220 more coins to invest to complete this construction. And of those, only 110 coins are mine. The rest? I borrowed it all. If my business fails, I'll have to cough up 720 gold coins. I'm screwed. So screwed." A while later, Merkaba Academy held an emergency meeting on typhoon measures. The chairman, Eryu Kassar, called a few presiding professors and students. Eryu Kassar said, "Everyone's here. You must all be aware why I called you here. It's because of the typhoon Bat Alvan." Hammond Welsh, Night Faculty Tenure Professor. Dana Ariane, Magic Department Professor, said, "So we have to subjugate it?" Dana Ariane said to herself, "If we catch it, all the research money we lost due to the King of the Iron Mountain will be recovered in an instant." Hammond Welsh said, "Of course we have to subjugate it." Edgar Linton, Magic Faculty Professor, said, "I oppose." Hammond Welsh said, "What?" Edgar Linton said, "The typhoon will stop in a month." "I don't think there's a need to take that risk." Laura Lamass, Alchemy Faculty Professor, said, "Oh, Professor Edgar, what's your proof for that opinion?" Edgar Linton said, "An Alvin's breeding season is usually from June to September, and they are famous for repeating the short-term fertilization and pregnancy process. Even when considering different variables, the typhoon will stop in a month." Laura Lamass said, Then there's not really a need to take on that risk. I vote for maintaining the status quo." Ogan Rentry, Night Faculty New Professor, said, "I think it's still important to try subjugating it at least once. Not only will the return of students be pushed back, but the festival plans will be disrupted." A person said, "Above all, outsiders may think that the Academy is playing it safe and sparing themselves." Wow, Professor Ogan. Our Academy is an educational institution. Subjugation of monsters is something the association should take on in the first place. Still, the subjugation. I agree with Professor Edgar. Then let's not do the sub. Corin Locke was silently thinking. Suddenly, he stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, Professors, no. Seniors, Ariel Kassar said, I lack knowledge, but please hear me out. Corin Locke said, we swore that we will be brave and realize kindness and justice. That we won't go against our creed even in front of death, to protect the weak and defeat the evil. We are guardians, the protectors of humanity. Of course, we need to subjugate, Edgar said. Corin, I understand your fervor, but I think it'll be more beneficial not to sub Edgar. How can you say something like that? Do you not see the victims who have lost their houses due to the typhoon who are lost? Corin Locke said to himself, just say you'll subjugate. I'm about to become a beggar. Do you not see those forced out on the streets who have lost their jobs? Do you not see the children who have lost their homes who are starving? You cannot calculate lives with money. How can you abandon them? No, that's not what I meant. Ariel Kassar said, oh, was he really such a sincere fellow? What a model of chivalry. Corin Locke said, and this doesn't have to be chivalry or the oath of a guardian. Something as big as that. I just want to save people, and so the inn. And he corrected it immediately and said, let's save the people. Professor stood up and shouted, I knew I had a good eye for people. You are so right, Hammond Welsh said, to be such a passionate knight at that young age. Damn it, how touching. Well, what did he mean about the inn? There are precious lives in inns as well, Hammond said. I see that Ogen Rentry said, let's form a subjugation squad immediately. In the name of the Guardians, I swear. Ariel Kassar said, we will protect them. It seems we've come to a conclusion, Corin Locke said to himself. Thanks to my impassioned acting, all the professors and students actively agreed to the subjugation, and the subjugation squad was quickly formed and headed towards the typhoon. Edgar said, I finished talking with the support group. We just need to time things well. Corin Locke said, who? Ogen Rentry said, oh, are you that emotional? To think you're so sincere about saving people. Yes, it's such a relief. Corin Locke said to himself, of course, I'm sincere. To be able to protect everyone. I have 720 Goto repaid. My everything depends on this. Corin Locke said, the plan was simple, to catch the golden bat Alvan which lives within the eye of typhoons. We would receive help from the support squad to create a crack in the typhoon. If we succeeded, the entry squad would go in and defeat the Alvan. It would have been great if it had gone like that. But there were already countless monsters in the typhoon. These monsters caught within the typhoon in their attempts to eat the Alvan have been hungry for a while and are properly pissed. Well, I'm not too worried. In his prime, he was called Strong Hand Haman, semi-first rank knight Haman Welsh. He wields a 2-meter-long axe as if it were chopsticks. Semi-first rank knight Professor Ogen, a first-rank mage, and the current party leader demonstrate outstanding talent. It's not a cigarette. That's a mana stick he uses as a weapon. Professor Edgar. And above all, a second-year academy student, a first-rank knight like me, and a member of the North Island Savage Tribe, Crazed Warrior Berjacker. With these prominent members, it would be strange for us not to be able to defeat some monsters. Corin Locke said to Crazed Warrior Berjacker, you're so tall. Are you half giant? Crazed Warrior Berjacker said, mind your business and focus on the monster behind you. Corin Locke said, you're nicer than you look. Corin Locke continued to narrate, anyway, the focus is on capturing the Alvan. We need to enter the eye before the damage becomes widespread and apprehend the Alvan. Ah, of course, the damage to my inn, that is. Just wait, Alvan. I'm coming soon. Hammond Welsh said, we're entering the typhoon's eye soon. Everyone follow. Corin Locke at the back enjoyed the rally and said, yes, sir. A few moments later, Professor Edgar said, I didn't expect this. A smaller typhoon within the typhoon? I've never seen this before. I think she noticed intruders getting close, so she used her last power to create a smaller typhoon, Hammond Welsh said. And Alvan is a being that is this capable? Hammond Welsh asked. Professor Edgar replied, only possible because of her maternal instincts. She's a beast, but incredible. Professor Ogen, do you think we can get through? He asked. Professor Ogen said, well, if we endure receiving wounds all over our bodies, then yeah. Professor Edgar said, our side will have a lot of losses too, so there's no need for us to overexert ourselves. Let's leave it to the support squad. He shot a flare. Professor Dana requesting support. Professor Dana said, "Ah, is that so? Oh ho ho. Then let's see. Let me show my power for the first time in a while." Thunder and lightning covered the sky. Professor Ogun asked, "Professor Edgar, isn't that a little dangerous?" Professor Edgar looked at the sky and said, "My goodness, Professor Dana, are you trying to kill us all?" He suddenly formed a shield. "Everyone, get behind me. I will deploy a shield." Gosh, we just needed enough force to get rid of the typhoon. Professor, you and your sheer brute force. Professor Dana continued his magic, intensifying it. Red Sprite, and the whole place exploded. Suddenly the ground shattered and continued to break. Hammond Welsh shouted, "My God, this is why I don't like mage bastards. You all just kill knights," Professor Edgar said. Anyway, things were resolved well with this amount of thunder. The typhoon is still there? With that amount, it would even be difficult for semi-first rank monsters to survive. Hammond Welsh said, "Wait, isn't something weird?" Professor Edgar asked. "What?" Hammond Welsh said. "That Alvin keeps getting bigger," Professor Edgar said. "Just what's going on," Cornlock said. "Evolution. She's evolving." He said to himself, "The development of demons, a unique phenomenon that occurs during the accumulation of experience and life. It isn't simply the stage when the alpha individual who is the leader of the pack sublimates, but the stage where the vessel of the species itself sublimates. For a creature that can survive within a typhoon of this scale, it wouldn't be strange if she didn't tolerate thunder." The Alvin absorbed all of Professor Dana's thunder. We can't consider her a weak monster anymore. The Alvin is now king of thunderclouds. Hammond Welsh said, "Damn it, everyone, be careful. Hey, support squad mage. Is there no method?" Professor Edgar said, "Even if we request assistance from the support now, the Alvin's abilities will only get stronger. Look at Professor Dana. That individual is not normal. Damn it, what are we supposed to do now?" Cornlock said, "Hey, it's time for me to step up." He used his skill Calamity Serpent intent. "I realized something. Slithering serpent. Martial arts are effective when your feet are firmly planted on the ground. This is so annoying. I can't do anything. Give me an opportunity to do anything." He shouted, "Berjacker, do something." Crazed warrior Berjacker said, "Shut up. What do you expect me to do here?" Cornlock said to himself. While in the air, the 2-meter-tall giants and the spearmen with 2 cores are weak. No. I have 720 gold on the line depending on whether I capture that bat or not." Cornlock shouted, "Berjacker!" Crazed warrior Berjacker said, "Why has this bastard been calling me since earlier?" Cornlock shouted, "I'll borrow your head." He said to himself, "Just because I'm in the air doesn't mean I have nothing to step on." He shouted while using the head of Crazed warrior Berjacker. "Thank you." Crazed warrior Berjacker said, "Crazy bastard." Cornlock said to himself while he jumped at the back of Professor Ogun. "I won't give up." Suddenly, Cornlock jumped on the head of Hammond Welsh, then onto the head of Professor Edgar. He said to himself, "I refuse to surrender to a monster." He shouted, "I'll kill you. I will kill you." Cornlock thought to himself about the meeting of a man blinded by revenge and a monster wanting to protect her child. Both of their lives depended on this moment. A desperate fight had just begun. Cornlock tried to jump onto another object, but his foot passed through it, and he was shocked. "Why is there a slime here?" he exclaimed. He said to himself, "It's not over yet." He used his skill Pagoda Tree Mountain intent. 2 hits are unnecessary. Macro hit. He threw his spear towards the tornado. Suddenly, it was deflected, and he thought, "I can't help but feel it again." All martial arts use the ground. You can do nothing while in midair. Cornlock said, "Ah, is this my end? It's all over now." The clouds continued to clap thunder. Cornlock said, "I shouldn't have invested. I should have just used that money and bought something yummy. Frick." He began to cry and thought, and that's how, inside the typhoon, my world fell apart. The loud sound that I could hear even amidst the typhoon. Someone was fighting with the Alvan. Just Warren hit the Alvan with her attacks, continuing to punch it in the face. A huge blast exploded after she punched the face of the Alvan, and an intense light shone all over the place. Cornlock blocked the light as it continued to shine brighter. The tornado stopped, and the professors dropped to the ground. Professor Ogun said, "The typhoon stopped. Just woo." He looked at a person in the distance. Cornlock stood up and looked in the direction of the light. He said to himself, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death." He teared up and continued to tell himself, "I will fear no evil, for the Lord is with me." Cornlock said, "What are you doing?" He knelt to the ground and said to himself, 720 floors. No. Even before being buried by a debt of 720 gold, a rescue squad will come. As Hwaran and Professor Clara looked at him, he remained hopeful. Corinlock said, "The commotion caused by the typhoon that hit the outskirts of the city left only minor damage before ceasing. Thanks to early suppression, other than the highway, the city didn't suffer much damage. Although there were some victims due to the rainy winds, they will recover soon. The academy is funded by taxes, so the heroic image and symbolism are important," Mariette Dunalev said. "Take some food. Our menu is potatoes and onion soup. Take a glass of juice when you go in," a passerby said. "Thank you, Guardian." Corinlock continued, "For Guardians created by the academy, volunteer work is part of maintaining that image." An old guy said to Hwaran, "Gosh, can you give me another potato, sister?" Hwaran said with her dark aura. "Eat it as I give it to you." The old guy nervously replied, "Yes, ma'am." Corinlock said to himself, "Of course, there are exceptions to that." Corinlock said to Hwaran, "You're just too mean." "Do you know when humanity began to form civilization?" Hwaran replied, "Don't talk like a professor." "I've only heard about this, but the beginning of civilization is when a leg bone that had traces of being broken and healed was discovered. If your leg breaks, it's obvious you'll die in the wilderness. But the leg bone that had evidence of being broken and healed means that someone helped them until they healed. When someone is going through trouble, helping them out is what the beginning of civilization means." Hwaran said, "So it's all because humans were weak." Corinlock said, "Huh?" Hwaran walked away and said, "It's meaningless to me. There's no human who would help me." Suddenly, Corinlock said, "I can help you." Hwaran looked back, confused. Corinlock said, "Then won't it mean something?" Hwaran tried to talk but closed her lips. She continued, "A weak person shouldn't jabber." Hwaran thought to herself, "I am a living Jiangxi, a being created by using a living human that is close to a monster. If you knew my past." She remembered her past as a boy said, "You're a monster, Hwa." She continued to tell herself, "If you knew my essence, could you trust me enough to turn your back?" Hwaran said, "Idiot," and told herself, "Return it, Hwa. Return my body." Her head suddenly hurt and she said, "Shut up. This is mine. It's my body." She told herself, "I know. It's not mine. I'll never give it back." "Will you still help this me?" A few moments later, Corinlock said to himself, "Where the Guardian Academy is located, Merkabah City, people say that it's the safest place in the world. But the truth is a bit different. There are back alleys everywhere, and the ones who lead this lawless area are the Black Star faction. Their main sources of income are slaves and illegal bootleg liquor distribution, but to solidify their position in this area properly, they have special businesses. For example, Corinlock got drunk and shouted, "Bring some alcohol," as he grabbed a lady and put her close to him. Corinlock said to himself, "Dealing with bad customers like this." He shouted to the old man, "You bastard. You call this alcohol?" The old man said, "Sir." Corinlock said, "Who's the damn manager here? Tell them to come out right now." "Now." The manager suddenly arrived and said, "Which bastard is acting up at my bar?" Corinlock said to himself, "They're finally here. The Black Star faction sells bootleg liquor to this tavern and, at the same time, receives a protection tax to protect it. There's no better place to meet a member of the Black Star faction than this." The manager said, "Judging from your appearance, you seem to be an academy student. What is a minor doing here?" Corinlock said, "What are you?" "Hick, what teeth e?" Manager said, "Kid, if you're done drinking, just leave. In return, I'll pay for your alcohol today." Corinlock picked up his drink and poured it on the head of the manager and said, "Perfect timing. Are you the manager of this place?" The old man said, "Sir." The people got angry and a guy said, "This bastard." Another said, "Sir." The manager said, "I've met a lot of kids like you. Kids who act up just because they're guardians. I've seen a lot of them. They all dive in fearlessly because they think they're the best. Men, teach this kid a lesson." His men suddenly jumped towards Corinlock. He shouted, "These guys are the crazy hunting dogs who ran wild in the north. They were renowned slave hunters who were called the Red Insane Dogs. How dare a mere student, just a little pup, not know how scary a tiger is?" Corinlock just looked at them. Suddenly, he punched the faces of the people who were going to attack him. Outside, the punches of Corinlock were heard. The manager was shocked and said, "Just. War, are you?" Corinlock said. "Me. I'm a dog man who catches insane dogs." "You mother baker!" He punched the face of the manager, who shouted in pain. Corinlock said to himself, that day the Black Star faction disappeared. Well, anyway, unrelated to dealing with a gang faction, there was a separate reason I was targeting the Black Star faction, which is the people they sold and bought like slaves, to free the demi-humans. Koren Lok said to himself. Gosh, truly treating them like animals. In this world, demi-humans are targets of ostracization. They are far from ordinary in several ways, making them easy beings for human society to ostracize. As he opens the cages, the demi-humans are freed. Koren Lok says to them, once you go outside, there will be a carriage provided by the Dunala family. Those who come out first can go that way. They begin to cry and walk outside. He thinks to himself, this will make them lower their guard around me a little bit. Okay then, let's achieve our real goal. Koren Lok asks a demi-human, are there siblings named Ren and Ron here? She points in a direction and he says, that way. Looking in that direction, he says to himself, what they're kind oof small? The girl covers for her brother. Koren Lok thinks, that's strange. When I met them in my last life, they were in their 20s. I heard that we're humans' physical bodies develop based on their mental development. But isn't this too much? But still, since I'm here, Koren Lok approaches them and says, hey guys, she responds, don't hit my brother. Koren Lok thinks, so this is the older sister, Ren. I heard that the human system awakens as soon as you're born. So in many cases, they are sold at a young age. He remembers what she said to him in his past life. I'll kill you, bastard. He thinks her demeanor is very different. She used to be a ripped and gruff woman. You're saying this girl develops into that in 1 year? In his last life, Ren and Ron were villains working as the Catholic churches were humans. Fundamentalists who were radical demon segregationists. Committed all kinds of atrocities with enslaved humans to promote public opinion and led to the political confrontation of the first and second princesses. The two, who were not easy enemies, were killed by Park Siho. Koren Lok opens the cage and says, you're pretty different than I thought, but let's go, guys. Koren Lok thinks, I'm saving the unfortunate villains who later develop into mid-level bosses. She suddenly shouts, leave! Leave us alone. Koren Lok says to her, kid, let's just go obediently. She shouts, let go, let us go. Koren Lok suddenly grabs her wrist and says, you'll get hurt. She continues to shout, let. Koren Lok says, it's okay, no one will hurt you anymore. He hugs them tightly and says, you are safe now. He thinks, children who've never received the protection of adults, but rather their persecution will always be on edge. Tears form in her eyes. Koren Lok thinks, that's a tragedy. Koren Lok asks, what are your names? Ron says, Ron. I'm Ron. Ren says, Ren. Koren Lok introduces himself saying, I'm Koren Lok. Ren asks, are you a guardian? Koren Lok says, yes. She suddenly rests on Koren Lok's shoulder, and Koren Lok says, oh, she must have relaxed. Oh, him too. Ha, gosh. I've coaxed them for now, Babati. Do I really have to hand them over to the guardians? A few hours later, bar employee Lenya asks, what are you thinking about, boss? She may appear to be an ordinary back alley bar employee, but she is actually a manager of an information guild. Koren Lok thinks, what I had in mind were the mid-level bosses Ren and Ron, not kids like this. I had wanted to use their abilities to keep this episode's enemies in check. Koren Lok tells Lenya, take them to my inn for now and give them some food. Lenya asks, you were a philanthropist? Koren Lok says, think what you want. He exhales deeply, saying, who? He thinks, so, do I have to save Hwaran by myself then? In the Merkabah City, Flying Beast Landing Zone, Eastern Platform Village, a giant bird with a single foot lands. A guy says, hello, you must be from the East. Please show me your registration. They descend from the giant bird. One of them shows his badge, and the guy says, ah, an official from Borama Academy, I see. The old man says, yes, I am Senior Professor Kang Ryun. These children are my disciples. The guy says, I'm Jin Hyuk. Nice to meet you. The lady says, I'm the Student Council President, Kang Yuwa. The guy says, El Las Kingdom welcomes your visit. We have a carriage waiting, so please come this way. Jin Hyuk says, phew, this treatment is awesome. Kang Yuwa says, Hike, Master hasn't even sat down yet. Jin Hyuk says, whoa, Yuva, you know I'm not strong. Kang Ryun says, is that something a first-ranked knight should be saying? Jin Hyuk says you. Kang Ryun says, that's enough, sit down. Let's stop with the useless talk. Jin Hyuk asks, but Master, are you sure? That's here. Kang Ryun looks at him and says, yes, I'm sure the chairman of this place took it. The Emperor guaranteed it. Jin Hyuk and Kang Yuwa's aura shows. Kang Ryun said, hide your murderous intent. We need to forget all that right now, okay? Jin Hyuk said, forget all that? He remembers his past and says, How could we forget it? That damn thing, Corin Locke thought to himself. 1 month after the Typhoon Bat incident, these days, the Academy is abuzz due to the upcoming festival. The festival, unlike the name suggests, is more similar to a type of Academy exchange war, an event where students of the 4 academies of each region battle in their strive for mastery. Jaeger Hins Peter said, "But don't we need to form teams soon?" Lork Bogman said, "Nope, first we have to choose doubles and group matches between individual matches." Alicia Arden asked, "What are you going to compete in, Corin?" Corin Locke said, "I'm going for doubles, and I'm taking you with me." Lork Bogman said, "I want to do individual and group." Jaeger Hins Peter said, "I want to do doubles." Alicia Arden said, "Me? Corin Locke said, "What's with the We're a fixed team." Alicia Arden asked, "Then what about the group match?" Corin Locke said, "The group match has random team distribution, so I don't know. I hope I get the same team as you." Alicia Arden said, Corin Locke said, "Why do you keep ing?" Alicia Arden said, "Isn't the doubles team distribution random too? Just wanting to be on my team doesn't mean." Corin Locke said, "An announcement will come out soon. If you're second rank or higher, you get the right to participate." Alicia Arden said, "So you're going to use me as a slave again." Hacks. To be forced to labor during a fun festival again, Corin Locke said, "Labor?" Alicia Arden said, "Why not pair with Mariette? She's honestly the strongest, isn't she?" Corin Locke said, "Mariette, she's probably entering the individual match." Alicia Arden said, "A mage in the individual match?" Corin Locke said, "It seems she wanted the individual match prize." Mariette Dunalev said, "It's mine." Alicia Arden said, If that's the case then." A person said, "Hey, look over there." Another asked, "What?" "What is it?" Corin Locke said, Another said, "Wow, look at that outfit. They must be from the East." Corin Locke said, "East." Another said, "Are those like Taoist clothes?" His friend said, "Idiot, it's just Eastern-style clothes." Corin Locke thought to himself, "They're finally here. Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun fighting Hound Sa Jinhyuk, Swordmaster Kang Yuwa, the protagonists of the third part, Heavenly Yakshai. A few moments later at the library, Professor Clara said, "Transferring one of our academy students to Borome Academy? I cannot accept that." Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun said, "We are simply making a reasonable request as the rightful blood relatives of that child. 1 year ago, we faced a tragic accident, and sadly, the center of that accident was my niece." Professor Clara said, "I know." Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun said, "In the chaos of our castle turning to ashes, you took my niece. We found her whereabouts, so naturally, we want her back." Professor Clara said, "Warren is a special case. You should be aware of that." She thought to herself. The reason he requested a meeting as soon as he arrived as a judge for the group match was because of Hwaran. Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun said, "As you know, a beast resides in Rand's body. I just want to recover my niece from that beast." Professor Clara said, "Hwaran's body is only alive because of that child, and that was the will of Chairman Eryu's friend and student's father, Kang Yu." Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun said, We'll take care of that on our own. Do you really think you can socialize that beast in the first place?" Professor Clara said, "Of course. Hwaran actually spent the first semester with no problems." Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun said, "I'd like you to prove that." Catholic Church's Dispatch Bishop Li Jinyang said, "That wicked demon is socialized? Who knows if all of this is just a part of her wicked plan?" Professor Clara said, "Bishop Li Jinyang, I hope you refrain from speaking further." He replied, "No, we true believers do not believe in your evidence that is only words." Professor Clara said, "What are you trying to say?" Catholic Church's Dispatch Bishop Li Jinyang said, "Send that wicked thing out during this festival. If it's that wicked thing that murdered countless young sheep, her true nature will be revealed during the heat of violence." Professor Clara said, "You want me to send Hwaran out during the festival?" Although their words are groundless, I have no confidence I can logically convince them, since when it comes to faith, I, a witch, am also a target of getting burned at the stake. Well, this might actually be a good opportunity. If we show how demons can socialize and have intellect through this, it might be better in the future. Professor Clara said, "Okay, I will suggest Hwaran compete in the individual match." Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun said, "Yes." Professor Clara said, "Where Hwaran stays will be decided by the girl herself. I don't know about the Eastern continent, but here her legal guardians are Chairman Eryu, me, and Xion Cathedral's great saintess." Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun silently listened. Catholic Church's dispatched Bishop Li Jinyang said, I think our conversation is done. The two of you can be on your way. Understood. Thank you for your time, Professor Josephine. A few moments later, Professor Clara sighed and said, Phew, to think, it really go, as the boy said. During this festival, Balthazar's dogs are hidden. Suddenly, she was shocked. What? Where? Well, Corin Locke said, all I know is that something's going to happen. I don't have the details, but I have a guess. The Catholic Church in Borome. It might be one of the two, or it might be both. He thought to himself, the answer was actually both. The Catholic Church, which is declining day by day, is making desperate attempts to expand its influence, and Borome's spirit mage, along with some of their students, are participating in this. The key word is Heavenly Yakshaiwaran. It's a very important incident that decides the fate of a named character and marks the turning point in the main scenario, as well as decides the overall direction of the entirety of the El-Las Kingdom. Corin Locke said, I'd like you to keep an eye on the Catholic Church, Professor Josephine. She asked, then you. Corin Locke said, there are inns constructed on the outer regions like this. Have the Borome students stay there. It'll be easier to keep an eye on them. She said, how can I trust you? Corin Locke thought to himself, does she still think of me as Balthazar's disciple? He opened his shirt and said, you don't have to. Continuously suspect me. That's the right mindset to have. But regardless of what you do, my goal doesn't change. As Corin Locke showed off his muscular body, a system notification appeared. Oath, I will save the world. Professor Clara sweated while looking at Corin Locke's muscular body, closing her eyes as she sweat from the heat, and said, ha! Corin Locke thought to himself, if she knows the oath of a shadow warrior, her suspicion has to be lessened. She then took a peek. Corin Locke said, but I heard that the inns newly constructed on the outskirts were built using student investments. Ah, that's unrelated to me. She said, I have info that the owner of the inns who received those investments is you. Corin Locke said, it's unrelated. She said, I heard that recently Mariette moved her ingredients over there and is setting up a street stall. Corin Locke said, it's completely unrelated to me. He thought to himself, secured 100 long-term guests. Daily necessities, food, carriage round-trip expenses, etc. All profit-making projects were planned with this wide vision in mind. People need a little helping hand sometimes. Don't be so obstinate. And so, time passed to the festival group match preliminary round. Jaeger Hinspeter said, hey friend, Lord Bogman replied. Yeah? Jaeger Hinspeter said, will we be able to survive? Corin Locke thought to himself, festival group match trials. Only 16 will make it through. Jaeger Hinspeter was shocked and said, why are there so many people? Lord Bogman said, apparently even the seniors are all participating. Corin Locke thought to himself, only Huaren is absent among the named characters. Guess she's only entering the individual match. But where's Alicia? As Alicia Arden in the crowd cried and was far away from them, she shouted, Corin, I'm over here. Please move aside. Suddenly, Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun said, nice to see you all. A person said, wow, look over there. That person is Kang Ryun? Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun introduced himself to the crowd and said, I am Kang Ryun, in charge of judging these trials. This a preliminary round that will decide the 16 guardians who will compete in the group match. I wish you the best, Lord Bogman said. The difficulty level must be hell, Jaeger Hinspeter said. Huh? Why, who is he? Immortal Taoist Kang Ryun said, when your armband is ripped off, you're eliminated, so be careful. Then I'll begin. The topic of this exam. Yes, it is the most important duty for a guardian. Save the civilians. Suddenly, walls came out from the ground. Everyone was shocked as walls appeared all over the place. It was the 8-array formation, 8 gates array. Jaeger Hinspeter said, Hey, what the heck? Does this even make sense? Lord Bogman said, of course it does. Kang Ryun is the Eastern Continent's best formation sorcerer. Jaeger Hinspeter said, but this scale is just anyway. What does save the civilians mean? Lord Bogman said, civilians. Is he talking about that? And the rules are as follows. 1. After touching the civilians, you can give commands. 2. Guiding civilians to your goal earns +1 point for each person. 3. Unnecessarily destroying civilians result in -2 points for each person. Jaeger Hinspeter said, those stone dolls are civilians. Aha! So once we get to them and touch them, they move, Lord Bogman said. I think so. Jaeger Hinspeter said, wow, how fascinating. It's kind of fun, Lord Bugman said. Yeah, Jaeger Hinspeter said. Okay, let's go, Lord Bugman said. Hey, Cornlock thought to himself, they sure are kids getting so excited. Suddenly, Alicia Arden shouted, be careful, it's a longhound. She slashed the hound and said, who? The crowd cheered for her, saying, wow. In a single moment, his friend said, as expected of Alicia, what an honor to be on the same team. Ooh, Alicia Arden blushed, smelled her finger and cleared her throat, saying, ahem, gee, just trust me and follow. And the hound vanished into thin air. Cornlock thought to himself, civilian guard task. By demonstrating your skills as a guardian to protect the civilians in a land invaded by monsters, you must transport as many stone civilians as possible to the safe zone. A boy shouted, Alicia, there's another civilian over there. Alicia Arden said, yep. Cornlock thought to himself, Alicia was feeling quite accomplished. The boy continued, if we save that one, we'll have 10. We're gathering them quickly. Alicia Arden said, it'll be good to start looking for the safe zone soon, he replied. I'll send my familiar to scout. It's an 8 gates array, so there should be one nearby. Suddenly the ground shook. He said, what's that all of a sudden? Alicia Arden exclaimed. The ground is shaking, he asked. Is that the sound of drums? Alicia Arden said. Ah, behind. He asked, behind? Suddenly mannequins marched forward, and a dust cloud covered the place. A man shouted from a distance, if you peacefully lay down your life, we'll let your weapons go. Alicia Arden nervously asked, what's that? A trolley. Her friend said, no, they tied the stone dolls to make a trolley. Alicia Arden said, just what is that? Jaeger Hinspeter said, kneel down, we are the Mandrake Bandits, as he played his harp. Alicia Arden shouted, Jaeger Hinspeter, what are you doing? No more than that. Is it okay to strum the harp like a guitar like that? As they heard weird noises from the harp. Suddenly, Cornlock laughed maniacally and thought to himself, you want more than 1,000 students to obtain points by transporting a limited number of stone civilians? Alicia Arden pointed at Cornlock and said, ah! You. Cornlock thought to himself, why would I bother doing something as annoying as that? Alicia Arden shouted, Cornlock! Cornlock said in a menacing voice, Corn? Who's that? When calling me, call me the Almighty Immortal. I'm the Almighty Immortal Lock. It's so much easier to eliminate others. Cornlock said, when calling me, call me the Almighty Immortal. Marriott Dunalev asked, Corin? Who's that? Cornlock shouted, I'm the Almighty Immortal Lock. He thought to himself, it began with 3 people. Jaeger Hinspeter cheered and said, as expected of our boss. Lord Bugman exclaimed, what incredible foresight. Cornlock laughed, saying, ha ha ha, and thought to himself, I absorbed the surrounding students as they came. The pretext was to join forces and clear the preliminary match. Since only 16 could move on, we aimed to eliminate as many students as possible other than us. That's why we didn't look for a safe zone. Instead, we absorbed as many civilians as possible and used them as shields. A person said, sweep them with magic, his friend exclaimed. You crazy bastard. What if the civilians are destroyed in the process? We're just gonna lose points. Cheap bastards. How can we attack if you do this? Cornlock thought to himself, the stone civilians became excellent shields. If you move stone civilians to a safe zone, you get 1 point. But if you destroy them, you lose 2. Cornlock laughed and said, ha ha, try your best. Are you scared? Scared? A student shouted, you cheap bastard. Since it's come to this, we'll have to fight hand to hand. Another shouted, drag them from the stone civilians. Lord Bugman said, hey boss, I've been holding back. Can I go all out? Cornlock replied, ah, of course. Lord Bugman shouted, ha ha, for fireball. The students were blasted away. A student cried out, ack you. There are stone civilians here too. Cornlock said, yeah, we have a lot. I can just take yours and replenish those points. He thought to himself, this is the decisive difference between us and our opponents. Compared to us, who increased our numbers early and obtained the majority of the stone civilians, the others were slow to group up. Whenever they found stone civilians, they searched for a safe zone. Honestly, rather than aiming for a must-win strategy, let's kill anyone bigger than a wheel. Jaeger Hinspeter shouted, hey boss! Cornlock thought to himself, it's just really fun. When around 30 were eliminated, Alicia Arden said, ah, you, as she pointed at Cornlock. Cornlock thought to himself, I met Alicia. Alicia Arden asked, Corin? Cornlock corrected her, saying, I told you I'm the Almighty Immortal Lock. He looked at Alicia Arden and said, Alicia Arden, I'll give you the opportunity to join the Mandrake Bandits. Alicia Arden asked, What? Corin Locke said, Bring me your colleagues' armbands. Then I'll give you the position of vice boss. Alicia Arden replied, No, there's no nay. Corin Locke suddenly said, I need you. We're expanding our offensive. Suddenly, students were about to attack Alicia Arden from behind. Corin Locke shouted, Anyone who brings Alicia's armband will be accepted into the bandits. They all jumped towards Alicia Arden, who looked behind and said, Guys, the mage said, Sorry, Alicia. Rather than going against first-ranked Knight Corin, you're easier to face as a semi-first rank. Alicia Arden cried and said, Soma mean. I trusted you as my comrades. Corin Locke thought to himself, the cruelty of human society. Although it has the pretense of civilization during times of peace, when your own safety is at risk, you all seem like squids trapped in a wash basin. You devour each other without hesitation. Alicia Arden managed to defeat the students and said, Whatever, I don't need any of you. Since it's come to this, I won't hold back either. Alicia Arden, Mandrake Bandits, new vice boss? Corin Locke thought to himself. Meanwhile, everyone forms teams similarly. The same goes for the second-year ace, Mariette Dunolev. Mariette's party, which formed on the basis of friendship, was doing great at gathering stone civilians, and she was filled with the confidence that their friendship could overcome anything. Of course, that was before they met Immortal Locke. Mariette Dunolev said, Corin, that Isabel said, Don't worry, Mariette. We can do this. We lack numbers, but our average rank is higher. Suddenly, with a soft voice, Corin Locke said, Mariette, you're going to hit me? As he cried. Mariette Dunolev's nose suddenly burst with strawberry juice. She said, Huh? Isabel asked. Mariette? Corin Locke thought to himself. Isabel did not catch on. A 2-year-long friendship was nothing compared to love. Mariette Dunolev plugged her nose with cotton, raised her staff, and shouted, Immortal Locke! Then she jumped towards her teammate. Her teammate said, Mariette, what are you? Isabel, in shock, said, Mariette. On the other side, Jaeger Hinspeter said, Good one, new recruit. Lork Boogman said, Destroy them. Mariette Dunolev defeated all her teammates and shouted, Immortal Locke! Immortal Locke! Alicia Arden shouted, Immortal Locke! Lork Boogman shouted, Immortal Locke! Jaeger Hinspeter shouted, Immortal Locke! Corin Locke said, Oh ho ho! Auto hunting is awesome, LOL. In another scene, Professor Josephine and Senior Professor Kang Ryun watched Corin Locke laughing like a maniac. Senior Professor Kang Ryun asked, What the? Professor Josephine responded, Just who is that Immortal Locke student? She added, I'm not sure, and thought to herself, a brilliant strategist, but at the same time, quite loathsome. Strategist Immortal Locke. Professor Josephine said, Did we have a student like that? I don't think he's from our academy. Josephine quickly cut ties with him, and that's how Corin Locke's party gained a loathsome image and passed the group match with incredible results. After rewards in the preliminary round of the doubles match, suddenly the Boromir twins arrived on the scene, second-ranked guardians, the Chen siblings. One twin threw her talisman towards Corin Locke and shouted, Ha! Corin Locke evaded the attack like it was nothing and said, Whoa! Go! Isha! Body slam. Alicia Arden exclaimed, Body! What? Arg.gosh. So this is why you brought MME. So you could exploit me. She used her sword and slashed the twins, shouting, Hi-ah! Corin Locke gave her a thumbs up and said, Nice, we easily won the doubles match. Alicia Arden retorted, I was the only one who fought, you idiot. I'm tired, Corin Locke said. What are you talking about? I cheered you on. Alicia Arden exclaimed, Arg! Gosh, you're so annoying, Jin Hyuk said to Kong Yuwa. I was excited since I heard she was the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, but she's nothing special, huh? Kong Yuwa replied, I do get the impression that her foundations are lacking. But, more than Tad, who is that spearman student? Jin Hyuk said, You felt it too. He's the real deal. Kang Yuwa said, Yes, from what I heard, he was a 5th-ranked knight until just recently. She thought to herself, the hardest enemies we predicted before coming here were 2 people, crazed warrior Bejacker and vampire Mariette Dunolev. But that spearman, he dodged the attacks of the Chen siblings like they were nothing. The Chen siblings aren't weak. They're some of the strongest even within Boromir. I can feel his strength from his breathing, senses, and gaze. And more than that, his experience. So that's Corin Locke, the current strongest first-year, first-rank knight. Jin Hyuk said, It'll be annoying to meet him in the group match. Guys like him who use their brains shine more in group matches. I hope he doesn't get in the way when we use that formation. He looked to the side and said, He suddenly became serious and looked into the distance with killing intent. The crowd cheered and shouted. Hwoaran walked alone and thought to herself, maybe it's because everyone is gathered at the festival venue, but it feels more empty than usual. The silence in the space where there are usually loud noises reminds me of that day, the day I became a yaksha. Kill them, kill everything you see. Suddenly she felt something and thought to herself, an ambush? Jinhyuk was about to kick her. Hwoaran thought to herself, no, this is just killing intent. She looked at Jinhyuk in the distance with his killing intent. Jinhyuk said, phew, impressive. Most can't even sense that and just collapse. Hwoaran thought to herself, killing intent strong enough that I mistook it as a real attack. As if. I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you. Hwoaran asked. You, do you know MME? Jinhyuk, confused, said. Do I know you? No, I've never seen you before, sister. Jinhyuk said, do I know you? No, I've never seen you before, sister. I apologize. I thought you were someone I knew and tried to play a joke, Jinhyuk said, embarrassed. Hwoaran thought to herself, something feels familiar about him, but I can't remember. Well, I'm sure it's not important. She then said to Jinhyuk, be careful. Jinhyuk responded, yes, next time I'll look carefully before pouncing. He suddenly grinned in anger. Kang Yuwa commented, what a reckless attempt. You didn't have to do that in a place like this. Jinhyuk replied, thanks to this, I confirmed that Master's 8 Gates works on that monster. He thought to himself, the adamant monster, the masterpiece of necromancers. In order to seal this monster and save Ran, the 8 Gates array, utter annihilation needs to be formed. The student council president, Kang Yuwa, said, if we want to provoke the yaksha, we need to wait for the right moment. Hold your breath and wait for now. Jinhyuk, trembling in anger, thought, once everything goes according to plan, I will. Kang Yuwa continued, from Ran Orchid, we'll take the HWA, fire that evil thing out, and the rest is up to you. Jinhyuk, still angry, said, don't worry, Yuwa, I'm not going to go that crazy. To himself, he added, kill that monster. In a different scene. At the group match's second round venue in Elus Kingdom's central Nazria city, at a restaurant, Korin Lok thought to himself, this is a bit unexpected. I never thought we'd come so far from the school for this episode. Madame Josephine said to him, Senior Professor Kang Ryun has changed the stage of the group match. Korin thought, I was surprised when I heard the news from Madame Josephine. She continued, Borome said the supplies were stolen by bandits. Was that you? Korin Lok exclaimed, what? No way. I didn't steal that. She asked seriously. That. Korin, flustered, thought, oops. He then confessed to himself, I did steal something, but it was the Catholic Church's supplies, the items Kang Ryun was secretly smuggling through the Catholic Church. The things they needed to set up secretly beforehand in order to control Hwoaran with the 8 Gates array, utter annihilation. The fact that Borome's supplies were stolen must be a self-fabricated scenario put on by Kang Ryun and Lee Jinyang in order to buy time to get the supplies that were taken. Cunning bastards, they sure think fast. Alicia Arden remarked, Nazria City, it's more ordinary than I expected. Korin, want to eat? She called for a waitress, saying, excuse me? Korin Lok warned, you didn't read the precautions? We're not supposed to eat anything here. Senior Professor Kang Ryun mused, why? Kang Ryun then announced, Borome Academy's red, blue, green, yellow teams, 16 people in total. Merkaba Academy's A, B, C, D teams, 16 people in total. Everyone is here. Okay then, 58 minutes, 59 minutes, 59 minutes and 30 seconds, 59 minutes and 50 seconds, 5, F4, T3, T2. Alicia Arden, surprised, exclaimed, just what's going on? As Korin Lok prepared and took out his spear, Senior Professor Kang Ryun shouted, begin! Korin Lok suddenly stabbed the head of a person. Alicia Arden, shocked, asked, Korin? What are you doing? Mariette Dunalev then used her magic on another person. Alicia Arden continued in disbelief. Just what? As strawberry juice splattered on the wall and the chaos stopped, Alicia Arden, trembling in shock, asked, what's everyone doing? Korin Lok explained. Look at the corpses, Alicia. They already decomposed? Korin thought to himself, of all places, it had to be here, Kang Ryun. For 300 years, this city has been repeating the same time. Ordinary life during the day, and when night falls, the entire city of 1,200,000 people becomes a land of the dead, the unordinary life. The city of the undead, Nazria. In another scene at night, Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, "Okay, I'm sure you understand the situation. We will now begin the group match. I will soon announce the division of teams, and each team must retrieve the Moonstone. The period is from now until the morning of 3 days later. You can also give up midway through." Korenlach thought to himself. The team members, who were announced on the spot, were given only a brief explanation and a backpack containing essential items. Group D, Korenlach, Alicia Arden, Jaeger Hinchpeter, Lark Bugman. They were sent outside the inn, where 1,200,000 undead were swarming. The pass cutoff was the top 4 teams. In order to save Hwoarang, we need to make it to the 3rd round at all costs. Until then, I have to go along with this absurd festival. The plan is simple. The really dangerous guys are outside the city center. We'll target the low-level zones on the outskirts of the city, with undead of appropriate difficulty. The one to clear the pass will be my spear. At the outskirts steeple will go up to a high place and only target the shining moonstone undead who have swallowed a moonstone, Lork said. Koren, what's with the undead who are shining for some reason? Korenlach asked himself. We'll safely collect points. The stage boss, we need to defeat him. Quality is more important than quantity. Jaeger Hinchpeter questioned. Just what are you seeing? Korenlach replied. If you just use flying magic on us, we'll do the rest. Lork added. Well, this team is pretty trustworthy. Then I'll use telescope magic to look, huh? What's wrong? Wait, I didn't use any magic yet. But why is it so close? It was the Revenant Titan. Korenlach, in shock, shouted, Damn it, we need to run, Lark. Lark responded, Huh? Why? What's wrong? Is it dangerous? Korenlach thought to himself. Dangerous? That's the central stage boss. Lork shouted, Hurry, use flying magic. Korenlach, confused, said, Huh? Then he thought to himself, What was that? A geist? A geist is a phenomenon in which a spirit possesses an object. Suddenly, the bell swung high and hit Lork, making him fall off the tower as he shouted. A system notification announced, Lark Bugman eliminated. If you receive a certain amount of impact, you will be eliminated and moved. Korenlach exclaimed, How can you already be eliminated? What about the flying magic? Damn it. Jaeger, Alicia, first. The Revenant Titan charged forward and threw his giant sword, making the clock tower fall. Korenlach shouted, Damn it, it's collapsing. Climb to the top of the tower. Once it falls, run in the opposite direction. Jaeger asked, Why do things like this always happen when I'm with you? As the tower fell and collapsed, a few moments later, the dust cleared, and a boulder moved and shook. Korenlach exclaimed, Pa, is everyone okay? Alicia Arden replied, I sure do experience all sorts of things when I'm with you, Koren. Korenlach said, Just think of it as having made a fun friend. Anyway, our first day is ruined. Lark got eliminated too early, and we've been marked by a weird bastard. Let's run until it gets bright for now. Jaeger, confused, asked, What happened? Suddenly something grabbed his shoulder. Huh? What's this? A claw? Korenlach shouted. Jaeger, what the? An abyss shrieker. As Jaeger was dragged up by it, Alicia Arden shouted, Koren! Over there. Korenlach thought to himself, Yeah, since it came to this, I knew you'd come out. The White King appeared. Korenlach thought, a Revenant Titan, Abyss Shrieker, and even a White King. Nazria's 3 bosses have all gathered. And they're all at least first rank. Alicia Arden asked, Koren, is it over for us? Korenlach replied, This is driving me nuts. Ugh. Suddenly, the enemies simultaneously attacked them, and Korenlach shouted, It's coming. He thought to himself, Damn it, I wanted to avoid being eliminated. Am I going to be eliminated from the group match like this? Suddenly, a bright light shone. That's, he said as the light hit the ground. He thought, This isn't an attack, but a flash that's blocking my sight. And what's creating this light? This sir. Suddenly, someone grabbed the spear and said, This way. Alicia Arden, panting, asked, Koren, are you okay? I am worried about Jaeger, but, Korenlach replied, Let's go for now. Alicia Arden agreed, Ah, yes. A few moments later, Korenlach sighed. Ooh, a lady with a spear asked, You okay? It's a relief you aren't hurt. Korenlach, exhausted, replied, Ha, thanks for helping us, but that spearmanship just now. She responded, That's what I wanted to ask. Child, how? Do you know my spearmanship? She took off her hood, and Korenlach was shocked. He thought to himself, I did. think it was a familiar voice. She suddenly got close to Corinlock and said, I see. Corinlock thought. Soundless steps, blue eyes as clear as pure water. She said to him, you are my disciple from a far future, right? Corinlock thought to himself, my master Arandanua. He asked her, how are you? He recalled, it was around my second year winter break in my previous life. In a flashback, Park Sihu said, hurry up, Corin. Corinlock replied, Park Sihu, this is your problem. Why do you always speak so disrespectfully to your elders? Anyway, why did you suddenly call me? Park Sihu suddenly knocked on the door, and Corinlock was shocked. Hey, that's the chairman's office. Park Sihu said, you told me before, right, that you wanted to get stronger. Corinlock, peeking at the door, said, huh? Let me introduce you to the teacher who will make you stronger. Arandanua greeted, so you're Corin. Welcome. Corinlock thought, the connection I made through the privilege of Park Sihu being the player, that was my first encounter with her. In the present, Arandanua said, this should be enough. Most undead won't enter this building. Alicia Arden said, thank you. Would you like some chocolate? Arandanua replied, thank you for the offer, but here, you shouldn't eat food from another time. Alicia Arden said, I see. Corinlock thought to himself, this is a place where time flows from 300 years ago. If you consume food from 300 years ago, two things might happen. The food will adjust according to the time that has passed, or the person who consumed the food will be trapped in the past. This is the world's reaction. I haven't tested the opposite, but there should be some effect. Corinlock said to Alicia Arden, watching her eat too much chocolate, you sure eat well. He then asked Arandanua, so what are you doing here? Arandanua replied, oh my, aren't you calling me master? Corinlock went serious. Arandanua continued, I see, I got it. Alicia Arden asked, oh, so Corin's master is from the past? If you've been in this city since the accident 300 years ago, Corinlock thought to himself, this is where I'm confused. This place is where the time of 300 years ago flows. Everything here should be repeating that time, so how is she maintaining her rationality so perfectly? Arandanua sipped her cup of cold tea and said, I've become friends with the Grim Reaper. Corinlock asked, pardon? What? Arandanua explained, Nazria is a poisonous city that births the undead. I was preventing the birth of the immortal king. He'll be born in the center of the city soon. Alicia Arden, shocked, asked, I immortal king? Corinlock said, is that so? Then let's go. Arandanua responded, what are you doing? This is my work. Corinlock insisted, you need an assistant, don't you? Arandanua acknowledged. You sure are sharp. A few moments later, Corinlock thought to himself, she didn't have the option to reject this quest in the first place. After all, this is Nazria Field's main quest. A system notification announced, main quest, the player and the Grim Reaper must assist the unknown spearman and prevent the birth of Nazria's immortal king. Alicia Arden shouted, Corin, over there. Corinlock replied, yeah, and thought to himself, of course there's no reason for me to reject this quest either. Since in order to weaken the power of the immortal king, we need to defeat the 3 undead. The Revenant Titan screamed, swung his weapon, and attacked them. They dodged the attack, and Corinlock and Arandanua used the skill Tiger Sweeping Wind. They launched a whirlwind great magic spear at the Revenant Titan, which it blocked with its giant sword. Corinlock deflected it while Arandanua moved for an attack and landed a hit. Corinlock shouted, now, Alicia. Alicia Arden unsheathed her katana and instantly decapitated the Revenant Titan, landing on the ground. The Titan fell, causing shockwaves from its enormousness. Corinlock exclaimed, who? This is crazy big. Alicia Arden said, I did well, didn't I? Corinlock thought to himself, we only have one more person left. I didn't expect the level of difficulty to become this easy. Arandanua is just different, I guess. Arandanua said, good work. Let's end things here for today. It'll be dawn soon, so let's come back tomorrow night. Corinlock agreed, yes. He thought to himself, when carrying out job assignments outside, you would normally sleep after setting up your camp at night, but Nazria works the opposite way. This is a contradictory battlefield where night is dangerous and day is safe. Arandanua asked, did Alicia fall asleep? As she snored in bed, Corinlock confirmed, yes. Arandanua advised, you should sleep too. Kids need to go to bed early and wake up early. Corinlock retorted, do I seem like a child to you? Arandanua responded, of course you do. What else would you be? But it seems I've taught you everything. Korenlock mentioned. 6-step infinity, origin. You taught me all spearmanship of that. Surprising, right? Danua replied. Yes, it's surprising that I chose a successor, but for it to be a normal child like you. Korenlock thought to himself, to be honest, Master chose Balthazar as her successor before me, but she regretted that choice over the following 80 years. There's no need to burden this person who lives within the repeating time of 300 years ago. Danua touched Korenlock's cheeks and asked, Child, what are you afraid of? I'm quite the lucky woman to be so loved by my disciple. Korenlock questioned, what are you on about now? Danua said, it seems my future isn't very bright. Korenlock protested, no. Danua asked, disciple, you know who I am, right? Korenlock thought to himself, of course. She was an adult who has faced off against great evil. He remembered Danua saying to him, go. Someone needs to buy time. Korenlock replied, why would you do that, master? I'd rather. Danua asserted, in that moment, I'm an adult child. As long as I'm an adult, I have the duty to protect you, the child, as a priority. Korenlock thought to himself, she was a teacher who led me, taught me, and changed me. Danua reassured, everything will be okay. Korenlock thought to himself, and the person who lost her life protecting me. If I had caught on to Park Sihu's identity earlier, wouldn't I have been able to save Master from dying? Even knowing the future, I failed countless times, and each time, I repeated my attempts to fix things. I saw the damage a single bat's flap could cause. Although I participated in this festival to save Hwoarang, I somehow ended up here. Even meeting Master here, in this city 300 years ago, is outside of my plans. When changes occur outside of my expectations, everything can become futile. He continued, I might fail this time too. I can't stop thinking about this. I can't sleep. Suddenly, Danua pinched Korenlock's nose and said, you'll fail. Korenlock shouted, Ack, ah! What are you doing? Danua chuckled and said, Fufu. A person who dwells on another's failures is foolish, but a person who dwells on their own failures is wise. You fall into the latter category, don't you? Korenlock asked, can you say the same, even if you fail? Danua hugged Korenlock and said, I am a failure who has failed countless times and will continue to do so. But at the very least, the fact that I chose you as my successor seems to be one thing I didn't fail at. I, the Queen of Paradise, will bless your future. Rest for now. Sleep for a bit. Everything will be okay. Korenlock thought to himself, will everything really be okay? Will I truly be able to save you? In a different scene at the Merkaba X Borame Festival individual match, a person in the crowd exclaimed, what is that? Hwoarang's opponent tried to hit her, but she effortlessly blocked all of his attacks. He shouted, Ack, why? Professor Josephine advised, Hwoarang, you can't take him too seriously. The opponent complained, gosh, at least move. He was then thrown by a single hit from Hwoarang. Professor Josephine continued, most people in this world are weaker than you. Handle them as carefully as if you are handling a young branch. The opponent asked, how does it make sense that not even a strand of your hair is getting cut? He tried to hit her with an axe in the head. Professor Josephine said, there are many who want to find fault with even your existence. Please cooperate and ensure this festival passes quietly. The opponent admitted, I've lost. Hwoarang commented, boring. The next match was between Korenlock and Hwoarang. Korenlock said, start with the small things. He thought to himself, the punching lessons I had with the boy were more enjoyable than this. Before the match, Hwoarang asked Professor Josephine, how much weaker is he compared to him? She replied, I see. Compared to Koren, there will be no one as strong as him. Hwoarang thought to herself, the lesson I took, resolved not to be repeated, I practiced every day and memorized it in my body. This is how you do it, right? She suddenly used her skill, 8 poles descending dragon's destructive strike. A giant dragon passed through her opponent, causing a huge explosion in the sky. His axe disintegrated, and the explosion was violent. Hwoarang looked at the sky and said, ah. Her opponent knelt to the ground and called her a monster. Hwoarang thought to herself, I've heard it so often that it no longer angers me. It just, strangely, more than before, makes the pit of my stomach churn a bit. A few moments later, it was the 8th round. Final match, Group C. The opponent in this match was a student from Borame Academy. Nothing was different. Jinyuk said, Hi, we meet again. Jinyuk used his skill, Sky Wind Kick of instantaneous speed arrow. followed up by fighting Hound combatant, and then delivered a deathly full moon hit at Hwoarang. Corinlock thought to himself, each blow was a kick of utmost speed and weight. Jin-Yuk shouted, "Take this," Hwoarang thought to herself. Sa Jin-Yuk is definitely strong. The crowd exclaimed, "Oh, his aura force is different from others." Jin-Yuk executed a roundhouse kick to the face of Hwoarang and it exploded. Jin-Yuk was shocked and thought, that is, to a humane standard. Hwoarang, still standing, asked, "All finished?" Corinlock thought to himself, adamant B-body. For a yaksha with absolute defense, it was pointless. Hwoarang then said, "Give up. It's meaningless to continue." Jin-Hyuk responded, "Haha. Fudge, you sure are a damn monster. Why are you acting kind? It's too late to show mercy and generosity." Hwoarang asked, "What are you talking about?" Jin-Hyuk replied, "That mercy. You should have shown it when you killed my family. I'll kill you. I swear I will kill you." Hwoarang was confused by what Jin-Hyuk said and asked, "Huh?" Corinlock thought to himself, "A workshop in Nazria?" A person muttered, "Damn it. Just what happened? Just why? To think my calculations could go wrong." Corinlock continued to think to himself. Black Mage George felt something strange. Black Mage George stated, it was the best timing, a miracle-like opportunity. He continued to think, the ritual was successful. Wait, did it succeed? But the magic circle hasn't activated yet. Wait, did it activate now? But why is the city so peaceful? Who intervened? Why did this happen? What did they do? Corinlock thought to himself, and then he realized. Black Mage George shouted, "Witch! Witch! That damn spearman, silver-haired blue-eyed monster, rune sorcerer. Yes, that witch was behind all this. But how? How is this possible? How could these repeating 3 days continue for hundreds of years?" Outside, he saw something in the sky. This was the magic circle he had engraved onto the city after drawing substantial mana from the moon. It's pure mana, possessing a power more pure and strong than any other great magic in history. Realizing that a foreign occurrence had been inscribed into this grand magic circle took less time than expected. The letter N, the language of beginnings, a special letter that had begun to decline and be forgotten 300 years ago. The original runes. Suddenly, Danua said, "Hi, George." Black Mage George replied, "Ah," and then laughed, saying, "Ah ha ha ha. I know, witch, I know your secret. I figured it out. It's you. It was you. Time was repeating." And his tooth fell out. He continued, "You made it that way." Danua addressed him as Immortal King George. Black Mage George was shocked and gargled, "Gargle." Danua said, "You should be faithful to the role given to you." And he replied, "Garg." On the second night in Nazria, Alicia Arden said, "Corin here." Danua added, "Yes, let's just do as we were." As Alicia Arden killed a monster with one slash, Corinlock used his spear to strike the monster with multiple blows. He thought to himself, we defeated the Abyss Shrieker and the White King. Although Alicia and I aren't on the level of students, they are all first-rank undead bosses. Alicia Arden, carrying a huge stone, said, "Corin, this is huge." Corinlock thought to himself, but the fact that we could easily hunt them in a city full of undead is entirely thanks to Danua. Danua said, "Good work. Now only the Immortal King is left." Corinlock thought to himself, as if she had hunted them hundreds or thousands of times. Her guidance was clever, and her plan was perfect. On the third night, they saw Black Mage George. Danua said, "We finally made it to George. We must prevent him from awakening into the Immortal King." A system notification appeared, stating, "Immortal King George." Corinlock continued to think, the Black Mage who raised the Immortal Army in Nazria 300 years ago, and the monster who sought to become the King of the Undead. Alicia Arden asked, "That's the Immortal King George?" Danua confirmed, "Yes," and Alicia Arden remarked, "He's uglier than I expected." Corinlock asked, "Is he not fully lichified?" Danua responded, "Maybe so. His soul extraction isn't complete, and he lacks the clear intellect that liches usually possess." Corinlock said, stand aside." Danua said, Corinlock rushed toward Black Mage George and declared, "I'll handle this alone." Danua warned, "You, Corin, even if he looks like that, he is at least a special rank." Corinlock thought to himself, just as Alicia said, even if he's an incomplete lich, he's the undead king born from a grand ritual. His power surpasses that of Mariette Dunalef. It would be fair to call him a special rank. But Corin Locke said, "Hi, George." Black Mage George was shocked, and Corin Locke used his skill, Doombolt, and Black Mage George exploded. George cried out, "Ah! What's with this power?" Corin Locke said, "Phew, he's no joke." Black Mage George grunted, "GGR," and used his skill, Time, Curse, Death, Wind, Apocalypse. The houses crumbled around him, and he exclaimed, "So brutal, just using that kind of great magic without delays." Alicia Arden shouted, "Corin, are you okay?" Black Mage George's face became even uglier as he laughed maniacally. "Ah ha ha ha." Corin Locke, unfazed, diced the body and face of Black Mage George. He remarked, "His firepower is impressive," and then used his skill, Infinite Returning Heavens. Corin Locke continued, "But with such massive techniques, how are you supposed to see in front of you?" He then employed his skill, Nausea Demonic Technique, and thought to himself, "Those who rely solely on extreme powers like the Immortal King are actually easier to hunt. If you can overwhelm them with techniques, they become a flimsy opponent you can control unilaterally. And Nazria is a repeat quest. I've defeated this guy thousands of times." Alicia Arden, amazed, said, "My goodness, so easily. It seems as if you're getting further and further away." Corin Locke responded, "Nah, I think you could have defeated him even more easily than I did. But why are you alone?" Alicia Arden was shocked and replied, Huh? I'm not sure. She was right here just a moment ago." Corin Locke became serious and said, "I'm going to find Aaron. If any undead show up, block them for me." Alicia Arden replied hesitantly, "Ah, okay, Aaron?" Corin Locke said, "I don't think this is a pleasant view to be watching, don't you think?" Aaron Danua responded, "There's not much else to see." Corin Locke questioned, "This isn't the Immortal King George's first rebirth, is it?" Aaron Danua answered, "You caught on?" "Yes, I wonder how many times it's been." 36,539. Corin Locke thought to himself, Nazria resets after a period of 3 days. The day that Black Mage George used the lunar eclipse to undeadify the entire city was 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago. For 1,200,000 undead to appear suddenly and then disappear, along with the Immortal King, she has repeated this 36,539 times. Corin Locke said, "It took you 3 days to defeat George. The reason this cycle keeps repeating." Aaron Danua replied, "Yes." Aaron Danua smiled and continued, "I made this city like this. If 1,200,000 undead were to flood outside this city, it would only be a matter of time before the continent, no, the world, collapses. Paradise will continue. That's why I used an original rune to interfere with George's magic circle." Corin Locke cautioned, "But if you reverse 1,200,000 deaths, that will cause." Aaron Danua remarked, "You're quick." Then suddenly Corin Locke thought to himself, that voice. So, was it the death god? The death god said, "I've been watching." He who deceived death, Corin Locke. Corin Locke wondered, does he know that I'm a regressor? The death god exists within the system window as one who harvests dead souls. The death god's goal is the purification of these souls, allowing them to be reborn. That's why the undead who continuously revive are the most disturbing beings for a death god. And in Nazria, this has been repeated for 300 years. Aaron Danua admitted, "Yes, it's been me who is repeating these 3 days." That's why the death god visited this land, this original rune that defies death. He came to destroy it, but I made a deal with the death god. The undead turn the lives they've taken into undead. If these 1,200,000 undead leave this city, all of humanity will become undead, and no souls will be purified. The death god had to choose, losing the opportunity to purify 1,200,000 souls or the possibility of purifying the entire world. And he chose. The death god said, "Let's make a contract." Corin Locke thought to himself, there were 3 conditions in the contract. The death god will overlook the repeating 3 days. Every time Aaron Danua defeats the Immortal King George, George's memories will be reset to 3 days prior. The Aaron Danua who leaves the city and the Aaron Danua who repeats these 3 days will be divided. After this, defeating the Revenant Titan, the Abyss Shrieker, and the White King on the 3rd night. Defeating the Immortal King George, an unending 3 days, repeated for 300 years. Aaron Danua confessed, "It's slowly been getting harder." After passing the 20,000th time, George began to realize that these 3 days were repeating. Corin Locke shouted, "How many more times can you repeat this? How long can your mental state withstand it, and how much longer do you think you can keep killing George? How much longer do you plan to keep repeating this nonsense? Aaron Danua said, as long as possible. I vaguely know why you came here. There's someone you want to save, right? And there will be many more you'll save. So go. Sacrifices are necessary to save the world. Corin Locke thought to himself, a separated personality, one unknown even to the Aaron Danua outside the city. Nobody will recognize her for this, but still, she continues to self-sacrifice. I know your history of constantly sacrificing yourself. I experienced a future where you risked your life just to save children. That's the kind of person you are. I respected that version of you. But, Death God? Aaron Danua suddenly looked back and said, wait, you, what are you going to DDO? Corin Locke said to the Death God, make a contract with me. He thought to himself, I won't give anything up. Aaron Danua exclaimed, wait. Corin Locke was then transported to another dimension with the Death God. The Death God said, how amusing, deceiver. As Corin Locke's light for trade appeared small against the light of the Death God, the Death God continued, you, the deceiver of death, will make a deal with death? Speak. Corin Locke replied, destroy the contract you've made with Aaron Danua and give the treasure of the netherworld as an advance. I want something at least in the tens. The Death God asked, and the price, you'll pay? Corin Locke remained silent, then said, I'll purify Nazria within half a year. The Death God responded, that's impossible. Corin Locke challenged, you're not the judge of that. You just need to put the weight on the scale. So is my contract fair? As the light of Corin Locke's trade grew larger, the Death God said, no, it's not enough. For the price of purifying 1,200,000 souls, the price you'll receive isn't enough. Choose a single number, only that will allow for there to be some change left. Corin Locke thought to himself, the single numbers contain the 10 highest epic items, and among them. Corin Locke finally said, fine then, the treasure I want. A few moments later, Corin Locke emerged outside. Aaron Danua, anxious, asked, you, what have you done? Corin Locke replied, oh, you were waiting. He then explained to Aaron Danua, my wager to the Death God is the purification of Nazria within half a year. If I succeed, your contract will be nullified. Aaron Danua, alarmed, said, you must be crazy. If you fail a contract with the Death God, even your soul won't remain. You won't be reborn or purified. Corin Locke replied, that's what I learned from you. He grabbed Aaron Danua. Aaron Danua, confused, said, what? Corin Locke thought to himself, at first I definitely thought this was just a game, but when it was the hardest, when I was most afraid, I met a real adult and hero for the first time. The hero I couldn't protect, the hero that left protecting me. Corin Locke suddenly said to Aaron Danua, I wanted to save you this time. I won't fail this time. I'm no longer the weak self who couldn't even try, even if it's not something as grand as saving the world. I'm just giving this back. A while later, in Nazria, Aaron Danua faced the immortal King George. The immortal King George shouted, which? Aaron Danua thought to herself, this daily life, which has repeated for 300 years, is repeating again today. She sighed. The city remains a hellish pandemonium, a daily life that has repeated for 300 years, like clockwork. She has fought this dreadful life for 300 years. There's no special reason. It's simply because she is a hero. She is the last example of a deity in this land, a paradise that has disappeared to the other side now. The queen of the Shadow Kingdom. Aaron Danua was aware that she was a special human and accepted it as her obvious duty to live as a hero. Aaron Danua said, it's a first, and thought to herself, of course, until recently. She remembered what Corin Locke said, I wanted to save you this tea time. Corin Locke thought to himself, because she was a hero, she thought it was natural for her to be the one doing the saving. When living a hero's life, one naturally neglects their own needs. Corin Locke said, I'm just giving this back. That boy rekindled something she had forgotten in her long solitude. He said he would stand by her side. Aaron Danua blushed and thought to herself, Corin, the first person who has cherished me. The Death God remarked, ha, the back of a hero who has fallen in love for the first time. Well, it's not bad. Corin Locke thought to himself. The Death God was satisfied after seeing this version of a friend he'd spent 300 years with. The Death God said, but anyway, it's still strange to think about. Even though I gave him a single number, he made that choice. Corin Locke said, Fine then, the treasure I want is this. A system notification appeared. Death God's orb will always hit the mark. Will separate the body and spirit. Ignores defensive power. Korenlock thought to himself, an absolute and deadly treasure. When equipped on a weapon, it demonstrates the effects of the Death God's scythe. However, this is only effective when used by the Death God. For a human, its efficacy is average, and for Korenlock, who cannot perceive spirits, it's the worst choice. However, the scales did not tip. This means that the given reward is a fitting price for Korenlock. That means, the Death God said, how interesting. What are you trying to change, warrior of the silver spear? In a different scene at Nazria's entrance, Kana Inn, Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, it's slowly coming to an end. He thought to himself, across Borame and Merkaba, there are 8 teams and 32 people. Only half of these 4 teams can move on to the next group match. At 6:50 a.m., a system notification appeared. Group head, 558 points. Borame Academy's group head, Kang Yuwa, and her team members Merkaba's group A, with Mariette group A, 449 points. A teammate said, see Mariette, I told you the magic was too strong. Mariette Dunalef replied, ha ha. You're right. If only I hadn't destroyed the moonstone. Another system notification appeared. Advancing to the finals, group head, 558 points group A, 499 points group hip, 160 points group shoulders, 155 points group C, 98 points group B, 55 points group feet, 126 points. A guy said, Borome's complete victory. Another said, we're screwed. His friend replied, well, we've only won through luck and crazy actions. Another friend said, is this the end of the Mandrake Bandits? The Immortal Lock Bandits thought Merkaba was strong in gang fights but weak individually. It was hard to expect good results from them in the first place. A guy said, there's no hope for Merkaba other than Group A with Mariette or Group D with Koren. His friend replied, 2 of the Group D members were eliminated on the first day. It's pretty hopeless. Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, and thought to himself, so will it be 3 Borame teams and 1 Merkaba team that moves on to the finals. Suddenly someone opened the door and Korenlock said, hello, good morning. Alicia Arden said, oops, we're quite late. Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, Alicia Arden exclaimed, 59 minutes? Gosh, that's cutting it close. Korenlock replied, as long as we made it in time. Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, ahem, you're late, Koren Alicia. He thought to himself, oh yeah, there were still these guys. Alicia Arden said, that's why I said we should eat afterward. Korenlock countered, it'll take forever to leave the city and then eat. Who's got that time? Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, fight later and bring your packs so we can count your score. He thought to himself, they're obviously eliminated. Alicia Arden dropped a huge stone and said, we just need to put it on top of the measuring tool, right? Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, yes, the score will be low. And then he stopped. Suddenly, people were shocked and someone exclaimed, 250 points? Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, ahem. Group D, 3rd place with 250 points. Korenlock said, that's not all we brought though. Senior Professor Kang Ryun asked, there's more? Korenlock took out the Revenant Titan's Moonstone, the White King's Moonstone, the Abyss Shrieker's Moonstone. Someone asked, just how far did they go? Another said, if it was the center of the city, did they defeat all of Nazria's 3 bosses? Someone else muttered, shoot. Korenlock added, and this is the last one. A system notification appeared, the Immortal King George's Moonstone. The scale went crazy, and Senior Professor Kang Ryun shouted, what the? His jaw dropped as he said, 1,000. 1,768 points? Korenlock gave him a thumbs up. Senior Professor Kang Ryun stammered, this makes no sense. A system notification appeared. Advancing to the finals. Group D. 1,768 points Group Head, 558 points Group A, 499 points Group Hip, 160 points Group Shoulders, 155 points Group Feet, 126 points Group C, 98 points Group B, 55 points. And so, the group match qualifiers were decided. A few moments later, outside, Alicia Arden said, that was eventful. Korenlock replied, sure was. Alicia Arden asked, you're going back, right? Korenlock responded, huh? Yep, he thought to himself. Did she realize I'm going back to save Aaron? Alicia Arden said, Mariette and I can go with you. I don't know what you're planning, but we'll be helpful, so stop being so down. You're making me anxious as well, Corin Locke said. Alicia. He thought to himself, idiot, making Alicia worried. Corin Locke said, thanks, let's rest for now. It's too tiring to keep working, Alicia Arden replied. Oak, Corin Locke thought to himself, I need to find a way to use the power I gained from the Death God. I obtained a treasure of the Netherworld in a different way than planned, but if I do well, the Death God's orb might be the hidden card for the third part. Suddenly, Warren said, it's pointless. There's been no human who has helped me. Corin Locke thought to himself, a hidden card to help some arrogant kid. Professor Josephine said, Warren, I wonder what she's up to. She's been arrested. Corin Locke said, what? Professor Josephine said, she's been arrested. Warren. There was a girl named Ran, loved by everyone. Ran exclaimed, Dad, Yuhua Uni, it's been so long, as she hugged the student council president, Kang Yuwa. The student council president, Kang Yuwa, responded, hello, Ran, have you been well? However, Ran had never been outside on her own due to a long-standing illness, making her an unfortunate child. She had the Great Yin Meridian, a constitution passed down through legend, a curse of self-destruction where infinite yin energy overwhelms yang, disrupting the body's harmony. Ran was born with that curse. Ran's father, Gang Yu, sought every possible method to cure his daughter, but nothing could cure the child's Great Yin Meridian. Despite this, they were a happy and harmonious family. Ran said to Gang Yu, Dad, and Gang Yu replied, Ran, if there were two misfortunes in this happiness, the first was the misfortune of Ran being born with an incurable disease. Gang Yu declared, your father will definitely save you. The second misfortune was, Gang Yu would do anything to save his daughter. Gang Yu's genius was renowned as the greatest necromancer of his time. Until now, he had searched for powerful yang energy to suppress the yin energy. But the barrier of the Great Yin Meridian could not be overcome by mere human effort. He had a change in perspective. If there wasn't enough yang energy to suppress the yin, why not find another way to exhaust all the yin energy? And so, using a being born with innate yin energy, a familiar spirit to necromancers who guide unfortunate souls who died unjustly, Gang Yue turned his daughter into a living jiangshi, a type of reanimated corpse in Chinese folklore, or what could be called a zombie. Thus, living jiangshi hua fire was born. Jinyuk said, such mercy, you should have shown it when you killed my family. You should have spared them. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you, Warren replied. Huh? Senior Professor Kang Ryun commanded, Hua fire, kill all the humans in that land. Nothing should be left alive there. Jinyuk responded, you're a monster, Hua fire, a heartless monster. Pretending to be human makes me sick. Huaran protested, no, Jinyuk continued. And that body? You're not Ran Orchid. You're the monster that stole Ran's body. Huaran insisted, no, this is mine, my bee-body. As a burning person grabbed her legs, the burning person said, die. You monster, his friend pleaded. Please just die, I beg you. Your father was torn apart. In the name of the imperial family, you will be hunted down, another said. Die, monster. You never should have been born, Ran cried out. Give me back my body, give it back, Huaran declared. It's mine, it's mine. This body is mine. Shut up. Jinyuk was thrown away, groaning. Ugh. He endured the shock and roared, Kra. Jinyuk suddenly used his chains to entangle Huaran. Huaran insisted, I have the right, as Jinyuk captured her. Huaran continued, I have the right to this body. I will never let it be taken from MME. In a different scene at Professor Josephine's office, Professor Josephine stated, and for that reason, student Hua Ran has been detained. Corin Locke thought to himself, I somewhat expected this, but not for it to happen so soon. Is it because of the golden chain? Professor Josephine confirmed, you seem to know that already as expected. Yes, that's correct. Hua Ran was under the control of the chains of Zion and the Oriental Talisman. These two golden restraints were controlling her. However, the talisman burned during the fight with student Shin Hyuk. Bishop Li Zhuyang used this as an excuse to highlight Hua Ran's violent tendencies. Ultimately, under Professor Kang Ryun's guidance, Hua Ran was sent to the east. It was decided to create a new talisman. Corin Locke remarked, It's shocking that such a forceful decision was made just because one of the restraints was destroyed. The Academy's failure to maintain Hwaran's stability seems to have been the target of this whole affair. Ariu Kasar asked, "Student Korin, how much do you know?" He thought to himself, "As expected, it seems even my master has caught on by now." This situation, involving the old church and Professor Kang Ryun of Borome, is clearly the result of some hidden agenda. Korin Lok asked, "You wouldn't want to just hand Hwaran over to Borome like this, would you? Leave the future to me. Even if you're a little doubtful, I hope you'll trust me. The result I desire includes everyone, without leaving anyone out." He thought to himself, the Act 3 boss of Arhan heroic legend, Bishon Yaka, has a slightly different background than the bosses we've encountered so far. Affinity with characters and the story you've built, you'll be forced to choose between these two factors. Will you save Hua Fire or will you save Ran? Honestly, the easiest way, as Park Sihu did, is to choose one side or the other, which is the most efficient choice. But I'm not interested in that kind of play, because I'm going to save everyone. Main quest, Hwaran difficulty, conditions, fail if Hua perishes, fail if Ran perishes in a different scene. Hwaran sat on the floor, muttering, "It's mine. This B-body. It's mine." Senior Professor Kang Ryun questioned, "Is it really though?" Hwaran replied, "You." Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, "I am the original owner of the body you've taken. I am Kang Ran's uncle." Hwaran protested, "No, give it back, it's mine." Senior Professor Kang Ryun continued, "Oh, Hua Fire, you're mistaken. Do you truly want to take full possession of that body? Hua Fire, kill all the humans in that land. Nothing should be left alive there. I can help you with that." The serpent smiles, offering the child a sweet, poisoned apple. Senior Professor Kang Ryun said softly, "Hua Fire, you mustn't do that." But his voice didn't reach her. "That body, from the very beginning, I'll give it to you. It has never reached you." 2 days had passed since we returned from the team competition. We were given some time to rest, likely to allow the students who traveled to Nazria a break. I had something I needed to prepare before Borome made their move. "So," Korin Lok said to Mariette Denalef, "what do you think about setting up a street stall in front of our inn?" Mariette Denalef replied, "If it's about the stall, I received the comprehensive report yesterday." Korin Lok asked eagerly, "Oh, how much profit did we make?" Mariette Denalef smiled. "Well, let me tell you. The ingredients were direct from the Dunaref family, and we just slathered on some skewer sauce and sold it for 3 times the price." Of course. Korin Lok burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! A day like this has finally come for me." Mariette Denalef chuckled. "Hee, if Korin is happy, so am I." Korin Lok thought to himself, "Borome fools. This is what you call tourist pricing." Mariette Denalef suddenly pointed, "Korin, look over there. It's a magic stone toss." A guy called out to her, "Hey, pretty lady, give it a toss before you go." Korin Lok observed, "Ah, found it. Just like last year, it's here again." The guy explained, "Take a good look. These magic stones were split from defective ones judged at the mines. Look, if you touch it, it's soft, right?" Mariette Denalef asked, "Oh really? Is it okay for a stone to be this soft?" The guy explained, "Normally no. Magic stones absorb mana well so they can easily change properties. That's why they're commonly used in magic staff materials. But when they're this soft, they can explode easily. Look." Korin Lok took the stone and said, "I'll give it a throw." He thought to himself, "With the skills I've developed from spear and stone throwing practice, if it's a short distance, my accuracy is close to 100%. The guy exclaimed in shock, 95 points. Korin Lok thought, the higher the accuracy, the narrower the spread of the festival defective magic stones, and the lower the accuracy, the wider the spread. In the game, I piled on all kinds of debuff gear and magic to get the accuracy down to 0%, increasing the spread to as much as 100 meters. If I use this." Korin Lok turned to the guy, "Hey sir, sell all your magic stones to me. I'll pay you double." The guy hesitated. "Oh, these. What are you going to use them for?" Korin Lok thought to himself, "What else? I'm going to use a special skill that only veterans use. I came to this festival just for this." Korin Lok muttered, "Let's see. If I leave this to old Fergus." "Heh, good," Mariette Denalef observed. "Korin is laughing wickedly. Senior, isn't the carriage transport a subsidiary of your company? Can you get the timetable? What are you planning this time?" Korin Lok grinned. "Heh! It's time for him to return. In a different scene, Senior Professor Kang Ryun rode in a carriage. He turned to Yuhua. Yuhua. Yes, uncle. He handed her a charm. Ugh, this is a peachwood charm. It's like kryptonite for Zhongxi. Huaran cried out in pain, "Coo," as she was tossed to the floor. "Krr, coo," Jinhyuk warned. "Don't get any funny ideas before we arrive." Is this really enough? At most, it'll just cause a minor ailment. Student Council President Kang Yua assured him. That's enough. After all, our goal is to separate the vile entity from Ran. Huaran, confused and desperate, asks, What? What do you mean? Kang Yua explained. Exactly what I said, Hua Fire. Uncle Kang Ryun will separate you from Ran's body. Huaran panicked. If you do that. Kang Yua continued, without a body you'll vanish, or you'll degrade into a demon spirit. Huaran insisted, this body. Kang Yua interrupted, that body was never yours. You know that, don't you? Huaran began to sweat, anxiety rising. The chauffeur suddenly asked, Huh? What's that sound? Drumming. As a person tapped a box like a drum, it was Corin Locke on top of the train. Suddenly, the carriage was hit, causing it to fly through the air. The chauffeur exclaimed, Who the hell are they? Senior Professor Kang Ryun quickly asked, Yuhua, Jinyuk. Are you all right? Student Council President Kang Yua replied, Yes, I'm fine. Jinyuk asked, An ambush? Who are they? Senior Professor Kang Ryun, assessing the situation, replied, I'm not sure who they are, but they don't seem like an easy bunch. He then activated his skill, Blood Territory. Jinyuk exclaimed, What is this? A barrier. A person dressed like Corin Locke appeared and asked, All right, boss, what now? Corin Locke laughed, Don ha 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 ha. Grab anything that's worth money. Another person noticed something. Huh? Hey, it's a pretty girl. This is a total jackpot. Warren, shocked, said, Huh? Corin Locke, with a Joker smile on his face, commanded, Guys, take this girl. This one will be handled by Immortan Corin Locke. A teacher said, It's an abduction incident. Professor Josephine asked, Who abducted whom? He replied, 5 minutes ago. Some bandits of unknown identity raided the carriage carrying Borame's honored guests. Professor Josephine exclaimed, They say they've abducted a student named Huaran. Corin Locke thought to himself. Madame Josephine had never sworn in 35 years. Professor Josephine, in shock, said, What? What the freak are you talking about? In another scene, Corin Locke led the riders and said, You, what are you doing? I heard you caused an incident while I was gone. I came to save you. Huaran replied, Useless. Corin Locke said, If you get dragged off, I won't get to see your state. Huaran retorted, You are unrelated. Corin Locke said, If we live under one roof, of course it's related. Corin Locke thought to himself, What a relief, I'm not too late. If she'd been dragged off by Kang Ryun like this, her soul would have been forcefully separated from her body. Then, Hua or Ran, one of the two would have disappeared. Corin Locke said, Since we've arrived as planned, we'll leave as many of our traces as possible and buy time. A bandit said earlier, It was a good deal, Mr. Immortal. Corin Locke replied, Live well, don't mess up and make me come find you again. He thought to himself, Look how happy he looks, is money really that great? Warren suddenly bumped into Corin Locke. He asked, What's wrong? You haven't been looking well since earlier. Warren replied, They fed me something. Corin Locke thought to himself, Did they feed her the wooden tile? For Warren, it'll only give her a fever, but she'll still suffer for a few days. Corin Locke said, If so, and then carried Warren. Warren protested, Wait, what are you? Let me go. I'm getting down. I can run. Corin Locke said, Stop acting tough. Even walking is hard for you. Well, you're light, so you don't need to worry. This is uncomfortable. Let me down. Corin Locke said, Charge it to my account. Suddenly, Senior Professor Kang Ryun appeared and asked, Yuhua, Jinyuk, are you okay? The Student Council President, Kang Yua, responded, Yes, we're fine. Jinyuk asked, Was it a raid? Who was it? Senior Professor Kang Ryun replied, I don't know who it was, but there's some challenging bastards. Mariette Dunalef used her power, Realm of Blood. Jinyuk exclaimed, What's this? A barrier. Mariette Dunalef said, Okay, this will be enough. If I tie them up for an hour, like Corin asked. Suddenly, her barrier trembled. She said, Huh? The realm. Senior Professor Kang Ryun called out, Yua! Kang Yua replied, Yes, I'll chase them. Mariette Dunalef said, Darn, one of them. I need to at least tie up the remaining two. She thought to herself, Wow. to think there'd be someone who could break through the realm. You need to be careful, Korin. Korin Locke thought to himself, Hwaran's condition is getting worse. The rain must also be a factor. As Hwaran coughed against Korin Locke's arm, he continued to think, we've come quite far, so now I need to find a place to rest. Suddenly, Kang Yuwa arrived. She said, how slow, I thought you'd have made it much further. Korin Locke thought to himself, that girl, she already followed me this far. Does that mean she broke through the realm? Suddenly, Kang Yuwa threw her dagger, hitting Korin Locke in the shoulder. Hwaran coughed and asked, are you okay? Korin Locke replied, well, this much is not, she's not the type to poison the dagger. He then put down Hwaran and said, wait here. Hwaran asked, what are you going to do? Korin Locke looked seriously at Kang Yuwa and replied, what else? He blocked Kang Yuwa's attack and said, I have to fight. Kang Yuwa said, oh ho, not running away. Korin Locke replied, I'm not the type to choose something with a low possibility. He then used his skill, returning Heaven's second technique, rotating demonic spear. Kang Yuwa scoffed, how absurd. Do you think the possibility of you winning a fight against me is higher? Korin Locke was thrown away and thought to himself, an attack this strong from someone of that stature. The amount of aura she has is incredible as I expected. A sword master. Borome's strongest knight, also called the Sword Fairy, who possesses a huge amount of aura. The aura that you can even see with your eyes proves that. Kang Yuwa said, don't half-ass it and come at me with full force. You must have an aura core too. Korin Locke, while blocking her attacks, thought to himself, my aura core is a secret weapon I must keep hidden until the very last moment. The aura core I obtained through helping Sabansha Duke ascend. To be honest, it's more of a burden, as I can't fully control it yet. It's like a dam, where a massive amount of aura keeps accumulating, but the release mechanism is stuck. Kang Yuwa said, well, that's fine if you want to conserve your power. I'll make you use it. Korin Locke moved back. Suddenly, Kang Yuwa used her skill, Slaughter Dragon Sword Technique, second technique, True Dragon Strike. Korin Locke countered and used his skill, Calamity Serpent Intent, Slithering Serpent, and their skills clashed, creating a huge blast. As the dust cleared, Korin Locke said, ooh, how brutal. That was a close one. Aren't you going a bit overboard? The student council president, Kang Yuwa, thought to herself, that was meant to end the fight, yet it didn't even leave a scratch. Just who is this person? She then asked, why are you going to such lengths to protect that child? Korin Locke replied, what are you talking about? I'm the abductor. Kang Yuwa said, what a joke. I'm that child's older cousin. That's not a human but a monster, a wicked and cruel yaksha. I'm sure you've heard of the tragedy of Moonlight Castle. Korin Locke responded, gosh, someone else is responsible for that, but it's the underlings who are doing the fighting. He continued, Kang Yuwa, did you know? The dojos here are very brutal. Everyone is obsessed with trying to challenge other dojos. Kang Yuwa, confused, asked, what? Korin Locke then used his skill, Rapid Seterange, No Light, and struck the branch where Kang Yuwa was standing. She landed and said, you're Alicia Arden. Are you really trying to openly challenge me like this? Suddenly, Alicia Arden shouted, Alicia Dojo's master, Alicia Arden, hereby challenges Borome's sword master, swordsman Kang Yuwa. Kang Yuwa exclaimed, what? Korin Locke remarked, wow, swordsmen truly think differently. To request a duel in such a remote location. How passionate. Alicia Arden said, I have been respecting you all this time. Please teach me. She then ran towards Kang Yuwa. Kang Yuwa, confused, said, what? This is absurd. Do you think this will work? As she blocked Alicia Arden's sword. Alicia Arden winked at Korin Locke and said, abductor, whose identity I don't even know. Get to work. Korin Locke said, gosh, I'm so grateful. And he happily carried Hwaran. He added, there's nothing I can do about this. Have a good time, you two. Goodbye. As Kang Yuwa fought Alicia Arden, she yelled, stop right there, Korin Locke, ha! As the rain started to stop and the sun showed a bit of light through the dark clouds, a few moments later, Korin Locke said, I'm not sure if we picked a good day or a bad day for this. He thought to himself, this heavy rain is helpful when it comes to escaping, since it will interrupt the sharp senses that help guards and knights in chasing the abductor. The search process itself may be delayed. He then asked Hwaran, you okay? And thought to himself, the unlucky part is that the abducted hostage is in bad shape. He checked her temperature and said, excuse me. As Hwaran blushed from the fever, he added, "You have a high fever." He then thought to himself, "Do I have no choice but to use it?" He sat Warren up and said, "Taking this will make you feel a bit better. Drink up." He thought to himself, "It's a bit of a waste, but..." A system notification said, "Premium elixir made by Mariette." Warren asked, "Where are we?" Corinlock replied, Here. There's quite a bit of space, right? It's an owlbear's habitat. When there aren't any suitable caves, owlbears dig up big trees like this and make a nest." Corinlock looked at Warren and thought to himself, "This kid, she sure doesn't look good. I wonder if the elixir takes a bit of time to kick in. This won't do." He stood up and Horan asked, "Where are you going?" Corinlock replied, "To catch a bear." He thought to himself, "There must be owl bears nearby. If I cover her with their fur, she'll get better." Suddenly, lightning and thunder clapped, and Corinlock stopped. Warren, breathing heavily, grabbed his pants and said, "Don't go." Corinlock stayed by her side as she continued to breathe heavily. A flashback showed her father saying, "Ah, my daughter." Corinlock thought to himself, the first thing Hua saw when opening her eyes was her master, who was crying tears while looking down at her. Her father said, "My daughter, you have finally awoken." Corinlock continued to say, Kang Yu called her his daughter. He called her Ran. The newly born Zhangxi figured that was the term referring to her. Warren asked, "Father?" Corinlock continued, "A word she said, not even knowing its meaning, made her master very happy," as he hugged Hua. It was probably at that moment that Hua instinctively realized she had to act as Ran. She feared that if her father found out the truth, he would abandon her immediately. She was afraid he'd start looking for Ran, imagining a future where she would have to return this body. However, not much time passed before her false life completely collapsed due to a very small incident. Kang Yu said, "You are not my daughter," Corinlock continued. The first time she saw blood was under the pretext of destroying the sea beast that had appeared in the city. Her father, at the Lord's request, ordered her to kill the sea beast. Senior Professor Kang Ryun remarked, "A Zhangxi who could so easily kill a first-class monster," Corinlock narrated. Her father's brother came to help heal her. Senior Professor Kang Ryun said, "Good job, Hua." Corinlock continued, "He was the one who gave her the name Hua." His gaze was full of greed. Her father's neglect, upon realizing she wasn't his daughter, and her utility were discovered for the first time. Afterward, whenever they wanted, the castle lord, the imperial family, and the ascetics kept ordering her to kill monsters, ghosts, and humans alike. Those who had become charcoal in the fragments of her memory, which seemed to be amputated. She was treated as if she, Hua, had taken over the body after eliminating the weak original, and that's how the heavenly Yaksha was born. As Hwaran looked at Corinlock, she said, "What the?" Corinlock replied, "Are you a child of darkness? Get some sunlight and use a blanket." Hwaran said, "I don't need." Corinlock draped his cape over her and said, "Hey, take it when I give it, and don't complain about being cold later. The sun will come up soon, so sleep. I'll wake you when the sun rises. Let's see, I don't think it'll rain again." Warren asked, "What do you want from me?" Corinlock looked back and thought to himself, everyone she had met up until now wanted something from her. A lost daughter, a healthy cousin, a weapon to massacre everything. Corinlock silently paused and said, "Do you remember when we first met?" Warren, confused, looked at Corinlock. She then said, "You said that I wasn't the owner of this body, that I was a thief and a robber, without any rights." My answer isn't any different from back then. There's no sin in being born. That's an irresponsible thing to say. It's dangerous to speak so recklessly while letting a monster roam free. Josephine and the chairman both know that. "Do you think I suddenly stopped being a monster because of your slick words? Does the world change?" Corinlock replied, "Well, who knows? I don't know whether the world changes or if you stop being a monster. But I just want to save the people in front of me." He thought to himself, those living fixed misfortunes, I am the only player who can save them. Corinlock then said to Hwaran, "Isn't that one thing enough?" Hwaran was shocked and whispered, "I'm scared. This isn't my body. It never was from the start. That's why everyone tells me I need to return it. I know I need to give it back. But if I do, what happens to me? Answer me. Do Taika have to give it back?" Corinlock silently looked at her and said, "You do." Hwaran was shocked, looked at Corinlock, and closed her eyes. She said, "So you too." Corinlock added, "But before that you need to talk. Like saying, 'Hey boss, Can't we live together in one house if I pay rent and deposit? Something like that. Warren, confused, said, What? That kind of conversation is for people to have. You know what I'm like. Corinlock replied, Well, is it important? There are plenty of humans who've committed worse acts than monsters, and evil people who pretend to be heroes while secretly massacring others. What's important are your decisions and actions always. So, your nature isn't what matters. You haven't decided anything yet. I'll help you until then, so don't worry about things and just sleep well. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. He thought to himself, the thesis was decided from the beginning. She could not yield to Ran. She couldn't tell the boy honestly because if she did, the only hand outstretched to her would disappear. Her heart ached. Warren could not grasp or reject that hand. The next day, Warren asked, Where are we going? Corinlock replied, I think it should be around here. Why did it burn so much? There'll only be about one piece we can use. Warren asked, What is this? Corinlock said, A jujube tree that's been struck by lightning. What we can get from this? A system notification said, Jujube wood. Corinlock said, Since we've come to this forest, I thought we'd need this. Kwa, you're a Jiangxi. Huaran said, Yeah. Corinlock explained, You know that Jiangxis, with their overflowing yin energy, have a few weaknesses? Huaran asked, Weaknesses? Corinlock replied, Jujube wood is filled with a tremendous amount of yang energy. It's often used to ward off ghosts. But if you ingest this, your yang and yin energies will temporarily balance out your traits as a Jiangxi will momentarily be neutralized. She said, What does that mean? Corinlock said, If you eat this, you will lose control over your body. Warren was shocked and asked, Why are you giving this to me? She dropped it in disbelief. Corinlock picked it up and thought to himself, Hua needed to decide. She couldn't monopolize everything and reap benefits without taking responsibility. I know what those who've stood on the extremes of greed are like. I didn't want her to become like them. I wanted Warren to make a decision. He then said aloud, You know as well, and silently added to himself, and take responsibility for it. Warren stammered, Aye. Suddenly, Jinyuk arrived and said, You were in a place like this? Wow, monster, you're pretty capable. You even found someone to stick with during all that time. Corinlock said coldly, Stand aside? Warren, anxious, asked, What are you going to do? Corinlock replied, What else? No matter how far we run, he or Kang Yua will chase after us. With that, he dashed towards Jinyuk, attacking him while saying, We need to tie things up. Jinyuk sneered. Corinlock corrected him. I'm immortal Loch. Jinyuk retorted, Have you lost your conscience along with that disguise? Jinyuk activated his skill, acceleration, strong liberation, and suddenly kicked with stormy wheel. He smirked. Impressive, right? This is the work of that monster too. Corinlock winced slightly. Yeah, that stings. So you can use alchemy without an alchemy circle too? He suddenly launched an attack, challenging, If you can, show me. Jinyuk thought to himself, What incredible speed of strikes. Probably on the same level as my sister. Or even faster. He repeated his skill, stormy wheel. Corinlock blocked it and remarked, Aren't you attacking too recklessly? You leave yourself wide open. Jinyuk, frustrated, exclaimed, Enough with the playing. Suddenly, Corinlock was shocked. This. Senior Professor Kang Ryun emerged and said, No need to struggle. That is a talisman with the 8-array formation on it. The signals that guide your thoughts and muscles, as well as the flow of your inner strength. Nothing will work as you want it to. Corinlock, now on the ground, spat out angrily. You bastard! Senior Professor Kang Ryun calmly continued, Then now. Corinlock urgently shouted, Run, Warren! As Senior Professor Kang Ryun approached her. Without hesitation, Senior Professor Kang Ryun placed a talisman on Warren's forehead. She began to doze off, murmuring weakly, No. Kang Yua, the student council president, observed, Master, that talisman. Senior Professor Kang Ryun explained, Yes, it's a talisman that seals Shua's consciousness. Her soul without her consciousness will now be lost forever through utter annihilation. Kang Yua said with satisfaction, Finally, we can recover Ran. Corinlock, furious, cursed, Kang Ryun, you bastard. You need to pay the price for your futile dreams. Become the feed for the monsters. With a desperate scream, he cried out, Kang Ryun, damn it. What happened to Alicia? I can't let Warren go like this. Warren knew. As Corinlock was bound on the ground, he began to endure the pain, struggling to escape the binding talismans. He laughed like a maniac and muttered, everything was going according to plan. While Korin Locke is bound on the ground shortly after, wolves arrive and surround him. They growl loudly, but Korin remains unfazed, silently watching them. Suddenly, two hounds with powerful auras arrive, barking loudly. The talismans binding Korin are torn apart, and the golden wolves are the ones who free him. Korin Locke asks, is Kang Ryon gone? He stands up and says, I'm so stiff, but that went well, right? Ron laughs, you're so good at acting. Ron adds, it was a bit overkill even. As they laugh together, Korin says, Ron, what about the task I asked you to do? Ron replies, that. Lenya said she'd take care of it. Ron then asks, but bro, Korin, what exactly did you ask? Korin responds, it's nothing much. I don't know if you've heard about the corruption in the defense industry. In another scene, Student Council President Kang Yuwa says, so, you haven't found the thieves who stole the items or any suitable replacements? The priest chuckles and says, haha, please wait a bit. We don't have as much influence here as you and your friends. Kang Yuwa narrows her eyes and says, don't you think you've drawn too much attention to yourself to claim that? The priest mutters to himself, these pagans dare. If this were the old days, they wouldn't speak to the bishop of the order like that. Out loud he says, they are mere shadows, not the type to show themselves easily. I need to hold it in. The order has declined, and we need their power. He then adds, I found a merchant group that can provide substitute items. They've been trading with the Eastern continent for a long time. The merchant will bring the items today. Kang Yuwa asks, what's the name of this merchant group? The priest replies, Mandrake Merchants. Kang Yuwa murmurs, Mandrakes? That sounds familiar. In another scene, Professor Edgar announces, finally the highlight of the festival, the final round of the group match. Who will be the winner? Senior Professor Kang Ryun says, the item, right here. He adds, good, she's in good condition, as Hwaran sits silently in her casket. Senior Professor Kang Ryun orders, let's go. At the arena, Professor Edgar shouts, okay, players, enter. The crowd erupts in cheers. Professor Edgar continues, Kang Yuwa's group head and group hip, Merkaba Academy's Group A and Group D. Group A has a disqualified member since their leader, Korin Locke, went missing and didn't show up for the doubles competition. This group match will likely. Wait a moment, that person. Suddenly, Korin Locke exclaims, the moment of victory. You will run with me and shine like eternal chrome. I will lead you all to the gate of Valhalla myself. Kang Yuwa mutters, that crazy bastard. He's alive. Korin Locke shouts, those who are ready, spray yourselves. His followers chant, Immortal Locke. Immortal Locke. Drunk with fame, Korin declares, all the players are here, so begin the match, Professor. Senior Professor Kang Ryun, swinging his fan in anger, says, okay. Then to himself he mutters, annoying bastard, but I can't deny his extraordinary presence. He announces, I will begin the test. The contents are simple. 8 doors will continuously transform, misleading those trapped inside this formation. Whoever finds the correct path and reaches the center to recover the golden dragon sign will win this final match. It's the 8 gates transformation, utter annihilation, a player exclaims. His friend adds, damn it, it's already confusing. Senior Professor Kang Ryun thinks to himself, the deployed formation transforms the venue, separating the participants. Korin Locke, I don't know what you're planning, but the completion of the poison can no longer be stopped. Professor Edgar notices, the broadcasting video? Why did it freeze? His fellow professor says, I think the overflowing mana from the formation is interfering with the video transmission. Professor Edgar, frustrated, says, damn it! What kind of mistake is this? Senior Professor Kang Ryun states, now I will begin the ceremony to remove HWL from Ran. Yuwa, Hyuk, guard the Black Tortoise of the North. Kang Yuwa replies, as long as we protect the Black Tortoise, it doesn't matter if everything else is destroyed. She then glances back and says, Uncle, please take care of Ran. Senior Professor Kang Ryun reassures her, don't worry. Korin Locke smiles and says, this, a friend comments. The 8 trigrams, the 9 cardinal directions. Is it over there? Find the entrance of the formation, another shouts. Korin, can you erase your makeup? It makes me feel like I have to call you boss, a friend jokes. Korin thinks to himself, they sure are trying. From the olden days, it has always been the Black Tortoise, who controls the north, that protects the Emperor in the center. Because he stands right behind the Emperor's back, He is in a location where he can both protect the Emperor and suddenly attack him. Jin Yuk exclaims, "Sister, over there," Korin muses. So when targeting a formation with the four symbols as its basis. Suddenly, Korin Lok attacked Jin Yuk, while Alicia Arden targeted Student Council President Kang Yua. Korin thought to himself, "You must go for the black tortoise first." Korin then said aloud, "It hasn't been long since I last saw you, prosthetic sorcerer of steel." Jin Yuk, startled, asked, "You, how much do you know to come here without any confusion?" Alicia Arden, nervous, said, "Korin, will it really be okay with just the two of us?" Korin replied confidently, "Yup." As Mariette Dunalef raged and used her powers, Korin remarked, "It'll be better than Mariette, who'll destroy the other three by herself." While fighting Alicia, Kang Yua thought to herself, he got past the 8 gates deception and came straight to the northern gate? But that means Uncle's 8 gates have already been seen through. But there's no way, she continued. The 8 gates transformation formation has a total of 365 alterations, including stone soldiers, fog, and maze-like paths. Even the most genius formation sorcerer cannot escape this formation once trapped. Korin smirked and said, "I can hear your gears turning, friend. You recently purchased a new item, right? I followed the tracking rune engraved on that item." Kang Yua's eyes widened. "Item? How did you know that?" Korin thought to himself, "The items needed for the formation were recently robbed by a group of bandits." Out loud, he continued, "Because of that, we had no choice but to buy new ones from Mandrake merchants." Kang Yua, realizing the truth, shouted, "No." Korin grinned, "Yeah, I stole them and I sold them again. The Mandrake bandits and the Mandrake merchants are all my doing. Wahahaha." Fuming, Kang Yua exclaimed, "You bastard, but that changes nothing. Do you think someone like you two can defeat MME? Suddenly, Alicia Arden approached Korin. Korin said to her, "Alicia, you have to get revenge." Alicia, confused, asked, "What?" Korin reminded her, "You lost last time to Kang Yua." Alicia, frustrated, replied, That's because you told me to lose on purpose. It was so hard trying to act." Jin Yuk, mocking, said to Kang Yua, "They're saying she went easy on you." Kang Yua, annoyed, snapped, "Shut up, Hyuk." Becoming serious, she said, "Let's end things quickly." She and Jin Hyuk charged at Korin, shouting, "Go at full blast." Jin Hyuk said, "Yep, that's what I wanted too." Korin, unfazed, said, "Sorry, but I'm busy too. Let's go at full throttle, Alicia." Alicia replied enthusiastically, "Yes." Jin Hyuk unleashed his skill, revolving axis intent, annihilation fighting. While Kang Yua used her technique, Slaughter Dragon Sword technique, 7th form, Light Dragon Magic Slice. Korin, on the other hand, called out his skill, Calamity Serpent Ultimate Essence, Rising Serpent Skies, Poisonous Dragon Exit. Meanwhile, Alicia unleashed her move, Ardent First Sword Style, Nomain Severance. As their attacks clashed, the area exploded in a bright light. The force of the collision caused Jin Hyuk's leg to break. Amidst the chaos, Korin Lok and Alicia Arden remained standing. Korin thought to himself, his leg broke. Her sword broke. Kang Yua, struggling, muttered, "What? We can't lose like this." Jin Hyuk, in disbelief, shouted, "No Due Da." Korin, observing their determination, thought to himself, yet they stood. Kang Yua whispered, "Kwa." And Jin Hyuk echoed, "Ran." Jin Hyuk screamed, "Ran must be eliminated." Kang Yua cried, "Hua must be saved." As Korin slashed the head off a snake and shattered the stone, he declared, "I'll show you my sincerity." Alicia thought to herself, if Korin hadn't said that, they would have continued fighting, even if it was with their nails and teeth. Both Kang Yua and Jin Hyuk, confused, asked, "Huh?" Kang Yua, still processing everything, thought, "A strange beast with a tiger's canines, a sheep's horns, and a boar's face?" Korin answered her unspoken question. "Tao Ti?" "Tai Ti of the Four Perils," he added, thinking to himself. In complete opposition to the four symbols, which represent order and protection, they are evil beings representing destruction and chaos. Kang Yua, in disbelief, asked, "How? Is there a Teoti on the black tortoise's shell?" She thought to herself, did Korin Lok, but then she corrected herself. No, there's no way Master Kang Ryun, a necromancer, wouldn't have noticed that. Korin explained, "Kang Yua Sa Jin Hyuk, you must think the utter annihilation ceremony is being done to remove Hwa from Ran's body. But it's the opposite." He continued in his thoughts, "This ceremony wasn't to remove Hwa from Ran." Korin then said aloud, "From the beginning, Kang Ryun had no interest in Ran." Senior Professor Kang Ryun added, "Don't hate your uncle too much, Ran. Small sacrifices must be made for the greater good." Korin reflected. What he always wanted was Hua. He continued, that's the ceremony of the necromancer Kang Ryun, meant to destroy Ran completely and allow Hua to take full control of that body. He then shared his thoughts. 3 years. Some might say that's a long time, others might call it short. But after seeing HWA, the creation of my biological brother Kang Yu, I was mesmerized by her power. My foolish brother, who only wanted to save his daughter, never realized that, in the end, Hua's control would end up in my hands. In the end, he became the main culprit of the tragedy of Moonlight Castle and had his limbs torn apart by the Imperial Army. How gracious of him. Not only did he die instead of me as the main culprit of the tragedy, but he also brought forth the heavenly Yaksha, Hua. Korinlok continued. What I didn't foresee, though, was Kang Yu pleading with Merkaba Academy's chairman to take care of Huaran. Even for me, the best formation sorcerer and Borome's senior professor, I didn't have influence on another continent. And as I was despairing, that man found me, Tatez Valtezar, the legendary spear star, a figure from 80 years ago. All he requested of me was one thing. Tatez Valtezar had said, go wild, kill as many humans as possible, and destroy the chairman's shell so that she will have no choice but to leave the castle. It was an offer that made my mouth water. If I could just get the afterlife, what was the big deal in destroying a single city? Soon, the Western Protestants' holy relic, the chains of Zion, which had restricted her, draining her boundless inner power, would finally be broken. And the thing that kept Huaran in her human form, Ran's soul, would be completely destroyed. And finally, when I feed her the 10,000 flesh pill given to me by Valtezar, Huaran will transcend to the afterlife. She will awaken as a true Yaksha. Senior Professor Kang Ryun laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Korinlok interjected. I don't think that'll do. If everything goes according to plan like that, it'd be no fun. Senior Professor Kang Ryun, annoyed, responded. Korinlok, is it you again? Kang Yuwa, the student council president, exclaimed. Uncle? I heard something unbelievable from him. You must explain. Is this ceremony truly meant to destroy Ran? Why are the items of the 4 perils being used instead of the 4 symbols? Was the tragedy of Moonlight Castle not caused by her losing control, but by your orders? Senior Professor Kang Ryun, unfazed, said, Fools, you couldn't even carry out simple instructions. It seems your usefulness ends here. But, don't worry, law of fresh blood. In 10 minutes, everything living within the formation will melt and become one. I'll use you to create the pill that transcends Yaksha. Korinlok thought to himself, the golden bat Alvin. At best, it was a second-ranked monster. After it sacrificed its life to transcend, even parties of semi-first rank and first-rank guardians couldn't stand a chance. If a special-ranked monster like Huaran transcended, there would be no possible way to stop her. Korinlok said aloud, just remember, the deep-rooted corruption in the defense industry is something you can't defeat. Senior Professor Kang Ryun, shocked, stammered, What is this? My law of fresh blood disappeared? Korinlok grinned. Here's a fun fact. The items Grandpa Kang Ryun was smuggling through the Catholic Church? Who do you think stole them? It was merchants who could quickly source replacements. Who introduced them? Who provided those items? Who engraved the runes on them? It's all me. He added mockingly, you man who loves old fat ladies. And what do you think will happen now that Mariette has destroyed all of them? Obviously, Huaran's transcension will never happen. Senior Professor Kang Ryun, in disbelief, shouted, You bastard, no, it's not over yet. As the chains of Huaran broke, Korinlok thought to himself, the seal that was on Ran. He gave up on the afterlife transcension, and with his remaining power released the seal. Senior Professor Kang Ryun, desperate, yelled, As long as I kill all of you, I can do the ceremony any time. Kill them all, Huaran. Jinyuk, in shock, exclaimed, He's really controlling her, so he really was the one behind the tragedy of Moonlight Castle. Kang Yuwa, trying to remain calm, said, Calm down, Hyuk. Jinyuk, still agitated, replied, Calm down, we need to catch and torture that man who loves to be with Lady Whales. Kang Yuwa reminded him, Your prosthetic leg is broken, and I've lost my sword. There's nothing we can do right now. Let's leave it to these people. There's something left for us to do as well. Jinyuk, unable to comprehend, stared at her in confusion. Suddenly, Korinlok shouted, Alicia, get back. This is nothing like the king of the Iron Mountain. I'll stall for time and you finish with domain severance. Alicia Arden responded, Got it. As multiple explosions rocked the floor, Alicia stood in awe. Incredible. Korin thought to himself, Alicia couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by what she was witnessing. His movements were like a deadly dance. A system notification sounded. Commandment. I will save the world. Status amplification, Aura Core Max, as Corin Locke moved to attack. Corin thought to himself, breaching the atmosphere like a meteor. Alicia, stunned, thought, if I went up against Corin in this state, I wouldn't last even 30 seconds. Is there any human alive who could stand a chance against him right now? But Corin knew better. As he and Hwaran clashed, he thought to himself, Heavenly Yaksha Hwaran. For her, this moment was only like a light full-body sauna. Corin grimaced. Ah, damn it. It had only been 1 minute and 20 seconds since the fight began. And even though he had burned everything in a fierce attack, the opponent, no, this natural disaster, didn't even flinch. Hwaran used her skill, demonic, poisonous claw. Corin Locke barely managed to evade the attack. Alicia Arden shouted in concern. It's Corin. Corin Locke, confused and alerted, barely had time to react before Hwaran kicked him in the face, sending him flying. As he hit the ground, he muttered to himself, this won't do. He winced in pain, thinking, the size of her power, the mass of her aura, and her gifted physical body. Everything about her is on a different level. Just keeping up with her movements is destroying my body from the inside out. Hwaran continued her relentless attacks. Corin Locke grimaced, thinking, freak, I've hit my limit. No more regeneration, nothing left. I'm going to die. With one hit, I'll disappear, leaving nothing behind. But still, somehow, suddenly, Alicia Arden unleashed her skill. Domain severance! At Hwaran. Corin, shocked, shouted, you, Alicia, you just. Alicia replied, I understood the plan, but I thought you were going to DD. Corin thought to himself, she took dozens of steps within the domain. A burden heavier than even receiving Hwaran's attacks must be crushing her body right now. But Hwaran didn't stop. She used her skill, demonic chi, while Alicia Arden panted in exhaustion. Corin cursed, damn it, you idiot, as the arena exploded around them. As the dust clouds cleared, Corin pushed through the debris, muttering, Dar, you fool, you should be taking care of yourself. Why are you pushing so hard? Alicia smiled weakly. Heh, my body moved first. Corin, concerned, said, open your mouth. Alicia, confused, closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Huh? Corin thought to himself. This is a special elixir I brought for emergencies. If I don't heal Alicia now, she'll either be completely paralyzed or die from blood loss. Alicia sighed in relief. I really thought I was going to die. Corin, still focused, thought, normally, I would have waited until Mariette destroyed all the 4 Perils items. Then, during the brief opening, I'd use Alicia's domain severance to deal 100% penetration damage and pull out my hidden card. I've kept this plan in mind since returning from Nazria, but there were 2 variables that changed. The first was Hwaran, whose seal was undone, revealing her unimaginable strength. The second was that, in order to save me, Alicia got injured. Although I've handled the immediate crisis, Alicia, who recklessly took dozens of steps through the domain, won't be able to fight any longer. He sighed. Can I hold out until Mariette destroys all the items? Corin looked at Alicia, apologetic, and whispered, I'm sorry. He thought to himself, there's no way I can blame Alicia for breaking the plan. If I had taken that attack, there's a high probability I'd have died on the spot. Regeneration wouldn't even matter. Carrying her gently, Corin said, what's there to be sorry about? Thanks for saving me. He moved away, finding a safe spot, and put Alicia down. Here will be okay. Alicia, still concerned, asked, Corin, are you okay? Corin sighed. No, I'm not. He thought to himself, I've used all of the aura stored in my aura core and the rest of what was left in my body. The fights I had with Sajin Yuk, and then Hwaran. In the process, I used too much aura. Do I have to use it? Sabancia Duke's core. I can, if I force myself to, but that core holds a power that my body struggles to withstand. Even now, with the command backing me, I'm not sure if I can endure it. Suddenly, Alicia said, Corin, you know. Hwaran. She hasn't used her right hand this whole time. I think she's holding something. Corin smiled wryly. Ha! He thought to himself, in the end, the choice she has to make for herself. She's still carrying that heavy burden. Are you still in there, Hwaran? As Hwaran's red eyes locked onto him, Corin stood silently in the dust cloud. This, he whispered as his spear began to glow. Pointing his spear at Hwaran with renewed strength, he declared, I have no choice. In the dust clouds, Hwaran remained standing. Corin Locke said, Aha, as he remembered the time when Huaren had asked, why are you giving this to me? To himself, he thought, Hua needs to decide. She can't monopolize everything and reap the benefits without taking responsibility. I know what those who've stood on the extremes of greed are like. I didn't want her to become like them. I wanted Huaren to make a decision and take responsibility for it. Corin Locke said aloud, you know as well. Huaren stuttered, aye. In the midst of the fight, Corin Locke thought to himself, are you still in there, Huaren? He raised his spear, concentrating, and thought, I'll remember it. The Sabancia Duke's swordsmanship I witnessed in his castle. His demonic energy has undoubtedly been passed on to me. Sabancia Duke, the great hero from 800 years ago. From now on, I will recreate that myth. Corin Locke said, you waited a long time, didn't you? The first demonic spear, Black Mystery. He charged toward Huaren, who activated her skill, Demonic Chi. Their attacks collided, creating a huge blast. The collision of pure power and power, he thought. This isn't just a battle between me and Huaren. This is the clash of the myth of the heavenly Yaksha and Sabancia Duke. Senior Professor Kong Ryun gasped, no way. This can't be. How can you? How can someone like you be able to fight against the heavenly Yaksha? What are you waiting for? Kill him already, Corin Locke thought, a fist radiating with an aura of around 1,000. He declared, if so, and used his skill, Black Mystery, Demonic Spear, Ominous Serpent. To himself he thought, what I've prepared is also the aura of 1,000. Even though Huaren has an aura of 100,000, she can only unleash 1,000 at a time. If I can match that power and offset it, I can face Huaren. All my body has to do is withstand this, thanks to borrowing Sabancia Duke's aura. My body is breaking in real time. Eventually, the pain that traverses my entire body will make it so I can no longer hold the spear. Until the tendons throughout my body break and begin to lose their function. But I won't stop. No, I can't stop. After all, you're still not using your right arm. He activated his skill, Black Mystery, Light Trigrams, Extreme Fists, and blocked Huaren's attack. But Huaren followed up with a high kick, which Corin Locke managed to block. He then drew closer to her. A step with my life on the line, he thought. Put my right foot forward and solidify it like Mount Tai, then pull my left arm back like a javelin. Senior Professor Kang Ryun looked on in shock. Corin Locke thought, a half-step movement, sinking consciousness, breath, and muscles. A single fissure that will only be allowed once. I did not miss that moment. He used his skill, Black Mystery, 8 trigrams, Extreme Fists, and struck Huaren in the stomach. He then followed up with his skill, Subdue Enemy Alter Power, Primordial Chaos Palm. Exhausted, Corin Locke collapsed to the ground, panting, ha, I did it. Huaren coughed. Corin Locke thought, I broke through Huaren's absolute defense. However, that's where it ended. I couldn't completely subdue Huaren. Death is closing in on me. Suddenly, Senior Professor Kang Ryun laughed like a maniac and shouted, of course! What could someone like you even hope to do? Die. It's over now. Huaren suddenly looked at him, her expression shifting to anger. Corin Locke looked at her as she turned back to him. She silently stood there and then opened her mouth. You, she said, as the earth began to shake. Senior Professor Kang Ryun stammered, what? The chains emerged, entangling Huaren, and Senior Professor Kang Ryun exclaimed, what? Corin Locke thought, I did it. Ha! The reason I've been stalling for time until now, it paid off, even if it was just for a few more seconds. Mariette, Kang Yuwa, and Sa Jin-yuk, who've left this place. They've destroyed all of the items within the formation. Senior Professor Kang Ryun screamed, how? How can this be? Suddenly a blade appeared at his neck and he gasped. Ugh! Professor Josephine commanded, stay still, Professor Kang Ryun. He groaned, ugh! Corin Locke muttered, it's over for him now. Then, he looked at Huaren and moved closer, staring at her. To put such a hideous item on her, he muttered as he removed the talisman from her forehead. Huaren began to fall, but Corin Locke caught her. Her eyes slowly returned to white, and as she woke up, Corin Locke said, oh, you're up. She looked at him, her vision blurry at first, but soon she saw him clearly and asked, you, why? Corin Locke replied, I told you that I'll help you until you decide. Make a decision you'll be proud of, so you won't regret it. Huaren gazed at him and thought to herself, let's repay him. Let's prove that I'm not a monster. And prove that, just as he's saying, what made me wasn't birth, but a decision. Suddenly she felt something in her hand and exclaimed, "Ah!" Corin Loch observed. The jujube wood that crumbled due to a superhuman grip turned to dust. What do I do? Warren murmured, feeling overwhelmed. She thought, now it feels meaningless. Even if I make a decision, the result might not be what I want. But I want to show you now. I want to repay your trust. Corin Loch commented, the jujube wood got wrecked. Just how strong are you? Haha. Duel. There are plenty of methods. Still thanks. Exhausted, he collapsed. For repaying my trust, he continued. I'm a monster, Warren confessed. I hurt you. I killed a lot of people. I even stole Rand's body. Is there a way for me to be forgiven despite all this? Corin Loch opened his eyes and then closed them again. He hugged Warren gently and said, I'm not sure, but let's find out together. Warren began to cry. In another scene, at the jail, Corin Loch thought to himself, Kang Ryun's transcension ceremony was a failure. The aftermath? It was handled as usual. I've already heard from Madame Josephine and Master Aaron about how they'd resolve things if this incident ended well. To be exact, it'll be covered up. It's an issue that Borome's senior professor caused such an incident, but this ceremony, which involved Hwaran, will only draw more attention to her. Those who were afraid of Hwaran would denounce her, while others would seek her power, Professor Josephine explained. We're planning on Rion making it sound like Professor Kang returned first and suffered an unfortunate accident. We've already spoken to Borome's chairman about this. It's good that the conversation went smoothly, Corin Loch replied. For Borome, this is an incredible consideration we're giving them, Professor Josephine added. Did you request proper compensation for the damages? Corin Loch asked. The chairman tried to avoid it, but we both know how this works, right? The chairman is a bit of a pushover. Gosh, he's too nice. Professor Josephine continued. We are in a position where we can't trust anyone thoughtlessly. Still, good work, Corin Loch. I just did what had to be done. One day, we'll come to trust each other, Corin Loch responded. That'd be nice. Take care of yourself. The festival isn't over yet after all, Professor Josephine said as she walked away. Suddenly, Mariette Dunaleff burst through the door, hugged Corin Loch tightly, and shouted, Corin! You're awake. Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? You've lost your fingernails. What is this? Oh, I wondered why my hands felt empty under the bandages. Corin Loch replied. Mariette scolded him. Gosh, I can't with you. You always push yourself too far, and you always end up getting hurt and hospitalized. Gosh. Why are you crying? That really hurts my heart, Corin Loch said. I'm crying so that you'll feel hurt. Are you sure you're not hurt anywhere? You had to destroy all those stone soldiers and items by yourself, Mariette responded. Well, Kang Yuwa and Sajin Yuk did break one of them, Corin Loch said, thinking to himself, so that's why they left. Thanks to them, I wasn't too late and barely survived. Why are you giving this to me? Mariette asked, her voice trembling. Don't be like that. They're not bad people at heart. They were just in a difficult situation, Corin Loch said. He continued to reflect Jin Yuk, who sought revenge for his family, and Yuwa, who wanted to save her cousin. They were just desperate in their own ways. The real villain was Kang Ryun, who exploited their desperation. We can't direct our hatred toward the wrong people. Mariette sighed. You're always so mature, even though I'm older. Corin Loch smiled and teased. Call me Oppa. You always say that. That darn Oppa talk. Sometimes I think you're obsessed with being called that, Mariette retorted. I would like it if you didn't get hurt. But you'll probably keep getting hurt, right? Mariette said softly. Corin Loch thought to himself, I can't deny it. I am someone with the task of saving the world. Yet I'm nothing compared to the player and am a mere sub-player who has nothing to rely on but spearmanship. Obviously, my body will suffer. Mariette Dunaleff said, You're not even denying it, Corin. It feels like you're living in a world I can't even see. I'll fight with you too. Like this time, I'll always be there to help you, regardless of who we fight. I'll stand by your side. Corin Loch thought to himself, I'm thankful. I was so thankful for those words. From now on, I'll face those with evil desires, mistaken beliefs, and the great enemies who seek to destroy the world. How am I going to save the world against them? The answer is always simple. Together, Corin Loch said. Mariette Dunaleff gave him a fist bump and responded, Yup. Oh, and about that Guardians thing, I'll apply early, she added. Already? Corin Loch asked. Harvest Day is almost here, Mariette Donalef explained. With all the holidays coming up, if I don't do it now, everyone will be on break. Ah, true. Thanks, Corinlock replied. Yep, you as the leader, and me as the vice leader, Mariette Donalef said confidently. Corinlock pondered. Who else? Mariette Donalef inquired. Ah, so he began, but suddenly Alicia Arden interrupted, groaning, Ugh! Corin. Mariette Donalef looked back, her eyes filled with fury. Oh, Alicia, Corinlock greeted her cheerfully. Welcome, Alicia, Mariette Donalef greeted, shaking like a twig. Kahaha, you look like a mummy, Corinlock teased. Hey, whose fault do you think that I is? Alicia Arden snapped back. Corinlock thought to himself, well, she did push herself that far because of me. Yes, I'm so sorry. And thank you, he said sincerely. Alicia Arden, caught off guard by his gratitude, replied, Huh? Okay, well, I'll accept it. Corinlock thought, thanks to the Mariette elixir, her bones are intact, but even with the best medical care, she'll need at least 2 weeks of rest. There's 1 more week left of the festival, so she won't make it to the campfire at the closing ceremony. I'm getting discharged soon, but you should rest a bit more before leaving, Corinlock advised. Hing. I really wanted to go to the campfire too, Alicia Arden pouted. We still have the winter ball, Corinlock reassured her. That's different, Alicia Arden replied. That's true. Even though I've had many experiences from my previous life, this would be the first for Alicia, Corinlock thought. I'll buy you a jet skier dress for the winter ball, he offered. As Mariette Donalef's eyes became red and gets furiously jealous. Really? That really expensive luxury brand? Alicia Arden exclaimed in disbelief. And just say the word about anything else. This Appa of yours has lots of money, Corinlock teased. Shut up, we're the same age. Oh yeah. The inn, did you earn a lot? Alicia Arden asked. Hey, enough to buy you a dress, investor, Corinlock replied. Mariette Donalef in fury said Corin. Perhaps the other members of the Guardians, Mariette Donalef asked, clearly annoyed. Pointing at Alicia Arden, Corinlock responded, when did you get behind me? Alicia Arden over here, and Lenya Claire. A girl? Mariette Donalef asked. Yes, she's a pretty lady who works in intelligence, Corinlock answered. Oh, she's pretty? Mariette Donalef replied with a hint of jealousy. Next is Ren and Ron, Corinlock continued. Who are they? Mariette Donalef questioned. They're Wolfman siblings. Ren's a girl, so just mark Ron as the boy, Corinlock explained. Mariette Donalef muttered. I wanted to recruit UL too, but she's a bit ambiguous. But we're close, so I think she'll join. Corinlock continued. That druid girl? Are you close? Mariette Donalef asked. Close enough to joke around and grab a meal together now. And then, Corinlock began, but he noticed Alicia Arden looking at Mariette Donalef's trembling hand full of anger and jealousy. Last up is Huaron, and she's definitely in, so write her in advance, Corinlock stated. Alicia Arden looked shocked and nervous as Mariette Donalef's pen snapped under her sheer force. Professor Josephine has permitted it, so it'll be fee, Corinlock paused. Mariette? With a terrifying tone, Mariette Donalef said, Corin. Mariette? Corinlock hesitated. Do you want to see me lose my mind? She threatened, glaring at him with killer eyes. What? Corinlock stammered. Warren thought to herself, everyone feared Hua. They were wary of her, blamed her. They said that Hua should never have been born, and they stoned me, calling me a monster. This time, Corin got hurt because of me. I almost killed people like that time before again. In the past, Corinlock had said, I told you, I'll help you, until you decide. Warren thought strength was my only worth. It was the only way to justify how I took control over the body after pushing the original aside. That's why I can't be weak. I can't depend on anyone's help. Corinlock had once said to her, I'll help you. Make a decision you'll be proud of. Or so, you won't regret it. And he thought, so what? But let's find out together, Warren cried. But what am I supposed to do now? Warren wondered. The warmth hurts. His care and concern felt like a sharp knife. I hate you, Corinlock. You make me hurt. Hua had always been alone since birth. She had only lived a life of being used. That's why she never allowed anyone inside her walls. That was how it was, but... Suddenly, Corinlock said, standing by the window, Hey, you're better. Were you worried? No, Warren replied, all this time. Corinlock began, but Warren interrupted. Hurry up. Corinlock responded. Warren looked back and said, Ran. There's a way to change back, right? Warren asked. Corinlock remained silent. As expected, she's kind, he thought to himself as he extended his hand. Suddenly, Warren grabbed it and blurted out, Wait, fish, I want to eat a fish. Yes, she must be scared, Corinlock thought. He gently placed his hand on her head and said, It's okay, I'll buy you some afterward. A few moments later, outside, Warren began to levitate. I'm starting, Corinlock announced. Warren looked at him, swallowing hard, feeling the tension rise. A system notification appeared. Death God's orb will always hit the mark. It will separate the body and spirit. Ignores defense power, an overpowered soul reaper that exists solely as a data value, Corinlock thought. Of course, when a human uses it instead of a death god, the accuracy rate drops significantly, so it's practically useless. But if I throw it? Another system notification followed. I do not perceive spirits. The accuracy rate. 0, Corinlock thought to himself. Well, what? Warren stammered. Watch carefully. I'll use some magic, Corinlock said. A system notification stated, Faulty Festival, use Mana Stone. The diffusion range increases the lower the accuracy rate of this thing is, so it's purposely made difficult to win the minigames, Corinlock pondered. The diffusion effect for this system has a maximum range of 100 meters when the accuracy rate is at its lowest, around 1%. But what happens to the diffusion range when I, with an accuracy rate of 0, use it? Suddenly, the slot machine displayed 777, and a bright light illuminated the surroundings. The diffusion range becomes infinite, ignoring the fact that I can't perceive spirits, and its effect activates. In other words, it doesn't get registered as an attack I did, but as an attack of the soft mana stone, Corinlock realized. Warren murmured as she fell from the sky. Corinlock caught her just in time. Warren, I inserted a bit of mana. How do you feel? Are you awake? Corinlock asked. Warren's eyes turned blue, and she suddenly smiled at him. Hello, Oppa, she said sweetly. Oh, Oppa? Corinlock stammered in confusion. As Ran smiled, she greeted Corinlock. Hello, Oppa, Corinlock confused stammered. Oh, Oppa? He suddenly remembered Mariette Dunalef scolding him. You always say that. That damned Oppa talk. Sometimes I think you're obsessed with being called that. Then he recalled Alicia Arden saying, Oppa, we're the same age, and a little girl calling him, Thank you, Uncle Knight. Corinlock began to tear up and muttered to himself, Pass. I finally escaped the uncle title. Ran, your first impression is the best. He set Ran down, and she grinned. You're really liking it, huh? Corinlock sighed. I've heard I look a lot older. Ran nodded. That makes sense. You've always seemed to want to be called Oppa by Hua. Corinlock thought to himself, so she's been watching everything. Hua has possessed this body for 3 years. She's been trapped inside all this time, watching everything. Corin then spoke aloud. You lost your body for 3 years. You don't hate her? Ran paused. Then she took off running, exclaiming, look at this, I'm running. It's my first time since getting sick. I can walk and run. It must be thanks to Hua. I'm using the energy Shua accumulated inside my body like this. Hey, Corinlock cautioned. You're not used to your body yet. Don't overdo it. Ran continued. At first I resented her. I screamed at her to give me my body back, but my voice never reached her. Hua would only talk to herself. But I knew. Talking to herself wasn't her turning away from me. It was her way of dealing with her guilt. I know how hard it is to win against fear and anxiety. After all, we shared the same body. So I don't resent her anymore, because Shabiawa was brave and chose to return my body to me. Corinlock thought to himself, that was admittance and forgiveness. He watched Ran, the girl who had her body stolen for 3 years, embrace Hua with ease. Corin smiled. How mature. Ran grinned. Right? My time stopped at 14, but Hua's only 3 years old. I finally got the little sister I always wanted. Corin thought, well, that's true. They're basically sisters sharing the same body now. Ran's expression softened. But you know. Corin responded. If I'm ever in danger again, will you save me like last time, Corin Appa? Corin replied. Just say the word. Anytime. Ran beamed. That's what I thought you'd say. Wow, how cool, Corin Appa. Corin blinked. Ran giggled. I like sushi too. Hua and I have the same taste in almost everything. Food, music, books. She leaned closer to Corin and whispered, even men. Corin was shocked. Uh-huh. Rand playfully tugged at Corin's shirt. If you become my husband, you'll basically have 2 wives, legally. What? Wait. Corin panicked. What are you? Rand unbuttoned her collar slightly, showing a bit of cleavage. Give me an answer, right now. Corin, sweating, stammered. Wait, so, Why, you can't just tease me like that. He gently pushed her away. Rand giggled. It's not a joke. Back in my hometown at my age, everyone's already done what needs to be done. Corin nervously asked. So about D-dating. If you're sharing a body with HWR, shouldn't you ask for her opinion too? Suddenly, Rand kissed Corin on the cheek. Thanks, Oppa. Corin was stunned. What? In that moment, Hua returned to the body, and Corin noticed the change. Rand? Hua, clearly annoyed, snapped. You, don't misunderstand, she was talking nonsense. Corin, still flustered, replied, is that so? He thought to himself, she can change pretty easily. Hua glanced back, her irritation still present. Who's the older sister? Shut up, you're misunderstanding. Be quiet. Corin, bewildered, thought, what? Is she talking to Rand? Hua walked off and called back, you're not coming? Corin responded, still dazed. Dinner. Be there at 7. Same place as always, Hua instructed. Okay, Corin agreed. This must be Huaran's form of apology, Corin thought. Apologizing through food. A kid is a kid after all. Then he recalled Rand's whisper, even men. Corin, confused, muttered to himself, a kid, right, in another scene. A chapel knight muttered, I'm freaked out. He thought to himself, the amount of money the Catholic Church has invested in the Merkaba festival is incredible. I thought by the end of all this, we'd be able to take down the Protestant princess. But in the end, he reflected bitterly, it was a total failure. Just who is that guy? How did he catch on to all of our plans? I just followed Li Jinyang's orders and gathered 100 cross-charge squad members, the chapel knight ranted. I led them through this 100-year-old tunnel to lure Huaran into danger. We took an incredible risk. But that guy, Corin Locke coolly responded, 100 cross-charge squad members? If you were going to risk it all, you should have sent the chapel knights. The chapel knight glared at Corin, his face twisted with frustration. He ruined everything, he thought. Pointing at Corin, he snarled, You! What kind of backing do you have to act like this? Do you think you can do all this and survive? Before he could finish, a blow to his head knocked him unconscious and he crumpled to the ground. Professor Josephine, watching from nearby, said, I could have handled him. Corin, catching his spear with a smirk, replied, It's fine. I was able to test a new technique. Josephine raised an eyebrow. You mean that throw? The one that took down all these people at once? As she turned to walk away, she added, Anyway, you're not even in your best health. But good work. We'll arrest them. Corin nodded, giving further instructions. Take out the suicide-use poison capsules in their right molars in advance. He reflected to himself. Josephine had so many questions. How did I know about the underground invasion route the Catholic Church had set up 100 years ago? And why had I asked her to keep an eye on the church in the first place? For now, she was just relieved that Corin was an ally as she restrained the unconscious knights. Corin continued thinking to himself, with the ease of someone born with strength and a body that doesn't get injured easily, this Jiangxi girl's vital functions were slower than others. In other words, meanwhile, elsewhere, Rand yelled, Get up, Hua, it's morning. Corin, hearing this, thought to himself, Huaran is quite lazy. Rand continued, You're awake, right? Let's get up. Hua groaned, Shut up. Rand pouted, Gosh, how can you say that to your older sister? Let's eat. Food. Suddenly they heard a man snoring. Hua sat up and mumbled, Rand mirrored her curiosity. Hua walked downstairs and muttered, I'm not getting up because you told me to. I'm just curious. She blinked in surprise. Huh? There, on the floor, Corin Locke was snoring loudly. Honk! Rand exclaimed, It's Corin Oppa! Hua, frowning, asked, Why is he sleeping here? Rand giggled, Let's wake him up. Why should I? Hua retorted. Rand insisted, If he sleeps like that, his mouth will get twisted. Hurry, hurry, I said hurry. She grinned mischievously. You like Corin Oppa too, don't you, Hua? Hua, poking Corin's cheeks, replied softly, I don't know. He does as he pleases. He does things for me I didn't even ask for. He always works hard. I don't understand him. Rand pressed, Then do you dislike him? No, Hua replied. Rand, with a grin, asked, Then, do you like him? Hua was silent for a moment before quietly saying, I hate him. At that moment, Mariette Dunalef arrived and remarked, "Oh, you're up early today." Hua replied, "It was noisy." Mariette smiled. "There's no helping it. Dioku lift him onto the bed. We can't have Huaren losing sleep because of Koren." "If you're still sleepy, go in and sleep," Mariette added. Sowa frowned. "Sofa?" Mariette asked, confused. "It'd be better to leave him on the sofa," Hua suggested. Mariette blinked in surprise. "What? There aren't any blankets here." "It's cold, so he'll freeze," Hua explained. Mariette looked back, contemplating Hua's words, and muttered to herself, "She's right. I don't have any objections to that." Mariette turned and said with a blush, "I steamed some potatoes in the kitchen, so eat them." "I'll eat with my Korin," she added with a smile, "so you can have all the potatoes to yourself." Hua, watching Mariette walk away, muttered in frustration. A few hours later, in the classroom, Professor Lurala lectured, "In a situation like this, with the materials you can gather in your surroundings." Only half listening, thought to himself, although the festival didn't end, classes continue. But I already heard all of this in my last life, so I focused on something else. A system notification appeared. Korin Lock Hero Aura rank, 8130 lower high mana rank, 6. 770 upper low abilities, persistent warriors regeneration, pain tolerance, domain comprehension. New, triple core and demonic chi release. Korin smirked to himself. "I've now surpassed Alicia's beginning stats, and I've gained my third aura core and unlocked demonic chi release as well." He continued to reflect, "My aura core is currently at lower high. In other words, it's where a normal knight would be when obtaining their first core. But I have the core from the White Silver Mandrake and the demonic core I obtained from the Sabantia Duke. In other words, while the other knights are just obtaining their first aura core, I already possess 3. Alicia told me she obtained her core during this time too. Her rapid growth within the domain helped her develop incredibly fast, and her aura rank has risen to lower high as well. She had upper middle when she started, but she's advanced at least half a year faster than usual. I can't wait to see her future." Korin shifted his thoughts to his new power. "Now, what's left is the demonic chi release." A system notification explained. Demonic chi release draws out inner power and accumulates it under high pressure. It can accumulate and release up to 20% of overall aura and mana. Korin continued, "It's an incredible ability. My current aura is 8130. 20% of that is an instant release of 1600. That makes an absurd amount of power available instantly. The problem is that I tried testing it carefully in the hunting grounds, but I couldn't quite get the feel for it." He thought back to Sabantia Duke's final demonic sword attack. "I think with this, I could probably do something similar to what Sabantia Duke did." Korin Locke sat quietly at his table, deep in thought, as Professor Lurala announced, "Okay then, I'll check the notes you've written 5 minutes before class ends." His eyes widened in shock, and he thought to himself, "They're checking notes? Why is she doing something she's never done before?" Panic rose within him. Is she mad that everyone's been dozing off during her class? This is trouble. From the Professor Lurala I've known for 4 years, she'll probably keep up her friendly demeanor but give out some sort of punishment, like making us clean the classroom. He sighed inwardly. And this is the alchemy faculty's exclusive classroom. The amount of ingrained dirt from experiments is insane. The boy in front of him whispered, "Hey, lend me your notes." His friend responded, "What? No, I didn't even finish." Korin groaned to himself, "Damn it, I was planning to enjoy the festival after this class since I have no more today." He quickly moved his hand to the right, thinking, I need to write something. In his haste, his hand brushed against someone else's. He froze, looking down. "Huh?" On my left is Jaeger, and on my right. Before he could finish his thought, he realized who he had touched. Oops. Just then, Ran, sitting beside him, reached out and took his hand. Korin's eyes widened even further, and a flush crept up his face as he looked at her. "Ran?" he stammered. Ran, blushing softly, smiled back at him. "Yes," she whispered, her voice gentle. Then, without warning, she pressed his hand against her small chest, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Do you want to see mine, Oppa?" she teased. Korin's blush deepened, completely flustered by the unexpected gesture. Korin Locke, embarrassed, said, "See? For you, does that mean your notes, right?" Ran said, "You can flip over the page and start from there, Oppa." "Anyway, do you want to eat lunch together?" Korin Locke replied, "Oh, sure, I'll buy." this Oppa will get you something delicious. One of their classmates said, "What's with that jerk?" His friend responded, "Was he always this close to Warren?" He replied, "Well, Corin was really the only one who talked to her." His friend asked, "Did something happen?" He replied, "That sly guy." As Deku listened silently at the back of the room in another scene, Corin Locke said, "Anyway, what about Schwa?" Ron replied, "Hua was dozing off. So I switched us. I don't think she'll wake up for a while." Corin Locke asked, "Did you meet them, Sajin Hyuk and President Kang Yua?" Corin Locke thought to himself, those people bear quite the responsibility in this incident. Of course, it's true, they were used, but it's ambiguous for them not to take any responsibility at all. Rand said, "Uncle Kang Ryun will be executed unofficially. This nation's royal family will secretly carry it out. With Uncle gone, Yua is now the lord of our Kang family. Hyuk and Yua have probably suffered a lot because of me." Corin Locke asked, "Lord, does that mean she's the head of the family?" Rand replied, "Yes, in charge of everything, from small household work to the family's marriage arrangements too. So, I got permission. What shall we do, husband?" As she played with Corin Locke's shirt, he stuttered, "Oh, oh, ho." He thought to himself, "Wah, when are you waking up? It's not easy for this Oppa to handle Rand." In another scene, Mariette Dunalev said with anger and jealousy, "From the beginning until the end, tell me everything without leaving out any details." Dioku, putting in full effort, told the story, saying, "Bark, bark, bark." Mariette Dunalev, while cooking a meal, said, "I see. I see." Dioku continued to tell the story, saying, "Bark, bark." Mariette Dunalev thought to herself, "Of course, it's not like Corin and I were dating, but, Corin Locke thought to himself, Mariette is on the reasonable side. Although her actions seem more about food than affection, it's obvious this regular strange behavior holds a special meaning. As Rand said last time, if you become my husband, you'll basically have two wives legally. As Dioku said, bark, meaning Oppa, bark, meaning husband, bark, meaning two wives, Mariette Dunalev thought to herself, "Oppa, I can't let this happen. I need to take special measures. Should I do potato farming and diamond mining? Or should I be bold?" As she thought of offering herself to Corin Locke, she said to herself, "No. How much bolder can I be?" Mariette Dunalev said, No, still, Tista Doku. Do you know what it means to like a male?" Doku's eyes suddenly became serious and he said, "Bark," meaning bone. A few moments later, at the mess hall, Corin Locke and Mariette Dunalev sat together. Mariette Dunalev said, I spent a long time researching to make this for you." Corin Locke asked, What is IIT?" Mariette Dunalev replied, "It's SES, a dish the workers at my ranch often make." A system notification said, "Mariette's special oxblood soup." Mariette Dunalev said, "I thought you'd like it." Corin Locke, ecstatic, said, "I love oxblood soup. How did you know?" He thought to himself, "Oxblood soup in this world. I totally love this." Mariette Dunalev said, "It was made by solidifying blood, so I don't know if you'll like it." Corin Locke drank the oxblood soup and said, "Gosh, that's a must-have. These soft chunks are what make it delicious." Mariette Dunalev asked, "Really? What a relief. So how's the taste?" Corin Locke exclaimed, "Kia, so refreshing. So delicious." Suddenly he saw a system notification, and in confusion he said, "Huh?" A system notification said, "You have consumed a special blood elixir, an elixir made with special ingredients. You have learned superhuman strength. Your strength has increased by 30 points. He thought to himself, What the? Why is this popping up now? Corin Locke's eyes widened and sweat formed on his cheeks as he said, Mariette Dunalev, in shock, blushed and was sweating all over her sexy body and said, Corin Locke said, "Perhaps, when making the ox blood, you didn't use pigs or cows for the animal blood." A system notification said, "Superhuman strength temporarily increases strength by 200%. Does not overlap with other buffs." Corin Locke carried Mariette Dunalev and said, Shit. Corin Locke exclaimed, "Mariette, I love you." Mariette Dunalev thought to herself, "It was good that I did as Dioku said." In another scene, Wa said, "This is my friend's story, apparently. When she's with a certain person, her heart pounds." Professor Josephine asked, "Is that so?" Wa continued, "Yeah, it feels soft, like being on clouds. If she's floating when hugging, her heart pounds loudly. Sometimes, it throbs, and she feels trapped in a swamp." Professor Josephine replied, "I see. And Hua thought to herself, this is love advice. Professor Josephine thought to herself, so this child, aside from being a special demi-human, is also a girl experiencing her first love. The person, well, it must be Corin Locke, the spearman boy with a paradoxical amount of luck with women. There's no other male that Hwaran interacts with besides him. That hard-working and mature new student is a natural-born playboy, enough to receive reports from second-year female students calling him a sly swindler. A boy with so much experience with girls is like playing on hard mode for a new chick like Hwaran. Professor Josephine said, the person that friend of yours loves. Hua interrupted, I never said she loved him. Professor Josephine responded, well, anyway, there must be other girls like that around him, right? As Hua nodded in agreement, Professor Josephine said, then listen well. Hwaran, opportunities don't come often. A male with many females around him won't approach others first. The girls will come to him. And she thought to herself, around 100 years ago, a newbie witch read a popular romance novel called 101 Ways to Make That Man Fall in Love. It was the romance textbook for girls back then. Professor Josephine continued, your actions must be bold, passionate, and determined. If not, you cannot attain love. And she thought to herself, the unfortunate part was that girls, just entering their youth. Professor Josephine said, you must get rid of anyone who gets in your way. Corin Locke thought to himself, well, they were getting romance advice from someone who had read a novel 100 years ago. An unmarried witch, now 117 years old. Professor Josephine offered, should I drop you off? Hua replied, yeah. Corin Locke thought to himself, both HWA and Ran lacked experience, but they decided to follow advice from an outdated romance novel. Hua said, then I'll go in. Professor Josephine said, yes, I'll be back before dinner too. I hope. You succeed. Hua responded, yeah. Suddenly she was shocked as she saw Dioku outside looking at her, and he said, bark? In the window she saw a silhouette of a girl sitting on a boy, and Hua seriously looked at them from a distance. Inside, Mariette Dunalef panted heavily, sitting on top of Corin Locke as she held his broad shoulders. She panted heavily, saying, ha, ha, as she opened her mouth wide and came closer to Corin Locke's neck. Her huge chest pressed against Corin Locke's body, and she began to bite Corin Locke's neck. Corin Locke moaned pleasurably, ugh, as their voices mingled, saying, ugh. Hua saw everything from outside. She thought he'd said they would look for it together, that he'd help her, that he'd be with her. But she knew. She was aware that she wasn't the only one this nosy boy was kind to. That kindness also went to the vampire girl as well. She knew it, but it still hurt. Perhaps she'd been arrogant, believing she was special. Why did her heart ache just from seeing them together? As she imagined Mariette Dunalef sipping from Corin Locke's neck, Hua was shocked. As Mariette Dunalef started to lick seductively at Corin Locke's neck, leaving bite marks, Hua said to herself, that gaze. As a wall stood between them. It wasn't just between a senior and junior. Rand suddenly held Hua and said, Hua, leave things to me from here. As Rand touched Abawa gently, she added, I'll get rid of anyone in the way. In another scene, Alicia Arden ate and said, Nom, this chocolate mousse is no joke. Corin Locke asked, you didn't eat it in the East? Alicia Arden replied, we're basically in the countryside. Hee. My neighborhood didn't have a dessert store, so we had to make it ourselves in the kitchen. Corin Locke thought to himself, no dessert store? Just how remote is it? I've gone to the East a few times for quests, but it wasn't related to the main scenario, so I came to rest a bit before the upcoming break. I just wanted to have dessert, but as Alicia Arden met on the way to Thayer, Lork Boogman and Jaeger Hinspeter met on the way to Ran, and Mariette Dunalef followed him out. He thought to himself, I never thought this many people would show up. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalef said, Corin. Corin Locke asked, yes? Mariette Dunalef offered her white and soft cake to Corin Locke, saying, eat this. Suddenly, Rand called out, Corin Oppa, eat this, and offered a slice of her soft crepe. Corin Locke said, oh, a crepe? Looks good. He ate the crepe and then asked, Mariette, what were you saying? Mariette Dunalef replied, it's nothing. Rand turned to Mariette Dunalef and asked, hey, can I have some of that strawberry cake? Mariette Dunalef, confused, said, but sure, I guess. And she began to sweat with frustration toward Rand. Rand moved closer to Corin Locke and touched his chest, saying, Oppa, I can't reach. Can you? Corin Locke said, okay. Mariette Dunalef looked at the fork and the cake as she grew angry. Ran then opened her mouth and said to Corinlock, Corinlock said, "What, you want me to feed you? Gosh, you're still a kid." Suddenly, Mariette Dunalef slammed the entire cake into Rand's face, exclaiming, Corinlock shouted, Mariette Dunalef added, "How is it?" "Tasty, right? It's pretty famous here." Rand, wiping her face, replied, "Yes, it's quite delicious, Ani." Mariette Dunalef continued, "Want more, Hwaran Dongsang?" Rand said, "Haha, it's fine." Corinlock, feeling confused, thought to himself, "What's with this scary atmosphere?" Rand asked, "Oh yeah, I heard you have a potato farm, right, Mariette Oni? Do you also make potato cakes?" Mariette Dunalef replied, "Yes, you bake them in the oven after putting them in a pan." Rand commented, "But isn't that tricky to call a cake?" Mariette Dunalef retorted, "If you call it a cake, it is a cake. Anyway, do you want more strawberry?" Rand said, "It's fine." Jaeger Hinspeter looked at Corinlock and telepathically said, "Friend, what's with this atmosphere? Did you do something wrong?" Corinlock thought to himself, Jaeger is communicating with his eyes. Corinlock responded to Jaeger Hinspeter with his eyes, "I don't know either. This is so scary, friend." Suddenly, Corinlock and the boys stood up and he said, Ahem, I need to go to the washroom." Lork Bugman added, "Me too." Jaeger Hinspeter said, "Oh, me as well." And they all walked away. Corinlock sighed, "How did the two of them fight?" Jaeger Hinspeter said, "In my eyes, you're the worst one." Lork Bugman agreed, "I agree, sly guy." Alicia Arden tried to slip away, saying, as she watched the boys leave. Mariette Dunalef said, "Oh yeah, so you're from the East? That must be nice, living in the countryside with good air." "Ours isn't like that." Rand replied, "Of course. Rather than the smell of animals, the forest with good water and mountains is better." As Alicia Arden continued to eat by herself, she thought, "This is heavy. They're definitely talking while smiling, but they're not really smiling." Mariette Dunalef said, Well, Corin's coming to the south with me again this winter. I have a few hot spring inns. Corin needs to relax and wash away his fatigue." Rand responded, "Oh yeah, I'm going to ask Corin Alpa to come with me to Zion Chapel. If he comes there, he can be blessed by the Saintess. Rather than a musty hot spring, isn't a Saintess's blessing better?" Alicia Arden, looking dizzy, interjected, Did you not hear yet? Corin's coming to my place." The ladies, Mariette Dunalef and Rand, shouted in disbelief, "What?" Meanwhile, in the washroom, Lork, Corinlock, and Jaeger were busy. Corinlock suddenly looked back after hearing the voices and said, Corinlock has sensed killing intent." Alicia Arden trembled as she spoke. Scorin. He said he had business in the East and wanted to see an eclipse with Mama." Mariette Dunalef and Hwaran looked at Alicia seriously, and Alicia asked, "Did he not tell you that?" She was stunned. Why?" she mumbled. Corinlock, overhearing, responded with a curious, "A few days ago, Yuel had mentioned, Corin, a spirit from the eastern forest, came this morning." Corinlock remarked, "Oh, from the eastern forest, that far?" He pondered to himself, druids who are loved by spirits are said to move with them regardless of their affinity. But making such a long journey is quite rare. Could it be? Yuel continued, "Yes, it's been found." The druids named Uskias and Findias. Corinlock's thoughts raced. Findias, the place where one of the 4 great secret treasures, Klausolas, is hidden. And the druid who protects that land, Uskias. In the game, they only existed as unobtainable story items. Canonically, they are all collected by Tates Valtazar and his minions. He sighed. Darn, Park couldn't even clear Valtazar and his minions. A system warning appeared. The player has died. The challenge has failed. Corinlock thought to himself, getting stronger is a must, but it would be better if I could weaken the enemy. If I could just steal one of the 4 secret treasures. Those treasures are meant to enter their grasps originally. I wouldn't know where or when to look, but now, thanks to the reward from defeating Fermac Damon, a system notification appeared. Map. The 4 treasures Findias' son. Corinlock considered the information that transferred directly into his mind. The solar eclipse. When the sun's power is at its weakest, I can obtain Klausolas. In the last 3 years of playing, there was only one solar eclipse, February 8th next year, during spring break. He continued to himself, So both Findias and Uskias are in the eastern part of the kingdom? Yuel corrected him. To be exact, they are past the border, in the territory of the Beast King. Corinlock thought Findias is the domain of the Druids. It's a hidden location, but I was sure Yuel, who has grown stronger, could figure it out. Good. Everything is going according to plan. I'll find Findias in the east during this break, and obtain Klausolas first. I'll ruin the plans of Baltazar and his minions. In another scene, Mariette Dunalev asked, So, you're going together? Yes. Moreover, I'm not sure of Sabancia Duke's abilities. So I wanted to ask the sword-crazed person in the east. Mariette glanced at Corinlock with her red eyes, and he replied, That's why I'm going. His thoughts turned inward. Why is she looking at me so intensely? Mariette said, You're leaving right after the commencement of spring break? Corin replied, What? She held out a small item. Take this. Corin looked at it, confused. This is, Mariette explained. I'm from the family of a duke. This sigil should allow you to receive assistance in most places. Corinlock looked at her, surprised. This is very precious. Are you sure you're allowed to give something like this to a nobody? Mariette Dunalev murmured. You aren't. Corin blinked. What? She softly replied. Corin isn't a nobody. Mariette quickly added, I'll get ready too. Go ahead without me and wait. Corinlock nodded. Yes, as I said. I think there might be a dangerous foe, so I need your help. Mariette beamed. Yep, I'll make sure to come help you. Don't get hurt. Eat from that potato sack I gave you. And don't follow strangers who offer you potatoes. Corin chuckled. I'm not a kid. Mariette grinned. Then I'll be on my way. Suddenly, she grabbed Corinlock's hand. Wait, Corin, but before you GGO, let's do Tet. Corinlock smiled. Suck as much as you want. You're going to be stuck with blood packs for a while. Mariette Dunalev hesitated. Thanks, then I'm doing it. Okay, Corin replied. A few moments later, Corin thought to himself, the day before we left, phew, I was just getting drained. Why do I feel so tired? He added inwardly, I was only able to leave Mariette's room just as midnight struck. I haven't gotten much sleep, so I should get some. Suddenly, he noticed Huaran in his bed and said, Huh? Huaran replied nonchalantly, A long bee bath. Corin asked, Why do you care how long I wash myself? What are you doing here? Huaran replied, I'm sleeping here. Corin protested, Nuh-uh, you can't say something like that. Huaran shrugged. Whatever, we slept together last time. That was inevitable. It was because of the rain. Corin defended. He thought to himself, Sigh. Let's not waste my energy when I'm tired. It'll be fine as long as Professor Josephine doesn't catch us. What am I going to do when she tells me she wants to sleep together? That incident in the rain comforted her quite a bit. Yeah, whatever. He started putting on a robe. Suddenly, Huaran threw a pillow at Corin's face. Why are you stripping? Corin replied, I'm the type that sleeps naked. Huaran grabbed another pillow looking annoyed and Corin quickly backtracked. I'm joking, I can't sleep in this gown, I have pajamas to wear. Huaran huffed. Then change away from me. Corin muttered to himself. Why am I the one who needs to go away? Shouldn't you be the one looking away? A few moments later, Huaran said, You can use the pillow. I sleep well without one. Corin replied, Yeah, use this then. Huaran tested it and remarked, It's hard. Corin said, You don't need to use it. Huaran quietly replied, I didn't say that. A few moments later, Huaran said, Don't get hurt in the east. Corinlock smirked. Oh, are you worried? Huaran replied, When you get hurt, my heart hurts too. Corinlock was taken aback. Huh. Huaran continued, You're going to keep fighting, like you did for me. I'll protect you, so get hurt less. Corinlock chuckled. Ha, get hurt less. So you still want me to get hurt? Huaran sighed. Whatever, stop being nitpicky. Corinlock softened. Yeah, thanks, Huaran added. Just wait. I'll come to the east soon. Corinlock nodded. All right, that makes me feel better. He thought to himself, what Huaran said to me gave me the willpower to keep going. The next day, at the cafe, Corinlock called out, Alicia, while showing her a newspaper. Isn't this you? Alicia Arden looked puzzled. Huh? Corinlock read aloud, Sword Emperor Garand has left his granddaughter the 5th Sword Pavilion. The fight to succeed grows more intense. Alicia Arden choked on her coffee, sputtering. I haven't got a clue, Corinlock smirked. It was obvious. You'll be out of the ditches now, I guess. Alicia Arden shrugged. I guess so. Corinlock changed the topic. Anyway, did everyone bring proper snow equipment and their belongings? Alicia Arden replied enthusiastically. Yes. I have my coat here and a bag with food and clothes. Yuel added, nature itself is my protection, so I don't need to prepare. Corin Locke sighed. You guys are still amateurs, huh? Phew. Alicia Arden looked confused. Huh? Yuel asked. What do you mean? Corin Locke explained. We're heading directly east on a wyvern. Do you know what that means? Yuel and Alicia Arden exchanged puzzled glances. Corin Locke smirked. It means you two will soon be in deep trouble. In another scene, Yuel and Alicia Arden shouted from the back of the wyvern as they flew at high speed. Alicia Arden called out, Corin, I physically can't open my eyes. Help me. Yuel said with difficulty, nature does not protect all of me. Humans need to learn to stand for themselves. Corin Locke thought to himself, wearing his goggles and mask. Idiots, newbies. At 1 kilometer in the air, regardless of the season, you need a proper coat and goggles. Take this as a lesson. Yuel groaned. Oh, I sure does not. As they flew toward the eastern region of Taklakan, Alicia Arden pointed out something below. See, Corin, there, beneath us. Corin Locke squinted. Huh? What are you saying, He finally saw the scene below, Oliphant's massive creatures charging forward in a rage. Alicia Arden stammered, Baba, there's a town that way. Baba, that horde will wreck that town at this rate. Corin Locke thought to himself, we aren't tight on time. There's enough time to save a town. He made a decision. We'll stop them. Yuel, make roots sprout in their path. Alicia, you can handle what's next, right? Yuel replied with determination. Bah, yes. Suddenly, the roots snared the Oliphant's feet, slowing their advance. Alicia Arden leaped toward them but found herself blocked by the beasts. They blocked it? She gasped. Yuel struggled. NRG, the roots won't hold much longer. Corin Locke jumped down and directed. Focus on tying down the one in front. If you keep a hold of them, I'll. Suddenly, he froze in shock as a group of people arrived. Corin Locke murmured to himself, That's... Before he could process it, a flurry of slashes struck the Oliphants, bringing them down one by one. Corin Locke recognized them, the monster hunters of Arden. If they're here, does it mean? A voice rang out. Still as pathetic as ever. Alicia Arden recognized it instantly. Ah. Lunia Arden, her sister, approached and scolded. Are you unable to slay such a slow pig? Sister, Alicia stammered. Yuel whispered to Corin Locke. Corin, that woman is Lunia Arden. Corin Locke replied, tense. Lunia's expression turned fierce. If you bite off more than you can handle, you could have caused even more damage. Alicia Arden stuttered. Well, it's... Corin Locke thought to himself. Is she warning her because of the news in the newspaper? Lunia threw something at Alicia Arden and then tossed another at Corin Locke. You too. Corin caught it and looked down. What is this? Opening his hand, he saw a candy. Honey bomb candy? Alicia Arden immediately ate hers and sighed in relief. Why, you scared me. Lunia's tone softened a bit. Be more careful next time. You can't just run in without thinking. As she turned to leave, Lunia addressed Corin Locke. I heard you advanced to first rank. Corin Locke nodded. Ah, yes. Good work. Keep doing so. Thank you, Corin stammered, thinking to himself, still dry as ever. I guess that's just how she is. But Lunia suddenly paused and turned back. Oh, more importantly, Corin Locke. Yes, Corin responded, confused. Lunia took a deep breath, looking momentarily uncertain, and then spoke softly. Would you? She finally said, barely audibly, marry me? Yuel and Alicia Arden stood in shock while Corin Locke broke into a cold sweat. What? Corin Locke narrates, Dunalef, with its bountiful lands and the largest family in the south, controls the major trade routes. In contrast, the eastern regions not only border a country of heretics, but also face the depths of untamed nature, constantly fending off countless monsters from the uninhabitable lands. Yet, despite these conditions, the eastern regions have maintained their reputation thanks to one family, the defenders of the wastelands, the Arden family. The people greeted Lunia Arden saying, Welcome back. Lunia replied, These are my sister's friends. Give them a room. One of the people nodded, understood. Lunia then addressed her sister. Alicia, follow me. Alicia, surprised, stammered, Ah, okay. Later, in a separate scene, Corin Locke and Yuel played chess. Corin Locke declared, checkmate. Yuel, disappointed, sighed. Ugh, this game is too tough. How are you so good at this? Corin Locke smirked. Do you know how long I've been playing? Ul blinked in surprise. You've played it before? Corin shrugged. Oh, from time to time. Ul glanced over. Do you think Alicia will be all right? Things seemed pretty serious. Corin Locke reassured him. It'll be fine. They're family. Maybe she'll be punished for us not slaying the Oliphants properly. Ul worried aloud. Corin laughed. Nah, she's not the type to do that. Just then, a lady entered the room and addressed him. Corin Locke? Corin turned to her. Yes? Miss Lunia requests your presence, she announced. Moments later, Corin Locke found Lunia Arden waiting for him. You're here? Lunia said as he arrived. Sit down. We have a lot to discuss. Corin hesitated. I'm not being punished, am I? Lunia raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Corin shrugged. Nothing. Lunia changed the subject. I hear you're turning 18 soon. Pouring green tea, Corin replied, Yes, I am the same age as your sister. With a sudden intensity, Lunia asked, Just a question. Are you married already? Corin flushed slightly. No. Lunia nodded. I see. Well, if you're not married yet, would you be interested in marrying me? Corin blinked. Are you serious? Lunia gave him a steady look. Do I seem like the type to jest? You are an excellent candidate not only in martial skill, but also in your drive to improve. And, well, your face is more or less my type. Corin shook his head in disbelief. I wasn't expecting you to care about looks. Lunia smiled faintly. I am a woman after all. I'm choosing the man whose face and body will be beside mine as the night falls. Awkwardly, Corin asked, please tell me your real intentions. What's the reason behind Tias? Lunia sighed. Because of you. Corin looked at her, confused. What? When Alicia defeated me, the demented Sword Emperor showed up and appointed her as the 5th Sword Pavilion Master. This declaration stirred up my supporters, as you know it was part of your plan after all. But now, my position is wavering, and am flooded with countless messages from suitor swordsmen eager to restore my name. Lunia explained, sipping her green tea. A strategic marriage isn't a bad political move, but I hate the idea of being reduced to a marriage pawn. I'm too superior for that, she added. Corin caught on. So, that's why you want to fake an engagement with me? Lunia smiled, confirming his suspicions. Exactly. Later, Corin Locke narrates his observations. Alicia is the illegitimate child of the Ardens, but even so, she received countless gifts upon her return. This is thanks to her early appointment as a potential heir. Sophia, mother of Lunia Arden and wife of Jade Arden, addressed Alicia sternly. You've heard the news. Your father has appointed you as the 5th Sword Pavilion Master. Alicia nodded reluctantly. Yes, but 2. Your father's words are law. You have no say in this, Sophia reminded her. Meanwhile, Corin reflected, Indeed, this is all because of the former head of the family Garand Arden's will. Sophia continued, As the master of the 5th Sword Pavilion, you must protect humanity and uphold our family's glory. Take this symbol of the Pavilion Master, select your people, and establish their roles. Alicia picked up the sword. Yes. Corin noted to himself, Alicia does not resist. She cannot. This submissive manner has been instilled in her since early childhood. Even now, she knows she will never be fully accepted by these people. In a different scene, Alicia Arden walked outside as Lunia Arden said, Please think about it. Alicia Arden responded, as she heard the voice of Lunia Arden and looked at Corin Locke and Lunia Arden talking. She thought, well, it's not a bad offer for me. Alicia Arden said to herself, my sister and Corin. Lunia Arden said, then don't schedule anything for tomorrow. Let's go on a date. Alicia Arden was shocked and said to herself, a date? That slight grin, that upbeat voice. Alicia Arden remembered what Lunia Arden said before to Corin Locke. Would you marry me? And she thought to herself, saying that out of nowhere, how like her. Of course, there must be some greater importance to it, but it's based on her affection for him. I realized it during the midterm test, but Lunia undoubtedly liked Corin. As a swordsman, her respect for the prowess of a warrior, her desire for a domain. If she didn't like Corin as a man, she would have never offered to get engaged. Alicia Arden concluded, it's a good thing, and she liked both of them. Lunia is Alicia's half-sister, a figure who took on a motherly role throughout her childhood. Though there may be forces beyond Alicia's control that have set them at odds, she wishes only the best for her sister. Corin is also special to Alicia. He was the one who recognized her potential, helped her talent to bloom, believed in her, and even protected her from her sister's followers. Together, the two of them fit one another perfectly. I love them both. Alicia sat outside the door, feeling a pang of sadness as she thought to herself, it's a good thing those two are getting married. Snow began to fall gently around her. Meanwhile, inside, Lunia Arden took a long puff from her pipe. What's this? She asked, noticing her mother's presence. Sophia Arden handed her a list. It's a compilation of heirs from notable families and skilled swordsmen of the eastern regions. Lunia glanced at the list thoughtfully, murmuring to herself, most of my supporters come from my mother's side. I couldn't ignore their interests, so I brought up this engagement almost as an afterthought, but Corin's face and his ambition make him a strong choice. My grandfather, Garand Arden, will ultimately decide the next family head, and Corin has the talent to reach the domain enough to silence dissent. As memories surfaced, Lunia found herself wondering, how deep do her feelings go? Is it friendship, or is it something more? To protect a sister's emotions. Well, my little sister belongs to me after all. A warrior doesn't hesitate. Just then, Jenny interrupted her thoughts. Pavilion Master? Lunia looked up. What is it, Jenny? Jenny raised an eyebrow. A secret meeting with Corin Loch? Lunia scoffed lightly. Secret meeting? It's a formal proposal. Do you have a problem with that? Jenny shook her head. Compared to the men Miss Sophia suggested, Corin has something special. Even at a young age, he surpassed others and entered the domain. He's more than qualified to be your partner. Lunia chuckled. I see you have a good eye, Jenny. Then, noticing Jenny's worried expression, she added, Why are you looking at me like that? Jenny hesitated. Are you going on a date dressed like this? Lunia blinked. What's wrong with it? Later, Corin Loch waited, looking around the agreed-upon meeting place. Let's see. I think she told me to come here, he muttered to himself. Just then, he caught sight of Lunia, who had dressed elegantly, almost doll-like. His cheeks turned red. Huh. Lunia raised an eyebrow. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? WL. Nothing, Corin stammered, averting his gaze. Without warning, Lunia grabbed his arm. Let's go. Sure, Corin said, still flustered. Meanwhile, in the forest. Fifth Pavilion Master, a soldier called out. We found traces of monsters on the border. Alicia Arden nodded. All right, let's move in as soon as possible. The soldier saluted. Understood. As Alicia Arden moves ahead, she said, Ha! In the opera, lights were bright, as the tenors sing with grace. In the battle in the forest, Alicia Arden slashed a monster in half as she pants in exhaustion, and continues to kill monsters, while Corin Loch and Lunia Arden listens to the music, and the tenor continues to scream. As Alicia Arden in the forest kills more monsters, in the opera, the people claps, while Alicia Arden's still killing monsters. In the opera, Lunia Arden enjoys the music as they clap. In the forest, Alicia Arden dusts off her hands as she said, Whew, good work today, everyone. Lunia Arden said to Corin Loch, Did you have fun today? Corin Loch said yes. That catchphrase about having a voice from heaven wasn't false advertising. Lunia Arden said, No, I'm asking whether you had fun. Corin Loch replied, Yes, it was a nice experience. Lunia Arden nodded. Well, that's what matters, she said, gently holding Corin's rough hands. What's most important is your enjoyment. Suddenly, Lunia leaned down, kissed Corin's hands, and said, I had a wonderful day as well. Corin Loch stammered. I sent the guy supposed to deliver the kiss on the hand? Lunia chuckled. Sorry, just a bad habit from how I used to treat the girls. Well, it'll leave the honor to you next time. From a distance, Alicia Arden watched them, taken aback. Lunia turned to Corin and said, Let's meet again tomorrow. I've prepared plenty for you. Corin Loch replied, Yes, have a good night then. Alicia, shocked, continued watching them. A few moments later, Lunia noticed Alicia and said, Alicia? You're covered in blood. Did you just return from an expedition? Alicia Arden asked. Did you just meet with Corin? Lunia responded, Yes, we had fun in the city today. Alicia gripped her sword and replied, I see. It must have been fun. Lunia observed her, then said, Anyways, I see you're wearing traditional clothes. I don't believe you've worn them since that time 7 years ago. Lunia then paused, and her tone turned serious. Alicia. Alicia responded, Yes? It'll get changed. Come to the training grounds. Spar with me, Lunia instructed. A spar? Alicia echoed, confused. She thought to herself, normally she would brush off my requests. I'm not sure why she's offering now, but this time, I can't refuse. Alicia replied, yes. At night, Lunia Arden said to Alicia Arden, how unusual, you accepting my offer. It's something you'd usually refuse. Alicia Arden replied, sister, no one's watching. Lunia Arden said, swing to your heart's content. Arden first sword style, great disciple Lunia Arden, Lunia announced. Alicia Arden replied, Arden first sword style, first-rate swordsman Alicia Arden. Lunia said, now, let's get started. Suddenly, Lunia Arden hit the floor, causing rocks to fly toward Alicia Arden. Alicia, shocked, exclaimed, huh? And tried to block all the incoming stones. Lunia said, furious tiger, golden pheasant, first form, second style, and she was now at Alicia's back. Lunia continued, you remember it, right? Keep up with it. Alicia looked back, muttering to herself, a horizontal line, no light. As she attacked Lunia, Alicia thought to herself, sweating, it should be an attack visible to my boundary eyes, but my reflexes can't keep up with it. However, meanwhile, Lunia thought to herself, instant strike to advancing fang, soaring heavens to falling lightning. Alicia considered, if I can read Lunia's attacks, if I can anticipate them, not just react, I can counter. As she was about to strike Lunia, Lunia dodged with ease. With a counter, Lunia was about to punch Alicia and remarked, your breath is unsteady. Lunia landed a punch that sent Alicia flying. Alicia panted, ugh. She thought to herself, insight refined to supernatural levels through relentless effort. Thanks to that. The Swordmaster, Lunia said to her, better than before. I see you haven't slacked off. Alicia, still in her thoughts, reflected, the highest class guardian. She responded aloud, yes. Lunia said, I suppose my change of heart is thanks to him. Alicia murmured to herself, him. Lunia then asked, do you know what he and I have in common? Alicia replied, what is it? Lunia tried to mimic Corinlock's stance and said, we don't waste power. Our approach is the same with every move. Against humans, there's no need for fancy techniques, just a difference in distance, smaller than a finger's length. As Lunia attacked, Alicia managed to block it. Lunia remarked, that's all it takes to breach this lethal gap. You'd better dodge the next one. Alicia thought, dodge? That means I can read Lunia's attacks undoubtedly, but the next 01, how could I even dodge this? Alicia dropped her wooden sword and admitted, I lost. She thought to herself, I thought I'd close the gap a little, that maybe after that victory, I could finally call myself a swordsman with pride. But it was nothing more than hubris. As Alicia walked away, Lunia called after her, keep working. Alicia reflected, that victory was just a stroke of luck between Lunia Arden and me. Lunia added, if you don't, you'll spend the rest of your life watching his back and mine. Alicia, frustrated, thought, there remains a gap that can't be crossed. Frustratingly, she bit her lip in frustration and silently walked away. A few days later, Sophia Arden poured a cup of tea into Lunia's cup and said, so I see, you didn't marry this year either, Lunia. I heard you've been speaking to a boy recently. As she sipped her cold tea, Lunia replied, our paths just happened to cross. Sophia said, if it's just a fling, you can indulge after you're engaged. A man is simply a tool to elevate the family's fame. Lunia thought to herself, Sophia Arden, once celebrated as the greatest swordsman in the East, now holds a distorted view of marriage after her husband's adultery. Sophia continued, you must marry whoever benefits you the most. Lunia reassured her, no need to worry. I can guarantee he is a great warrior. Sophia asked, better than the name scribbled on that pamphlet? Oh, that powerful? Sophia inquired. Lunia replied, he reached the domain at only 20 years old. His talent as a warrior is comparable to grandfather's. Sophia said, Lunia, his talent. Lunia confirmed, yes, it's not just raw power, it's something more, a true talent for victory. That kind of talent. She paused. Sophia asked, and? Lunia smiled and said, he's handsome. Sophia was shocked, sweating a little, and said, what? Lunia grinned and added, he's my type. Moreover, I get a thrill from taking something my little sister wants. Sophia, not amused, said for the first time in her life, that was not ethically appropriate. She thought to herself, Sophia began to reconsider her twisted view on marriage. In a different scene, 9 days after arriving at the Ardens, the New Year ceremony took place. Alicia Arden shouted, Corin! Corin thought to himself, this village theme resembles Korea. As the festival was coming to an end, Yuel said, Corin, I found it. Corin Locke thought, our initial goal in coming east was to locate one of the 4 treasures Findias. The domain of druids, Findias, is a land rich with nature, mountains and monsters beyond the border managed by the Ardens. At the eastern border, Ul said, "Thanks for the guide. Do you want some snacks?" Corin Locke replied, "Oh, a spirit?" Lunia Arden added, "It's convenient having a druid guide. It ensures we don't get lost in such a forest." Corin looked back and said, "It's all thanks to Lunia. Anyway, since you came along, we were able to cross the border together." Lunia winked at him and said, "No need for thanks. I don't know what you're searching for past the border." "Ah, you're all underage, and I am your fiancé. That makes me your guardian." Corin thought any ordinary guardian would just be a burden in this valley. Without Marietta or Huaran here, Lunia is an incredible force. Alicia Arden stammered, "Hey, sis." I think it might be better not to say things like fiance. Lunia replied, "Why is that?" Alicia explained, "Well, people might think strangely of you." Lunia responded, "How others view me isn't very important to me." Alicia protested, It's not like you're really going to take care of Corin. I don't think it's fair to limit his potential for marriage like that." Lunia smirked, "Do you think so?" Suddenly, Ul called out, "Ahead of us. Once we cross over this, we'll arrive." Alicia exclaimed, "Whoa." As the glass shattered, Corin Locke muttered, "They've got me." He thought, "I see. As expected of a place guarded by a sage-level druid. Looks like I've been separated. A spell designed to charm those who enter this barrier. Is it similar to the Ada Ray formation from last time? This seems to be a kind of test. They intend to determine if those traveling with the druid are worthy of entering. But it's a common trick. Now come on. I'll take on any monster or illusion thrown at me." Suddenly, a person said, "Hey." Corin Locke was shocked and began to sweat. "Well, wait. This voice. Could it be? Park Sihu said, "Hi, Corin. Long time no see." Corin trembled in fear as Park Sihu licked his lips and exclaimed, "Isn't this too cruel?" Park Sihu said, "Hi, long time no see." Corin shouted, "Oh, she," and attacked, "Damn this," as Park Sihu blocked his spear with his hand. Corin yelled, "You're a fake." Park Sihu replied, "Yup, but you're a fake too." Corin thought, the real main player, unlike me. He erased my spear, the rightful main character of this world. Park Sihu. He may be evil, but his power is undeniably real. It wouldn't be wrong to call him a god. And he is eons stronger than I am right now. Park Sihu sneered, "You should be proud you managed to kill me like that. But look, saving the world? Are you sure you have what it takes?" I failed, despite hoarding everything. A system notification chimed. Player has died. Challenge failed. Park Sihu continued, "But who the heck are you? What can you even achieve with that half-baked system of yours? Can you defeat Tates Valtazar as a mere extra?" Corin Locke replied, "I can. I'm going to steal one of his 4 treasures to weaken him. That's why I came all the way here. I'm trying my best to secure a happy ending." Park Sihu scoffed, "Liar. If you truly wanted a happy ending, you should have chosen me." Corin stammered, "Then my virginity would have been at risk." Park Sihu retorted, "Who cares? Don't you enjoy that?" Corin shouted, "What?" Park Sihu whispered, "Sacrifice." Corin stopped, and Park Sihu elaborated, "You sacrifice yourself for others too easily. But think about it. In the time you're wasting on an NPC, you should be focusing on the bigger picture. If you'd spent that time searching for items, you'd be much stronger by now. You know yourself that you aren't playing efficiently. I sacrificed 100,000 people to get here. That's how a player becomes stronger, by sacrificing others. Let as many people die as needed and save the world leisurely, with me." Corin sighed, "Yeah, right. I started the game again, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel regret over missed items or events." Park Sihu groaned, "Ugh." Corin declared, "Those repulsive desires still lingering in my heart must be why I'm seeing such a foul vision." He resolved, "I will save the world. Mariette Dunalef, Alicia Arden, Kwa, and Ran. The people I've saved. To create a place where those I've saved can live without putting efficiency first. That's the world I'll protect." He punched Park Sihu. He continued, "To think I'd be frightened by a vision like this. But it helped me regain my focus. I don't regret anything. Even if I were given another chance, my choice wouldn't change." Suddenly, Lunia Arden said, "Corin." Corin Locke noticed her and said, "Ul is a druid, so she wouldn't have been affected." "Lunia, how did you get out so quickly?" Lunia replied, "Ugh. Some creature that looked like my grandfather was spouting nonsense, so I cut him down." Corin thought to himself, "This person really doesn't hesitate." Corin asked, "So then, on the other hand, Alicia?" Lunia responded, "She's the type most vulnerable to this." Ul asked, "She'll wake soon, right?" A voice said, To think you bypassed the fog so easily, as a leopard appeared on the cliff. Impressive guess. Corin Locke stared in surprise. A leopard is talking? It doesn't look like a monster. The leopard bowed slightly, saying, "Excuse my mistake." Then transforming into an old man, he continued, "Welcome, young druid and her friends. I am Uskias, the guardian of Findius. I will lead you to Findius." Lunia Arden smirked. "Oh ho. So this place is." Corin thought to himself, the domain where one of the 4 treasures, Klausolas, is hidden. Findias. He turned to Ul. "Are these people all?" Ul nodded. "Yes, they are my kin." Corin mused. "This is a nice place. Any chance I could buy some property here?" Ul chuckled. "Are you sure? People in the cities call this place the Green Belt. You'd need to stay ahead in real estate." She gestured forward. "Come on this way. I've heard of a young druid searching for this place, from the spirits." Inside the domain, Uskias, guardian of Findius, asked, "What brings you to these wilds?" Corin replied, "One of the 4 treasures left by the Dinu, the sun sword, Klaus Solas." Uskias' eyes narrowed. "How? You're searching for it too?" Corin explained, "That's because I'm here as the first spear of the Queen of Paradise, Arendanua." He thought to himself, "I'm not lying. I am the rightful successor to my master." Even after regressing, that fact hasn't changed. Corin hesitated, but by 2 suddenly a strange voice croaked, "Kurg har hak, kjarg ha ha he ho." The voice continued, "I smell a deep scent of blood." As the door opened, a figure entered. "Yeah, it's you, the child who killed Firmak. I was expecting someone, but not someone as unhinged as this." Corin's eyes widened in recognition, thinking, the monster of Murius, king of the shade. The figure leered at him. "Do you know me?" Corin replied internally. "Beast King Dune Skays." Dune Skies observed Corin with a menacing look and said, "You call yourself the dog of the queen? Child, there is only one throne. When the age of shadows arrives, your goddess will be devoured by beasts, leaving not a single trace behind." He glared, then shouted, "Don't call me! I told you not to call me." He seemed to regain control, chuckling darkly. "Oh, sorry, friends. We have quite the rowdy guy here." Then with a sinister laugh, he added, "Let's get to the point. Both of you want Klaus Solus." Uskias, guardian of Findius, interjected, "But I lack the right to bestow it on either of you. All I can do is test your worthiness." Corin asked, "A test?" He thought to himself, "The druid is neutral, but this isn't good. I don't know the contents of the test. We're both in the same boat, but the Valatazar successfully attained all 4 treasures in my previous life, SSO." Uskias instructed, "Both of you, please wait in your rooms. We will inform you of the test after some discussion." The Beast King Dune Skays grinned. "Hehehe, I love tests." Corin thought, if things follow the canon flow of events. The Beast King turned to Corin, saying, "Child who killed Firmak, I'll be waiting for you." Corin muttered to himself, "This fiend." Passes the test? Later that night, Alicia Arden slept quietly in her room, dreaming. In her vision, she mused, "A happy family. 2 people I deeply respect have made a vow and exchanged their love. 12 nieces and nephews call me auntie. This is a happiness that shouldn't be broken. My sister is loyal, and Corin isn't the type to let his wife down. So, this is a happy ending for everyone." Then, "Why do I feel so upset?" Why, Alicia murmured in her sleep, struggling internally, and Corin Locke, concerned, asked, "Alicia, are you awake?" Seeing no response, he thought to himself, she's not? She must be facing quite the vision. Every hand counts here. Ugh, get up by tomorrow at least. Suddenly, Alicia grabbed Corin's shirt in her sleep. Corin exclaimed, "Oh, Alicia, are you finally awake?" Unexpectedly, she pulled him down onto her bed as he yelped, "Ack!" Alicia moved on top of him, and Corin, dazed, stared at her. "Ah, Alicia?" She gently placed her fingers over his lips. "Shh." Corin, still confused, stopped talking. Alicia gazed at him with an intense expression. "My brother-in-law," she breathed, drawing close. Corin, bewildered, stammered, "Huh? What? What is she removing?" He continued to stutter in confusion. What? Huh?" Alicia gently tugged on a ring from Corin's finger, leaning closer and whispering, "Corin." Her breath brushed his face and she murmured, "My sister isn't home today." Corin Locke was shocked and confused. He muttered, "Huh? What? Huh?" Alicia Arden dozed off and fell beside Corin Locke as he held his breath. Corin Locke said to himself, "What on earth is going on?" Uskias, the guardian of Findius, said, "All right, allow me to announce the second task." Alicia Arden asked, "Second? This isn't the first task?" Uskias, the guardian of Findius, replied, "You may not know, but you've already completed the first task. It was to see how far you would go to follow through with your actions. It was a test to see if you have the unwavering confidence to support your own sense of justice. You all have proven yourselves well enough. Alicia Arden asked, proven ourselves. She remembered what she did to Corin Locke the previous night and whispered, brother-in-law, my sister isn't here right now. A chill ran down her spine as she murmured, oh, I don't think I really did anything, To. Corin Locke gave her a thumbs up and said, hey, there's no need to talk down to yourself. Have confidence. You were testing your own beliefs. Lunia Arden said, whatever your actions or beliefs may be, follow through with them. The power of humans comes from the core of their beliefs. Alicia Arden hesitated. Really? I don't think I should, though. Yuel said to Alicia Arden, Alicia, get some rest if you're tired. Alicia Arden replied, it's okay. A sinner like me has no right. Eueschius, the guardian of Findius, interrupted. During the second task, each of your druids will be by your side to help. Yuel looked confused. Eueschius continued. The purpose of the task is to find the mistletoe oak and craft a wand. Your task starts now. You have until sunrise tomorrow. A system notification appeared. Pledge everyone participating in the tasks will accept their results and will not attack each other for the next 60 days. Corin Locke thought to himself, before the start of the tasks, we signed a pledge. While this didn't exist originally, I asked Eueschius for it. It would have been a pain if he got involved during the tasks. Doom Norix. Unlike the other druids who claim neutrality, he supports Balthazar. Although Yuel managed to specialize, he's a sage. Even with the condition that we're not allowed to attack each other, the gap between us is significant. Yuel said, this is bad. The spirits aren't answering me. Lunia Arden said, I knew it. They're all helping Doom Norix. Lunia added, this won't be easy then. Alicia Arden said, Corin, I found the mistletoe. Corin Locke said, that's just a hackberry tree, Alicia. Corin Locke thought to himself, it's a complete gamble. Mistletoe usually doesn't leech off oak trees. Alicia Arden raised a log and asked, what about this? Corin Locke thought to himself, finding oak trees in this huge forest isn't easy in itself, but finding mistletoe living on an oak tree is nearly impossible. Even with a spirit guiding us, the task would be difficult. But all of them have sided with Doom Norix. Alicia Arden asked, can't we just find mistletoe and stick it on an oak tree? Lunia Arden said, I can cut it off. Yuel said, it would lose all meaning though. Corin Locke thought to himself, Eueschius, the guardian of Findius, said, the task is over. Everyone bring your wands. How did everything go? The monster of Murius, king of the shade, Beast King Dune Sky, said, I thought I would have the thickest and hardest wand. Yuel said to Lunia Arden, why does yours look bigger and harder? Lunia Arden said, shut up, you're making this weird. Stop asking questions. Corin Locke thought to himself, Alicia managed to find a few mistletoe and stuck them onto an oak tree. We then used Yuel's magic to grow it. In most cases, it should have died. However, using the potion from the east seemed to have worked. Eueschius, the guardian of Findius, said, looks like everyone has successfully completed the second task. You've all passed. Now then, allow me to announce the final task. There is a magical rowan tree in the northern forest that bears crimson fruit. Bring the fruit back. Corin Locke said, all right. Yeah, I knew it wasn't going to be an ordinary task, but suddenly a voice interrupted. My name is Shavan. Those who seek the fruit prove that you are worthy. Corin Locke thought to himself, Sky Titan, the named being from the heroic legend of Arhan, belonging to the same race as the Sky Titan that protects the son of Findius. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, Beast King Dune Sky, said he's huge. Lunia Arden said, trying to defeat it will prove difficult. Corin Locke said, don't even try, Lunia. Regardless of whether we win or lose, we won't be able to obtain the Klausolas. Corin Locke thought to himself, yeah, the point of this task isn't to engage in a pointless battle with that giant. The first and second tasks had similar themes. Maybe. Sharvan said, I will test your knowledge. I will give you a riddle. Solve the riddle. Corin Locke said, monsters from legends usually love riddles. You didn't know? Yuel said, no. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, Beast King Dune Sky, excitedly said, whoa, I love riddles. I'll do it. I will do it. Corin Locke thought to himself, Sky Titans love treasure and riddles. It's based on the idea that anything else would crumble too easily under their power. Corin Locke said, all right, I agree too. Sharvan said, perfect. Let me explain the rules. First to solve 5 riddles wins. For fairness' sake, each side will only have 2 people participate. However, the druids are excluded since they solve these riddles with us often. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, beast king Dune Sky, laughed and said, "Kaha, I love riddles. We should be better off no matter who comes out." Lunya Arden asked, "Do I look like I have any interest in riddles?" Alicia Arden said, I used to solve riddles from magazines." Corinlock thought to himself, "I guess Alicia and I will do." Sharvan said, "Allow me to begin." He presented the first riddle. It grows bigger in the morning, yet smaller at noon. It grows big again in the afternoon, yet disappears at night. Corinlock thought and said to himself, it grows bigger in the morning but smaller at noon, yet it grows again in the afternoon and disappears at night? I might be able to solve it if I had just a little more time." The monster of Murius, king of the shade, beast king Dune Sky, raised his hand and said, "The answer is a shadow." Sharvan said, "Correct." Alicia Arden, confused, said, "He got it?" Corinlock thought to himself, "I forgot since he's always given off an odd impression. The special trait of Sky." Sharvan continued, "It exists but cannot be seen. However, it cannot be defeated by any mighty opponent. It will come at you, but will stop eternally if you pass it." The monster of Murius, king of the shade, beast king Dune Sky, said, "Time. The answer is time." Sharvan presented the next riddle. This is sometimes joyful, sometimes a comedy, and sometimes a tragedy. All living beings are the main character acting in this play. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, beast king Dune Sky, shouted, "Life, as life is a comedy, yet a tragedy. To be or not to be? That is the question." Corinlock thought to himself, this wasn't a coincidence. It's as if we're facing thousands, if not millions of people at once. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, beast king Dune Sky, laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Sky is good at riddles." Corinlock, panicking, said, "Alicia, just do something. I thought you read a lot of those weird magazines." Alicia Arden, confused, said, "Weird magazines? I only subscribe to the ones that teenage girls read." Sharvan said, "Fourth riddle. It is beautiful to me, yet others will not understand. It may be violence to some, but an escape for others." Corinlock thought to himself, this problem is difficult to understand. Was I always this weak when it came to imagination? Alicia Arden hesitated and said, "Hey, well, can I say the answer?" Corinlock, confused, said, "Huh?" Sharvan said, "Answer." Alicia Arden said, "A." She thought to herself, "It is beautiful to me, yet others will not understand. It may be violence to some, but an escape for others." She then said to Sharvan, "An affair." Corinlock, confused and shocked, said, "Huh?" Sharvan, equally confused, said, "What?" Sharvan was taken aback and said, He looked at Alicia Arden and the others silently. Alicia Arden nervously said, "Oh, am I wrong about that?" Sharvan said, "Interesting. I will accept your answer as correct." Alicia Arden said, Wait, just say it's wrong." "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant." Corinlock looked away and said, "Alicia, what do you think about on a normal basis?" Alicia Arden, flustered, said, "Stop, that's not what I mean. Wait, before that, don't avoid my eyes. Let me explain myself." Corinlock thought to himself, although we cut their lucky streak, maybe it was beginner's luck. After Sky got the next two riddles correct, we had no choice but to accept our defeat. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, beast king Dune Sky, laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. The fruit is pretty. I did good, didn't I?" Oskius, the guardian of Findius, said, "Congratulations, Sky." Corinlock thought to himself, it was a complete failure. Alicia Arden said, What should we do? Is it over for us?" Ul said, "The task probably doesn't end there. We just won't have one of the items that will help with the next stage." Alicia Arden sighed in relief and said, "That's a relief." Ul added, "We druids don't give up after just one failure." Suddenly, Alicia Arden felt something and Lunya Arden asked, "An enemy?" Ul concentrated and said, "None." Lunya Arden, confused, asked, "Ul?" Ul said, "The spirits nearby. I can't sense any of them." Corinlock said, "Now that I think about it, there aren't any monsters either. We saw a few on the way here." He thought to himself, all the spirits and monsters are gone? This place is considered a monster mountain range. The absence of both species from a forest like this could only mean one of two things. Either someone killed all the spirits and monsters, or something scared them all away. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, beast king Dune Sky, said, "Ha ha ha ha, maybe we went too far." Os lovermentate, and stomped his staff on the ground. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet, and a castle materialized. Suddenly the castle exploded. Corinlock shouted, "Get away!" As a beam of light struck the castle, Yuel was shocked as Korenlock grabbed her to safety. Korenlock thought to himself, "That's a humanoid monster." He shouted to Yuel, "Stay back." Yuel said, "Thank you." Korenlock thought to himself, "Why is it here of all places?" As the monster of Murias, King of the Shade, Beast King Dune Sky, attacked and laughed, "Ah ha ha." The humanoid monster suddenly cut the snakes of the monster of Murias, King of the Shade, Beast King Dune Sky, making his snakes fall into pieces. Lunia Arden was shocked and said, "That's," she thought to herself, "the infamous, heroic legend of Arhan's greatest swordsman, Arden-style sword demon." Beyond the Arden territory lies the demon territory, a land where mountain beasts and demons, lords of the forest, maintain a fragile equilibrium. But this balance was shattered by a single old man and his sword. Garen Arden had declared, "Monster, that sword is mine." Observing from a distance, chose not to summon the demi-humans. They had succumbed to their primal beastly instincts, but sometimes a monster with a human form emerged. Was it to live or to die? The Sword Emperor, discovering this sword-wielding creature, laughed. "A monster wielding a sword?" Garen Arden mused. Thus began a one-sided master-disciple relationship, though only the master was aware of it. On the 8th day, Garen Arden gave the creature a name, the Sword Demon. The Beast King Dune Skies observed from the sidelines. "What's with him?" Dune questioned. Korenlock silently reflected, "Sword Demon. Only Garen Arden and I know its name. But in time, it will resound across the lands. It will rise to become the strongest swordsman in the heroic legend of Arhan and eventually stand beside Valtazar. But judging by how it attacked Domnorex and Dune Skies, Valtazar's allies, perhaps they were not yet aligned. For now, that was a relief. But Korenlock felt uneasy. Can we block it? Are we next? Lunia Arden's encounter as the battle intensified. Lunia Arden approached the sword demon from behind. "You mere monster," she cried, unleashing her skill, Arden-style, rapid severance. The sword demon blocked her attack, shocking Lunia. Her thoughts raced, a connection forged by entwined swords and twisted hearts. Dodging swiftly, she slid back and challenged the creature. "You, where did you learn that swordsmanship?" The sword demon offered no reply. The sword demon continued to attack. Lunia Arden dodged the sword demon's attack, but it followed up with a kick. As she was about to be hit, she dodged and said, "Gah, how dare you?" But the sword demon continued to attack with its sword. Lunia Arden thought to herself, while dodging, it uses not just both hands but even its feet as sharp daggers. The demon, who seemed to wield countless swords at once, faced an opponent who deftly controlled the distance with a single sword as Lunia Arden used her skill. Lunia. Mind's eye, she advanced forward to block all the incoming attacks. She thought to herself, what determined the victor was the ability to cut through the gap between them. Lunia's experience. She whispered, "Finish it off." Korenlock used his skill. T2 faced Ominous Serpent, Dragon Bloodshot. Alicia Arden used her skill, Iron Breaker, 3rd degree. Suddenly, the sword demon managed to dodge. Korenlock said, "It dodged? What is this, some kind of circus trick?" Korenlock raised his spear and said, "But I won't miss this chance." As Korenlock, Alicia Arden, and Lunia Arden simultaneously attacked the sword demon, Korenlock was shocked and said, "Gah," as he saw Garen Arden in the sword demon. Suddenly, the sword demon used their skills against them. Domain Severance. 8 hands. Fearless. As the sword demon attacked all of them, Korenlock thought to himself, just moving once in a domain is hard enough. It's not even complete, and it attacked 8 times. Korenlock suddenly became serious, and they used their skill, Arden First Sword Style, Domain Severance, and Poisonous Dragonhead Charge. Korenlock thought to himself, even with all of our strength, we only managed to block 5 strikes. The other 3 headed straight for Lunia. Though Lunia can sense domains, she's too slow. At this rate, Lunia will. As Lunia Arden looks at the incoming attack, she grips her sword tightly. Korenlock thought to himself, that technique was something Alicia would only learn in the endgame, a swordsman's final defensive skill. She raised her sword and used her skill, Warding Aura. Arden First Sword Style, False Domain Severance. As it hits the sword demon, Lunia Arden muttered, "Tisk, did I miss its vitals?" They immediately rushed toward the sword demon, and Lunia Arden said, "It's dangerous. We have to finish it off here." Korenlock replied, "I agree." He thought to himself, the sword demon hasn't yet reached the stage that I know of. However, the final sword skill it will inevitably learn is that which cuts through everything. Thousand-hand peerless. I have to finish it off here. The sword demon laughed. Gah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha! Suddenly, Beast King Dune Skies appeared at the sword demon's back saying, "Hello there." The sword demon was shocked and slashed Beast King Dune Skies into bits. His limbs fell to the ground and began to melt. Suddenly, the pieces transformed into snakes and attacked the sword demon. The sword demon grinned, both shocked and confused, as Legislator Domnorex bound its body. Corin Locke thought to himself, they are the king's subordinates. The sword demon growled. Grrr! Corin Locke continued, surprising even the sword demon. The sword demon managed to break free of the entanglement and ran. Corin Locke thought to himself, it's forcing it to retreat. Beast King Doomskay said, Corin Locke thought to himself, beings with near-immortal levels of life force, Beast King Doomskays and Legislator Domnorex. Corin Locke muttered, they're monsters, he continued. They are enemies we must face. A few moments later, Yuel said, sorry, I couldn't do anything. Lunia Arden replied, don't worry about it. Given the situation, it couldn't be helped. Yuel said, but still. Alicia Arden said, it's fine. I wasn't hurt that badly anyway. Lunia Arden said, that monster. Swordsman, it used Arden-style techniques. Alicia Arden, confused, asked, did it read a swordsmanship manual? Lunia Arden replied, don't say something so dumb it's a monster. The only possibility is that it learned through hundreds, even thousands of fights. And there's only one person who would do such a thing. Suddenly, an old voice said, it seems my granddaughter has figured it out. Alicia Arden, confused, said, huh? Gee, grandfather? It was the Sword Emperor, Garant. Lunia Arden said, have you gone mad, old man, teaching a monster to use a sword? Garant Arden replied, it's just to pass the time in my old age. However, let me say this, I didn't teach it. I merely showed it a domain. Using not a human sword, but a monster's, it treads domains. Isn't that exciting? Lunia Arden said, you crazy old man. Garand Arden said, I might even be able to see the next stage of swordsmanship. Lunia Arden said, you're insane. Alicia Arden, remembering past experiences, said to herself, grandfather, I don't want to be powerless any longer. Alicia Arden said to Garand Arden, please teach me the sword. Garand Arden replied, fine, I'll teach you. He thought to himself, the talent to be bewitched by the sword, this is the beginning of the awakening to that madness. Corin Locke said, we failed to obtain the fruit, but can we still participate in the last trial? Uskius, the guardian of Findius, said, of course. However, since you lack the fruit, the final trial will undoubtedly favor Sky and Doomnorex. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, Beast King Dune Sky, said, Kurg ha, nan quan na hu he ho. Corin Locke said, hey, as a druid, you shouldn't be biased. We only lost because of that interruption midway. You should be giving this side the advantage as well. Uskius, the guardian of Findius, said, I will now unveil the final trial. Corin Locke said, Tisk. Uskius, the guardian of Findius, said, grow the staff you've crafted during the trials until it reaches the sky and face the giant that guards the sun. In a different scene, Alicia Arden said to herself, 3 weeks until the solar eclipse. Until then, we need to raise a tree to reach the sky. Cut from the same cloth. A nature provoked by things that cut. Because of that, I understand the genius and the demonic nature of the sword demon, and so I fear. They're stronger than me, too, Garand Arden said. Your fundamentals are terrible as ever, my granddaughter. As Alicia Arden exhaled, she said, ha, Garand Arden said, but to think you'd ask me to teach you the Beyblade. It seems raising my student was worth it after all. Alicia Arden said, by student, you mean that monster? Why didn't you kill it? Garand Arden said, I couldn't. That monster is a genius destined to reach the Sky Sword. Alicia Arden said, the Sky Sword? I've never heard of it. Garand Arden said, of course I created it. Alicia Arden was shocked and stomped on the floor, saying, don't tease me, as she dashed to attack. Garand Arden didn't flinch or move, and he raised his sword, saying, those who attain this level shall be able to cut the skies and cut into the world itself. That is the keynote of swordsmen I yearn to witness. As their swords clashed, Alicia Arden said, crazy old man. Garand Arden grinned and said, haha, you're becoming more like your sister every day. Alicia Arden said, tisk. In a different scene at the Ellas Kingdom Southern Castle, Mariette Dunalev said, Mom, can I leave now? Alencia Dunalev said in confusion, what's the matter? Mariette Dunalev said, in 4 days the spring social ends. Corin left a mark. As she put on her clothes seductively, Mariette Dunalev said to herself, Join me before the solar eclipse on February 8th. If I take a wyvern, I'll have plenty of time, but I'm nervous. As she remembered her quarrel with Warren while Alicia Arden ate in joy, suddenly Marta Dunalef barged into her room and said, "Wait, where are you going? Mariette? Your break is meant for family time." Mariette Dunalef said, "I can make family there." While Alencia Dunalef chokeholds Mar Dunalef as he said in pain, "Irk." Marde Dunalef said, "It's time our Mariette found a man. Go make Dioku a sibling." As they walked away, Mariette Dunalef said, "I'm borrowing the wyvern, no. I'm borrowing Heisvelger." And she explained to herself, Heisvelger Old Norse is a Jotun in Norse mythology. He is portrayed as the eagle-shaped originator of the wind. Mariette Dunalef said, "Let's go, Dioku, to find your daddy." Outside, Cornlock said to himself, was it the instinct of a high vampire? Mariette was feeling something instinctively, that a new competitor had appeared. Professor Josephine said, "Saintess, it's the novice nun, Warren." The Saintess said, "Is that so? Tell her to come on in." At the First Holy Ground Zeruim, Grand Church, as they walked inside, they saw the Saintess with her beautiful pink hair. The light outside burst through the stained glass and shone upon Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ras. And she said, "Wow, it's Warren!" As she hugged Warren. Warren said, "Get off." Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ras pinched Warren's cheeks and stretched them, saying, "I heard you ran into trouble during the festival. Are you okay now? Of course, you're probably unscathed." Warren said, "The seal. Remove my limits." Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ras said, "Hey, why's that?" Warren looked away and blushed, saying, it's..." And she whispered, sweating, "Ugh, this is too uncomfortable. You do it." Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ras said, "You are Ran?" Ran said, "Hello, Saintess. I'm of the same opinion. We need power." Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ras said, "Why is that?" Ran smiled and said, "I want to be a proper wife for my husband." Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ras was silent. She held Ran's head and Ran said, "The seal is unlocked, right?" Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ras said, "Up to the first lock." Ran said, "All right," while walked away and said, "I'm going right now." Professor Josephine said, "It's 24,000 kilometers to the eastern border from here. I suggest a wyvern." Hua said, "I'm faster than that, and I definitely can't arrive later than that woman." And she jumped at the window saying, "Is what Rand said." Professor Josephine tried to chase her and said, "It'll take you 3 weeks, and why are you using the window?" Hua said, 2 days. Saintess Estelle Hadasha El Ra said, "Interesting, isn't it? Dunalef, the vampire, Lunia Arden, Alicia, who faced her, and the change in Huaren, whose personality was once like a wild beast. He's tied into almost every incident. Corin Loch." 4 days later, Corin Loch said, "Sword Emperor, that old bastard really doesn't pull his punches. You'll die from blood loss before we climb the tree." As Corin Loch put bandages on Alicia Arden screamed in pain, saying, "Yak, I think I might die now." Corin Loch said, "Too early for that." Alicia Arden said, "Oh, but still, I think I could climb that at Mochstar, right?" As the staff of the monster of Murius, king of the shade, Beast King Dune Sky and Doomnorix towered over their tiny staff. Alicia Arden said, "It's not looking good for us." Corin Loch said, "Don't worry." Alicia Arden said, "No way." Corin Loch said, "Things will work out somehow." Alicia Arden said to herself, "This is how things always are. Like when he stopped Fermac and that giant boar, or when he faced off against the indestructible demonic human. How can his will be so strong? Even with an impossible feat in front of him, he seems to be looking even further." Alicia Arden said, "Corin, what do you want to accomplish in the end?" Corin Loch said, "Well," suddenly Doomnorix said, "I see you're hard at work despite the time." Corin Loch, Spear of the Queen, "I wanted to talk to you." As it was, Druid Doomnorix, Corin Loch said, "What is it?" As Alicia Arden stood up, Doomnorix said, "Why do you humans work to prevent the coming of utopia?" Corin Loch said, "That's obvious. Plenty of people will die. You must be aware of that, right? As a druid, you must prioritize nature. So why did you pick that side?" Doomnorix said, "Isn't it obvious? I came to a single conclusion after several hundred years of living. In order to protect nature, humans must die." Alicia Arden, confused, said, "What?" And she said to herself, "He feels inhuman. His look is dry, like that of a plant." Doomnorix emanated dark energy, and she said to herself, "Malice against the world itself." Corin Loch grabbed her shoulder and said, "Take a good look, Alicia. What I want to do is kill every one of those types of bastards." Doomnorix said, "Ha! To see you come this far to deter us, I don't doubt your honesty, but looking at your progress, you will fail. Take a look. Do you not see the difference in growth? I've lived centuries with nature. No magic can bridge the gap between their growth. It is simply the course of nature. Nature, logic, efficiency, logic. That's the problem with you lot. You always think you know more than anyone else. Corinlock said to himself. When I revealed throwing the gold mandrake into the lake online, so many people believed it to be the proper way to get stronger. But for someone like me, bored of regular gameplay, I'll experiment using items like that as well. I bet I'm the only one who used the gold mandrake for farming. The method I used to raise the sapling Alicia brought into a giant staff. It accomplished that with just a few drops. I doubt you've ever witnessed something like this in your centuries with nature. This golden substance is something I created myself. A one-of-a-kind hidden piece, Gold Mandrake's fertilizer. A system notification said, Gold Mandrake's fertilizer helps the growth of magical plants, creates a zone of mana recovery, 185 mana per minute. Suddenly, smoke covered the forest. Corinlock said, Mr. Druid, I call first-time players newbies. I don't know how many years you've lived, but when you go through multiple lives, you realize there's always something more to learn. Take a good look, noob. I'm going to do some magic. As his stick grew larger, harder, and longer than Doomnorix's, Alicia Arden's jaw dropped. She sweated and said, Ah, wow. As Corinlock's stick continued to grow even larger and longer, Corinlock said, To think it'd work this well. All right, we're at least 3 times faster. Uskius, the guardian of Findius, said, I don't know what you did, but you did an amazing job. Now that you'll be off to the skies, my advice as a druid of Findius is, in order to grasp Klausolas, do not let go of the moment when the sun weakens. And as someone who inhabits these lands, I want to give you one last farewell. From now on, things are in your hands. Please stop them, young hero. Alicia Arden said, Corin, I'll call my sister. Are we leaving right now? Corinlock said, No, the climb won't end in a day or 2. We need to prepare. After we get clothes and food, we'll leave in a week. Corinlock said to himself, The final battleground to obtain Klausolas, one of the 4 treasures, is above the skies. And you have 1 week. You better prepare well, Doomnorix. I've prepped. As Mariette Dunalef's huge eagle soared through the skies, on the ground, Huaron stopped running and looked at the huge, hard, long sting of Corinlock. Corinlock said to himself, The strongest team I can muster. 1 week later, Corinlock said, So, seems like nobody came. They looked at the distance and said, What are they doing? Corinlock said that nobody could make it. At the ground, Uskius, the guardian of Findius, said, You found her near the barrier? She wasn't like this when I first brought her. As Huaron sweated nervously, Mariette Dunalef also seemed uneasy. A druid observed, This impressive force. Her mana and aura are incredible. What is she seeing in her visions? Uskias replied, Yeah, she's been like that for days. At this rate, it'll endanger the whole domain. I'll enter their visions myself and lead them out. The druid asked, Should we help? Uskias shook his head. No, I'll split my consciousness into 2 and lead them both out. He closed his eyes, concentrating deeply. But suddenly, his eyes flew open, a look of shock and confusion spreading across his face. Inside the vision, a person said, You had a child before you graduated from the academy? Oh, speeding ahead, aren't we? I can't believe how much they look like their father. Mariette Dunalef thought to herself, Yeah, this is a wedding. Someone else announced, The groom is entering. As Mariette looked toward the groom, her heart skipped a beat. A person whispered, Well, doesn't he look bold? Corinlock walked slowly down the aisle, and Mariette thought, Yes, so handsome. Corin, another voice announced, The bride is entering. Mariette's thoughts raced. The bride? Could it be? A person murmured, Wow, she's so beautiful. While another added, So fair. To Mariette's shock, Huaron entered, and Rand said softly, Brother. Corinlock held Huaron close, and Mariette's heart sank. No. Corin? She collapsed to the floor, her mind spinning. A year has passed. That child looks just like Corin. In the vision, Corinlock and Huaron played with their son, laughing together. Mariette watched through blurry eyes. That child should have been mine. Corin's voice was warm as he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Mariette thought bitterly, Corin is so sensitive, putting so much effort into his anniversary preparations. But his clothes are the same ones from the wedding. If it were me, I could have gotten him better clothes. Food, clothes, a house, land, gold mines, treasure, power. I could give him anything. He'd never have to do anything again. He just needs to greet me with a smile when I come home. If he just did that for me, I would be willing to give him my all, if so. Huh? Ah, that's right. I did not accept this loss. No, I will never accept this defeat. Soon, Korin will age. He's of a race that only lives 100 years after all. But I am an elder vampire, granted immortality. I will turn Korin into a vampire and bind him to me. It doesn't matter if our relationship becomes mother and child or master and servant. He will be mine solely. I can give him those 100 years. I'll take him afterward until every trace that woman left withers away. As Korin Locke opened his eyes, Mariette Dunalef was there, tears of joy streaming down her face. Her tears fell onto Korin's cheek as he rested in her arms. She whispered to herself, "I'll make sure you're happy." In Huaren's vision, Huaren gazed at the wedding of Korin Locke and Mariette Dunalef, her thoughts heavy with despair. I lost. It was my first time, the first time I gave my heart and touched a man's hand. In the vision, Korin laughed heartily, ha ha ha, as he fed Mariette a potato that resembled a knob of butter. He grinned and said, "Ah." At a distance, Huaren sat perched on a tree, watching from afar. Hua asked Ran, "What are you doing?" Ran replied, "Watching." Hua pressed further, "What do you want to do?" Ran hesitated. "Well, I'm not sure. I never planned on losing. Husband, honey, my love, sweetie." I wanted to call him every name possible. I wanted to experience normal love, normal dates, and have a family together. Hua tilted her head. "Why can't you? I can help." Moments later, Korin Locke appeared. "Long time no see. How have you been?" "Huaren." Huaren grasped Korin's hand, her gaze intense. Without warning, she pushed him onto the bed with force. "Try getting out," she said, her voice trembling. Korin grimaced. "Ah, who are you?" Hua interrupted. "You're at fault, Korin. You looked at someone else besides me." Her eyes locked on the bite marks on Korin's neck, the unmistakable signature of Mariette Dunalef. "This is all," Huaren whispered, before opening her mouth and sinking her teeth into Korin's neck. "Q." Korin winced in pain as Hua overlapped her bite mark over Mariette's. Hua muttered to herself, "Your fault. I gave you all my firsts." As she leaned closer, her voice softened. "Your first time is also mine." Afterward, Korin and Huaren lay side by side, hands entwined. Hua thought to herself, two people in love slept together, holding hands. Outside, a stork flew across the sky. Ran, cradling a baby in her arms, gazed up. So it's only natural a bird swoops by to bring them their baby. I win. Tears of joy fell from her eyes, but suddenly, her expression shifted to confusion. Mariette Dunalef appeared, smiling. "You're awake," Mariette said softly. Ran and Mariette both froze, their confusion mirrored in each other's expressions. They glanced down and realized they were holding each other's hands in the same bed. Meanwhile, Uskias speaks Uskias, the guardian of Findias, appeared. "I am the guardian of Findias Uskias." "Ahem." He cleared his throat before continuing. "If you wanted to meet Korin Locke, you're late. They've already begun their climb to the skies 4 days ago." Both Mariette and Ran gasped in unison. "We're late," they demanded. "But how did you know we were looking for Korin?" Uskias turned away, blushing. "I am the sage druid. I just happen to know things," he muttered. To himself, he vowed, "I swore that day to never speak of the embarrassing thoughts of the two, no 3 girls ever again." In a different scene, Alicia Arden shivered. "Ugh, it's cold. Korin, there's nothing here." Korin Locke responded, "Just keep waiting. We'll be there soon." He paused to carve something into a tree and thought to himself, canonically, Balthazar's army gains all 4 treasures. Gorius's Spear of Light, Otterbar, Findias's Sword of the Sun, Klausolas, Murius's Magic Cauldron, Undry, and Phalius's Stone of Destiny, Leah Fail. Korin recalled, when chasing after Balthazar's minions in the game's story, you could visit Gorius and Murius. Of course, the treasures were already gone, but I remembered some text I'd skipped over. A system notification echoed in his mind, the Magic Cauldron of Murius, Undry, is in a deep darkness. Korin mused, and it really was in a pit full of snakes. So, what that druid said about Klausolas, "Reach the skies, and you shall grasp the sun," must be a euphemism. Suddenly, Korin's eyes lit up. "Look there," Yuel glanced nervously. "Korin, the clouds are falling. We're going to collide." Korin reassured her. "The clouds aren't descending. The tree just wasn't finished growing." As the light grew brighter, a castle emerged from the sky. "Whoa!" Korin exclaimed. At the castle, Korin observed the structure. The walls are about 50 meters and in good condition. Lunia Arden frowned. "But it's small." Alicia Arden blinked in confusion. "Small? This isn't the castle of a sky giant, maybe a normal giant. Ul added, but Uskia said the giant who guards the sun would be here. Korin shrugged. Whatever is guarding this place, we can't use the front door. That fruit was supposed to act as our way in. Lunia looked skeptical. Knocking might answer things? Korin smirked and shouted, come on out. His voice echoed, and moments later the doors creaked open. Alicia stammered, Sa, Korin. Korin grinned. We're winging everything from here. A booming voice responded, who's there? Humans? It's a human. Giants emerged from the castle, their towering forms casting shadows over the group. Alicia panicked. That they all seem at least rank 1 or higher. Lunia asked calmly, Korin, do you intend to fight? The giant demanded, speak. Human, do you have the key? Korin stared boldly. No. The giant raised a massive fist. If so, become humans too. Wait, Korin shouted, raising his hand. We are the forerunners approved by the great hero Uskias. The giant paused, scrutinizing them. Yes? Then tell me, what is the name of your master? Korin grinned slyly. The name of my master is the great hero. Inwardly he calculated, if I lack the fruit, we can impersonate someone who does. With a dark laugh, Korin declared, Dunskias! Korin Locke said, soon, our heroic master will arrive with the fruit. The great Dunskias has the approval of the sky giant Sarvan and the sage of Findius Uskias. Korin Locke laughed maniacally and continued, I've even brought a druid here to deliver the sage's message. Ul, shocked, exclaimed, a druid? Me? The giant said, the approval of Sarvan and Uskias. Ul, scared, stammered, ah well. Korin Locke smiled mischievously and said, try proving it. As Ul broke into a sweat, she began to cast her magic, chanting, Sail, Ethan, Ur, Uath, Strafe. Suddenly, a huge walkerman appeared, towering over the giant. The giant said, you know of the red rowan tree fruit and a druid who can use the walkerman. I don't find it strange that she's here in Uskias' stead. However, the key, Korin Locke interjected, I understand. You can't take the sun without the red fruit. But our hero told us it was proper manners to announce our arrival to the great giants first. The giant nodded. You're right about that. All right, servants of Dunskias, I will accept you as guests. The door suddenly opened and the giant continued, however, the sun, Korin Locke said, of course, whatever you say. With a naughty smile, Korin Locke asked, how is it? Easy, right? Ul and Alicia Arden looked at him, unimpressed. Lunia Arden remarked, so this was your plan? Korin Locke replied, no, my plan starts now. We're going to loot this entire place clean. Inside the giant's treasury, Korin Locke thought to himself, I left Lunia and Ul on standby as we headed to the treasury of the giants. It feels strange to admit this, but theft was part of my life during the previous attempt. Park Sihu had a cheat skill called inventory, so no matter what stage we were in, we'd always search for the treasury first. Alicia Arden asked, Korin, how did you locate the... Korin Locke shrugged, phew. 1,000 treasuries tend to follow a pattern. The real challenge is, we need to find the sun sword here. As they entered a room filled with gold coins, Alicia Arden marveled, whoa, the ceiling was open and there were surprisingly no guards. Korin Locke explained, Klaus Solus needs to absorb sunlight during the day, so it may only be obtained at the time of a solar eclipse when its power weakens. Alicia Arden asked, can't we just take it at night? Well, Korin Locke trailed off. Alicia Arden grabbed a sword and put on a crown, exclaiming, how can we find it in a place like this? Korin Locke admitted, I didn't think there would be a guard. But I guess it's impossible to just find the sun in here anyway, which is why they don't need one. Alicia Arden agreed. I understand why they don't have a guard. Suddenly, a chicken appeared. Alicia Arden exclaimed, a chicken? It's rather small to be food for a giant. Korin Locke warned, somebody is coming. Hide. Alicia Arden, shocked, asked, hide where? A giant entered, cooing, oh, our adorable baby. There you are. Hugh, our cutie pie. Come on here. Korin Locke and Alicia Arden hid in a dark, cramped spot. Alicia's body pressed against Korin Locke's. Please, don't notice us. Korin Locke thought. The chicken stared at them from a distance. Korin Locke panicked internally. It saw us. The chicken, confused, tilted its head and clucked. Cluck? Korin Locke whispered, that. Clucker. Korin, be quiet, Alicia Arden hissed. The chicken, with a dark plan, suddenly laid a golden egg, screaming, cluck, Korin Locke whispered. That's no goose. But is all the gold in the treasury pooped out by it? Alicia Arden whispered back. Saying it was pooped out sounds a little weird. The giant picked up the chicken, saying, Fufu, sweetie, come with daddy. The chicken, in tears, clucked, cluck. Korin Locke's eyes gleamed like golden eggs as he whispered, Ah, he took it. If we just stole the chicken, we'd be set for life. Alicia Arden scolded, "Get a grip. I thought we were looking for the sun, not gold." Relaxing, Alicia Arden pressed against Corin Locke and sighed. Phew, that could have been bad. Yeah, Corin Locke muttered. Suddenly, Alicia noticed her position and froze. She remembered the previous night, her thoughts racing. Why did I just remember that dream? Blushing, Alicia Arden asked, "CC Corin, what do you think of my sister?" Corin Locke replied, "Lunia? Well, she's a great person. I'm drawn to her." "Drawn," Alicia repeated, her blush deepening. "I mean, she's great. She's capable, nice, and pretty." "Every man would think so," Corin Locke clarified. Looking down, Alicia murmured, "I see." Corin Locke urged, "Anyway, let's keep looking. It's the eclipse in 2 days, and it only lasts for 2 hours." Alicia Arden stood up as Corin Locke warned, "If we don't get it within the time frame, Skias will undergo the proper steps and receive the sun properly." "I see," Alicia said thoughtfully, her gaze drifting to the moon. "But Corin, something doesn't make sense to me." "Huh?" Corin muttered. "Get off first, Corin thought to himself, during the day, it can bask in the sun as it needs to, and at night, it is out of grasp. Could it be? He continued aloud, "Yet, it is bound to weaken on the day of a solar eclipse. Today's moon should be a half moon." His eyes widened as the realization hit him. The sun, Klaus Solas, is floating on the sky island disguised as the moon. A few moments later, Corin added, "In the day, it looks like the sun, and at night, it looks like the moon. It floats above us. It's not as far away as the actual sun or moon, but it likely uses a barrier around the island to float. Of course, it's not so close that we could reach up and grab it." Lunia Arden mused. Ewell asked hesitantly, "Is there a way to reach it?" Corin replied, "Well, it's impossible for us as of now. But we have 2 days until the eclipse, so let's quietly look for a way." Lunia nodded. 2 days. As time passes, the moon and sun alternated in the sky. Corin thought grimly, there was no way we could come up with a plan to reach the sky in just 2 days. Soon, Dune Skias and Doomnorix will arrive. We've wasted our head start. In the distance, the giants spoke. "Aside from the druid, can we eat the rest?" "Hold on, they might be different," another cautioned. Corin thought to himself, they've restrained themselves excruciatingly for their standards. The sky giant Sarvin engraved an order into their bloodline, "Do not attack druids, and to whomever brings the red rowan tree fruit, give them the sun." One giant grumbled, "Once we give them the sun, we'll be free. After our duties are done, we will climb down the tree and feast on the humans." Kukuku. His friend added, "Yeah, that Dune Skias has prepared a gift for us, I hear. He brings around that many snakes and toads." Corin smirked. Phew, but still coming early wasn't for nothing. As the eclipse begins, the sun shone brightly, only to be obscured by the moon. The monster of Murius, king of the shade, Beast King Dune Skias, appeared, coughing and hacking. "Kia! Har, hack, kaya, ha, he, hi, ho," he sneered. "Sarvin isn't here. It's a little tight for sky giants to live, right? But still, I'm excited. Now let's get the sun sword." As they opened the door, a giant roared, "Stop him! Capture him now." Dune Skias froze, confused. "Wait, Walkerman," Corin shouted theatrically, "my master, my glorious master, you're finally here." Corin, Alicia, and Lunia knelt before Dune Skias, declaring, "Master, we've followed your orders." Corin then raised the chicken high. Dune Skias, shocked and bewildered, asked, "Hey, friends, what's going on?" A giant slashed at the Walkermen, bellowing, "You thieves, how dare you steal our treasure? I'll kill your—" Suddenly they paused in confusion. "Oh?" Corin knelt again and presented the chicken. "Oh, mighty Skias, great hero, I have stolen those idiots' fortune as you ordered." Dune Skias blinked in confusion. "Eh? Me? When?" Corin grinned. "Now, let's kill these idiots together." Doomnorix, realizing the trickery, growled, "We've been deceived." The giants erupted in anger. "Kill them all, we will eat every one of them." Chaos ensued as giants rampaged, grabbing people who screamed in terror. "Quah! Help! Don't eat me!" One giant laughed. "Quah-ha-ha! I call dibs on Dune Sukiyaki." He bit into Dune Skias, but suddenly choked as snakes spilled from his mouth. "Bliga!" Doomnorix cursed. "Damn you." Corin thought to himself, nobody can stop me. Whether you're Dune Skias or Balthazar, nobody. If I can't have Klaus Solas, I'll turn it into dust. He grabbed Alicia, Lunia, and Ewell, shouting, "Hew, hew, hew, now let them fight. If they both die, even better." Lunia glared. "Aren't you ashamed at all, Corin?" Corin laughed. "The immortal lock feels no shame." Lunia asked, confused. "What is the immortal lock?" Alicia interjected awkwardly. Something Corin does, sis." Lunia sighed. "Wipe it off." To think I need to accept even this part of my fiancé. I cannot help but weep. Alicia voiced her concern. But what if Dunskias takes down all the giants and obtains the sun? Corin replied nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Alicia demanded. What? Corin Locke declared. When we reach the surface, I'm chopping down all the trees. Ewell gasped in shock. You're evil, no demonic. Corin laughed loudly. Only the winner gets to write history, gwahahaha. He muttered to himself. If I could get Clausolus, if I chop the tree down first, I can trap 2 of the king's servants in the sky forever. This is my plan. Lunia Arden suddenly pointed. Wait, what's that? Corin's eyes widened in shock. Could it be, he thought. From the shadows emerged a fearsome figure. The beast lusted for the Song of Steel, a duel of life and death where molten blood clashed. Sword demon? Corin whispered. The legendary swordsman, once a hero in the tales of Arhan but now a twisted monster, stood before them. Lunia Arden unsheathed her blade. I'll handle it, she said, activating her skill-warding aura, but the sword demon bypassed her, targeting others. Ignored me? She thought. Does it intend to eliminate the domain users first? Corin Locke readied himself, activating Poison Dragon Exit. As their attacks collided, Corin realized the dire situation. I cannot receive the help of the commandment, he thought. The sword demon unleashed a devastating combo, 2, 3, 4, 5 strikes in rapid succession. Corin, overwhelmed, was thrown against a tree. Corin! Alicia Arden shouted, turning toward him. Don't come! Corin yelled. When we fight, just keep looking ahead. The sword demon charged at Alicia. Move away, Corin shouted desperately. Lunia Arden said to herself, what follows when a domain ends? She grabbed her sword and said, You dare. Corin Locke thought to himself, is Lunia's action, which occurs half a step after, the key to ending this? Lunia Arden continued. Ignore me? Lunia said to herself, Lunia Arden style, false domain severance. Corin Locke explained to himself, if Lunia's outside a domain, her capabilities will exceed mine and Alicia's combined. Even the sword demon will have trouble handling Lunia outside a domain. However, she is just imitating. Lunia Arden activated her skill, domain severance. Corin Locke continued to think, the real deal. Lunia Arden said to herself, I can barely enter a domain 2 times in a row. The sword demon used his skill, 8-hand peerless. Lunia Arden thought to herself, is he aiming for the domain users behind me again? Once this domain ends, I will use the half-step I've been allowed and cut down the sword demon for sure. But my sister can only block up to 3 of the sword demon's attacks. If this domain ends, tisk, Lunia muttered, her eyes suddenly becoming serious as she stared at the sword demon. The sword demon was shocked as blood splattered. Alicia Arden, horrified, exclaimed, Lunia! Lunia Arden blocked the sword demon's attack with her body and gritted her teeth. Damn this domain! She flipped her sword and stabbed the sword demon. The sword demon shouted in pain. Cake! Suddenly, it bit Lunia Arden's arm, and she cried out, Kh! Alicia Arden screamed, and slashed at the sword demon, but it managed to evade. Lunia! Alicia cried desperately. Lunia Arden, clutching her injured arm, gritted her teeth and said, Let go. Alicia pleaded, You need to stay still, please. Lunia Arden muttered, Once you start to fight, you don't look back, you idiot. Alicia, tears welling in her eyes, whispered, Lunia. Lunia Arden collapsed, and Alicia screamed, Lunia! Ewell, using her runes, chanted, Uath, strafe, and a huge walkerman appeared. Alicia, run now! Ewell shouted. Alicia, shocked, exclaimed, Walkerman, but to use it twice without a sacrifice. The walkerman tried to grab the sword demon, who struggled like a mouse in its grasp, looking around in confusion. The sword demon retaliated with his skill, Arden's second sword style, sky-raising twin dragons, summoning 2 heralding beasts to attack the walkerman. Ewell clutched her chest in pain and cried out, Ah! Alicia gasped as Ewell collapsed. Ewell! Looking at Ewell, Lunia, and Corin on the ground, Alicia thought to herself, I'm scared. I'm afraid. I want to run away. But despite that, she jumped toward the sword demon, and their swords clashed. Alicia gritted her teeth, wincing in pain as she thought, I can't run away. The battle between Alicia Arden and the sword demon raged on. Meanwhile, Corin Locke muttered, Damn it, and tried to hand a potion to Ewell. Ewell, barely conscious, looked at him and asked, Corin, are you all right? I'm okay. Help Lunia first. Corin replied, his voice strained. He thought to himself, I can recover with time, but we can't get out of this situation like this. Ewell, with trembling hands, managed to give the potion to Lunia Arden. Korin Lok clenched his fists. With my current speed and strength, suddenly, the monstrous figure of Murias, the king of the shade, appeared. Beast King Dunskay sneered. Hi, you seem to be hurt badly. With a swift motion, he grabbed Korin's head. Dunskay laughed mockingly. Hee, you're not in any position to worry about them. With a powerful blow, he sent Korin flying. See, Korin! Yuel gasped in shock. Ooh, hee. Dunskay chuckled as he loomed over his prey. The brat who killed Firmak, Dunskay said, his grin widening. Let's see your skills. You, Korin growled, narrowing his eyes. Thanks. A wicked grin spread across his face. System backup initiated, identifying commandments. Korin extended his hand, and his spear shot toward him from a distance, landing firmly in his grasp. He unleashed infinite returning heaven's chaos, slashing through the serpentine tendrils of Dune skies. With precision, he stabbed his spear into a nearby tree to halt his descent. Phew, Korin exhaled in relief. Wow, Dunskay mocked. Are you putting on a circus? I thought we couldn't attack each other because of the gas, Korin said, his voice calm but edged with challenge. Hee. You're right, Dunskay replied. But if you break it, your head will explode. Something like this. He chuckled again. Honestly, I don't care who solves the trials or riddles to get the Sun Sword first. I just need to kill you and take it. I know, Korin replied with a smirk. I was thinking the same thing. He flipped Dunskay a finger, and a floating Japanese-style sensor blurred the gesture. Suddenly, Mariette Dunalef arrived with Hwarin, her skill blood spear striking Dunskay. Korin, are you all right? She called out. What is this? Dunskay asked, confused. He turned to face the newcomers. Are they your friends? Mariette and Hwarin, caught off guard, recoiled in shock. Ka! Ew! Korin, using the distraction, stepped on Dunskay and yelled, Don't worry about me. Get up there, quickly. Dunskay grinned darkly. Eek! Do you want to save your friends? But now I'm curious. As the spear of the queen, you know my master would willingly grant you any level of divinity you need. So why stand against us? Korin's eyes darkened. Firmak, Doomnurix, you, even Valtazar. You all have the wrong method. Who cares if I'm a god in a world that's become a wasteland? The reason I'm going to kill you is simple, he declared. System notification, first commandment, duty, don't turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. Relevance, Apla's second commandment, restraint, I do not perceive spirits. Backup, 50% additional damage. Third commandment, oath, I will save the world. Korin's stats surged, persistent warrior's regeneration, plus 120% pain tolerance, enhanced domain comprehension. Maximized hero Korin Lok, defeat evil and save the world. Korin declared, servant of Dunskay, Beast King, I am going to witness my own victory. Meanwhile, in the past, Garand Arden faced the sword demon. Monster, he spat as the sword demon picked up 2 swords. That sword is mine, Garand growled. He thought to himself, I cannot understand this old monster's thoughts. Back in the present, Alicia Arden braced herself against the sword demon's relentless attacks. Ugh, she grunted, blocking blow after blow. She thought, does he know I didn't learn the sword alone? As the sword demon bore down on her, she reflected, the blade's limits, my body's abilities, I understand them. Even with this great strength, I'm nothing compared to him. I can't reach him. As the sword demon continued to attack Alicia Arden, she froze, staring at the flurry of attacks coming her way. She thought to herself, but I could have climbed the trees to reach the skies, so why am I here? A few moments later, she said aloud, did you think that I can't cut you? The sword demon suddenly charged toward her, letting out a piercing screech. Scree! Alicia Arden thought to herself, I cannot understand this situation. I cannot understand these feelings. I am a predator. My opponent is prey that could be torn apart at any moment. But why? Why can't I cut her? Why is she still intact? Why is she still laughing? She activated her skill, Rapid Severance. No light, she whispered, as the sword demon was left shocked and confused. Alicia Arden grinned and said, You're slower now. The sword demon writhed in pain and let out a garbled cry. Gigi. Alicia Arden's resolve. Alicia Arden clenched her fist, her thoughts steady and unwavering. I have enough energy, but I haven't gotten any closer. That prey. With precision, she activated her skill, Arden's second sword style, and thought to herself, it's gotten faster. Continuing her assault, she unleashed Twin Dragon Heaven Strike, followed by Arden first sword style, Makizawa Ukyotoshi. The sword demon roared in pain, a guttural grr escaping its throat. Alicia then executed domain severance, her light hand peerless style slicing through the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She counted as her strikes landed. It's the first time I've felt nothing after using domain severance, she reflected. Her movement seemed as if she already knew where I would attack. Shifting her stance, Alicia adopted Mind's Eye, Lunia style, false domain severance, striking with precision. Ah, I understand now, she realized why I came here. The sword demon growled grrr in defiance. Without hesitation, Alicia transitioned to Alicia form, Corrin style, poisonous dragon head charge. She is just like me, Alicia thought, possessed by the sword, with a spectral talent. I came here to cut her down. If I cut her, I will be able to reach that old monster. The sword demon attempted to block her strikes. How dull, Alicia mused. I am bored of everything. Her gaze flicked to the battlefield where Mariette Dunalef and Huaren fought towering giants. Except for her. Your birth, your life, your effort, all of it was prepared for me, Alicia declared, her voice resonating with conviction. In this moment, I am certain, left with nothing but my resolve to cut you down, I have risen to my peak. The sword demon roared, activating Arden-style sword demon form, Sky Sword, thousand-hand peerless, unleashing a torrent of slashes. The giants in its path crumbled under the onslaught, yet Alicia stood unscathed behind him. With one swift move, she decapitated every giant in her way. Was there something higher than the sole desire to cut, she wondered, as her blade cleaved through the sword demon, splitting its head in half. Standing silently, an electrifying aura radiated from Alicia, as she recalled the wisdom of her mentors, Lunia Arden. If you're in a fight, don't turn back. Corrin Locke, if you're fighting, then keep looking forward. Alicia took a step forward. I will. She paused and whispered, move. Her skill, Arden-style Alicia form Sky Sword, activated. This is a state that was never meant to be reached, she thought. The sword demon is the greatest opponent of a lifetime. But greater than that is the miracle formed by a single step forward. With unrelenting force, she unleashed endless domain crusher, thinking, ah. So that was it. My learning the sword was for this moment. For her single step forward. Moments later, the tree fell from the sky, cleaved into chunks. Corrin Locke's battle with the Beast King. As the tree descended, the monster of Murias, King of the Shade, Beast King Dune Skies, relentlessly attacked Corrin Locke. Struggling upward, Corrin muttered, it's hard just going up. Ugh, just cut it out, he snapped. Dune Skies chuckled darkly. Hey, you look tired. There's a reason Dune Skies is called the Beast King, Corrin thought. He isn't just one creature. His death means nothing. He's a pit of darkness filled with serpents, toads, and 3 dragons. He is one of the 4 secret treasures. Dune Skies unleashed endless serpents ensnaring Corrin. Got you, the Beast King declared triumphantly. Corrin smirked. The shabby soul of a beast could never defeat me. System notification, Death God's orb always hits the mark. Separates body and spirit, ignores defense power. Dune Skies snarled. Oh, boo! You were a soul reaper. But you see, I can keep going. Do you have any mana left? Corrin replied with a sly grin. You know a lot, but you're slow to catch on. He leaped away. It can't be, Dune Skies murmured in disbelief. An oak tree that reaches up to the heavens, Corrin thought, grown with the only fertilizer of its kind. Its roots soak up mana endlessly. How far would they reach? This vast land, he said aloud. I developed it myself. It is my territory. It provides me with endless mana. Dune Skies hissed, Corrin La, the Queen's first spear. Corrin was momentarily shocked. Heh, I'll acknowledge it, Dune Skies said. I can't beat you as I am now. How long has it been since this army has merged into one? Corrin Locke said to himself, sweating. This is one of Dune Skies' final forms. Corrin Locke said, that's a bit much. The monster of Murias, King of the Shade, Beast King Dune Skies, used his skill. Great deviant snake Falgus serpent. Corrin tensed. This is one of Dune Skies' final forms. Sweating, he muttered. That's a bit much. This really is going on forever. The monster of Murias, King of the Shade, Beast King Dune Skies, spoke with venomous disdain. The Queen trapped me in a place of shade, shoving me into a cramped pot. But now, she has been sealed away, and the throne lies empty. Like wolves devouring lambs without a fence to protect them, I will devour the thing she swore to defend. Fixing his gaze on Corrin, he sneered. First spear of the Queen, Corrin Locke, I will consume you along with the flesh of the last goddess, Arendanua. Corrin smirked and retorted, are you going to keep talking about yourself? I said this land was created by me, didn't I? He leaped upward, light-footed and ready. System notification, rune magic, resonance activation. The massive tree erupted into flames, the inferno spreading swiftly. "Look beneath you before you coil up," Korin remarked. Dune Skies hissed. This is? Damn you! Are you insane?" Korin silently recalled his preparation. "All the runes I carefully engraved before climbing this tree. They activate all at once with this excess magic." The names of the runes echoed in his mind. Kinas, Suilo, Burkanen. Great deviant snake Falgus serpent roared in agony. "Kia! Do you think you'll be safe in this field of flames?" Korin, undeterred, leapt away and grinned. "You must have come here to fight me, right? Well, I'm here to take that." The serpent lunged at him, hissing. "Could it be?" Korin continued to ascend toward the sky. He thought to himself, one of the 4 treasures said to be obtainable only during the eclipse. Sun Sword, Klaus Solas. At this point, he declared, whoever uses the power of Klaus Solas will win, and whoever doesn't will fall to their death, right? Gripping his spear tightly, he commanded, "Fly, if you want to survive." The serpent screeched in pain, its body sizzling as the flames consumed it. From the distance, a wyvern appeared, and Korin deftly leapt from one wyvern to another, using them as stepping stones to ascend even further. Looking down at the fiery chaos, great deviant snake Falgus serpent bellowed his name in fury. "Korin Locke!" Mariette Dunalef and Huaran Mariette wiped the sweat from her brow. "Phew, about time." She turned, only to be struck with shock and confusion. "Korin? What are you?" The final Clash Dune Skies, now in his mystic dragon form, emerged from the chaos. "You're lasting quite a while for a mere human," he sneered. Korin, resolute, replied, "Let's end this." He thought to himself, the second of Dune Sky's final forms, the legendary mystic dragon. But my all-in attack. System notification. Third core, activation. Korin surged with power, unleashing his ultimate technique. First demon spear, black mystery. The spear struck true, piercing through great deviant snake Falgus serpent. Its eyes widened in shock, but before Korin could celebrate, Dune Skies reappeared, fully transformed. "I got you," the Beast King hissed, his voice dripping with malice. Korin, startled, realized he evaded by transforming. Dune Skies lunged, forcing Korin to cut down countless serpent heads, but the relentless attacks took their toll. Shit, Korin grunted, blood dripping from his wounds. He gritted his teeth. "My all-in attack. Dodged so easily?" The Beast King chuckled darkly. "The conditions for sprouting the Crimson Rowan tree fruit, what do you think they are?" Korin's heart raced as he pieced it together. The Crimson Rowan tree fruit. It feeds on negative energy to sprout. Above, the eclipse cast its shadow, covering the entire sun. The monster of Murias, king of the shade, Beast King Dune Skies. "It's the eclipse," Dune Skies declared with a sinister grin. Suddenly, the colossal tree began to expand, its massive branches reaching upward as if to entangle the eclipse itself, darkening the sky further. The Beast King charged toward Korin Loch, a storm of serpents and toads swarming around him. Korin observed the chaos, thinking, an infinite swarm of serpents. Toads enough to fill an entire mansion. 3 ferocious dragons and 3 magical cows. The beast of shadowed darkness, the culmination of monsters sealed in the underworld. And at its apex, the king of all cows, the black ox. Dune Skies roared with laughter. "Kwa-ha-ha!" Korin muttered. "To think it's obtained the treasure Sun Sword. I must be the unluckiest man alive to fight the sun twice." The black ox descends with an earth-shaking roar. The black ox leapt into battle, shouting, "Onar!" Korin was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a building below. Dust and debris filled the air as he groaned in pain. "Ugh!" Korin winced, drawing a rune onto a nearby stone. Kinaz. The rune ignited, flames erupting toward the black ox, the monstrous being scoffed. "Did you prepare this early, hoping it would make a difference? Foolish human, all flames bow before the sun." Korin muttered, "Freak." He gritted his teeth. "It can't even buy me any time." The black ox retaliated with a massive fireball, obliterating the ground around Korin. The explosion sent rubble scattering, and Korin sliding painfully across the ground. "Urk!" he gasped, clutching his ribs. The clash of titans, the black ox, wielding the sun sword, raised it high. "Die!" Korin narrowly evaded the strike, leaping into the air. The black ox sneered. "Do you think you can keep running, mortal?" "You're the funny one," Korin retorted. "A beast with a weapon? If that were so simple, the sword demon wouldn't be special." The black ox bellowed, "Kwa-ha-ha!" Big words for someone about to perish. "Just die!" Their weapons clashed, creating shockwaves that reverberated across the battlefield. Korin's desperate gambit. Korin activated his skill, Rising Serpent Skies, Poisonous Dragon Head Charge. But even so, his weapon shattered on impact. Korin clenched his fists. I've bottomed out my 2 cores. The short spear that penetrated even the adamant Jiangshi. My final self-destructive move that risks my life. With unyielding resolve, he unleashed another skill, Black Mystery, 8 Oracle Ultimate Fist. The castle trembled as the blast exploded outward, scattering debris and obscuring the battlefield in dust. When the dust settled, the Black Ox's massive horn lay shattered on the ground. Korin's bloody fist trembled as he gasped. Kwarg! The undying beast laughter echoed through the destruction. Ha 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 ha. Korin stared in disbelief. This monster. It's undefeatable. Even if I pour out everything I have. The Sky Castle suddenly exploded. Korin thought to himself, the giants of the Sky Castle. These creatures, when fully grown, are demi-humans, at least at semi-first rank. Of course, he muttered under his breath. Mariette Dunalev shouted, Hwarin, we need to hurry. We need to help Korin. Korin, still focusing, calculated, we have 2 special-ranked demi-humans. Hwarin, fighting fiercely, barely had time to respond. Yeah, but, she cut herself off as she punched one of the giants with her tiny fist. The giant snarled, its aura raging as it sneered, PF. Hwarin, wiping the sweat from her brow, muttered, It's not easy. Korin's thoughts swirled. The giants of the Sky Castle, 50 of them. The Sky Giants closed in, surrounding Mariette and Hwarin. Korin observed, Alicia performed a miracle, cutting down almost half of them in a single strike. But those were the weakest, sent after Dune Skies. The Captain Giants, semi-special rank, remained on the Sky Island. Survival seemed uncertain. Escape was impossible. And now, with no hope for help, they were truly on their own. Then, the king of all cows, the Black Ox, charged at Korin, striking him with its massive nose. He was sent sprawling to the ground, blood seeping from his body as unconsciousness began to take him. Korin, drifting in and out of awareness, thought to himself, the persistent warrior's regeneration has reached its limit. Recovery isn't happening fast enough anymore. He struggled to stay awake. I can't feel an ounce of strength in my aura core. My whole body is heavy. I'm fading. And then he remembered how he killed Yusuha. I'm going to die, he thought bitterly as he saw the feet of Yusuha approaching. Yusuha's voice echoed in his mind. I warned you. Players are only as strong as the number of people they've killed. At least I made it to the final battle. The Black Ox, sensing his weakening state, picked up the sun sword with ease. Yusuha's mocking voice reached him again. What are you doing now? You're about to die to Tatez's minions. Do you understand? Everything you've done is meaningless. Korin, through gritted teeth, replied, You're wrong. Yusuha sneered. Why don't you get it despite playing more than me? I guess you've never seen it for yourself. Korin's thoughts remained focused. Despite becoming a vampire, her smile still fills people with joy. The children, who have just begun to accept themselves, are walking forward, step by step, surpassing their own limits. Yusuha laughed coldly. Ha, so you had fun? Now just give up. You've done what you can. Korin's eyes darkened. If you knew all that, you wouldn't have lived so carefree. The Black Ox growled. You still have regenerative power left? Korin, barely holding onto consciousness, realized Rune of Regression. As he reached for his spear, it seemed to return to his grasp. The Black Ox's voice echoed again. This again? Before Korin could respond, the Black Ox hurled the spear back toward him. It pierced his shoulder with a sickening thud. Korin gasped, pain shooting through him as he fell to the ground. The Black Ox charged, roaring, This is your end, as it swung the sun sword down at him. Korin, with his last reserves of strength, stopped the blade with his hands, the heat from the sword searing his skin. Kwa! He cried out in agony, but still, he fought to hold his ground. Suddenly, Korin exploded, his body flung through the air. The king of all cows, Black Ox, exhaled in relief. Phew! He began to walk away, but then froze mid-step, his face twisting in shock. Turning back, he saw Korin standing silently, his body battered but alive. What? You're not dead yet? Black Ox snarled, grabbing his own head in frustration. Without hesitation, he hurled Korin away with monstrous force. As Korin flew through the air, Black Ox began gathering dark energy, his voice resonating with fury. If I burn you until not a single piece is left, you won't be able to revive, right? Korin, mid-flight, extended his hand, trying to summon his spear back to him. Do you really intend to hold that spear until you die? Black Ox bellowed. Just stop and die in the breath of the fire. With that, the king of all cows transformed, his form shifting into the legendary mystic dragon. Opening his massive jaws, he unleashed a torrent of fire toward Korin. But the flames never reached him. What? The mystic dragon roared in disbelief. My fire! It's getting sucked in? Could it be? Then he noticed something horrifying. The sun sword, which had been by his side, had vanished. Eyes widening, the mystic dragon growled, That's? Korenlock said to himself, The rune of regression. The legendary mystic dragon said, Was it then? As he remembered Korenlock holding the sun sword tightly. Korenlock, holding the sun sword tightly, stood in defiance, breathing heavily. Huff, huff, a serpent, a toad, a sea cow. And now a dragon, again? He smiled like a maniac. You are Dunski, a servant of the king, so who do you think I am? The mystic dragon stammered. You're, Koren cut him off with a sneer. An unfunny fellow, so just die. Koren's thoughts drifted briefly. In the previous run, Park Saihu and I made it to the final boss. That means the king's servants, users of the 4 treasures, were somehow defeated. And what happened to those treasures? He raised his voice. I am the first spear of the queen and the only human aware of Klaus Solas's true power in this time. The owner of Klaus Solas in the previous run, Korenlock. With those words, Koren brought the sun sword Klaus Solas to his lips and consumed it. A radiant light and searing flames erupted from his body. System notification. You have consumed the sun, Klaus Solas. Klaus Solas selects its user. System notification. The sun, Klaus Solas, accepts you as its great warrior. System notification. Aspect of the sun. Korenlock Ergetlam. Koren's hair turned pure white, shimmering with the light of the sun. System notification. You gain the light of the sun, Agatrum. While the sun is up, you are blessed. The mystic dragon, desperate, spat a blazing fireball at Korenlock. Without hesitation, Koren consumed the flames, absorbing them into his radiant form. The mystic dragon recoiled in terror. What are you? Koren slowly walked toward him, his glowing eyes locked on his foe. So, this is my second time using the sun. Dunski's form reverted to the king of all cows, Black Ox. Enraged, he charged at Koren, roaring, Damn you! His massive fist crashed into the ground as Koren effortlessly sidestepped the attack, leaving the earth shattered. Koren whispered, Kinas, Sowilo. Suddenly, runes flared across the battlefield, flames erupting and surrounding them both. Black Ox growled, You bastard! That belongs to me! Koren smiled grimly. Klaus Solas. It concentrates all nearby heat and fire. The concentration of the sun. Flames formed by rune magic coagulate in one place. Raising his spear, he shouted, Klaus Solas! The sun's power gathered at the spear's tip, and with a single motion, Koren unleashed its wrath. A beam of radiant energy tore through the air, burning everything in its path. The sheer intensity stripped away all color, leaving only searing light and overwhelming heat. The king of all cows roared in agony. Kirki! His body was consumed by the flames, turning to ash as he screamed his final words. Gwa! When the light subsided, Korenlock remained standing amidst the smoldering ruins. Ashes scattered in the wind. Koren whispered to himself, Feel free to increase your numbers and challenge me. I will stop at nothing, until I save the world. As Hua punched the sky giant with all his might, his friend suddenly threw a punch toward Hua and shouted in anger, Damn you, my allies! Suddenly, Mariette Dunalef used her skill, blood technique, crimson bow, and shot arrows at the sky giant. The giant looked in the direction of the arrows and was hit directly by multiple shots. Mariette Dunalef shouted, Huaran! Hua regrouped with Mariette Dunalef and Dioku. Mariette Dunalef said, Huaran, you felt it too, right? There's something on Koren's side, but annoyingly there are too many of them. They looked at the sky giant captain and its companions. Mariette Dunalef said, Then Dioku and I will pave the way, so you. Suddenly, Hua was shocked and confused. A sky giant spoke in fear. See, Captain. The captain, sweating in fear, looked into the distance and said, Wait, is that? Above them a bright light like the sun shone down. Korenlock gently landed on the ground, his blazing aura radiating. He wielded the aspect of the sun. As the sky giants looked at Korenlock's right hand, they all kneeled before him. The captain whispered to himself, There is no option but to instinctively obey the power that sealed us here, the power of the sun. Hua looked at Mariette Dunalef, who had suddenly disappeared, then looked at Korenlock and said, you. Mariette Dunalef hugged Korenlock tightly, pressing her chest against him, and said, Koren, you're an elder vampire, but even for you, the sun must be uncomfortable at this distance. Are you all right? What does that matter? Why are you so hurt? You're going to worry me to death like this. Hua said, You're hurt. Korenlock held Hua's head and said, Yeah, but now I'm fine. Mariette Dunalef continued to hug Korenlock tightly, and a moment of silence passed. Suddenly, Corin Lok gasped in relief, and his hair changed to black. The sky giant stared at Corin Lok, now without the power of the sun. Corin Lok, Mariette Dunalef, and Hua broke into a cold sweat, silently fearful. Corin Lok felt a chill run down his spine and said, "Maybe not." The sky giant captain suddenly shouted, "Let's kill him! Now's the time to finish him off!" Corin Lok shouted, "Run!" Mariette Dunalef was carried by Diogu, while Hua ran like a track athlete. Corin Lok said, I didn't think it would turn off so quickly." Hua muttered, "These bastards." The sky giant captain with his long strides continued to chase them. The sky giant raised his hand and said, "I will kill you, descend, and devour all the humans on the surface." Corin Lok looked at the incoming attack and said, "We're going to get caught." Suddenly, the arm of the sky giant captain was sliced clean through, like butter. The captain recoiled in shock and pain. Corin Lok said, "Don't you think you're rather late, old man?" Garand Arden, stepping forward with a chuckle, said, "Ho ho, unfortunately, this old man seems to be late. It was pretty hard to climb the tree with this old body." He walked toward them like an action movie star, then said seriously, "It resonated well, their battle. Go, young man, I'll entertain these lackeys." As Garand Arden charged up with intense power, the sky giant captain and his men attacked him head-on. Garand Arden let out a battle cry, "Kua!" With incredible force, Garand Arden charged up his sword. Corin Lok said, "Yep, well, good luck." Garand Arden replied, "Yeah, the sword demon, he was still incomplete, but they killed him. I missed a good sight. But finally, a swordsman who can match me has been born." In an instant, Garand Arden sliced all the sky giants vertically in half. Garand Arden continued, "And to have encountered them in a world higher than the highest mountain. This truly is joy." He laughed like a drunken madman. "Gwahaha, gwahaha." Corin Lok thought to himself. Garand Arden appeared at the perfect time. Corin Lok then said, "Hey, could you do me a favor as we descend?" Mariette Dunalef asked, "What is it?" Corin Lok thought, it would have been hard to escape without the old man. That debt must be repaid. Corin Lok said to Mariette Dunalef and Hua, "Let's cut the tree." He thought to himself, "My fingers tremble with rage when I think back to how I almost died to that sword demon he raised." There's an old saying that comes to mind. It is never too late to repay a debt, even if it takes 10 years. Today is the day of revenge. Corin Lok said, "That man doesn't really help people either." Hugh. Let's leave him on the Sky Island for a year or so." Mariette Dunalef said, "All right, if you say so, Corin." Hua said, "Yep." Mariette Dunalef and Hua attacked the tree with their powers, and it was cut down. Garand Arden suddenly looked at the tree in shock. As the tree shone brightly and fell, Garand Arden said, "Young man." A few moments later, Alicia Arden groaned in pain and said, "Ugh," as she went outside. Corin Lok said, "You've awakened?" Alicia Arden looked at Corin Lok from a distance and said, "Ah." Corin Lok asked, "How's your body?" Alicia Arden sat down beside Corin Lok and said, "It hurts, but I can move, though my heart is a mess. I was hoping to enjoy a more normal school life when I entered the academy. Have fun all night, sleep in class, wonder about what to eat for lunch. But I'm a long way from something ordinary like that. I'm drawn to the sword. No, I'm a person who can't help but be drawn to cutting people down." Corin Lok replied, "That's not anything bad to feel." Alicia Arden said in confusion, "What?" Corin Lok answered, "What's important are your morals and choices. Even if you feel entranced by the blade, you wouldn't draw your sword on just anyone. There are plenty of weirdos in this world, and they make strange choices. But you want to live a normal life, even with a power like that, so you can afford to have a bit more pride in yourself." Alicia Arden suddenly rested her head on Corin Lok's hard shoulder and said, "Promise me, because I'm a weird person, stay by my side and care for me. I don't know when I might go the wrong way, so help me keep enjoying ordinary things. Going out to town on weekends, eating food, seeing the newest play, going shopping, having dessert at a nice cafe, and taking walks. Ordinary things like that." Corin Lok said, "I'll play along." Alicia Arden smiled. That's nice." Corin Lok thought to himself, and so, the saga of the Sky Island ends here. Of course, not all things end very elegantly. The next day, Corin Lok said to Mariette Dunalef and Hua, "Oh, I was late to say this. I'm getting engaged." Mariette Dunalef and Hua froze, shocked as they stopped eating. Mariette Dunalef said, sweating, What did you just say, Corin?" Hua, confused, said, "Engaged?" Mariette Dunalef stammered, W with who?" Lunia Arden suddenly appeared and said, "So you're mates of my man. The name's Lunia Arden. I plan to engage my fiancé in a week." Hua dropped her fish from her mouth in shock, while Mariette Dunalef froze, repeating what Lunia Arden had said, "My man, fiancé." Lunia Arden said, if the heiress of the Dunalev family and the nun of the Grand Zion Chapel were to be my bridesmaids, Arden would be more than happy to invite you. Corin Locke thought to himself, hee, they're shocked. I'll keep playing this joke for 5 more minutes before revealing it was all a prank. Corin Locke said with passion, that was when I felt my burning love for Miss Lunia. Lunia Arden said, even at a young age his attitude entranced me. Corin Locke continued, and on the day of the full moon he paused, shocked, looking at Mariette Dunalev. Mariette Dunalev stood up and said, I'm leaving. She looked away in the distance, her dark aura swirling as she whispered, 100 years. Corin Locke said, what's up with her? Rand suddenly started to cry, unable to control herself. Congrats. Sniffle. Stay chappy. Sniffle. Corin Locke said, wait, Rand, this was actually just a joke. Uh-oh. Rand suddenly ran away, shouting and crying, wah! Corin Locke fell to the ground and said, how do I undo this mess? Lunia Arden giggled, hee. What a sinful man, my fiancé. She laughed again. Ha ha ha. That night, Corin Locke sighed. Just where did they go? I'll need to apologize right away when I see them. But what if they run again? Ha! The heavenly Yaksha's physical capabilities make it impossible for me to catch up. Rand suddenly appeared behind Corin Locke. Corin Locke looked back and said, Rand? Rand said, I don't want to talk to you. She silently walked toward Corin Locke. Corin Locke, shocked, stared at Rand and said, Rand pushed Corin Locke onto the bed and said, Corin. Corin Locke said, why, yeah. Rand said forcefully in a quiet tone, I'm sleeping here tonight. Corin Locke thought to himself, Rand, but you aren't. Hua. Corin Locke said, even though she talks so boldly, she's still a kid, wanting to hold hands while we sleep. As Rand slept beside Corin Locke said, yeah, I guess this is a relief. The next day, Corin Locke said to Rand, Rand? No, Hua, you woke up early. Hua yawned and said, it's not coming. Corin Locke asked, what isn't? Hua said, the crane. Why isn't the crane here? Corin Locke asked. Hua looked away in shock and said, I see. Corin Locke stretched his arm and said, we should have stayed farther north. There should be plenty of cranes near the Northern Kingdom. Let's eat first. A few moments later, Hua said, a fake engagement? Corin Locke, with a black eye, said to Hua, I wanted to surprise you, but I wasn't considerate enough. Tell Rand that as well, as she took some fish. Hua said, oh, you're really skilled now. You're always busy. Eat. If something like this happens again, travel with me. Corin Locke looked at the spoon. Corin Locke said, yeah, thanks. And he thought to himself, now, I need to find Mariette. The servants of Arden don't seem to know where she is either. To locate Mariette, what I can do is, as Dioku said, Ark. Corin Locke thought to himself, why is he so popular? As the lady dogs surrounded Dioku with love and infatuation, Corin Locke said, when we head back, I'll make sure to get you the highest quality black cow. Just tell me where your mom is. Dioku, with an evil grin, showed a paper saying, check approved by Dunalev to Dioku of 2,956 gold. Corin Locke thought to himself, why does he have more gold than me? I risked my life. After tons of teasing and degradation, Dioku finally told Corin Locke where Mariette was. In another scene at Arden Manor, Mariette Dunalev said in embarrassment, Kya, tell me that kind of stuff earlier. Corin Locke said, sorry. Corin Locke thought to himself, when she found out everything, she seemed quite embarrassed and kicked her sheets for quite some time as she hid in the sheets. Mariette Dunalev said, Corin. Corin Locke said, yes? Mariette Dunalev said, I believe anything you tell me. I don't doubt you. I'd believe you even if you told me you'd triple the gold I lent you, and I'd believe you if you told me a comet was landing tomorrow. She showed herself to Corin Locke and said, Corin, you can't ever lie to me. And she thought to herself, of course. No matter what, you'd be mine in 100 years. A few moments later, Mariette Dunalev thought to herself, and so all the girls who liked Corin found out that the engagement between Corin and Lunia was fake. Thanks to that, they realized their date was a disguise to trick others and were able to calm their hearts. Except for her. Alicia Arden thought to herself, why am I here? That strange mood that started at the beginning of the semester, was it from the sword-breaking incident, or the serial-killing incident, or was it when he told me he'd stay with me? Corin and my relationship. Alicia Arden said in shock, As Lunia Arden got closer to Corin Locke said, Miss Lunia. Lunia Arden said, people are watching. Why don't we showcase a sweet scene? Suddenly, Lunia Arden sat on the table closer to Corin Locke and said, oh. Corin Locke said, you've got rugged hands. Lunia Arden said, not the best hands for a woman. As Corinlock played with the soft hands of Lunia Arden, he said, "Why?" "I think it's cool," Lunia Arden said. "You know how to talk to a woman, though you're still quite slow in some regards." Corinlock said, "Slow? Did I miss something?" Lunia Arden looked into the distance and said, "No, it's all right. I'll leave first." Corinlock said, "Huh? Did you not like our final date?" As Alicia Arden vanished, Lunia Arden said, "Well, it was so sweet that I wouldn't have minded really taking you for myself, my fiancé." Corinlock thought to himself, on the day of the engagement. As Sophia Arden and the ladies said, "Whoa, you're beautiful," Lunia Arden said, "Fufu, you're a man who knows how to make a woman happy." Corinlock said, "I really mean it though." As the announcement said, let the engagement of Corinlock and Lunia Arden begin. The crowd shouted, "Whoa, whoa." As Corinlock held Lunia Arden in joy, suddenly Alicia Arden shouted. Corinlock looked at a distance in shock. Alicia Arden said, "Wait, this engagement, I refuse to accept it," as she screamed with all her lungs out. In the past, people said to Alicia Arden, "Dirty bastard child." As Lunia Arden carried Alicia Arden, she said to the bad people, "Dirty? Impossible. This beautiful thing is my little sister." She thought to herself, the baby that was born at only 2.3 kilograms. A few years later, Alicia Arden said to Lunia Arden, "Sis, I got taller. I'm taller than 100 centimeters now. Sis, I'm going to be a knight like you. To become a cool knight, do you want honey bomb candy?" Lunia Arden thought to herself. She sparkled her round eyes. A few years later, Alicia Arden said, "Sis, I'm going to the academy tomorrow." Lunia Arden thought to herself, but she grew up to be a kid who looked more often at the floor than at me. Had it even been half a year at the academy? The once slow child, unable to claim things for herself, has grown up. Has she finally made up her mind? Suddenly, Alicia Arden grabbed Corinlock away, and Corinlock said in shock and confusion, "Alicia? What are you doing?" Alicia Arden, with a cracking voice, said to Corinlock, "Follow me." Sophia Arden was shocked and said to her security, "Well, what are you waiting for? Go after them." As the security girl said, "Oh dear." The friend of Sophia Arden, in tears, said, "How beautiful." Lunia Arden, acting, said, "Oh no, mother, I'm in such shock." Sophia Arden, also in shock, said, "Oh, are you all right?" Suddenly, a gust of wind blew to the ground as Sophia Arden looked behind, and Hua said, "Corin?" Sophia Arden said, looking at a giant eagle landing, "Just what is this?" Hua, reaching out her hand, said, "Come on." As Alicia Arden looked at Corinlock silently, Lunia Arden smirked back at Alicia Arden. Sophia Arden was shocked and confused as she looked at Lunia Arden faking her emotions. Alicia Arden bit her lips in frustration. Suddenly, Hua grabbed the hands of Alicia Arden and she said, "Eh? Suddenly they flew away as Hua shouted, "We'll be off." Lunia Arden said, "This shock has really turned me off meeting other men for a while." Sophia Arden, in confusion, dropped to the ground and said, "Just what is this?" Lunia Arden thought to herself, and so, the small wedding that occurred in the prestigious family of the East, Arden, ended up falling apart. Inside the cabin, Corinlock said, "Hey, just what is going on right now?" As Corinlock took off his coat, suddenly a paper fell, and he said, This is." He read what was written, "I'll officially come to take you, my fiancé." Alicia Arden looked at the note and said, "Sis, knew about everything." Corinlock sweated and said, "Haha, I guess." He thought to himself, "I gathered trustworthy allies." As he looked at HWA, Maria Dunaleff, and Alicia Arden, Maria Dunaleff said, "Corin, where should we go next?" Corinlock took off his bow tie and said, "Let's keep going like this. We have tons left to do." Corinlock thought to himself, and so our break, spent in the eastern regions, came to an end. In a different scene, Arandanua thought to herself, "How many repetitions has it been?" The fourth night. As the Reaper said, "Why are you smiling?" She used her rune, Kinaz, and said, "Any reason why I can't?" As her opponents burst into flames and screamed in pain, "Kir," the Reaper said, "The armies of the king are growing stronger and stronger, while you are reaching your limit. If you cannot keep your promise to purify this place, that boy's life is over. Aren't you nervous with the deadline approaching? In fact, you seem to be quite happy." Arandanua, smiling, said, "Yep," and she blushed, continuing to say with hope in her eyes, "It means Corin's coming back soon." Thank you so much for watching. That's all for now. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to help me grow my channel. Your support means the world to me. Don't forget to leave a comment below. I love hearing from you. Let's keep the conversation going and get those analytics buzzing. Until next time, take care.